We have a panoramic view of the big city, where there are many skyscrapers, and mountains can be seen in the distance. The main character appears. He is frightened in the reflection of his eye. We see three figures, clearly in an unfriendly mood. Three grown men beat up a little boy and left him bleeding in the street. The boy looked at these people with an angry and offended look. The tears disappeared, but the blood did not stop. The child had now grown up, but fights in the gateway still remained with him, of course. Now he can fight back against his offenders. The man who swung a stick at him was the first to get punched in the face. Having beaten three men, our hero left them behind and left the alley. Something happened that no one could imagine. On the 1st of January 2020, the world turned into a game. Dungeons and monsters suddenly began to appear everywhere. The monsters that appeared destroyed everything around them. So due to the destruction of the city, many people died. Divine beings, called Shining Ones, also began to appear. They transferred their power to a small group of people. This is how a small group of people gained their abilities, and only they could destroy dungeons. People believed that players with special powers could save the world. But the players, taking advantage of this chaos, were only busy satisfying their selfish goals. There were many rumors among people about the approaching end of the world. But for our hero, the world remained the same place in which he does not trust anyone. He also received abilities, and among the other players, he met someone he began to trust. Lei He was one of the original 7 players, a warrior, heir to the sacred light, and the strongest player in the entire world. He selflessly helped the weak, protecting them from monsters and saving the world. The guy is like a hero from the legend of King Arthur, also cool. Having killed another monster, the guy turned to the team and said with a serious look that he would destroy the very last boss in this game. Our main character looks at Lei with admiration when he said that he would put an end to this game. Looking straight into the hero's eyes, he said that he intended to sleep this world. The hero, who had seen the latest scumbags since childhood, was clearly delighted with the guy's nobility. Brave men who wanted to save the world, one after another, gathered around Lei, just like our character. He, along with everyone else, bravely fought monsters, although he said that he hated this world. For the first time in his life, the guy met people he could trust. He happily watched his comrades as they rested after another battle. For the first time, all the players came together for one goal. The hero thought with a smile that now he has the power to change this world. Now they have reached the final battle, which can change everything. Lei stood behind our hero and said that this battle could indeed be their last. Ken, that's the name of our hero, immediately understood what Lei meant and turned around and took out a knife. But before he could, Lei had already thrust his sword into him. He told him that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to achieve all this. Ken fell to his knees, sword in his chest, betrayed again, but now betrayed by someone he trusted. He looked at Lei and angrily asked if he had planned all this from the very beginning. Ken asked why he did this, when suddenly a girl came out of the shadows and mockingly asked him how it was that he still didn't understand anything. She continued that when the game ends, everyone will disappear, their powers, items, and everything. And most importantly, the reason to read them will disappear. Ken angrily called the girl's name Paula as she calmly approached him. Approaching Ken, she whispered that if the game ends, then they will not be able to take over this world. As is usually the case, the villains turned out to be the favorites of the crowd. They looked down on Ken, who was in pain. A betrayal unbearable for our hero. He was poisoned by his own people, and the leader stuck a sword into him. Ken began coughing up blood. Paula said that the Balman curse only caused him poisoning, admitting that Ken was indeed very strong. For others, just poison was enough to die, Paula admitted. Others, Ken asked in surprise, and then realized that all his friends had died at the hands of these two. Ken was shaking, and it was clearly out of anger, not pain. He shouted that he believed them and wanted to save this world. He and the team risked their lives for this purpose, and now it turns out they are in their way, so they decided to get them out of the way. Paula haughtily said that was exactly the case and praised him for his intelligence. Ken listed everyone they killed and asked what their plans were now. The villains began to leave, and Paula finally said that don't they have the right to rule this world as they please. Ken loudly shouted to Lei that he would just try to justify his actions with his vain mouth. The traitors left, leaving Ken alone to bleed. Ken thought again that no one in this world could be trusted. So he died bleeding with the leader's sword in his chest. A car appeared from which conversations could be heard about the task, monsters, and money. Our main character, who had just been dead, suddenly opens his eyes. Now he is dressed in uniform. Ken, in shock, asks what's going on. He was killed, but he's still alive. In horror, he began to touch the place where the sword was sticking out, but there was no wound. Ken began to remember his past life. There were men sitting around in the same uniform as him. The men were communicating with each other. Then Ken thought that this could be a simple dream. The car in which the soldiers and Ken were sitting stopped abruptly. There was an accident on the road, and the cars were surrounded by huge orcs. The driver, in horror, began to hit the car and shout that there was a crowd of orcs in front of them and called everyone to arms. The men jumped out of the car and began to aim at the orcs. The enraged orcs saw the guys and, as one, began to attack the people. The frightened driver asked the guys to hurry up, but the soldiers themselves were just as scared when their leader called them. An older man said that they don't have enough ammunition, so they should only pull the trigger when they are sure. Suddenly, the whole group froze in horror and surprise froze on their faces. One guy began to exterminate the orcs one by one. Of course, this guy turned out to be Ken, who, despite the confusion, was able to pull himself together and fight the orcs. He began to kill the orcs who continually attacked him. Ken skillfully killed all the monsters single-handedly. The rest of the soldiers could only watch with their mouths open as Ken easily dealt with a bunch of monsters. Ken realized that this was too real to be a dream. He walked sullenly towards the car when the old man called him over. The man started shouting at him that he was a crazy idiot. But Ken didn't react to his words, and anyway he realized that this was all real. Ken walked past the man, which angered him. Our hero realized that he had returned to the past while the old man was shouting at him. Ken sat down wearily on the box, putting his rifle aside. We see Ken's anger as he remembers Lei and Paula and what they did to him. Suddenly, a bright light appeared and Ken became a player again. 3 weapon options appeared in front of Ken. In the past, it was on this day that he became a player, but compared to the past, now the scoundrel has a choice. One of 3 options caught his attention. It was a representative of the dark world. Roles provide the ability to control different types of curses, or using dead monsters as material, create a dark army. Unlike other roles, this one gave cheating abilities. Therefore, one player could master all the skills. John George, the so-called King of the Immortals, was the most powerful player who received the favor of the representative of the dark world and all the abilities. If Laius was a hero, we know he was not, then John was a monster. And in order to find this monster, our Ken will do everything he can. Now he will become a monster who will fight the hero. A commercial organization for uniting players. Of all of them, the Phoenix Guild was able to obtain money and power in any way, which is how it became the second guild in the country. Against the backdrop of corruption in the Phoenix Guild, the Messiah Guild looks even more ideal. At the Phoenix Guild headquarters, a man presents a contract to join the Phoenix Guild. Ken sits at the table and reads the contract. The man reports that each clearing of the dungeon entails additional costs. Reading the documents, Ken realized that this was not enough to buy the item, but most likely there was no other choice. Ken immediately asked the man how he could prove his qualifications as a player. After all, the status window can only be seen by the player himself, and there is no way for others to see it, to which the man grinned and began to take something out of his pocket. He took out 5 envelopes and laid them out on the table. These are unique pages of skills of representatives of the dark world, and told Ken to choose one of the papers. The man said that if he is a player, he can check everything with his own eyes. One of the envelopes caught Ken's attention. Hemotoxin is blood poisoning. Representative of the dark world, level 1 and higher. This skill transforms blood into a potent poison that is very difficult to resist. The skill itself is very simple, but with the blood golem, the effect increases, so it is a very useful ability. Ken confidently chose this ability and tore open the envelope. After tearing this envelope, a bright light immediately appears and the man looked at Ken in surprise. The girl asked the guy why Ken was chosen as the Bloodhound. She said that this role was completely unsuitable for him. To this, the man replied that among the entire guild, his character was the most canine. This surprised the girl. The man continued that if he spent enough time with him, she would understand how bad his character was. While they were gossiping about Ken right behind his back, he shouted that someone was approaching. He ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Ken woke up even though he was revived, still having dreams about his past life. He thought that if he went back in time, then they might still be alive, and we are now shown a sports park. There was a group standing in the underground parking lot next to luxury cars. The girl pitifully said that today was their first hunt, and that they could just trust Daniil. Daniil said that this is his 4th lead, so they can just trust and follow him. The man asked the guys when the last participant would come. Everyone turned around when they heard a car coming, a small yellow and old car. The blonde said that this was his first time, but he was so slow, and that this newbie needed to become more disciplined. The car stopped, and a guy got out. His face was not visible because of the hood. The girl supported the blonde and said that the guy should be grateful that they allowed him to join them, and pointed out the poor condition of the car. Another man said that since he was dressed like that, it meant that he didn't even receive the guild equipment. It seems that in his first operation, the guy decided to focus on survival, and all 4 turned away. Daniil said that they need to pretend that they are missing one member and that he has a new weapon. While the whole group was chatting happily, a new guy walked behind. The brief briefing on the dungeon is over. The main thing is to remember the goal and conditions, the guy in the suit said. The guy said that if they have any questions or anyone wants to refuse, let them say now and ask to check the inventory. Instead of checking, they laughed and joked like complete fools. Ken sat opposite and nervously knocked on the table. He thought that he didn't know anyone here, so he wouldn't have to worry about them. The dungeon has opened, and the whole group must enter it. The girl said in surprise that it was the first time she had seen a portal so close. She was the first to enter the portal, and her clothes immediately changed. All four had already entered the portal, and only Ken was standing behind. The girl realized with admiration that there was a completely different world in the portal. The archer was also surprised and said that he felt like he was in a game. The bald man reacted to these words and said that this is now their reality. He ordered everyone to stay on guard because everyone only has one life. But Ken ignored his words and stepped aside. Ken approached the trees and noticed claw marks. He immediately realized that there were a lot of goblins here. At that moment, Daniil approached him and asked his name. He invited him to explore the surroundings while they set up camp. Ken easily agreed with his proposal. One of the participants said that he thought Ken would be clingy, but he fell for it so easily. The blonde laughed at Ken, saying that he didn't know how dangerous it could be there. The bald man said everyone should get ready for the hunt, because now only they will get the items. He smiled, just like me when I see that you, my dear YouTube viewer, are subscribing to my channel and leaving comments. I tried for you, don't forget to like, have a nice day, SS rank viewer. Ken, of course, realized that they were trying to use him as bait as he expected. Meanwhile, in the guild building, Paula comes out with the same cold gaze. It turns out they have a council, and Paula decided to introduce a new member for the mission. The player with the scar repeated her words about the new participant in surprise. In a dark room where all the participants have gathered, the door opens, and we see the shadow of a man. The member with the scar is clearly not happy about the appearance of a new member. A man enters the office and introduces himself as Simon. But when he sees everyone, he recognizes everyone and says that he might not have to introduce himself. He is greeted by Lei and praised for his ambition. The new participant, ignoring Lei's words, immediately asks what he needs to do. For some reason, this angered the man with the scar, and he yelled that Simon didn't dare communicate with the head in such a tone. The other members who also recognized Simon were unhappy with his appearance. The man stood up and said that it would cost him nothing to strangle him. But Simon easily hits him on the arm and asks if they are all angry because of last time. Apparently Simon is right after all, depending on the reaction of the participants. Lei loudly shouted stop, and everyone looked in his direction at once, and the huge brute immediately chickened out and sat down on his chair. But looking at Simon, he promised himself that he would soon knock all his arrogance out of him. Paula asked everyone to get back to work, and asked how long they would have to wait for the previously specified work. Simon replied that if she was talking about searching for the material, then 3 days. Let's return to Ken, who is now examining claw marks on the tree. Smirking, he said that this type of intelligence and fighting style, he taught him everything. In the flashback, where Ken also examines the tracks, and next to him is most likely Simon, who says that the information will help him survive. But Ken asks why he needs information if he can just become stronger. No matter how strong you are, you will always have a weakness, Simon tells him. Ken thought about his words, which became a lesson for him. Jumping from the tree, he remembered that Simon had become a dog for Messiah Lei. But now this knowledge will turn into a knife in his back, Ken thought. As soon as Ken jumped from the tree, a shell flew towards him. These turned out to be 3 goblins, who are not as big as before. Ken began to use his ability and a knife appeared in his hands. Now that he has the hemotoxin ability, the goblin has become a prime target for Ken. One of the brave men among the goblins quickly ran up to Ken. Of course, Ken easily attacked the goblin. Even though goblins are vulnerable to poisoning, he was able to move. Perhaps the poison had not yet begun to take effect. The second goblin also began to attack him. Ken threw a knife at him and dealt a fatal blow. Ken easily figured out the goblin's strategy, so it won't be difficult for him to deal with them. If Ken takes his time, they will only continue to accumulate. Ken activated the effect of the Goblin King's whip. Each goblin had an increase of plus 6% fear, and our hero was only glad that he had prepared this whip in advance. In another part of the forest at the same time, the rest of the participants are walking. They behaved rather casually, and the girl turned around at the noise and got scared. A pack of goblins began to run towards them. The goblin ran up to the girl and swung his weapon, and she simply closed her eyes in fear. Opening her eyes, she saw blood and a shadow in front of her. The bald participant killed the goblin and shouted that one should not be afraid of ordinary goblins. The others joyfully shouted his name Daniel. He ordered them to concentrate, and was glad that he had prepared a long sword. Daniil was only happy. Goblins for him are just bags of meat. But something unexpected happened. The sword got stuck. While Daniil was trying to pull out his sword, one of the goblins ran up and hit him on the head. The whole team quickly became nervous as Daniil fell to the ground. The goblins began to attack more actively, and Daniil called for help. The guys were terribly nervous and afraid, but still rushed to help. Meanwhile, Ken fought a bunch of goblins with ease. The goblins died one after another, and one of them decided to run away. But Ken quickly threw his whip and caught it. After killing the last goblin, Ken's level increased again. Now a representative from the Dark World is interested in him. Ken received an attention-grabbing achievement. Only fools swing heavy swords, the goblin's whip was enough. In another part of the forest, the exhausted team was resting after the battle. One of the participants asked what happened to the new guy. Danil said that most likely he died, since there was no news from him. They began to swear that they needed another participant, and that they trusted Danil. Suddenly everyone turned around in horror. Everyone quickly huddled together in fear. Ken leveled up again and he acquired a new skill. And Ken called the reference book. He received the Skeleton Warrior skill. He already had this skill in his hands, which surprised Ken. John George, an immortal king who could control the army of the dead with his own hands. This is one of his strongest skills. However, this skill was not perfect. Its flaw turned out to be fatal, which allowed him to be killed. Only monsters killed directly by the caster's hands could be sacrificed. There were also enormous restrictions. Ken tore the envelope, at least it would save some time. He thought that now it would be easier to distract the enemy and hunt. Ken decided to use his power and began to suck the life from the goblin, and all the skin peeled off the bones. The goblin skeleton rises from the dead as Ken calmly watches it. He liked this skeleton, especially its sparkling eyes. He stood by the tree and watched as his skeleton raised his sword. The skeleton turned out to be strong. Its magical power indicators were too low, and Ken thought about how this could be corrected. Ken thought it would be difficult to use as a primary weapon. He noticed something next to him. The remains of the players, their rotting bodies, hang like puppets. One similarity between all monsters, from the weakest goblins to the strongest dragons, is the desire to harm people. So there is no reason to be merciful to these monsters. It was already evening and the crew was still alive. They lit a fire and sat around it. Danil, with a bandage on his head, complained that they were just goblins. While the girl was crying, the archer asked Danil what they should do now. The guy admits that they definitely underestimated this dungeon, but Danil only thought that he couldn't just die like that, and he decided that no matter what, they had to win. This surprised his team and they began to listen to him carefully. Danil continued that, although it was difficult, they could still try. However, the guy said that it was not his words that surprised him, and Danil, in fear, asked him what he was talking about. The blonde said that he had something over his head, and everyone looked in that direction. Level up. Everyone is shocked because Danil is not even in battle. The level only goes up when someone on the team fights. At this moment, everyone realized that the newcomer was still alive and continued to fight. Ken walked over to the large pile of trunks with his dead goblin. He decided to use the most effective method, killing the crowd of goblins. He lit a torch and threw it into a huge fire. The goblins saw and smelled the smoke and ran in that direction. They became noticeably nervous. Some even began to choke. Ken stood by a huge fire that was burning hotter. Suddenly, maddened goblins literally jumped into this fire. This only amused Ken, and he said that he could bury the dead players with goblins this way. A new level immediately came to Ken, and the representative of the Dark World was pleased with his cruelty. But Ken is upset. He wanted to at least see his face. Maybe he's just hiding somewhere. Ken was already starting to leave when suddenly a huge monster burst out of the ground. Although the skeleton was terribly scared, Ken was only happy. Ken was pleased that this monster showed him himself. The goblin was huge and looked scarier. Until the guild intervened in this matter, millions of newcomers died in this dungeon. In a level 1 goblin dungeon, meeting the hidden goblin king is tantamount to meeting death. However, Ken decided that he would no longer allow this monster to continue to take lives. The skeleton saw Ken take out his sword and step forward. Ken noticed this and thought that the skeleton was already eager to fight. Ken liked his enthusiasm and looked at him approvingly. Even his look changed. Ken himself went to the tree, and the skeleton took the sword in his hands and prepared to fight. Suddenly, the skeleton ran up to the large monster. Having overtaken the monster and struck the first blow, he cut his ankle. This moment caught Ken, who remembered something from their past. We are shown Ken's last battle, where a huge dragon stood in front of a team of players. While everyone around him was panicking, Ken encouraged everyone to attack his legs. If a monster is knocked down, there will be a greater chance of winning. Ken, of course, was the first to rush into battle. He quickly cut off the dragon's legs. He recognized the skeleton's movements as his own Ken looked scared. The skeleton continued to quickly and deftly attack the huge monster. Ken recognized this fighting style. He could recognize hundreds of them. After all, the skeleton used the same style as Ken. The fighting strength of the skeleton minion, Ken's strength affects him, but it is surprising that the skeleton decided to copy Ken's style. Before he went back in time, Ken could handle almost any weapon in existence. Even in the guild, there were only a few people who could fight Ken one-on-one. The skeleton looked at Ken questioningly. At this rate, Ken will need to rethink his plan. A table appeared in front of Ken for his achievements. He was sent a legendary skill page as a reward for his efforts. A legendary shooting range. Ken was happy about this skill because he didn't expect to get it so soon. The soldiers on the tower shouted at once that the dungeon had been cleared. The guy who sent them there was somehow not very happy about this and ran to the entrance. Everyone gathered around the portal as a team of players emerged from it. The players returned, but they had only been in the dungeon for a day. The dungeon was cleared in less than a day, and the guy asked in surprise whether this was even possible. The ambulance was already waiting for the players. Daniil sat down on the couch, and the rest of the players stood nearby while the guy ran towards them. He said that he was glad that they all returned alive when he approached them. He noticed that another participant was missing and asked them about Ken. All four lowered their heads in shame. The guy decided that since he was not with them, he was most likely already dead. When suddenly someone shouted that another person was coming out, and everyone turned to look in shock. Of course, it was Ken, who emerged from the portal in perfect condition and walked past everyone. The guy ran towards Ken and asked him to stop. The players looked at Ken in surprise, and Daniil asked what kind of dirty tricks he used to clear the dungeon. The guy was covered in sweat, asking Ken something while he looked at him gloomily. For some reason, Daniil got angry. He probably thought that he had been tricked. Now everyone looked at him and wondered who he was. On the large screen of the building, the news was shown. It was about the greed of the players, which was increasing every day. According to analysis, dungeons can only be cleared by players, so they are trying to abuse their powers. But even at this time, the Messiah Guild cleared the 5-story dungeon without any effort. The leader says that Lei saved the world again. After successfully clearing the 5-story dungeon, the guild's sponsor, the Khan Corporation, recorded a sharp increase in its stock price. Daniil picked up the phone and scolded the freaks from the Messiah. Then he furiously put the phone on the table and continued that all the news was only about them. Because of the Messiah, the players look like freaks who do everything just for the money. His friend consoled him, reminding him that this was not the first time for them to go through all this. The man asked curiously what happened in that dungeon. He pitifully said that because of Ken, they all almost died, despite the fact that he cleared the entire dungeon alone. He pointed to the bandage on his head and said it was because of Ken. He said that Ken wanted new items so much that he even ran into a crowd of goblins, the liar. And to save him, he ran after him. And this happened, to which his friend said that he must be punished. But the bald man said that Keen only wanted that money. His friend said that what he did was wrong, and he should be punished. We are shown a board with different information. Ken decided not to meet with Lei this time. He decided to become stronger so that Lei would become interested in him. Ken tore off the piece of paper and decided to start with the most forgotten corner of his life. In the building, Kina was sitting in an office with two men who were talking about a rumor that was spreading throughout the guild. But Ken said he hadn't heard any rumors and that he just wanted to make some money. The man looked at Ken seriously and said that money is of course important, but you need to worry about your life. He said that if he needed money so much, then the guild could lend it to him. But Ken stopped him and asked him to simply name the date of the mission. The rumors even made Ken happy, because now he can go to all the battles alone. The second man said that the rumors about Ken were probably true, but his boss said that rumors were still rumors and asked what level the dungeon he wanted to go to was. Recently a group went there where they were killed since then. No one has applied for a whole month. The man asked whose team died in that dungeon, and it turned out that they were rising stars. Then he became worried that Ken was going to get into a dungeon that the experts had not mastered. He decided that Ken would not live long at this rate. At that moment, Ken received a notification. The man said that they should support him to some extent, just in case. Ken, with a grin on his face, said that in order to kill the hero, he needs to make friends with the villain. As soon as Ken got out of the car, a man ran up to him and asked if he was Ken. All sweaty, he asked if it was true that he had come alone. He thought that Ken probably couldn't find partners because of his greed for money. Ken looked at him so sullenly. The man suggested going straight to the dungeon. He continued to look at him like he was crazy because Ken was going to go through the dungeon alone. Ken finally entered the dungeon through the portal. Clearing the dungeon is impossible according to his level if he goes through it alone. As soon as he took out his sword, a huge orc attacked him. Ken skillfully jumped back just before the orc struck. This is an ordinary orc, but its skin is thicker. Ken's attack left only a small scratch, and with such an orc's strength, Ken will die in one blow. Ken thought it would be great if he could kill him and summon him as a skeleton warrior. Then he would have a chance to clear the dungeon alone. Ken quickly and deftly continued to attack the huge orc over and over again at the legs. Orca was left without legs. He fell straight to the ground. Ken raised his sword and said that a predator without legs is no longer scary. An office appears in which two men are sitting on sofas. One of them reads the piece of paper with a smile, and the blonde man asks what he was staring at. He throws a sheet of paper on the table and invites him to look at it since he's so curious. We see the profile of our main character, Ken. A newcomer who recently awakened cleared the dungeon alone. They say that he has now entered the second cave, and he is alone from the very beginning. The man thought that he was arrogant, for a person who had just become a player. The blonde, surprised by Ken, said that even he had difficulties in the beginning. He said that he was too naive and already believed some piece of paper with an unknown source. While they were talking, a girl came into the office. The girl with the tray menacingly asked if there were any problems in her report, and the guy was a little scared. He began to deny it, and said that since she wrote it, the report seemed perfect to him, and asked flatteringly where she got all the information from. With a crash, she placed the tray on the table and said that it was her job to get accurate information. The man also praised the report since Secretary Lee collected the information. As he continued to praise her for her work, he noticed 3 bags of instant coffee on the tray. The praise immediately disappeared, and he began to scold her for the instant coffee, which he asked not to buy anymore. She didn't even raise an eyebrow and calmly drank her coffee while he asked why she bought it. Having finished her coffee, she said that the coffee was left over from the meeting with the Phoenix Guild, which was last week. The anger immediately disappeared when he heard about the Phoenix Guild and began to praise this delicious coffee. Transforming into Buddha, he again repeated that if they couldn't trust Secretary Lee, then who else in the whole world could they trust? The guy looked at the man almost with contempt. After finishing his coffee, he asked Secretary Lee how things were going with the purchase of the dungeon. There were some good dungeons, but the price was too high, so she kept looking. The guy was surprised to hear about the purchase of a new dungeon and asked what happened to the old ones. His eyes lit up, and he said that every time he enters them, the dungeons end. The blonde asked what he was hinting at. He only returned from the dungeon yesterday. He continued by saying that he deserved to rest, but the bald man said that if you rest too often, you might get sick, so this is how he takes care of him. Let's return to our hero, who was able to turn that huge orc into a skeleton. Ken sat calmly on the orc's corpse and watched the battle. Due to the low level of skill, the orc's stamina was rather weak, so he quickly died. But Ken did not give up, and jumping off the orc, he remembered the words of John George, the king of the immortals, with whom he fought in a past life. Ken summoned another giant skeleton. With a smile on his face, he said that as long as his magical power allows him, he will have the same number of skeleton warriors. How many victims fell on this battlefield? The orcs clearly did not expect this, and away they went. First his level increased, then all his points increased, then the skill reached the second level. But Ken was not satisfied with this. It was more difficult to level up in this dungeon. He decided to stop fighting ordinary orcs and find an orc hunter. He sat down and began to draw something, thinking out loud that as a creature that hunted alone, Ken thought that he would control the pack. But it looks like he doesn't hang out with groups. Then there's only one thing left to do. While Ken was drawing, an orc skeleton approached him, and Ken looked at him in surprise. Maybe the orc knows something, that's why he's watching so closely. But Ken gave up on this and began to wonder where the hunter was. The orc wrote funny and looked at Ken's scribbles, and he thought that if a hunter was in this place, then there would be no useful monsters there that could be used as sacrifices. He got up, and together with the skeleton warrior, set off. When Ken left, a huge orc appeared from somewhere, dragging another half-meter orc. We see an orc sitting around the corpses. He is probably the boss in this dungeon. While the main orc was eating, Ken appeared behind him. The dungeon boss is stronger than the others, so Ken prepared his bow and decided not to fight him right away. If only Ken could pierce his body with an arrow with poisoned blood on the end. Skeleton warrior Ken walked towards the dungeon boss with a sword. He immediately noticed him and ran to attack him. The skeleton and the boss began to fight. While the skeleton was delaying the dungeon boss, Ken stepped forward and pulled the bowstring. Ken was well aware that his skin was thicker than the others, and he needed to hit the only weak spot to kill him. Ken fired his bow and the arrow hit the boss with great force. The arrow hit the orc right in the eye with such force that he fell to the ground. The head boss was very angry, judging by his look. He pulled out an arrow and threw it on the ground, the poisonous blood affecting the orc. The weaker the point of contact, the faster the poison spreads. Thanks to the poison blood skill, the orc's health will gradually decrease. The second level of the poisonous blood skill will not increase the chance of death. But this effect is quite enough. The skeleton warrior raised his sword when the orc fell to the ground. It's all over with him. The skeleton warrior killed the boss of this dungeon. Ken was able to defeat the boss. Ken approached the pile. It seems the orc ate everything that was in his way. Perhaps among this pile there are players who could not complete this dungeon. One of the skeletons caught Ken's attention. This injury was definitely not caused by an orc. From his appearance, it could be said that he was attacked from behind by someone who was used to killing in dungeons. It is not yet clear whether this was a deliberate murder or not. But if they are part of the Phoenix Guild, then in principle, for money, someone could even commit murder. There was very little time left in this dungeon, and Ken again began to think about how to find this guy. If Ken finds that guy, it will bring him closer to Lei's enemy. Something was shining inside the cave. Because of the darkness, Ken did not immediately see the cave, and he decided to see what was inside. Going inside, Ken thought that only one person could come here. Inside the cave sat a skeleton, hugging his sword and pressed against the wall. Ken noticed that the skeleton was not as damaged as the others, and the weapon was surprisingly clean. This means that while his comrades were dying, he escaped and counted the days until he himself died. An act worthy of the Phoenix Guild. It is better to die in battle than waiting to die. The skeleton belongs to a rising star of the Phoenix Guild. There is no more suitable place in the world for the grave of such a person than here. As soon as Ken got up to leave, something fell to the ground. It was a diary. It seems that there is something important in it. It turned out to be a blacklist of Weston's group. Ken was very happy with the find. He is lucky today. In this dungeon, Ken achieved legendary rank. Ken received an Anubis eye as a gift. With this skill, he has the ability to peer into the past of the dead. He tore the envelope. Maybe he was unlucky in his previous life, but not in this one. They say that the dead cannot speak, but now apparently they can. Ken touched the skeleton to see its past. Thanks to his new ability, he can do this, his eyes glowing bright blue. The eye of the Anubis is activated. It doesn't look very nice. Ken saw the guild members screaming for help. That guy ran away and hid in a cave in horror, repeating that he should not die. Hunting for people, players began to kill each other instead of orcs. A coward who ran away from a real battle calmly kills one of his comrades. The last person Ken sees in his vision is Vincent, the main person in the guild. A bright light burned in Ken's eyes as he used his new ability. Throwing the skull on the ground, he grabbed his face. He was probably in pain. These were the memories of a dead man. He seemed to have a painful past. Ken spent more magical power than expected, but his preparation is complete. If he uses this information and the list he finds, he can get closer to it. And now it doesn't matter how careful he might be. At the house, a man is beaten and accused of allowing another player to take over the dungeon. The man beaten asks for forgiveness and promises that he will take care of him just in case. The man at the table with the newspaper replies that the dungeon he was able to cope with was cleared by some newcomer, and that he does not dare ask for forgiveness. The girl who stood nearby turned out to be the secretary. She apologized and promised to start completing the task. The man was dragged from the office. He continued to ask for another chance and asked not to kill him. But it seems this man doesn't care about the suffering of others. He continued to read the newspaper about a newcomer who alone managed to cope with an entire dungeon. Without looking up from the newspaper, he asked the secretary if he had a bad reputation, to which she answered positively. He abandoned his partners in the first dungeon, and there are also rumors that he kept the entire reward for himself, although this is not confirmed. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter, but if it continues, it will be difficult to move on with him. The man received a notification and pressed the button. The man said that a guy named Ken had requested a meeting with him, which didn't surprise Weston much. In another office, the guy reports the gathered information about the dungeons, 3 guilds including Weston, currently vying for the remaining 20 places. The biggest problem is that even if they divide each faction into 6 seats, there are still 2 seats left. Since this is an A+ rank dungeon, the chance of dropping rare items is higher, and since this is a 1-story dungeon, the efficiency is also good. This is the whole argument. Most likely they will not give in to each other. Each is filled with self-confidence. The man untied his tie, irritated by the news. He asked if anyone who is not part of the faction has applied for the remaining seats. They can be understood. Who knows what could happen in the dungeon, when suddenly Vincent called the man. The situation is already quite complicated, and now Vincent himself is calling. The man picked up the phone and was very surprised when he heard something. He rose from his chair, shouting Ken's name. Apparently something had happened. Ken's name came up again, and the man ended the call and said he would call him later. The worker asked the boss what happened, and he replied that Ken wanted to take the remaining 2 places, without the knowledge of the other factions. Now the man is convinced that the rumors that Ken always walks alone. It is possible that Ken will be used for the dungeon, and then disposed of, or that he is now part of Vincent's group. But the factions may begin to fight for this place, so Vincent said that he would give in to the other factions if they installed Ken. Vincent is an amazing strategist, and now he has a hidden ace called Ken. In fact, sometimes it is better to retreat in order to get the greatest benefit later. But now it is more interesting how Ken got to Vincent. In Vincent's office at the same time, the secretary asked why he accepted Ken's application. On the table lay the diary that Ken found in the dungeon. Vincent was glad that he brought him this diary. In addition, Vincent decided that he could manipulate it and then throw it away at any time as soon as it became useless. 1 hour ago, Vincent was waving a diary in front of Ken. He asked Ken if he knew what it was, and Ken was told that he had looked at the contents of the diary. Vincent thought that Ken had come to him here to blackmail him and get money. But Ken immediately replied that he came here with an offer, not blackmail. Ken continued that everyone was talking about dungeons of A+ rank and he would like to go there. This surprised Vincent very much. This amused Vincent, and he burst out laughing, saying that Ken was funny. But he immediately became serious and asked if he understood what kind of dungeon this was to tell him such a thing. Ken calmly replied that he knows that 2 factions, the Phoenix and the Messiah, are fighting for this dungeon, because there is a limited number of places in it. The person who knows this wants to go there, asked Vincent. With a creepy smile, Vincent accepted Ken's transcriptions, but with one condition. A university appears before us. Ken stood behind everyone and listened to the man who was talking about the dungeon. There are at least more than 1,000 orcs in this dungeon. Ken listened to him and remembered that he had survived the previous attacks. About 70 people took part in that battle, and half died. Everyone in the hall listened attentively to the lecture. Only elite players from each guild gathered in the hall. Taking this into account, it cannot be said that all the deaths were caused only by the fight against monsters. Ken was forced to turn a blind eye to this due to lack of evidence. There is a high chance that the murders occurred among players, since this would be a good opportunity to get rid of rivals and steal items. Also, in this dungeon, the reward for killing the Rock Warrior is the Fang of the Rock family. In the end, the prize was given to the Messiah Guild for their enormous contribution. Ken didn't know anything, but thinking about it now, he realizes it was very strange. This Lei, perhaps at that time he was already thinking about corruption. Even if Lei was behind this incident, there is a possibility that the Messiah Guild had nothing to do with it. Instead, they could plant spies in other guilds. If Ken had to predict his next move based on his memories, all players gathered at the portal to enter the dungeon now. The guilds gathered together. There was the guild of the Lion, the Skull, the Phoenix, and the Messiah. Among them was Ken. Ken entered the portal first. He decided to tear the orc's fang right out of his hands. So many people have gathered in this dungeon that they cannot find their own partners. The leader of the guild is the Messiah, in order for everyone to line up. Other players were surprised by their coherence and said that it was not for nothing that they were praised so much. But one of the players said that the fact that they were the first to gather does not mean anything, because there are thousands of orcs there. And indeed, as soon as he said about the orcs, one large orc came out of the forest. A player from the Messiah Guild came forward and said that his guild would deal with him. The orc ran up to the player and hit him with all his might, but the player pulled out his shield in time. This did not impress the player, and he arrogantly asked that this was all he could do. Another player of the same guild began to use her abilities. Skill Master of the Source of Wisdom. Containment succeeded. The two began to fight together with this huge monster. In another part of the forest, the cries of an orc were heard by another guild. Everyone thought it was an earthquake because the scream was so strong, but the leader of their guild pointed to the forest and said that there was something there. Suddenly, a group of orcs jumped out of the forest and immediately began to attack them. The orcs rushed forward, sweeping away everyone in their path. The magicians began to use their abilities and detain these orcs. The time has come. All players have begun the battle. The swordsman dealt fatal blows to the large orcs. While the others were fighting the orcs, Ken sat on a tree and realized that no one would notice his absence. And he decided that the time had come for his plan. He watched the battle and decided that the enemies would not be able to push the players back. You should take advantage of the situation and determine the location of the orc warrior. The assignment requires you to get rid of an orc warrior and 1,000 more orcs. Guilds will first try to reduce the number of orcs to minimize losses. And after destroying 1,000 orcs, they will begin to look for an orc warrior. Before this moment, Ken must have time to get the fang of an orc warrior. We are shown an army of orcs, and an orc warrior sits on the throne. One wounded orc came to him. On the neck of the main orc weighs the same fang that Ken is hunting for. The wounded orc who came to the army had his head cut off, and it flew to the side. The chief orc rose from his throne and raised his axe as a sign of war. The entire orc army turned and headed towards battle. Ken watched them from a high cliff. It turned out that the orc was killed because he ran away from the battle. He looked at the main orc warrior and noticed that he was stronger than those he had fought with before. But he sent his minions to fight and was left alone. Luck was on Ken's side. While others fight on the front lines, he sits on his throne. Ken can get closer to the orc warrior and strike first. The leader of one of the guilds said that the orcs are not so difficult to fight, and they need to move on. He thought that there were fewer orcs here than he expected. The main forces were probably in a different place. A player from his team approached him and said that many orcs were heading in their direction. Approximately 900-1,000 orcs are heading towards them. Apparently, this is their main force. Their master ordered that they stop there today, and that they needed more equipment to go against the main body of the orc army. But the crowd that stood nearby sent them away. One of the leaders of the Lion Guild team told them that he was not their dog. He ordered his own to continue the offensive. Many orcs are heading this way. Despite the competition between the guilds, they should work together. Everyone will die together in this dungeon if they start arguing with each other, said the leader of the group, Messiah. However, that guy began to mock and said why they were so unsure of their abilities. And he added that they should not have come to the dungeon at all. The Lion Guild, laughing, went into the forest, while the Messiah Guild remained in place. The Messiah's master ordered that a safe place be found to rest and prepare for the next battle. Meanwhile, Ken summoned 2 skeletons and headed towards the main orc. The evil orc rose from his throne and walked towards him. Ken stood next to the skeletons and readied his bow. The main orc of the dungeon activated his orc warrior fang. He swung his axe as 2 huge skeletons ran towards him. Ken was slightly puzzled when he saw the abilities of the main orc. A strong battle began. The skeletons next to the dungeon boss looked small. Ken noticed this and realized that the skeletons would not last long. and prepared your bow. There is only one chance to kill the main orc. He decided to attack now while the last skeleton distracted him. While the orc was fighting the skeleton, Ken shot an arrow, but the orc boss dodged the shot. Ken clearly did not expect this, and now it seems he is in great danger. This chief orc turned out to be stronger than Ken thought. The skeleton warrior's sword broke at the most inopportune moment, and the main orc swung his axe at the poor skeleton. The war was a mess, and there was no skeleton. The pieces scattered everywhere, and Ken realized that he couldn't win that easily. So Ken decided to change his plan. Ken realized that it was useless to fight him while the fang was in his possession. His magical power is also not enough, so it would be better to retreat. Ken turned around and began to run away, but for some reason the orc stood still. He turns his head. Apparently he really is not going to chase him. It may be too much trouble for him to pursue a retreating enemy. In fact, this is even a plus because Ken can escape. But Ken thought that when he returned to him, he would regret not killing him. As Ken slipped through the trees, several players below noticed him. The player thought that besides the Lion Guild, someone had fled the battlefield. Another said that maybe this guy discovered the orc warrior faster than them. But their leader said that it is not certain whether he is returning back because he found the orc. They should not blindly believe him until they see it with their own eyes. The item dropped by the boss must belong to the Lion Guild, the leader said. Suddenly, one after another, the players began to fall to the ground. No one has heard anything about other monsters appearing here except for the orcs. But now he stands alone in a forest infested with monsters. Left alone with the monsters, he shouted to them to come out into the light. And Ken had already reached the shelter that the other guilds had built. Ken thought to himself that it's good that there are no factions interested in him. But the atmosphere around the shelter is strange, as if everyone is at a funeral. It turned out that the guess was not far from the truth. So many players died on the first day. But something is wrong, even though only soldiers who are well prepared are gathered here. One man approached the group and pointed out how terrible they looked. He sat down with them and asked if there was any news about the other guilds. The man said that apparently the Lion Guild suffered the greatest losses. One group went into the forest and disappeared there. They could not recognize the bodies of the dead, because they were badly mutilated after all. Orcs eat people. The group gathered around the fire and they talked among themselves. Ken sat and watched them. They continued the conversation, saying that this whole dungeon was strange. If this had been an ordinary mission, there would have been casualties, but there were still more survivors. The man said that human life should be put before objects, and Ken stared at him. Even though they are in an A+ ranked dungeon, the chances of so many groups being wiped out in one day are not that high. There is definitely something behind this mission. Ken's plan may fail if the soldiers become weaker. Starting tomorrow, Ken decided to work harder, so morning came. From the very early morning, a crowd of orcs headed towards the players. The players are terribly scared because the orc attacks are not stopping. While one of the players was whining about his unenviable situation, the man told him to shut up and fight. Ken also woke up and he was already in another part of the forest. He opened his inventory and decided that this was his problem. With the help of these items, he would not be able to deliver a fatal blow. Using skeleton warriors as bait will no longer work. But it seems Ken had an idea. He thought, what if skeletons could use a bow? Here again, Ken came to the main boss of the dungeon once again with a new plan. Ken noticed that the orc warrior was not too worried at the sight of Ken, even today. Well, the second round of the battle will begin. The fang of the orc warrior has activated. The orc warrior rose from his throne and rushed at Ken as an arrow flew at him. But he was able to notice the arrow earlier and raised his axe, thereby fighting off the arrow. The dungeon boss was attacked by two simple skeleton warriors with bows. Just as Ken thought, the skeleton warriors also know how to shoot a bow. Ken was happy about this, because everything was going exactly according to his plan. While the orc boss was fighting Ken's warriors, he became distracted and gave Ken a chance to attack him. Ken took this chance and suddenly rushed down and tore the necklaces of the dungeon boss, who had an orc fang on him. The fang fell from the neck of the orc warrior straight into the hands of our hero. Ken received the fang of the orc lord. The strength of the orc warrior weakened, and the strength of the orc warrior also decreased, as well as his defense. The orc warrior became very angry, and as soon as he raised his axe, 2 arrows pierced him, and now the orc leader is poisoned by a toxin in his blood. Now Ken has this fang, and his attacks will finally be able to reach the orc leader. Fang of the orc lord. Legendary level. This is the fang of an orc warrior. It carries enormous power, available for use from the 2nd level. Ken has received the achievement owner of the orc lord's fang. Now there is only one thing left that he must do. Get a weapon that can cut off the head of an orc warrior. While the skeleton warriors distracted the dungeon boss in every possible way and injected a toxin into his blood, Ken headed straight towards him. Ken deftly dodged the blows of the huge orc, and jumping on him, plunged his sword into him. The blood of the orc warrior was again poisoned. Ken noticed the axe that the orc warrior was using and seemed to have another idea. The axe flew from the hands of the orc warrior straight into the hands of the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior held this axe. It should be the perfect weapon to cut off the dungeon boss's head. Far from this battle, one of the players stood on a tree, and when he heard a scream, he thought that such a scream was coming from an unusual orc. He realized that someone was fighting with a rock warrior and headed there. The player decided that he needed to quickly understand the situation and report to the guild as soon as possible. The guy reached the battlefield and saw 2 summoned skeleton warriors and 1 player. The presence of other players is not felt, which means he is fighting against the orc champion alone. Seeing that he was fighting alone, he decided to report this to the guild immediately. The guy quickly ran back into the forest. But as soon as the guy began to run back to the camp, an arrow flew at him. The guy fell to the ground and began to look around in the hope of seeing who shot at him. He realized that perhaps Ken had noticed him, and thus decided to hint that he should keep quiet and not tell anyone who killed the main orc. A guy suddenly appeared in front of this guy. He was glowing bright blue. The guy turned out to be from the Skull Guild. He swung his sword and killed the player. The stranger took out a diary and crossed out this guy and stated that there were only 5 people left. He said that the battle with the orc can become better when there is another player killed during the battle. Another guy was sitting in a tree and ordered his partner that half of the items from this guy belonged to the guild, so he should divide them. The killer asked his partner in the tree if he was really going to kill the guy. He replied that he was not on the list, but he was going to get rid of him and collect the reward if the opportunity presented itself. But the guy said that he is a monster going against the orc champion alone. It seems they are talking about our Ken. After the battle, he will be very tired, and then getting rid of him will be as easy as taking candy from a child, said the guy in the mask. Having finished speaking, the guy disappeared from the forest, leaving the killer alone. The guy began dragging the body of the killed player and decided to throw it to the orcs to get rid of evidence. It turned out that all this time when these two were discussing their affairs, Ken was nearby and listened to their entire conversation. Meanwhile, the players finished fighting the orcs. They were glad that the battle went faster than they thought. The player's master agreed that they could finish quickly, but added that from now on they would not try too hard and would return to the rear at the first opportunity. He thought that the infantry was almost done with the hunt. By tomorrow, everyone would be preparing to attack the orc champion, and that they should prepare for the main event. It seems no one knows about Ken and his victory. At that moment, a glow appeared. Everyone had a look of shock on their faces when they read that the orc champion had been defeated. It's funny how everyone started going crazy and wondering who had killed the main orc of the dungeon. One of the players wondered who could have done this, since the main groups of each guild were supposed to be busy fighting the orcs. The player decided that the missing people from the Lion Guild were still alive, and that they were the ones who did it. But his master was not sure about this, because he thought that the people from this guild were bluffing. While everyone was arguing and guessing, Ken's skeleton warrior killed the orc champion and Ken's level was raised. Ken was given the catalog as a reward, and Ken hoped that there would be something useful in it. He came across a book of the Grim Reaper, skill rank E, a book that contains the power of Osiris and can store 5 living dead. This book is something like an inventory in which you can store the living dead. Weakened spirits sealed in the book will help you gain the power of Osiris and increases your abilities by 5%. Ken decided to try to save the dead man and see how things turned out. He decided to secure this orc skeleton, which helped him kill the main orc in this dungeon. Now there would be no need to hit monsters with his hands instead. He decided to summon skeleton soldiers as soon as he entered the dungeon. Ken looks pleased, and the truth is that with this book the most important drawback of the skill of summoning skeleton soldiers disappears. In the forest, the master of one guild could not calm down and ran to the orc champion while his subordinates tried to stop him. He yelled at him that he needed to at least see what happened to come up with an explanation. To tell the true story to Vincent when they get out of this dungeon. Everyone immediately remembered how formidable Vincent could be and got scared. The players of the Skull Guild were hiding behind the trees. They were unhappy that the orc champion was defeated so quickly. They decided to change their plan and leave Ken alone, and thought that they should get rid of the remaining targets first. And then one of them remembered about the new guy who was supposed to restore order, and asked where he had gone. The guy with purple hair said that he ordered him to immediately follow him as soon as he finished. The main one said that if their identities were revealed, the higher-ups here would be very worried, and that if the worst-case scenario developed, they should be prepared to commit suicide. With time running out, he ordered them to act as covertly as possible. But suddenly he heard someone approaching them and turned around. This is their newcomer, but why is he running towards them with such noise? It alerted them. Behind the guy stood 2 skeleton warriors. This is not their partner, but Ken is running towards them. The guy thought that the fool went and provoked Ken and brought him here. He yelled at him why he brought them here. Now they will have problems. The purple guy said that because of this stupid newcomer, their location will be known. But their master thought that if the battle dragged on, it might attract the attention of the other guilds, and if that happened, it was all over for them. Even if he had to leave the mission unfinished, he had to get rid of this guy. But by the time he turned to tell his men to prepare for battle, they were attacked. The entire team lay on the ground, and their leader decided that the newcomer had betrayed them.
But surprise, surprise, as I thought, it was not their newcomer, but Ken.
It turned out that Ken killed that guy, and looked at his memories. Ken realized whose fault it was that only half of the people survived in the past. But in this guy's memories, Ken couldn't find any information related to the Messiah Guild. Even in the past, this guy was listed as missing, Ken remembered. Then Ken decided to visit the Skull Guild, so he changed into their clothes. Ken was lucky to discover a connection between the Skull Guild and the Messiah Guild. But first, he decided to finish things with the Orc Champion. I want to draw your attention to the fact that Ken buried that guy before leaving. The head of the Skull Guild clearly did not expect this outcome of events. Ken thought he was lucky today since all the guys from the rookie's memories were here together. Ken sent his skeleton soldiers to ordinary players, look like skulls, so that they would kill these freaks. And he himself went to their main one, who noticed how Ken kills without any hesitation, which means he definitely killed before. The team master said that although he doesn't know who this guy is, Ken definitely won't learn anything from him. He thought that even if he got out of here alive, he would only be a hindrance to his leader, and decided that there was only one way in this situation: suicide. The skeleton soldiers had already killed those guys, and Ken thought that he had gone so far in vain by committing such a useless act. Or is it the other way around, and Ken should be grateful to him? Because he just proved that he has the information that Ken needs. Ken activated his Eye of Anubis, and heard people say that these huge changes that had opened up to the world would provide an opportunity for Japan to move forward. We will cooperate with Lei from the Messiah Guild to lay the foundation, and then spread our influence, the voice continued to say. Two men were sitting at a table, and one told the other to convert to Korea and become a member of the Skull Guild and devote himself to serving his native country. The man continued that if they could take over the dungeons and items in Japan, including everything that appears in Korea, they are going to recreate an empire even more powerful than before. He was going to introduce him to the people who would guide him on this difficult path, representatives of the Japanese elite who would help found a new nation. Two men entered the door, and the player immediately bowed to these two. They turned out to be two masters. One of them was an archer, and the second a swordsman. He was glad to meet. He was told that there was one guy he needed to get rid of when the A+ level dungeon opened. Korean dungeon broker. Sally is a good guy, but apparently he got in the way of his Japanese brokers, and now they have to get rid of him, no matter what. There was also a talented broker in Korea named Oven. Ken finished watching the guy's memories and was disappointed when he hoped that the reason would be different. But it seems the whole point was vanity. This disgusted Ken. He can be understood. Even in the worst of times, we trusted each other and fought together. Ken thought out loud. He was very annoyed. It turned out that the Master Swordsman and the Master Archer were familiar to our main character, and apparently they betrayed him. Ken remembered how before his return, he conquered many dungeons with them, always moving forward to save the world. Ken wanted to be like them. For our Ken, they were not only his teachers, but also his moral support. Now it's clear why he was so angry when he saw them in the man's memories. They were dear comrades that Ken could trust with his life. Even in the harshest battles, Ken trusted them, so he thought before. But it turned out they shouldn't have been trusted, because they were no different from Lei, and this time Ken couldn't afford them to do what they had planned. They said their next target is Oven, the dungeon broker. He must be quite talented to be on the blacklist. The fact that he is not in his memories means that the assassination was successful. If people from that group take his place, Lei will benefit from it. As long as he remained on the blacklist, the attempts to get rid of this guy would not stop. They would continue to find him like moths find light, and Ken decided that perhaps he could find a way to weaken their group. Ken decided that he also needed a broker who could find dungeons for him. So things weren't going so bad. That's how Ken finished his business, and decided that he should start preparing to enter the dungeon. Two guys were sitting in the car and they were talking. One asked if it was always so quiet near the gate. The second sat quite calmly, and answered that there was no chance that the monster would come out of the gate. So there was only silence here, and maybe as soon as they cleared dungeon, chaos will begin here. So I suggested that he rest until then. The younger guy said that everyone would probably interview the players as soon as they cleared the dungeon. But the older guy sullenly replied that chaos would begin because the players would fight each other for items. The guy asked in surprise why they should fight each other, and the man replied that besides the Messiah Guild, everyone would try to get at least one additional item, but, in any case, nothing had started yet. So, he suggested just sleeping, because soon, they won't have time to rest. When the guy distracted his boss again, he yelled at him and asked why he was so annoying, and at that moment the gate lit up. Ken came out of the gate. He was completely beaten and bleeding. He could barely walk towards the entrance. Ken fell to his knees when the doctors ran up to him, carrying a couch with them, while the journalists were only taking their photographs. Poor Ken fell to the ground, all exhausted after the battle. The man shouted that the players would now start leaving the gate and asked him to carry the stretcher faster. The situation turned out to be worse than they expected. The factions began to argue among themselves, accusing each other of treason, while journalists were filming all this. Articles about the Skull Guild began to appear on the internet, wondering who killed the main orc champion. The missing reward for the dungeon caused a fight between the guild members. Vincent crumpled the newspaper in his hands and angrily asked how they could not find the bastard who defeated the orc champion. The guys who were on Vincent's team apologized to him, when suddenly one loudly said that he would do everything possible to prevent this from happening again. But this did not calm him down, and he continued how he was going to compensate him for the time and resources spent. And also the disappointment that he now feels, this is not a charity business, where I can give an endless number of chances to insects like you, Vincent said as he looked menacingly at the guys. Vincent ordered them to return him 5 times more than he invested in a week. It would be better if they do this while Vincent gives them this chance. When the whole team left, Vincent asked about Ken, if he was being treated in the hospital, and the secretary replied that he was injured in the dungeon, so he was in the hospital. Vincent was disappointed by this. He decided that he did not have a single useful person left, and laughed at Ken, who was injured in a 1-story dungeon. The girl said that she learned from Ken that he was not injured by a monster, but perhaps it was attacked by members of another guild, and Vincent said to clarify this. But she said that over time the truth might be hidden, so it was better for them to hear the story directly from Ken. Then Vincent ordered her to go to the hospital and asked if he would stupidly talk about it with other people, but she assured that she took care of it. A guy in a suit came out of Ken's room, bowed and said that if he remembered anything, he should call the guild. The guy pitifully said that Ken couldn't remember anything, and thought if everything was supposed to happen this way, then why did Vincent himself ask to be included in the team? Vincent himself also came to the hospital and, noticing the face of the guy he missed, he realized that Ken was keeping his mouth shut. He calmly entered his room and greeted him and asked Ken how he was feeling. As soon as Vincent sat down, he immediately started talking about the Skull Guild. He said that he didn't have much information on them, but it made him suspicious. Ken said that he saw them attack the orc champion, but the fact that they were all killed means that the items were stolen by another group. He continued that the last thing he saw was them using the silent hunter skill, that is, stealth. Vincent said that he knew about this skill. It allows the one who uses it to completely hide, and said that it is now clear that the target of those guys was the orc champion, as well as the players. Ken said that if it weren't for his poison blood skill, he would have died right there. That if whoever attacked him had not been exposed to the blood he spilled, then he wouldn't be here now. Vincent said that Ken was just lucky, since all the guys from the Skull Guild were destroyed. Then no one but him witnessed this incident, but Ken replied that although this was true, he should be careful for a while. And he asked if the Phoenix Guild managed to get anything from the dungeon. But Vincent got angry remembering this, because he had lost so much because of the guys from the Skull. Vincent thought that he couldn't leave everything just like that, and that he needed to dig up more information on the Skull Guild in order to reduce his losses. He decided that what Ken told him was much more useful than he expected, and so he asked what Ken wanted. Ken pretended not to understand him and asked him what he was talking about, but Vincent told him to stop pretending to be innocent. He continued that maybe Ken was spying on the players because of their deal, but he didn't come to him in the first place because he wanted something from him. Ken remained silent for a while and said that if Vincent didn't mind, then he would like to find one person. Vincent asked which person he was talking about, and Ken told him about a broker named Oven who was famous in his field, but Ken could not find him due to the limited connections he had. This guy's name did not surprise Vincent, and he gave Ken advice, saying that if he receives a call from an unknown number, he should pick up the phone. After these words, he headed for the exit, but added that he is an arrogant person who selects his own clients, but he is definitely a professional. Vincent warned Ken to keep everything that happened to him in the dungeon a secret, and if rumors spread, the situation would only become more dangerous for him. Ken said that he understood everything himself, and Vincent said goodbye to him and left his room. After Vincent left, Ken got out of bed and thought that everything was going according to plan, even if Vincent didn't trust him completely. Vincent knows nothing about the connection between the Messiah Guild and the Skull Guild as soon as he starts digging for information on them. Lei, as well as the Master Swordsman or Master Archer, will turn their attention to Vincent. Leader Vincent, who does not know that Ken caused these injuries to himself, will have to suffer a little, and while Lei and Vincent will compete to see who is more nervous, Ken will be able to focus on improving his strength. It is not surprising that Ken inflicted these injuries himself. Then in the car, Vincent said that despite the fact that the Skull Guild is quite large, they do not have any sponsors, and this can only mean one thing. This means they carry out monetary transactions by selling items abroad. Vincent decided that he needed to explore the black markets outside of Korea. Then he could meet the traders who do business with these guys. He felt that these traders were of the same breed. Vincent was quite confident in his plan. So Ken left the hospital and was worried because he should have been contacted by now, but everything was still quiet. Just at that moment, Ken's phone rang and Ken happily answered the call. The voice on the phone said that he heard something and that Ken apparently wants to make a deal with him. Probably this is Oven. Ken said that it was, and that he needed more dungeons. The guy replied that maybe he would arrange everything after seeing his skills. Skills? Ken asked, but Oven said that he would send the details in a message later and turned off the phone. So it's true that he is picking up clients for himself. Even though this is a 1-story C+ rank dungeon, it's strange that he's using it as a test, but it will be useful for Ken if he makes a deal with him. The guys already familiar to us appear in front of us again. The blonde asked who he was calling, and the man replied that there was a new contender for the title of buyer, whose number he received from Vincent. The news made the guy angry, and he said that very little time had passed since the last incident, and what if it was someone trying to kill him? But the man replied that he didn't care, and that they could have a truckload of guys like that. They would still be useless. The guy interrupted, and said that he didn't like that this new guy was from Vincent. He walked up to the locker and said that the guy would be useless if he didn't pass the test, and even if he tried to kill him, as long as he had the necessary skills. One day we will be able to destroy all the dungeons and this game will end, and that they need these kind of guys, he said and threw the phone into the pile of others. The guy suddenly lit up and told his boss that if he was looking for this kind of guy, he was right here. But the man said that he still had a long way to go, because he couldn't even clear the dungeon alone. He sent Ken to the kobold dungeon and decided to see how he would cope with this task. The guy was surprised and asked if he thought it was too much. But the man calmly replied that he had not forced him to do anything, and that he could give up if he wanted to. These words only convinced the guy that his boss was a rather strange person, and he decided to remind him that he has a high metabolism and was already hungry. The man yelled at him, saying that he had already ordered and eaten tons of food just a few moments ago, and at that time Ken arrived at his destination. Ken got out of the car and said that the kobold dungeon would not be easy for an ordinary player to go through alone. He was surprised by this choice because he might not make money from this deal. He went down to the portal, and it seems the task is really difficult, but if only for others who do not know how to defeat kobolds and not for him. A man watches Ken through binoculars and reports where he is. This person turned out to be the secretary of that bald man whom we saw earlier. She reports on the radio that Ken is already approaching the portal. The man and the guy were surprised that Ken was already at the entrance to the portal when the girl asked if she needed to turn on the timer now. This amused the man, and raising the radio, he asked her if he had prepared anything for the passage of the dungeon. She replied that he didn't seem to have brought anything special with him. The man thought it strange. When the guy heard this, he called Ken crazy, and he added that maybe he didn't prepare anything because he was too arrogant, or maybe this confidence wasn't a bluff, the man thought. In a Japanese restaurant, there was talk about the guild, that they still do not fully understand the current situation, and that the Messiah is not a big problem. Someone asked not to speak like that, and to calm down his anger, there were 3 pairs of shoes at the entrance. The young guy from the Messiah Kim Guild continued that it was so difficult to predict what could happen in the dungeon due to the huge number of interfering factors, and it was a shame that they returned empty-handed. But at least the damage was not that great. The man asked him not so great, adding that 5 of his students died, and he believes that the damage is not so great. The guy was clearly scared and regretted his words, and began to make excuses to him. The man asked the guy that Lei most likely knew about them, about their connection with the Skull Guild, because that's why he offered the job related to the A+ level dungeon to them first. The guy from the Messiah Guild realized that he had told more than was necessary, and the player continued and said that of course, as he said, no one can know about the things that can go into the dungeon. However, isn't he trying to say that their people were destroyed along with the orcs? The guy immediately apologized, and said that he should have thought twice before saying such things, and that if they gave him some time, he would investigate. But the man with the scar said that this was not necessary, because they themselves had already begun the investigation, and invited him to have a drink with them. The guy raised his glass, and the man continued that despite the current state of affairs, they are all allies, and that he just wanted him to understand how deeply offended they were. And if there are any disagreements between comrades, a glass of alcohol will help in this. If they are comrades, of course. The 2 Japanese came out and left, leaving the poor guy alone with the alcohol. The guy himself thought that he had underestimated the master archer, the master swordsman, and he needed to quickly come up with another plan right now. The craftsman went out into the street where a car was already waiting for them. One of them received a call, and he was talking on the phone about losses on their part. He was informed that those on the list of murders had nothing to do with this, which means that it was done by someone with not the best skills. The Phoenix Guild is their next target, and they are the only ones left. And if this is not someone from the list of victims who could hide their powers on purpose, then probably another faction did it, about which they do not yet know anything. Not far from the Kobold dungeon, two men were talking about the players who entered the portal. One of them said that he had not seen any sane players and this guy would die pretty soon, which would probably activate the gate again. After all, he went there alone and is unlikely to survive when the man said so. The portal behind him glowed brightly. The second thought that his elder was right when he saw the same light, but his elder said that this happens when the portal is cleared. Taking the binoculars in his hands, he shouted that this was not a dungeon that could be cleared even by a whole crowd when he was distracted by his partner. He got angry and said that they need to find the guy who cleared this dungeon, but it seems he has already been found. Having finished with the portal, Ken already got into the car and drove away from there. This made the man angry and he started shouting that since they took money from him, they should do their job and catch the guy. He continued to yell at them for their incompetence when his secretary called him. She told him that she did not pay them, and that he himself said that they were from his hometown, and they came to help him. He must be very embarrassed now. And she added that instead of paying, he said he would take them out for a couple of drinks. Embarrassed by the situation, he said that he decided to stop drinking from today. The girl was about to leave, and told him that if this guy was Ken, then he shouldn't worry because he decided to work with them. The man thought how calmly she answered, but remembered that it was around this time that he first met her. While he was thinking about this, a blonde man came into the office with a large bag who said that he offered Secretary Lee a snack, but she simply ignored him and left. The man replied that what was more important was that Ken completed the task in half a day and met his expectations. Looking up, he saw what a huge package the guy was carrying with him, and yelled at him for his recklessness. Meanwhile, in the car, Ken was driving after clearing the dungeon. He looked good, which means he was not injured. When he first came out of the portal, there was a walkie-talkie and a note on his car. Ken was surprised by this. He wondered why he needed a walkie-talkie, and whether they were going to make a deal with him or not. And in another part of the city, that guy from the guild was wondering how he was going to meet the master in such a state. Suddenly someone called him on the phone, and upon learning the news, he rushed off in his car somewhere. At the restaurant, Vincent told someone that it would be great if they dealt with this quietly, as usual. The man replied that he understood everything and asked if Vincent had spoken with the person he was supposed to protect, but Vincent said that he would talk to him after this conversation. He said that he would tell his subordinates to be careful. Vincent asked him not to let the guy die. He would take care of the rest. A guy from the Messiah Guild overheard their conversation, and he became interested in how much Vincent knew about the Skull Guild. How a man approached him and said that he was also interested, because Vincent was quite influential. He said that Vincent, hiding behind his business, said that he wanted to learn more about the Skull Guild. The man said that it would be difficult for him to share information about the Skull Guild, even with him, and Vincent noticed that he was more cautious than usual. And then he told him about the secret, about the guys from the Skull Guild who died in that A+ level dungeon. Having learned the news, the guy got nervous and decided that he couldn't cope with this alone, and he would have problems if he reported this to the master. The guy asked him who Vincent was talking to now, and he replied that it was Charles, and that Vincent often works with him. Charles is a mercenary, not a member of any guild, and can do whatever he is told as long as he is paid. Vincent stood up and headed towards the exit, and Charles bowed after him. The guy thanked him for his assistance to the Messiah's Guild, and for providing information. But the guy was not going to leave, but went downstairs to Charles to talk with him. Charles was recognized by Call, a guy from the Messiah's Guild. Call sat down opposite Charles and immediately got down to business, saying that he didn't know what he and Vincent were talking about, but he had a proposal for him. He started from afar, talking about something related to cooperation with the Messiah Guild. Charles was already nervous, and asked what he meant and asked him to speak more simply. Call said that he was talking about a business that would bring him good profits, but he still didn't seem to understand. It seemed like it would take longer than he thought. Vincent sat down in his car, and the secretary said that she managed to take over the public dungeon as he told her to do, but this surprised her, because he usually does not use other methods. She asked if it wouldn't complicate things if they intervened directly. Vincent replied that the Chatter Guild should start acting since he was causing so much noise. Now that the location and supporting actors have been chosen, we need to prepare the stage for the main character. With these words, Vincent called Ken. Call was left alone in the restaurant, and thinking about what Vincent was up to, he began to nervously bite his nail. Charles told him that 5 of them, including Charles, he asked to protect this man. He must be an important guy. Call decided to check the name of the member on the list for the A+ level dungeon, but it was impossible for him to go against the Skull Guild veterans alone, he thought. He thought it was too obvious a bait, and he didn't know whether he should hang on to it or not, and the next morning Ken's car pulled up to the house. Ken said over the radio that he probably passed the test, and the voice from the radio confirmed this, adding that he did it faster than he thought, and asked why he was hiding his real skills. Not suspecting him of anything, and this is pure curiosity, Ken replied that he showed his skills only because they asked him to. The voice said that since he wanted to buy a dungeon, he put the list of dungeons that he managed to protect in the 19th cell at the station. He offered to look at the list, and if he needed anything he should contact them. But Ken said he had a few things to do, so would call them in a few days. The man said that he was ready to wait. The guy was also sitting in the office. The guy asked if his boss really intended to make a deal with this guy, and that he had a gut feeling that this guy was dangerous. But the man said that his inner feeling had ever turned out to be correct. And even if so, the work of a broker in itself is risky. Ken sat in Vincent's office and asked why he wanted to make him a bait. Vincent began to say that he did not know what rumors were circulating about what they were talking about with him. But it was only a matter of time before they reached the Skull Guild. He thought that Ken was now scared, although he did not care. He said that Ken wouldn't have lost his life if he had just sat there and done nothing. Vincent specially hired a couple of experienced guys and asked them to trust him and enter the dungeon with them. Ken said his life was on the line and there might be some reason why they had to do it this way. Vincent said that of course he's sorry, but he has several debts to these guys, and he's the person who now cannot owe anyone anything. Ken replied that he understood, since nothing could be done about it. Instead, he would like to increase his fee. Vincent decided that Ken fell for his offer. The secretary raised an envelope to Ken, saying that the boss had prepared something for him. Vincent said that if he became stronger than now, his survival rating would also increase. Ken left the house and thought how ridiculous it sounded like I was sorry. From Vincent, before his objection to the past, Vincent met with the Japanese faction, and that it all ended with him going down the path of betrayal. An opportunistic result, Ken thought. Ken didn't imagine that he would give it to him as a gift. Vincent turned out to be more useful to Ken than he himself thought. A group of players gathered in the forest, and one began to whine that with such a rating it would all end with him only paying off his debts for the rest of his life. Their leader shut him up and said that Vincent just threw them here. But the player began to complain that it was dishonest and definitely not their fault, that they did not know who did it. He yelled at him that if he had time to whine, he should spend it killing monsters. In the evening, Charles called Vincent and discussed his plan. But as soon as he finished the conversation with Vincent, and he asked that he just needed to hand Ken over to them, he added that he felt like they gave him too little. Considering they were losing an important client, shouldn't they compensate him a little more? Call replied that if he means money, then he can always give him more after he finishes the job. He can also find him a new client. But Charles has said that he would like to make a deal with the Messiah instead, and if he could arrange it, then he would not need the additional payment. Call said that he could not arrange this because it was his personal request and had nothing to do with the guild. When Call left, Charles told his men that they had stumbled upon gold and that they would be rich when they finished it. Charles said that they should take advantage of this opportunity and enjoy life after receiving the money. The portal was cleared and only 3 guys from the Skull Guild came out, and the employees ran up to them. One of them asked where the players from the Phoenix Guild were. Were they all dead? But he was ignored. Those guys were professional players from the Vincent faction. The man desperately asked the Skull guys what happened to his participants, but they just got into the car. He ran to this group and asked them to tell at least a little information in order to explain it to the families of the victims. Hearing this, the player took off his mask and with a terrible mockery said that he tore them apart until they were completely unrecognizable. Then he got into the car and they drove away. Already in the car, another player reminded him that the mother asked them to be as quiet as possible. The guy called and said that they had just finished work and asked if there was another task. Call replied that he had found a target. He was going to enter the dungeon as soon as the day was over, and he ordered them to come there immediately. The guy did not like his tone, but still agreed to come. Vincent stood in his office and thought that as long as he used the Skull Guild effectively, he would get a good opportunity. He thought that he always knew that working only in Korea was a waste of time for him. Even if things didn't go according to plan and Ken died, at least he would have information about the Skull Guild. So Ken came to the guys to complete the task. Ken introduced himself, as did Charles, after which he told him that another team should be arriving soon. But it seemed they were late. The already familiar players from the Skull Guild got out of the car. Ken looked at these guys and asked where the restroom was. Charles replied that he was going there himself, so they could go together. Charles asked Ken when he came out that he was the guy they should accompany. Ken was interested in those players who came, but Charles said they were about to enter and they could talk on the way back. He continued that the others don't know they're on the same side, so they shouldn't be seen together inside the dungeon in the first place, but they won't be far from Ken. Ken began to think about the mission when Charles said that it was very likely that there would be an ambush waiting for them on the second level. and that if they started killing each other from the very beginning, it would be difficult to enroll in the dungeon. Charles told Ken not to worry too much and just trust them because they know how to do their job. Ken said that he would trust them and do what they said. Then Charles suggested that he go into the dungeon first, so as not to arouse suspicion among others. As soon as Ken walked away, an evil grin appeared on Charles's face, and he decided that Ken would be easy to deal with. Already in the dungeon, a notification about the goblin came, and Charles said that the clearing condition was not so difficult, and they could split up and move one at a time. And Ken was offered to borrow someone from another group, since he came here alone. One of the guys, Charles, said that he would go with him, now that everyone was distributed. Charles ordered everyone to quickly kill the goblin and go to the second level. The Skull Guild went in one direction, and Charles's team went in the other. Only one player remained with Ken. Charles looked back before leaving. And then Ken realized that the real battle would be on the second level of the game. Mike from the Skull Guild displeasedly asked why they are not going after Ken now, and what they will do if he dies prematurely. Call, who came with them, said that he had hired people to accompany him, so there was no need to worry, and that it would be too troublesome if Ken just ran away now. Call's last words hurt Mike, and he asked if he was hinting that he didn't trust them, because Call decided to go into the dungeon with them. But Call replied that there was no need to be so offended by everything. In fact, Call came here to get rid of Charles and his guys when it was all over. Charles asked the team what Ken was doing now, and one of the players replied that he was quite adept at using the poison blood skill to catch and kill orcs. The players jokingly asked if Charles was too worried because they could easily deal with him. But Charles said that he was worried about how smoothly things were going now. He said that Vincent and Call were not the kind of people who would spend large sums of money just like that. And then the player asked what he was up to. "The moment he lets his guard down, we'll catch him," Charles told his boys. They came to Ken, but he was no longer there. Then Charles said that he must have left some traces. Judging by the smell of blood, they had come to the right place, but he was worried that one of his players was not showing up. This alerted Charles, and he decided that something had obviously gone wrong, when suddenly a player from his team screamed and pointed to two bodies, judging that Ken and their partner were lying there. Charles ordered his player to be examined first, and the others to look around while he was treated. His neck was injured, and the player ordered him not to move, because he would not be able to stop the bleeding, and he should also remain silent. Dying, he pointed to Ken lying next to him. The player decided that his wounded partner wanted to help Ken, and said that it didn't matter if Ken died, because they were going to give him to Call anyway. Charles asked how things were, but the doctor replied that he was in serious condition and could die like that. This whole situation confused Charles. He thought that they could not fight each other because they knew that they were on the same side. Then he remembered Call's words that this task had nothing to do with his guild, and that it was he who told him not to tell anyone about this mission. Charles realized that Call had also decided to kill them in this dungeon, when his partner began to shout that the guy was bleeding. As soon as he said that his magic would not help him, suddenly an orc skeleton appeared from underground. One quick swing of his sword and the skeleton warrior cut down their healer. Charles realized that that player was deliberately wounded because they wanted to get to their healer. They deliberately got rid of the healer, he thought. He told the last player that Call had betrayed them, and that he should have known because the request was strange. Now the surviving players were surrounded by skeletal warriors. Meanwhile, the Skull Guild players did not suspect anything and continued to hunt the orcs. The creepy guy boasted that the orcs continued to attack him, probably because they decided that he was strong. But his partner said that this was not the case, but most likely because of his terrible smell, and asked him to soften the cologne when entering the dungeon next time. The player immediately became nervous and said that this cologne costs a lot of money. The partner said that he told this idiot that there are many monsters in the dungeons that are sensitive to smells, and now another group of monsters is running towards them. But he replied that he always does his job well, so it's not a problem. One of the monsters ran up to him and jumped on the player, and he, like a real monster, tore him into two parts. Back to the other team, Charles is still alive, and he is very angry, asking how he could betray them. Ken, of course, is alive, and tells Charles that for a dying man, he is not being very honest, and that Ken is no longer even surprised when he sees players who use their power only for their own gain. But Charles's greed has exceeded his expectations. He asked Charles if he had said that each person's worth is measured differently. We are shown the night where Call agreed with Charles. The players discussed that Ken must be special if Vincent and Call were so interested in him. Charles said that Call ordered him to guard Ken, which means there is something important he would like to ask him. One of the players said that if they can't kill Ken, how will their master enjoy this game? And Charles raises his hand and shows his scars, saying that he can play next time, because there are many players who can be killed. His partner is surprised by the number of stamps, and pointing to one scar, says that this is the one in which they killed 3 players at once. And this idiot said that it would be cool if they received more such orders, because this way they earn more than when they just clear dungeons. But Charles asked him if he thought that all lives were equally equal, and said that everything has its value. When they left, they said that they had to kill using a method that suited the price. And all this time, Ken sat and listened to their entire conversation while they laughed. Ken summoned his sword and said that he was interested in how much Charles's life was worth, and killed him. In front of the goblin, Ken said that he was hiding in the same place as when he conquered this dungeon in his past life. And now it's time for him to move to the next level. After all, the guys from the Skull Guild are waiting for him. He kills the goblin and clears the first level of the dungeon. A bright light flashed, and Call turned around, thinking that Charles was supposed to wait and send him a signal in case he found the goblin. Mike looked at Call and said that by his reaction, he could tell that things weren't going according to his plan. The first level was cleared so suddenly, Mike thought that they were probably going to move to the second level and wait for them to appear to kill him. The entire team of the Skull Guild and Call ran to the place where Ken killed that goblin. Call believed that Charles and his team had figured out his real plan, and was angry that he was the first to be stabbed in the back. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Ken opened the gate that appeared after he killed the goblin. We are shown Vincent's house, where he talked about how most people don't buy them before they enter the dungeon. He asked his secretary what the problem was, and she said that he had purchased a flask to collect liquid, and it seemed strange to her. Blood, body fluids, monster skin, and more are sold at high prices. But there will be no valuable items in the dungeon that he can sell, so she decided to report this to Vincent. Buying a flask, despite the fact that his life was in danger, Vincent thought about what Ken had come up with. The entire group of the Skull Guild ran to the gate to the second level, and Mike warned his partners that an ambush might be waiting for them, and they should be careful. This monster said that thanks to him he could have even more fun during the hunt, and that he should thank him for that. They armed themselves and prepared to enter the dungeon, and Call was still angry with Charles. Entering the dungeon, Mike was surprised that they were not attacked immediately as soon as they entered the second level. The creepy player said that they were probably all hiding in fear when suddenly he touched the rope and broke it. Suddenly arrows appeared out of nowhere and flew straight at them. But these arrows were not simple. They had flasks for collecting liquid. They contained blood. Mike wondered why they didn't attack them because it was a good opportunity to kill them, and the creepy guy was only worried about the smell of blood. Ken watched them and said that he specifically chose this stench, which suits them so well. Call yelled at Charles to stop fooling around, and did he think he would be safe after they betrayed them. Ken thought that as he expected, this guy thought he was on the same side as Charles. He came out of the shadows and said, "What does it mean to be a fool?" Because he knows that they planned to kill Charles and his crew after this, and did not think that they would follow them all this way here, and called Call's name. But Ken decided that now was not the right time for useless chatter. The water behind the team began to boil, and Mike turned around as soon as he noticed it. A huge monster jumped out of the water and took the whole team by surprise. The monster immediately bit one of the Skull Team members. Mike turned to Ken and asked what the bastard had done. Ken replied that the liquid on them belonged to the goblin and was also the lizard warrior's favorite snack. And since he poured so much of his favorite sauce on them, they would all make a great meal for the lizard warrior. Now it's clear why Ken bought these flasks. Mike flew into an incredible rage and headed towards Ken to teach him. His partner shouted after him that he couldn't leave them like that at such a moment. But Mike no longer listened to anyone, and his battle with Ken began. Mike angrily shouted that he would claw Ken's eyes out. The guy apparently was really angry. However, Ken confidently replied that the guy was all bark and no bite. On the enemy's sword, Ken noticed that there was a mark on it that belonged to the master, which means it was his sword. Ken told him that he thought he was a simple guy when he came running here, but it turns out that he is a disciple of a master swordsman. Mike was visibly surprised when he heard Ken's words. Call wondered where Charles' team was, and Ken wasn't the main problem here. He thought that it would not be difficult for the four of them to clear this dungeon, even if they were alone. While he was standing and thinking about everything, the player yelled at him and ordered him to help him with this monster. But Call continued to think about what if Charles and his guys appeared here at this moment when all their forces were scattered. Then they will be the ones who will be dead, and the water monster will stand up to its full height, ready to attack. Ken continued to talk to Mike about how his Nastya must be losing his touch, because someone like him became his student. Mike got angry at this and swung his sword. Ken was glad that he was succumbing to his provocations, but he was definitely experienced. Ken decided that it would be difficult to defeat him with just a sword, so he began to come up with a new plan. He bit his lip and spat his blood at Mike. He probably wants to use the blood curse. Mike angrily asked how Ken dares to spit blood in his face. It's unlikely he knows about Ken's skill. He was poisoned by hematoxylin, and his stamina was reduced, and Mike thought that since Ken was working with poison, a prolonged fight would put him at a disadvantage. Mike decided that he would not waste time and finish him off right now. He raised his sword up and it began to glow. It looks a little creepy. Ken thought that this was an attack skill that was only available to those who were chosen as the executioner of the holy light. Holy Light Executioner skill, Blade of Destruction, has been activated. Although Mike began to attack Ken, the poisoning began to take its toll on his body. At the moment when he hesitated, Ken ran up to him and appeared behind him. Ken managed to dodge the Blade of Destruction, and this greatly surprised Mike. While he was thinking about this, Ken was able to stab him with his sword. We are shown Mike's past, probably one of his training sessions. Mike was so tired that he could not stand. He thought that he could finally use the Blade of Destruction as his teacher. But he can only use it once. The Master Swordsman praised him and told him to repeat after him. But it's still too complex for Mike to use in a real fight, since his arm is in such bad shape after only using the Blades of Destruction once. He continued that this move has great power, but he should refrain from using it against an enemy who knows of his weakness. And what if he meets a monster that remains unharmed, even after he uses this technique? Then he will be caught and killed by this monster. Ken appeared before Mike and was killed by him. Mike finally thought about the teacher, and told him that today he met the monster he told him about. Meanwhile, the remaining player received a tail blow from a huge monster. When Call saw this, he remembered how they proudly said that they were the disciples of a master swordsman, but they still turned out to be useless. On top of that, Charles and his guys never showed up. There's no way he's going to win now, Call thought. Frightened, he proposed a truce to Ken, and said that they did not need to fight each other. He shouted that he was asking for a truce, and suggested that they first conquer the dungeon together. Otherwise, at this rate, they would simply become food for monsters. This made Ken laugh, and he said that Call didn't have to worry about it. By killing you, Ken continued, it will be easier for him to clear the dungeon in the end. Call asked in fear what Ken meant. He didn't know that Ken usually cleared the dungeon alone. At that moment, Ken summoned all his skeleton warriors, who crawled right out of the ground. Ken said how can he trust him after he tried to finish him off moments ago. Call realized that Ken not only has the skill of blood poisoning, but he can also summon the dead. While Call looked at Ken in surprise, a large monster jumped out at him from behind. He jumped away from the monster in time, but it began to use its tail. When suddenly that creepy player, who turned out to be still alive, jumped on his tail and attacked him. He shouted to Call that he had been asking for help for ages, but he was a son of a bitch, just standing there and begging for mercy. Suddenly, a water monster grabs the player in its tail and lifts them towards it. The player ordered him to remove his stinking head and that this stinking smell would make him suffocate. The monster squeezes the player with its tail. It seems that this time it has died. Call decided that if he wanted to get out of here alive, then he had only one chance left. He realized that he himself could not cope with this monster and decided to run away from here and hide until the other guys conquer this dungeon. He decided to deal with the rest later. Now the most important thing for him is to survive. He thought that he couldn't die here so pitifully and began to run away. Something ran past him and Call turned around to see what was happening behind him. This something turned out to be one of Ken's skeleton soldiers, who had already jumped on the lizard and struck the first blow. He inflicted blood poisoning on the lizard. Call was surprised that the skeleton soldier could move like that, and decided that his movement was like that of a high-level player. Besides how strong he is, there is not just one skeleton warrior, but 5. And then Call thought about Ken's strength. He realized that Ken had already gotten rid of Charles's team since they never showed up after all. Call continued to think about how the members of the Devil's Guild were killed in the A+ level dungeon. Now that he understood everything, he decided to run away from here and report everything he knew. But for some reason, the lizard continued to run only after Call, completely ignoring the skeletons. The lizard fell to the ground, thanks to the poisoned blood skill. The strength of the lizard warrior continued to decrease. When the lizard warrior fell, Call decided that the skeletons had defeated him and turned around. But turning around, he saw that the lizard was still standing, undefeated. Call asked in horror why the lizard continued to follow only him, as if the skeleton soldiers were invisible. Ken stood aside and said that now that Call was distracting the lizard warrior with himself, it became easier for him. He thought that maybe Call didn't quite understand the current situation, due to the time when people could only rely on their level and items. We are shown the past of Ken and his partners. The girl asks why she would put dirt on her body. The man said that he did not know the details, but he heard that the lizard warrior did not have very good eyesight. So by applying this to themselves, they will be able to disguise themselves, he finished. Ken remembered his partners with a smile and wondered if everything was okay with them now. Meanwhile, Call still continued to run away from the lizard, but realized that he could not keep away from him indefinitely. He decided that the lizard warrior was probably only aiming at the players. Then he thought that he should not suffer alone, and that Ken should also take part in this. But as soon as he headed towards Ken, his path was blocked by one of the skeletons of Ken's soldiers. Call shouted, "How dare a skeleton soldier like him block the player's path?" But as soon as he rushed at him, another skeleton struck him first. Call's mask split in two, and he froze in horror, not knowing what to do. The lizard did not hesitate and attacked Call while he was sitting. But he didn't reach it. Call only injured his leg and screamed in pain. Turning around, Call realized that being under the gaze of the lizard warrior, he was stopped by the skeletons. Call decided that they were able to kill him and looked like a madman who hoped that he could now escape from here. Ken, approaching him, thanked him for distracting the lizard warrior. But the time has come to call it a day. The Call, in fear, asked what he meant by calling it a day. He shouted that he wanted to talk to him and asked to help him get out of the dungeon. Ken said he should pay attention to the guy behind him. The lizard stood up and continued to look at Call, and Ken said that he must be wondering why the lizard was only after him. His eyes act as heat sensors, and it goes without saying that he has no interest in chasing cold skeletons. The lizard quickly got up and aimed at Call, who could no longer run because of his leg. Now we are shown Vincent, who was sitting in his office with his secretary, and they were watching the news, in which they talked about the dungeon, and that the Phoenix Guild refuses to enter the dungeon. The girl said that a similar problem arose at a time when he was planning to conquer a 6-level dungeon. As she predicted, the public opinion of the Phoenix Guild is terrible, the girl said as she scrolled through social networks. Vincent said, listening to weaklings is all about wasting time, and now they should solely concentrate on the 6-level dungeon. An announcement appeared about the objection of the Messiah Guild. The girl made an official statement that the Messiah Guild was postponing entry into the dungeon. Even the Messiah's Guild has postponed its entry, and on the internet, everyone writes only about how they support this guild. The guy said it was obvious. 2 years have passed since this monster appeared, but there is still a lot they don't know about this monster, and not a single player has ever returned alive from hunting this monster. So there is no point in even discussing difficulty when it comes to this monster. There is no information about this monster, and such a dangerous monster has appeared in the country. People accepted the decision of the Messiah Guild without any doubt, but the man wondered if it was true. The Messiah simply announced it without ulterior motives. But suddenly something on the internet caught his attention. The man then asked the guy what he thought would happen if all the guilds delayed entering the dungeon. The guy didn't understand what he meant, and suggested that probably all the fearless players would gather, although it might still be difficult to clear the dungeon. Over time, the government will also want to get rid of this dungeon, and other countries will do the same. The man said that this is all true. In other words, the dungeon will be conquered on a larger scale. But what if at this moment someone appeared and defeated the tailed lizard? The man suggested. Then the guy realized what his boss meant, that the Messiah Guild was deliberately trying to get more time. There must be a reason why they are in no hurry to enter the dungeon the longer it is delayed. Given the growing fear, the more unattended items there will be in the dungeon. And when these guys defeat the tailed lizard, they can get both fame and fortune. But let's return to Ken, who received the Achievement Hunter and Lizard Warrior's catalog as a gift. His level also rose, and the rank of the poisoned blood skill increased, like that of the skeleton soldiers. It was all over faster than he expected, thanks to the fact that skeleton soldiers do not have body temperature. But since he got involved with guys who have connections with the Messiah's Guild, it will be difficult for him to move freely. Ken took Mike's sword, made from the armored turtle shell. This sword, smelted from the armored turtle shell, is not easy to destroy. The rank is unique. The weapon that the master swordsman used is not a bad option. Ken gave this sword to one of the skeleton soldiers and ordered him to use it. He walked up to Mike and said that they should talk, and activated his Eye of Anubis. The dungeon was cleared. Ken calmly walked out of the portal when a worker ran up to him and asked what happened to the others. Ken immediately said that they were all killed except him. But his answer did not please the worker, and he asked to explain everything in more detail, because he still had to write a report and provide them to the guild. Ken said that he could just write that the Lizard Warrior was stronger than they thought. He called someone and said that he completed the task as Vincent ordered, and also one of the guys who was aiming at him was using a sword of a unique rank that previously belonged to a master swordsman. Ken continued that the master is an important member of the Messiah Guild, as well as the head of the faction. The Japanese faction, Ken said that he is sure that they are the main branch of the Skull Guild. Other than that, he didn't find anything, but he could get more information if he figured it out better. Having finished the conversation, he said that he would call him back, and leaving the room, he looked at the TV that was in the room. It seems that it was not for nothing that Ken stood right in front of the TV and told everything he knew on the phone, because the TV had a camera installed. In Mike's memory, he was talking to a man. He told him that they were taking special precautions because he would be interacting with a person who was being monitored by the guild. He told Mike that he had installed a bug behind the TV so that he would be aware. Ken, of course, found out everything and said that these bastards from the Skull would fall into their own trap, and now the Skull Guild turned their attention to Vincent. Remember the devil and he will appear, Vincent called Ken. Vincent said that he heard that everyone was killed except him, since luck was on his side, and asked Ken if he had any information for him. Ken said he couldn't find anything else because he was focused on survival, but said he knew where the main branch of the Skull Guild was. Vincent asked Ken to come to his house tomorrow because he wants to hear more information. Ken got into the car and drove to the station to the 19th storage cell. He thought that Owen was a rather careful broker when he approached the desired cell. Ken wondered if Owen knew he was also a target. The list of dungeons that Owen had prepared was already in the drawer, and Ken hoped that the list was not too disappointing. Ken took the list and already in the car began to look at it. Ken was surprised at the quality of the work. He thought it was no wonder that the Messiah Guild considered him a nuisance. The content of the list and the quality are excellent. He was reminded of the dungeons he conquered when he was a member of the Messiah Guild. Now he finally understands where they got them from. Ken realized that Owen became their target for a reason. On the list was a dungeon about an albino lizard egg. Ken didn't think that Owen would have this dungeon as well. Not much information about the albino lizard egg. Even he couldn't find the source or variations. Ken became interested in this dungeon and thought about what might be inside the egg. He thought that he could only find out about it directly. Only Lei has this knowledge, a clue for him to get closer to the truth. He picked up the walkie-talkie and decided, no matter what, that he should be the one to clear this dungeon. In Owen's office, Ken's voice was heard from the walkie-talkie. Owen, if this is his real name, was delighted and thought that apparently the time had come for his first deal with Ken. The next day, Ken was already standing in Vincent's office. He asked Ken if Charles's group and the Skull Guild really died fighting each other. Ken replied that one of them was much stronger than the other members of the Skull Guild. Judging by their sword skills and fighting, there is no doubt they are related to Japan. Vincent said that some factions have quite a lot of influence in Japan too. Once this dungeon is cleared, he will have to deal with this problem. With these words, he put the newspaper on the table. He said that since Ken was the only one who came out alive from the dungeon in which all the Skull Guild's boats were destroyed 2 times in a row, they would start keeping an eye on him. Vincent ordered Ken to refrain from unauthorized actions until he dealt with the dungeon and returned. Secretary Kim said that the money was transferred to Ken's bank account. Vincent said that this was his compensation. Vincent said that he would contact him after clearing the dungeon. Ken thanked him. Ken left Vincent's house and slyly repeated Vincent's words that he would return from the dungeon. Now that these freaks know that Vincent has his back behind their backs, they will soon focus their attention on him instead of Ken. Before getting into the car, he thought that he couldn't wait to see Vincent's reaction when they met again. Ken has completed all his urgent matters, and can now go against Vincent's warning and act alone. Secretary Lee said on the phone that the preparations have been completed, but she doesn't know if Ken will accept it. But Owen told her not to worry about it. If there was a problem, he would talk to Ken. While she continued to talk on the phone with Owen, Ken approached her destination. Secretary Lee told Mr. Locke to get ready, and in response, the man asked her not to call him Mr. Ken stood at the entrance and listened to their conversation, while the man whined about how he didn't like being addressed as Mr. Ken recognized the man's name. This guy is from the Phoenix Guild. Ken walked into the room where Secretary Lee and the guy we had already seen, but only now learned his name were. The girl said that the examiner would accompany him since he had not chosen a dungeon that was appropriate for his level. If you agree, please sign this contract, the girl said, and invited Ken to ask her any questions that interested him. But Ken thought about Locke, whose player cannot be killed. When Ken was a bloodhound for the Messiah Guild, he eluded him twice, although Ken would not give him a third chance. Ken sat down and said that this was the first time he had heard that he needed an examiner. But if that was the case, that meant he had to go into the dungeon with this mister. These words, of course, angered Locke, and he asked Ken if he had not heard what he said to Secretary Lee. Ken apologized mockingly, saying that he had heard the entire conversation. Locke got even angrier, called Ken a bastard, and asked how he dared to look down on him, but Ken sat quite calmly across from him. Ken realized that Locke was hot-tempered, but ignored it and asked to talk to Owen. The girl said that of course he could talk to him through the walkie-talkie. Ken picked up the radio and asked if Owen could hear him. Perhaps he still didn't trust him and his team. Owen answered on the radio, and immediately realized that Ken was probably dissatisfied with the examiner who would enter the dungeon with him. But Ken announced that this was not the issue, but something else. He asked what would happen if the examiner died while clearing the dungeon. Ken continued that no one would notice what could happen in the dungeon. Locke looked at Ken with such a menacing look. Locke looked angrily at Ken and thought that this freak was threatening him in this way. Owen, on the other end of the radio, laughed and said that Ken shouldn't worry about it because he was experienced enough to protect himself. While Ken was talking with Owen, Locke quietly approached him, all creepy and frightening. He simply grabbed the walkie-talkie from Ken's hands and began talking to Owen. Locke began to scream. He said that he thought that the new guy was a crazy cretin, and if when they entered the dungeon and he turned out to be not like that, then he would simply get rid of him. Apparently, Locke wanted to show off just like Ken, but Owen yelled at him and told him to eat more modestly. Locke, of course, did not agree. One udon will not help him get enough, because he needs at least 10,000 calories a day. Oven only yelled louder for him to buy some vegetable oil and get it out. After all, 1 liter of oil contains 9,000 calories, and ordered him to turn off the radio, otherwise the battery would run out. Poor Locke failed to introduce himself as cool, and the secretary said that since the conversation was over, she would take them to the entrance to the dungeon. They left the room, and Locke told Ken not to dare to be disingenuous or anything like that. Locke said that he does not spare people who bare their fangs against him in the dungeon, and he did not let any of them get away unpunished. Ken thought that Locke was telling the truth. Ken was happy about this, because he met the immortal Locke here. This is a great success. Ken will certainly need him. The girl looked at the guys leaving and asked Oven on the phone if everything would really be okay. She was worried that Mr. Locke might not actually come back if Ken was up to something. Oven replied that if Locke did not return, then Ken would also never return, in which case he would become their enemy. Upon entering the dungeon, they received a warning that they needed to kill about 111 direwolves, and Locke asked Ken if he wasn't glad that he had pissed him off, but immediately said that he would try his best to ignore him. Locke decided to stay back and watch Ken defeat 111 direwolves alone, or wait until Ken begged him to sleep. With these words, he sat down on a stone and ordered Ken to begin the battle. Ken looked at him sullenly without saying anything. It's funny to see him like this. Locke selected a cookie from his inventory, which usually contains all sorts of weapons, and said that Ken really found this task difficult. He suggested that he kneel down and ask for forgiveness if he wanted help, and then Locke could and would lend him a helping hand. Ken thought that Locke must have received the blessing of the River Styx. Only people whose halo is a stern fighter for life can receive this legendary skill. Even if his head is cut off or his heart is torn out, it will not change anything. A person becomes an immortal who simply cannot die. I don't know, but it's more like a curse. Ken turned away and began to walk away, thinking that Locke probably thought that he was very lucky to have an immortal body. While Locke continued to eat his delicious treat, Ken called one of his skeleton soldiers to help. Ken decided that he would make Locke understand that it was only his finding. Locke looked at the skeleton and asked what his little friend's name was and whether he knew how to fight. Now Locke understood everything. He said that he had always been interested in how he defended the dungeon alone. The small skeleton soldier dealt with the direwolves so quickly that they were already lying in a crowd on the ground. But Locke thought he still couldn't believe it even after seeing it with his own eyes, because he thought the skeleton would be a hindrance. Still, he can swing a sword like a high-level player, and the number of skeletons he can summon increases as his level increases. He thought it was dangerous to be his enemy. As he expected, he is not an ordinary person. Locke, looking at Ken's skills, decided that he would tell Oven everything when he returned. Ken asked how he felt about his abilities. Locke said that everything was fine, and that he probably didn't need his help. He said he was going to tell him all about him after they were done here, to which Ken casually replied okay. Locke noticed this and asked if he had just suddenly spoken to him informally. Suddenly, Ken summoned all his skeleton soldiers and they surrounded Locke. Locke said that these cute skeletons seemed to suddenly become a little more aggressive, and asked what he had done. Ken looked down at Locke and said that wasn't he the one who said he would just sit and watch until he begged him. Locke laughed and said that, of course, he was just joking then. He kept saying it was just a joke and it was his fault if he offended him. Shouting that it was his fault, he lashed out at Ken, swinging his fist. However, Ken immediately understood everything and easily grabbed Locke and turned him over and threw him to the ground. Trying to attack the summoner himself instead of the skeletons first is a good try, Ken said when Locke woke up. Locke thought that Ken was moving as if he had foreseen all this, and then he realized that Ken had been hiding his true abilities all this time. He told Ken that he didn't know what he wanted from him, but he wouldn't get anything from him, Locke thought, for what purpose he turned to them. Locke told Ken that he was good at keeping secrets. Ken looked at him with his creepy eyes and mockingly asked if that was true. But it doesn't matter anyway, Ken said, and his skeletons presented their swords to Locke. He tied Locke up and hung him from a tree. Locke screamed and ordered Ken to untie him. Locke began to shout that he was hungry, and was he really going to starve him to death? After listening to him, Ken cut the rope and Locke fell from such a height straight to the ground. When he fell, Ken said he would give him a chance and time to prepare. But Locke didn't understand anything. Then Ken said that he showed his skills, so now it's his turn to show his. He said he should become bait so that the skeleton warriors could easily attack them. Then he would let him go. But Locke said that he was not going to follow his orders. Then Ken tied the rope tighter and asked if he was sure about it. Ken asked if he wanted to hang on the tree a little more. Locke thought that this guy was definitely crazy. He said that Ken was right, and that he had no right to object, because he was the best trunk. This is the player who usually distracts the attention of monsters. Locke began his work. He attracted the attention of all the monsters, fighting them. But there were too many of them to fight alone, and the skeletons appeared behind the wolves and began to fight them. Then Locke escaped from this crowd of wolves. Thanks to his ability, he remained alive. He was incredibly tired after all. He was fighting a pack of wolves alone and with his bare hands. As Ken stood on the tree and looked at him, he thought that it was not the same as before, but Locke was still not so easy to kill. He will be a nice acquisition in the future, Ken thought, looking at how Locke was suffering alone. Locke continued to fight alone. He didn't even get a little rest. The skeletons continued to fight the wolves as fiercely as before. Locke was incredibly tired while he was distracting the wolves to himself. Suddenly, the one remaining wolf began to gnaw at his leg. He grabbed it and threw it straight to the skeleton, sweetly telling the skeleton that this wolf was his. They were able to clear the dungeon, and for some reason Locke began talking to the skeletons, asking them that they were probably overworked because they had met the wrong master. He kindly praised them for their hard work and said that they were more useful than some. Locke looked at the skeleton soldier and decided to give him a high five. The skeleton soldier looked at Locke and simply turned away, ignoring his kind gesture. This, of course, angered Locke, and he yelled at the skeleton that how could he ignore him. When he tried to grab it, the skeleton dodged, and Locke angrily asked if this skeleton knew anything other than to stare at him while he screamed for the skeleton to attack him. Ken was watching in the distance. Ken watched him with his stern gaze. He remembered that in his past life, Locke was not the same as he remembered him. A powerful man with an immortal body who fought against the Messiah Guild. Locke was one of the strongest people he recognized at that time. And now this same guy is trying to make friends with dead skeletons. To use his immortality, he uses a fighting method that involves bones rather than flesh, Ken thought. Ken couldn't get to him quickly because of this destructive method. Looking at him now, he doesn't see the anger that was in him before. Surely there must be a trigger that changed him. Ken has no memories of Oven, but it seems that they were very close in the past. Perhaps Oven's death awakened Locke. This means that if Oven remains alive, there is a high probability that the Messiah Guild will be excluded from the blueprint of the future. While Ken stood there by the tree and thought about everything, Locke looked at him with suspicion, wondering about his intentions. He remembered that Ken had lured just enough wolves here so that he could deal with them without dying. This is not just a coincidence. Continuously, just as he is being restored, this is not just an analysis of monsters and dungeons, but something that can only be done by someone who has an absolute understanding of what is happening. This kind of sensation is not just a high-level ability. Locke admitted that it is superior to him in every aspect. Just at that moment, Ken came up and said that he had done well and now they could move on to the second level. With a grin on his face, Ken said that the second level would be much better than here. Moving to the second level, Locke admitted to Ken that he was so tired that he thought he would die. He told Ken that he had been working all day and he could at least take a break now. But Ken again ignored his words and handed over the flasks with blood. Locke noticed that these were not elixirs and asked what he was handing him. Ken asked if he was a good runner. The unexpected question surprised Locke and he asked what Ken was getting at. He broke all the blood flasks around Locke and Locke asked what the hell he was doing. Ken arrogantly told Locke that he better start running away right now. What an asshole Ken is. At this moment, a huge white lizard, or it is a dragon, appears from the forest and looks straight at Locke. Poor Locke said dissatisfiedly that because of this idiot, he couldn't even relax. At the same time, in Oven's office, he tells the secretary that, as he predicted, this would happen, since the Messiah's Guild refused to take part. And he was interested in how long the list of foreign guilds would be. The girls said that they finished compiling the list this morning. It remains to compare and analyze it. Oven replied that there is still time before Locke returns, and they must hurry. Secretary Lee asked if everything would be okay with Mr. Locke. I don't understand if she was showing her respect by calling him Mr., even though Locke didn't like it, or if she was just mocking him. And in the dungeon, poor Locke, running away from a huge monster, wonders why it is only chasing him. Of course, Ken's skeleton soldiers are also chasing the white monster. Locke thought that although he didn't understand everything, for some reason he knew that he needed to act like bait. He turned sharply and stopped right in front of this huge monster. Remembering Ken's words that it would be more fun on the second level, he got angry and promised that as soon as they got out, he would definitely kill him. The huge monster opened its mouth and rushed at Locke, but he grabbed it and stopped it with his strength. Locke is indeed very strong. And Ken, of course, watched this battle from afar, standing on a tall tree. I think Ken was also surprised by Locke's strength when he saw him abandon such a huge monster. I don't know how, but Locke, having stopped this huge monster, continued to smile and said that there was no need to delay this any longer. And one of the large skeletons of Ken's warriors ran up to this monster with his sword. The albino lizard was subjected to the blood poisoning skill when the skeleton plunged his sword into it. Then other skeleton warriors jumped on this huge lizard and also wounded it. Now the blood poisoning skill is activated to the maximum. Locke thought that each of these skeletons looked like they had been individually trained to such a high level. If anyone else, the skeleton warriors would have been called upon for support or to stall for time. Due to the use of the blood poisoning skill, the health of the albino lizard was greatly reduced. But still, the lizard had a little strength left, and when he got up, he looked around as if looking for those who had caused him such damage. Then Locke realized that she could not see the skeleton warriors, so she was only pursuing him. And he immediately looked at Ken and thought what kind of magic he had. Remembering his words that it would be more fun here, he realized that Ken had planned all this from the very beginning. At that moment, the lizard hit Locke with all his strength, who was already exhausted. He flew towards the tree and literally broke it into pieces. But he rose from the rubble, activating the skill blessing, the river Styx. Locke instantly recovered from receiving as much damage as Ken expected from him. True, only Ken was happy now, but definitely not Locke, who was angry that he was wasting calories on this monster. He decided to deal with this lizard as quickly as possible and prepared to attack it. Locke ran up to this monster and began to beat him with all his might. The skeleton soldiers also did not hesitate and immediately ran up to the monster. Locke realized that these skeletons were using him as bait, just like their master. The two skeletons stabbed their swords into the albino lizard's sides, the blood poisoning skill spreading throughout the albino lizard's entire body. At this moment, when the lizard was most distracted, a skeleton soldier jumped on top with a sword in his hands. The skeleton shot him right in the head. The albino lizard was defeated, and Ken's level rose. Ken came down from the tree. He earned the achievement Albino Lizard Hunter, and as a reward he will receive a catalog. The rank of the poison blood skill increased, and the rank of the skeletons also increased, and the envoy of the underworld admired his endurance, and the envoy bestowed his favor on him. Now we are shown other skeleton soldiers who fight the monster. But they could not cope with the monster. One after another they died. And the player thought that if they continued to move back and forth like this, they would fall one after another, and decided that he needed to summon more skeletons. He's leveled up, 50 trolls have been defeated, he's earned the Troll Hunter achievement, but he's still not advanced enough to get the attention of the Underworld Envoy. The player thought that he was able to kill 50 trolls alone, but still could not get his attention. This made him angry, and he began to wonder who this guy was. Meanwhile, Ken and Locke stood in front of the dead lizard. Locke thought about how hungry he was to death because of Ken, and told him that if they were done, they should get out of here. Or is there something else left? Locke asked. Ken looked at him and said grimly that the most important thing remained. He walked up to the lizard's body and with a sword in his hands, ran the second one across the lizard's stomach. With a sharp movement, he cut the lizard's stomach with his sword. Ken extended his hand and sighed. "It's finally in my hands," Ken said. The guys cleared out the dungeon, and they found the egg of an albino lizard. Ken was pleased with his work. The Messiah Guild went far for what was in this egg, and right now it is in the hands of Ken, and now he has a chance to find out what is inside this egg. The egg also surprised Locke, who decided that all this clearing was for the sake of protecting this item. He had completely forgotten about this egg, because he had been chasing back and forth all day because of Ken, and now he decided to ask what he was going to do with this item. Ken ignored his words. Locke must have been used to being unnoticed. Ken took the sword in his hands and began to break the egg. This surprised Locke greatly, and he told Ken that they didn't know what it could do, so there was no need to break it. Inside the egg was a skill page, not what I expected. It turns out that Ken didn't expect this either. Locke was also surprised when he saw the skill page inside the egg. He came across the power of Apophis, the required conditions for the messenger of the underworld, the effective resistance to any type of poison. The king of deadly poisoning has dealt with all kinds of poisons, but has not been harmed by any of them thanks to his skill. Apophis's power. A scoundrel who uses his power to take what he wants from people and brutally kills them with poison. At the peak of his crime, the Messiah Guild declared that they would try the king by fatal poisoning. The Messy Guild said it would try the king of fatal poisoning, many losing their lives in the process. Ken, even now, can remember each of his comrades who died from the poison of this bastard. An albino lizard egg. Ken didn't know anything about it except that it was owned by the Messiah Guild. He had never heard of this skill, but the king of deadly poisoning couldn't steal it. The only option was the Messiah Guild gave him to the king of fatal poisoning. They deliberately created the king as a villain to look like saviors. Anger filled Ken again, and he squeezed the envelope in his hands, thinking that once again Lei had made him realize that the death of their comrades was in vain. He tore the envelope. Ken decided that if he mastered this skill, their senseless deaths would never happen again. Ken acquired the power of Apophis and became resistant to all types of poison. But remembering Lei, Ken absolutely decided that he would kill him with his own hands. Locke was surprised that Ken was in such a bad mood. Even though he kept the reward for himself, Ken told Locke it was time to get out. The dungeon was cleared, and Locke and Ken returned to the office, which was empty except for the package on the table. Locke was happy about this. He ran to the package in the hope of seeing the food that he had been waiting for all this time. But unfortunately, there was no food in the package, but only 2 bottles of water and a walkie-talkie. This made Locke very angry. Owen is in his office. thinking that someone is talking about him because his ears are itching. The walkie-talkie called, and Oven was surprised that they managed it so quickly. Understanding the walkie-talkie, he said, they were able to clear the dungeon for me in less than 3 days, even though it was not of a low level of difficulty, and asked how it all went. Not bad, he answered, and asked if anything was happening outside. Oven said that there is no news yet about Vincent's side, which headed to the dungeon. However, there is a problem with foreigners. The Great Guild and the Border Guild, which belong to the world's 5 leading guilds, have united, and the Dragon Hunter has caught the 100th dragon in the 5-level dungeon. Golden Dragon. When the first Golden Dragon appeared, people were only interested in its skin. The hide was durable and resistant to high temperatures. They thought that armor made from this hide would open up a new world for players. But it was the Golden Dragon's gastric juice that changed history, not its skin. Ken isn't sure exactly how it was used, as it was banished at the time, but was later discovered to be helpful in removing seals and curses. From Lei's Balmung, the seal was also removed using the gastric juice of the Golden Dragon. Its value exceeded all expectations. Ken decided that he had to get it before people found out about it. Oven said that this was the only significant event in recent days, and asked Ken if he wanted to ask anything else. Since Ken had no questions left, Oven said that he would ask the examiner for the details of the dungeon, and he would be given a regular phone number to contact in the future. They gave him an old phone because the connection would be untraceable, so it was much safer. Locke ordered him not to run away anywhere and go straight back to the office. Poor Locke began shouting that it was his fault that he worked so hard, and now he deserves a rest. He told him not to talk to him informally, and said that he had prepared food for him. But Locke was not particularly happy, and snatching the walkie-talkie from Ken's hands, he said that one dish would not be enough. Before leaving the office, Locke looked at Ken. Looking at him sternly, he wondered if he would now have to hang around with this guy in the future. Ken looked at Locke with the same look, but said nothing. The very next morning, in Oven's office, Locke again began to whine that he really couldn't rest, and asked Oven why he called him so early, and hadn't he provided the report yesterday. But Oven said that he called him just about his report in order to speed up the process, and threw the tablet on the table. Hunting the Tailed Lizard, rank A+ dungeon, Locke was surprised to think that he would have to go through this dungeon alone. Of course, no one was going to send him there alone, because then he would definitely die there. And then Locke began to think who could join him. Who has such skills, maybe a dragon hunter? Locke hoped that it was not Lei, although his level was too high, and he would not be able to enter the 2-level dungeon. Oven asked Locke why he was taking Ken into account, since he was perfect for this dungeon. But Locke, horrified, said he never wanted to work with him again. What was said about this yesterday? Despite his skills, this guy is a sick freak. People should at least have a sense of camaraderie. But this guy has personality problems. He literally made Locke pray for the monster. Locke said that if he was forced to work with this guy again, he would then go on a hunger strike. But Oven said that would only suit him. Oven took a voice recorder out of his pocket and turned it on. On it, Locke said that he needed a partner who would not interfere during the battle. I don't care about his personality. The monster attacks people with personality problems, no. Only skills are important. Locke, hearing his speech, turned pale with shame. If there is anyone suitable, call them, although they will not be stronger than me. Wahaha. The fiery speech ended there. Locke asked him in stress when he managed to write it down. No. How could he keep something like that all this time? In any case, Oven has already registered both of them and provided excellent bait. Already registered, Locke asked displeased, but he was more interested in what kind of bait we were talking about. But Oven only looked meaningfully at Locke and smiled. Meanwhile, on the abandoned outskirts of the city, Ken sharpened his sword. The blade was seriously damaged, and Ken decided that he should take it to a workshop. But now he was looking at another thing. He decided to start with this subject. He opened the box and was surprised that Oven even had such an item. Since Ken wanted to kill those guys from the Skull Guild, everything becomes more interesting. Ken wants to try using this item when he meets them, but back to Oven and Locke. Locke asked Oven if there was still poison left in the Tailed Lizard's dungeon, and reminded him that the government had already allowed a foreign guild to participate. Oven replied that Locke did not need to worry about it, because he and Secretary Lee had prepared everything in advance. But first, will it be too difficult for him and Ken to participate in this in the remaining positions? Will he spend a lot of money this time? At that moment, the door to the office opened, and Oven sarcastically asked why he should spend so much money. Secretary Lee entered the office, and Oven asked if she had finished all her work. She replied that the American Guild had finished the auction. She also brought the item that he had prepared for Ken, and pointing to the case, said that these were the masks he asked for. In another part of the city, where there was that very dungeon that everyone was talking about, the man complained that the mask was terribly uncomfortable and difficult to eat in. He looked at his partner and asked if everything was okay, to which the guy replied why he was so worried, At this, the guy began to grumble that he had never worried since he was born. But the guy was definitely worried, stamping his foot. He was thinking that no one returns from the dungeon of the tailed lizard. So why is this guy so calm? He began to tease him, saying that even though he said so, he was probably scared. The guy calmly agreed with him, while the guy jokingly repeated not to worry too much. The guy only thought that he couldn't imagine that he would get to this thing. He told his partner not to forget to buy him meat for the last attack after they were done with this dungeon, and to remember that they were partners in the dungeon. Therefore, he cannot do that strange thing again like last time. The phone that Oven gave to Ken rang, and Ken answered the call. Oven immediately said that he had heard about his wonderful performance in the dungeon. He asked Ken if he wanted to take part in the Tailed Lizard's dungeon. Ken said that he didn't know yet, because just entering there was already dangerous. Oven laughed and said that he understood why he did not like this idea, but asked if he was good at dealing with skeleton warriors. He said he had prepared something legendary that was perfect for him. Those two guys are actually Ken and Locke in masks, and now Ken in a mask looks at his inventory and notices the King of the Undead. This is something he has long dreamed of, and now it is in his hands. Ken has never seen this guy use it before, so he has no idea what effect it has. However, with this, his plan to destroy the Messiah's guild will be carried out much faster. A man came into the office and asked the players to prepare to enter the dungeons. The guys got up and headed towards the entrance. Ken thought that he would try the Grim Reaper mask on the first level. The dungeon has already gathered many players who have received a notification to stay in the dungeon for 5 days in order to move to the next level. Not a single player liked these conditions, and everyone began to complain. Locke said that it may seem like survival is easy because they need to survive these 5 days. But it will be difficult to survive here alone because there may be countless monsters there. Locke asked Ken what they were going to do, and Ken suggested doing a test first. The word test did not make Locke happy at all, but rather made him even more nervous. After all, he thought that he would again have to go through the same thing as the second dungeon. Frustrated, Locke asked Ken if he had heard him in the office, and asked if he was going to make him go through this torment again. But Ken said that he had just received a new item, and that it was quite normal to check his actions now. Locke was glad that Ken was going to test the item, and not him. Ken suggested finding a quiet place to test it. Deep in the forest, Ken summoned his skeleton warrior. Locke greeted him warmly and noticed that the skeleton had prepared his armor. While Locke decided to play with the skeleton, Ken was looking for something in his inventory. He prepared the Grim Reaper mask. With the mask he can control and bind himself with the undead. Ken put on his mask and received the achievement mask of the Grim Reaper. Ken's magical power increased, and he thought that this was already a good addition. Suddenly, he noticed a thread that connected him with the skeleton warrior. But as Ken said earlier, he had never seen the mask in action, so he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the thread connected to Ken's nervous system, and opening his eyes, Ken saw Locke in front of him, who had been playing with the skeleton all this time. Locke continued to have a nice conversation with the skeleton, not knowing that Ken had already joined him. Suddenly, the skeleton spoke and ordered Locke to remove his hand. Poor Locke jumped back and said in horror that the skeleton had learned to talk. The skeleton soldier began to walk strangely. Locke asked in surprise why he was moving so strangely. Suddenly, the poor skeleton fell to the ground, and Locke thought that he had died, and began to check with his foot whether he was alive. Ken realized that controlling the skeleton warrior was more difficult than he thought. While the guys were checking the mask, one group was discussing what to do. A guy named Alex said that they don't know what monsters might appear here, so they need to act slowly. He suggested they just watch for a couple of days. He thought it would be wise to join forces with others to survive. They looked at the other players and decided that they thought the same. Alex, I thought that it doesn't matter. No one here has the same influence as the Messiah Guild, so being with the crowd seems smarter. The guy decided to convince the others so that his guild could focus on hunting. Let's go back to our guys who were still practicing the mask. Locke fought the goblin, who died immediately when he hit him. He decided that there was no need to worry because there were only a bunch of weak monsters in this dungeon. Just when he thought that he had simply become stronger, the warrior soldier cut 2 goblins in an instant. And again, poor Locke's nose was wiped off, and he looked devastated at the skeleton. He looked back and looked at how Ken controlled this skeleton and thought that he was a real monster. At first, even walking was difficult for Ken, although he still falls sometimes. But just look at how he started running and also fighting with a sword. Summoned skeleton warriors are no joke, but now he can control them directly. It's too much. Locke decided that this was unfair, because someone was fighting dangerous monsters like a tank, head-on, while he was hiding in a safe place with his mask. Suddenly, a huge skeleton warrior was summoned. Locke was greatly amazed that, being in such a state, Ken managed to summon another skeleton warrior. Ken thought that although he was able to use the summoning skill while connected to the skeleton, he spent triple his magical energy to do so. He thought that he probably wouldn't be able to use the poison blood skill skeleton in this state. That is, Ken asked Locke how his condition was. Locke answered dissatisfiedly that good manners are when you look your interlocutor in the face when you talk to him. He said that he doesn't like that even ordinary bones ignore him. Ken suddenly appeared behind Locke and asked if he liked it when he communicated with him like that. Ken looked cooler in this mask. Locke jumped to the side in surprise, and Ken once again asked how his condition was. He replied that he felt better now that he had taught him a lesson about manners, but then got scared and said that he was saying that to monsters. Ken calmly replied that since everything was fine, they could get out of here. But this angered Locke, because as he said, he had been fighting like crazy all this time. He asked Ken why they should leave here, and what about those orcs he defeated. Ken put on his Grim Reaper mask and said with a grin that this was just the beginning. Locke immediately got scared and began to lie that his body was not feeling well. He began to come up with a diagnosis for himself, and settled on anemia. And then suddenly his head began to spin. The guy lies and does not blush. The skeleton warrior began to poke Locke with his sword, and Locke, frightened, asked what he wanted. Ken, through the skeleton, said that since he was anemic, he would give him iron. Angry, Locke said he simply pokes him with his sword. Iron still ends up in your body, the skeleton said correctly. Locke began to shout at him, and Ken decided that since he was yelling like that, it meant he felt much better. Ken turned and ordered Locke to follow him so they could get ready. Locke was angry that he couldn't do anything to Ken and just obeyed all the time. Ken and Locke took axes in their hands and began to chop down trees. Locke wondered what Ken was thinking about, because since they entered the dungeon, all he had done was cut down trees, not monsters. On the second day, the teams began to hunt the goblins they came across. Also on the third day, all the players continued to fight. One of the players said that initially this is a survival quest, but it shouldn't be like that, and that there aren't even as many monsters as usual. Alex said that the burning quest was in Dungeon A+, but here when they are all together, they are too relaxed. He realized that something was wrong here, and decided to explore the territory despite the fact that it could be dangerous. And Ken raised his level once again, and the messenger of the underworld took a liking to his incredible essence and sent him a reward. The skill of the warriors' rally crowns the strength of the skeleton warriors, and the number of summoned skeletons. The effects will be multiplied along with the increase in the rank of the skill. After gaining a new skill, Ken immediately told Locke that it was time to move on. Locke said they could use all of this since they worked so hard yesterday to build it. But Ken said that the situation had changed, and he revised the plan. Locke asked how the situation had changed. Maybe more monsters appeared. Ken, as always, did not answer. He walked up to the monster and summoned several skeleton warriors at once. Locke asked Ken in shock that he could only summon 5 skeletons. Ken turned and said that it was like that before, but now everything has changed. Alex's group reached the pile of dead orcs that our guys had killed. Alex thought it looked more like a massacre than a battle, and wondered what kind of person could do such a thing, while he was thinking about who he might have missed. Because Alex had gathered all the talented people, his partner said that he saw something on the other side. They came through the bushes, and Alex asked them what they saw there. The whole team froze in shock when they saw the huge labyrinth. They began to run throughout the labyrinth and saw a bunch of dead orcs. Alex realized that this wooden labyrinth was built in order to lure all these monsters into a trap. There are even more monsters outside, but it still doesn't compare to the inside of the labyrinth. Alex thought that this was all so different from all the battles he had seen before, and wondered what this guy was thinking when he planned all this. Now he understood why they were able to relax so much, despite the burnout quest, and decided to gather the remaining players. Locke said that it wasn't exactly his style to kill orcs like that, but it probably depends on the situation. He asked Ken why they kept moving around. He said displeasedly that he was no longer going to build such a labyrinth, but Ken reassured him by saying that they would no longer need them. Ken patted the skeleton on the head and said that now that his human strength has increased, traps in a maze will be a waste of time. Gathering around his skeleton warriors, he said that now it would be faster for him to simply hunt down the monsters. Locke was glad that now he could show Ken his skills while they caught monsters. Ken took out his sword and Locke immediately became worried and said that the anemia no longer bothered him, so he did not need iron. But he calmly turned to Locke and said that he was going to lead him and his skeleton soldiers. Locke said that if that's the case, he's going to give it his all and he won't care about some clumsy guy running in front of him. But after a few minutes, we see how Locke is already exhausted and can barely breathe. He barely stands on his feet and in a trembling voice asks Ken to slow down a little. Locke, tired from running, asks Ken for a rest. They have just started. But he can no longer stand on his feet. One of the skeleton warriors runs past Locke, turns around and looks at him meaningfully. And then he runs away without saying a word about Locke's torment. Locke was very angry at this and yelled at him, telling him not to dare laugh at him. He was quite easily angered. All sweaty, he began to think about what kind of person Ken was, and where he got such endurance. Although that was not the point, his fighting style was completely different from his. Locke attacks head-on with his bare hands, and therefore his stamina quickly wears off. While this guy attacks his opponent from behind and easily avoids damage, an effective fighting style. It's sad, but Locke also wanted to learn this style. After all, it is more effective. Ken turned around and looked at Locke, who was still lagging behind, and asked him what was the matter, and mockingly asked if he was not going to show his abilities to him. Locke was not particularly happy that Ken still remembered his cool phrase that he said earlier, and of course he had to repeat that he intended to prove his strength. A bunch of monsters were heading towards them again, and Locke ran straight towards them. Locke thought that he had to do this, even if he had to die again because of it. Ken watched Locke fight from afar and thought that if it was the Locke he knew, he would definitely use the moves he showed him. Until this moment, no one could guide him, so he only believes in his immortal body and mindlessly rushes to attack, which is an ineffective fighting style. Well, if Locke listens to Ken, he will become more useful to him in the future. But Ken decided not to wait for Locke to gain experience, but to make it useful himself. Today is the 5th day of dungeon survival, and there are only 24 hours left until the quest is completed. Locke, already exhausted, wondered why he was taking the survival quest so seriously. Their level increased. Locke looked at the imperturbable Ken, who was checking his inventory, and thought maybe he had lost something because of the monsters. That's why he was so cruel. The messenger of the underworld took liking to their fast-paced nature and sent gifts, and Locke began to shout that it was too much work for one person, because he worked for 8 hours straight. Ken stopped him, saying that it was time for them to rest, and Locke's expression immediately changed to joyful, and he asked where they would sit. The long-awaited break that Locke had been waiting for so long came. He began to eat everything when a skeleton approached him. He immediately offered the skeleton one of his candy bars, even though the skeleton soldiers were dead. Locke held out a candy bar and told the skeleton to come up to him and extend his hand, and then he would give him a chocolate bar. Surprisingly, the skeleton soldier actually extended his hand, and Locke was also surprised by this. Locke was delighted and said that now the skeleton had decided to open up to him. He immediately turned to Ken and asked if he had seen it, and told him that this is what they call partnership. Locke was so touched by this that even a tear appeared in his eyes. How could he be so naive? Then he remembered Ken and asked him if he was hungry. But then he noticed something. The skeleton brought Ken the candy bar he asked for from Locke. Then Locke realized that Ken had been controlling the skeleton all this time, and this angered him. Ken looked at Locke with a grin and said that he wanted to know what so-called camaraderie tasted like. Locke yelled that Ken told him that he did a good job, but instead of buying him food, he steals it, and that if he likes free things so much, he will quickly become bald like Oven, whatever that means. These words attracted Ken's attention, but not because he was worried about his appearance, but because for the first time, he heard at least something about Oven's appearance. Suddenly, the guys heard a noise from another part of the forest and turned towards it. Locke said that this could be a distress signal, because there is not much time left until the end of the quest. He said that they had dealt with quite a few monsters, but there were probably still some left. But Ken said that this was not a distress signal. Locke was surprised and asked Ken what kind of signal it was. Ken began to explain that after the survival quest on the first level, they would move on to the second level, and so they were gathering the players to decide in what order they would hunt the needle snake. Locke said displeasedly that it was not enough for these guys to join forces, so they still decide in what order to hunt. Locke considered them arrogant. Ken calmly replied that of course they would be confident, because during these 5 days they allowed the players to relax. Having opened the catalog, Ken decided to check it out and only then move on. Ken took out a golden envelope from the catalog, and Locke was very surprised by this. This is the main skill that John Georg used. Ken smiled when he saw this envelope. Ken received the skill of exploding a dead man. The effect is that if the player enters the manual into the body of the monster, it will explode at any moment, and all the players gathered together and listened to Alex. Alex climbed onto a large stone and shouted loudly, drawing the players' attention to himself. He began to say that since all the survivors had already gathered, they could begin. Alex continued that in a few minutes, the survival challenge will be completed and they will move on to the next level. The Union, including his guild, will try to attack the needle snake first. Locke looked at Ken and said that everything was happening as he said, and was surprised that they actually decided in what order the players would start entering the second level. Alex said that since there were no longer any objections, he decided to warn the other players. He warned that if they interfered with their hunt, he would finish them off immediately. Locke asked in a whisper what they would do now, and if Ken had any plan. Suddenly, the man who was standing next to him sharply pushed Locke away and told him to listen to Alex. Locke was completely infuriated by this and thought that this guy was crazy. He wanted to attack this abnormal person, but Ken immediately stopped him and shook his head. Ken stepped forward and, raising his hands, he calmly wished him luck. This calmed the man. He looked at them approvingly and began to walk away into the crowd. Locke didn't understand why Ken stopped him and said that he could have stopped him. Ken said, "Is Locke really going to be able to stop all the participants?" He noticed that they had a red ribbon tied to their forearm, so they showed that they were on the same team. Most players have that same red ribbon tied to their hand. Locke was unlikely to have noticed this from the very beginning, but then he lied and said that he noticed it, but still understood that for this reason, everyone remained silent. He said that everyone had these ribbons and asked Ken if that meant they didn't have a chance against them. Ken smiled suspiciously and asked his partner if he really thought so.
The players completed the survival quest and entered the second level, where a huge, simply monstrously huge snake was already waiting for them. We see only part of it. As you already understand, it's simply impossible to see the entire snake at once, because it is of unrealistic size. Players who are hiding behind the trees look like babies in front of this monster. We see how scared the players are, I think. As soon as they realized how big it was, they immediately regretted their red ribbons. This snake of terrifying size towered above the trees, and its shining eyes were terrifying, not to mention its spikes that protruded from its head. At a time when everyone was hiding near the trees, Alex shouted to his players to start attacking this monster. At first, the sorcerers used their magic to hold him back, and everyone began to attack the snake at once. The snake's head caught fire from the blows of the magicians, who continued to aim at the huge monster. Ken and Locke watched this battle near the cliff. Locke asked Ken if they were just going to stand by and watch, because at this rate they would catch this needle snake. But Ken was unshakable. He looked at the battle without emotion and told Locke that they would not be able to catch her. Locke was surprised at Ken's confidence and asked why they couldn't catch this monster, because with so many people, wouldn't that be enough? Ken asked Locke what he does when he encounters a monster. First of all, Locke said that he tried to attack him and strike him, because he does not know what he is capable of. It is difficult to cope with unexpected developments if you show everything you are capable of at the very beginning. Ken agreed, and turned his attention to the ongoing battle. He pointed to this huge needle-shaped snake and asked if he would strike it with the same blow. Locke froze for a minute, and you could tell from his face that he didn't understand what Ken meant. After a minute of silence, he said that of course it was better to get rid of her right away, with such and such a bunch of people. Ken said that it would end up being easy, but if it was such a simple task, why hasn't anyone conquered this dungeon yet? Did they lack people? Everyone who didn't succeed lacked human resources, unlike these guys, Ken asked. Alex began shouting for them to move in the same direction, but the needle snake suddenly began to run away from the players' attacks. Alex, in high spirits, thought that if things continued like this, it would only be a matter of time before they managed to catch her. He thought that he could be the first player to catch this monster and clear this dungeon. But here, the master skill of the source of knowledge. The rift was activated, probably by these players. A huge snake seemed to be stuck in these piles of stones that appeared from underground. Slightly frightened, Locke decided that these players seemed to have prepared everything. They even predicted that the needle snake would escape. But then Ken said that it was all starting. Locke got scared and asked what was starting, because everything looked like it would end very quickly. With a stern look, Ken said that the needle snake never attacked properly, and besides, there are some kind of needles on its body, which is quite strange. Alex started shouting for them to keep attacking the snake and focus on its head. Players continued to attack the head of this terrible monster, one of the creepiest monsters we have seen. At this moment, when everyone was focused on the attack, one of the players noticed that another part of the snake was flying towards them from the forest. She destroyed that part of the forest with her tail. One player ordered everyone to gather and continue the attack. The player said that they were assigned to defend this territory, and indeed the players held part of the snake with their shields. The young player agreed with him and said that it was time to end this kite. Alex said that the snake's movements had slowed down and ordered the battle line to move forward. But then this huge monster rose up quite quickly, and the snake showed its abilities. It turned into its more terrible form. Horrified by what he saw, Alex ordered the attack to be stopped and told everyone to remain in their positions. But the snake didn't even think about stopping. Its needles began to fall at great speed right on the players. These needles rained down on the players. The attack was so unexpected that no one could even escape. The spiny snake had lost its quills, but still looked incredibly creepy. Our guys continued to watch everything that was happening in the distance, but the smoke after the impact reached them too. Ken thought that he suspected that the needles were coated with a deadly poison. He knew that they were not just thorns. Locke froze in horror from this snake's attack. He himself already realized how strong this snake was. Among these clouds of smoke and dust, Alex stood, his glasses broke. He himself was shocked by what had happened, and he just stood there. He thought he knew the snake would have some kind of ace up its sleeve, but it was just a long-range attack, not that big of a deal. The poor players tried to recover from the attack of a huge monster. They slowly began to rise. One of the players decided to lean on the snake's needle, which was sticking out right in front of him, but suddenly it fell apart. He was surprised. These were the needles that flew out of the body of the needle snake, and he did not think that they would break so easily. Not only did they crumble so easily, but they were also completely empty inside. Alex decided to start commanding again despite the previous failure, and told everyone that now the needle snake had no needles left, and that it was worth attacking now before she restored them. Alex did not take into account that not all the players were in the best shape. After all, they had just been attacked. However, the surviving players got up and went to attack the snake. Confident again, Alex thought that if they needed to kill a snake or something else, then they should just leave it all to them. The players continued to run towards the snake, and one noticed that the other player had stopped for some reason. He told him to stop fooling around and keep running. The man fell to the ground and began to choke. Brood Ken was right about the poison. One by one, the players began to fall to the ground, and the man also began to cough and fell. The players were poisoned by a needle snake. Others immediately stopped and warned those behind that there was poison ahead. The man turned and told Alex that this was serious damage, and most would not be able to get through. Alex froze in fear when he heard about the poison. He clearly did not expect this. How the hell did this happen? There was nothing to indicate that they had been exposed to poison. Alex continued to think, and then it finally dawned on him that the spikes were laced with poison. For some reason, one of Ken's skeleton soldiers is oaring on a tree. Suddenly, Alex stood still while everyone continued to run away, when they realized that the poison was fatal. Ken looked at everything that was happening through the skeleton. The poor players were screaming in fear and begging for help. The picture is completely unpleasant, and Ken sadly watched everything and thought that it was all disgusting. Locke impatiently asked Ken what was happening there. Ken answered him that everyone had died because of the poison of the needle snake, and their plan had failed. Now they were retreating. Poison, Locke said loudly. He asked Ken if those things that flew out of the snake's body were thorns, right? So what does poison have to do with it? Locke realized that these thorns were laced with poison from the very beginning. But Ken said that this is not the point. Before the massive attack, the damage force, those in the rear guard, had already received damage. If the spikes were saturated with poison, the dealers would have been damaged first, not the tanks with high health. Then why the hell did this happen? Locke asked. It is not yet clear why everyone was poisoned by the poison of a needle snake. The voice said that he thought so, that the attack was too smooth. It's not for nothing that they call it a deadly snake. Locke asked what they were going to do. Would they join those people? But Ken immediately said no. He said that since they had already found the hidden cards of this snake, it was their turn to make a move. Ken stood up and started walking. Locke asked what he was going to do and told him that going there would be crazy. But Ken said he was going to go to the needle snake alone and told him to wait here and get ready. What a relief, Locke thought, but immediately shouted to Ken that he was not here to carry out his orders. Then Ken decided to joke with him, and with a grin said that he could go to the snake with him. He would not mind. All objections immediately disappeared, and Locke said that he meant that he would deliberately remain here and carry out his orders. Smoke is wafting around the snake. Steam is flying from the holes in which there were thorns. Perhaps this is poison. Ken stood by the tree and thought that the poison had no smell or color and was easy to miss. The players must have let their guard down. Now he understands why all the attacking groups were quickly defeated. They had already suffered irreparable damage by the time they noticed the poison. But Ken has an ace up his sleeve for this case. Ken activated the power of Apophis. This skill allowed him to resist any type of poison. The needle snake's venom improved the poison blood skill. Ken smiled when he realized that by activating Apophis' power, even the poison blood skill improved. How convenient for our Ken, and then something caught his attention. Ken sank to the ground and began to check his inventory. He thought that maybe the spear would help him. With such a physique, her skin must also be quite thick. He looked through the inventory, thinking about a convenient weapon. He smiled and said that it would be more effective to deal with her this way. It turns out Alex is still alive. He thought that he had completely lost his vigilance. All the blame for what happened lay with him. Others also managed to survive, and one of the players asked how many people were able to escape. The other replied that he didn't know, and when he ran away he saw about 30 people, but now everyone was scattered. The man advised Alex to find everyone he could to help, but Alex refused and said that they should stand here and gather the remaining people again. He said that those who remained there were probably already dead. But the man started shouting that Alex didn't understand that with the remaining people they wouldn't be able to attack again. Alex said that they would only lose more people if they looked for the dead. He decided to reorganize the attack team and try again. He continued that he himself no longer expected victory, but returning there would be tantamount to suicide. The player began to shout that he was sure that some of them were still alive, and did they really have no other choice but to simply abandon their comrades. Alex's hands continued to shake as he thought that even if they regrouped and rushed into battle again, the result was quite obvious. But in times like these, he must keep his head cool when suddenly the players heard a noise from the forest. They were afraid that the needle snake had decided to attack them again.
Alex shouted for everyone to quickly confirm the location of the needle snake.
One of the players jumped onto a tree to see where the snake was, and the players eagerly asked him where the snake was now. The player shouted that they probably wouldn't believe it, but the needle snake was currently fighting the player. Everyone ends up standing in shock and continuing to ask questions one after another. The player in the tree said that everything is as he says. Someone is now fighting with a needle snake, and that if they don't believe it, then let them come up here and see. Alex was not particularly happy and wondered who could breathe there, because everything there was saturated with poison. While all the players were in shock, Alex thought that it was impossible to get close to the needle snake because of its venom. They stood on a tree and watched as Ken fought this monster, and Alex continued to wonder how he did it. Then he thought that maybe the poison that surrounded the snake had disappeared, but this definitely couldn't happen. But even so, there might still be survivors out there, Alex thought. And Alex's courage returned to him again, and he said that they should go there too. The player said that Alex said a couple of minutes ago that going back there would be like suicide. Alex naively assumed that the venom of the needle snake had disappeared. He thought only of himself, and decided to correct the mistake he had made earlier. He said that since they were gathered here, it was unknown whether they would have another chance to catch the spiny snake. Ken's skeleton soldiers continued to shoot their bows at the needle snake. But just as Ken thought, the arrows cannot pierce her thick snake skin. However, there is an easy way to bypass this protection. Ken can simply poison it. The snake looked at the skeleton warriors, and opening its huge mouth decided to attack them. Unlike the lizard, it can see them. And when she was distracted by the skeletons, Ken decided to take advantage of this moment and jumped on her back with 2 spears in his hands. The needle snake was poisoned, a wound the snake couldn't help but notice, and it turned to look at Ken. There were no more thorns left. Instead, there were many holes, and through these holes, Ken decided to poison the snake. They are like human pores. It must be extremely painful from the wounds Ken inflicted on her. Ken playfully asked the snake that last time she pretended that she had to escape, but that was because she was trying to get people to come to her. He thought that those guys didn't even know that she was cheating like that. The point is that unimportant spikes deliberately fly out of her body in order to leave behind holes from which a huge amount of poisonous gas comes out. Ken delivered a direct blow to the snake, right in its eye, and the needle snake was poisoned again. From severe pain, the needle snake began to bend strongly and destroy everything in its path. Ken ran away and mockingly thought that she had made so much noise for her size, and asked what it was like for her to be poisoned herself. And Locke, who continued to stand by the rock, thought that Ken himself had ordered him to hide as much as possible. But he was climbing forward. Locke continued to collect dead orcs and asked himself who would want to collect these orcs, and complained that he was treating the talented person, that is, him, too poorly. He showed 2 middle fingers to the skeleton, or rather to Ken, when suddenly the skeleton ordered him to report the situation. Frightened, he hid his hands behind his back and asked how long he had been here. But Ken ignored him, and asked if he had prepared everything he asked for. Locke said that this orc was the last one, and asked if the needle snake would really crawl here. How did he know that it would move in this direction? But Ken was in a hurry, and told Locke that he did not have time to explain everything to him, and ordered him to finish quickly. While Locke was complaining to Ken to explain everything to him, he disconnected from the skeleton. Ken thought that it seemed like all the preparations there had been completed and decided to take action. One of the skeleton warriors continued to cut the needle snake. At that moment, Ken joined him. Having connected, he turned to the side where several copies stood. He quickly grabbed 2 spears, with poisoned blood, and ran towards the head of the snake. The skeleton ran up to the snake with incredible speed and hit it right in the back. The needle snake was poisoned. Ken disconnected from the skeleton, and the huge monster, noticing the skeleton, opened its mouth and pounced straight on the skeleton. But then another skeleton soldier rushed at the snake and also attacked it with poison using a spear. The snake continued to be attacked by skeletons over and over again, inflicting poison on it, and Ken promised the snake that it would live up to its name. The needle snake was poisoned, and the characteristics of the needle snake decreased significantly. Ken and one of the skeletons said that due to her size, the effect of the poison appeared later than he expected. The skeleton, when it ran over the body of a needle snake, got stuck in it. But still he was able to get out and ran along the long back of the snake and again dealt it a heavy blow, and the poison was able to penetrate its body. Now the resistance of the needle snake was greatly reduced. The skeletons hung on its body, digging into it with their spears. The skeleton jumped onto the first tree he saw, while the snake, realizing that it could not cope with the poison, decided to simply run away. As Ken expected, she began to move straight into his trap. A bunch of orcs that Locke threw there exploded. The skill of the messenger of the underworld, the explosion of the dead, was activated. When the snake encountered this explosion, it decided to run in the other direction, but Ken said that there was no point in running in the other direction. The snake ran into the depths of the forest, but the same bunch of orcs were waiting for it there. The skill of the messenger of the underworld, explosion of the dead. was activated again. But we are returned to the real world, where Owen was reading a newspaper. He confidently said that the end of the elite troops that Vincent had gathered with all his might had come, and it was becoming more and more interesting, and the 6th level dungeon could hurt his pride. Owen told Secretary Lee to rent a car and send it to the entrance to the Needle Snake dungeon. She was surprised and asked if they shouldn't leave only in a week. Owen said that he spent so much money for a reason, and he told Ken to focus on showing his skills without paying attention to his surroundings. Then she said that they shouldn't rent a car from the junkyard as usual, since they were undercover posing as Americans. She said that she was preparing a car for the diplomats to take them out of any possible turmoil, and then Owen was afraid how much it would cost. And he immediately said that it seems like diplomats drive small cars, looking scared. But this did not stop Secretary Lee, and she interrupted him, refused him, and slammed the door. Back to our guys and the fight with the Needle Snake. Locke thought that this guy not only anticipated in which direction the snake would try to escape, but also deliberately set up explosions to know it at a certain angle. The snake, attacked by Ken's skeletons, finally curled up and calmed down, and Ken and his soldiers were already waiting for it. Ken, pleased with the result of his attacks, decided that she must be in a state of panic, but it was too late for her. The skeleton soldiers continued to shoot at her with arrows, and she tried to turn away from them. Ken said that there was no point in avoiding the attacks, because the poison had already spread, and over time her health would also decrease. And by moving so much, she was only making the situation worse. Meanwhile, Alex and his team ran towards the screams. Alex thought that these screams had been going on for a while now, and he was sure that he had attracted most of the players who entered the dungeon. Therefore, he was consumed by greed when he wondered who was now attacking this huge monster. But they did not have time to reach the battlefield when everyone received a message that the Needle Snake had been defeated. The players were happy about this. A player said that now they would be able to get out of the dungeon alive. Another player said that if they did everything right, they would be able to steal the skin of a needle snake. But Alex didn't look so happy. He was surprised that he was able to kill this snake. Alex, like the other players, also decided that they could not leave the dungeon empty-handed, and ran towards the snake. Annoyed by what was happening, Alex could only think about the player who arranged all this. Ken received the achievement, the first needle snake hunter. The messenger of the underworld sympathizes with him. The rank of the poison blood skill was raised, and Ken was awarded the mastery stone. A bright light appeared behind Ken. Ken's level also increased. He stood in front of this monstrous monster. When the players were almost there, Locke appeared in front of him and blocked their path. The two players looked at each other in surprise and asked why he was rebirthing their path. And Alex told Locke that they were not going to cause him trouble. Raising his hands, he began to lie to him, saying that they just wanted to look around here. He told him that they were not bad people, but suddenly froze in fear. 3 huge skeleton soldiers who were armed appeared behind Locke and looked at these players menacingly. Alex, seeing these skeletons, thought that the skeleton warriors were not affected by the poisonous gas, so they were effective in the fight against the needle snake, but he was haunted by some detail. The attack that failed them simply could not be successfully carried out by just these ridiculous soldiers. Dozens of players tried to attack the needle snake. As he thought, he simply needs to live with the corpse of a needle snake to make sure. A loud crash sounded in the distance, and all the players, including Locke, turned around in fear. A needle snake has risen from under the trees. But now everything seems different. The skeleton of a snake with blue eyes lets us know that Ken now has such a monster in his set. Horror froze on Alex's face. He was frightened when he saw the needle snake appear again. He decided that the players were trying to summon it, just like these skeletons. Without wasting a minute, Alex decided to run to the needle snake to see everything with his own eyes. He desperately tried to see the face of the players who had defeated this huge monster. But of course, he didn't succeed. As soon as the guy ran a couple of steps, Locke immediately grabbed him. Having hit Alex, he threw him back. Alex literally flew over the ground and fell in front of the team. A beaten Alex asked Locke what his problem was. Locke glared at Alex and again told them to get out. Alex and the other players froze. And Alex said that they needed to get out of this dungeon, and told everyone to remember his face. The snake's flesh was coming away from the bones, and a bright ball was glowing right under its head. Ken was glad that he didn't even have to look for it, but his attempt to summon the needle snake failed. Ken's skill rank was too low, and he was unable to summon the needle snake as his skeleton warrior. But on the other hand, Ken received a magical sphere of a yellow dragon. This sphere contains powerful mana. At the entrance to the portal, there was a car waiting for the participants. 2 men were sitting in the car. The guy was already writing a report in which he wrote that the attack in the dungeon had failed. The man replied that from the very beginning no one expected it to succeed, but the guy said that if they succeeded, it would be amazing. But the man said that he wanted everything to end quickly, because they had been hanging around here for a week already. And suddenly the dungeon was cleared and the man got out of the car. A whole crowd of reporters had already crowded around the area, hoping to get good photographs. Alex and his team began to call their assistants. When he found them, he immediately began shouting for them to catch the Americans, because they were the ones who killed the needle snake. One of the players on his team found the guys among the crowd and pointed at them. When the journalists learned that these two had defeated the needle snake, a lot of questions rained down on them. The crowd was stopped by the guards while Alex shouted for them to catch them, but our guys were already approaching the car. Alex was pinned down by the crowd, and he could even get out of it, so he continued to scream for him to be released. When Alex managed to get out of the crowd to see the license plates of the car, another trouble awaited him. The car turned out to be from the embassy. Already in the car, Ken began to take off his mask, while Locke suggested that Oven had spent a lot of money. Even the seats were soft, now he could rest a little. When Locke also took off his mask, he asked Ken what happened to that item after he killed the needle snake. Ken continued to remain silent, and Locke said displeasedly that he could at least say what kind of object it was. It wasn't just that he labored for it. Ignoring Locke again, Ken called and said he had just left the dungeon. Oven greeted him joyfully and asked how he liked the role of the hero, but Ken only asked what was written in the press. All media releases are now only about him. It would be unreasonable not to take advantage of his current reputation, and if they add weight to this name, he will be able to play on the big stage. Ken decided that this image would really be useful to him in order to gain authority and enter a special dungeon. He was pleased that Oven offered him this image, and he agreed to the deal. Oven, by the way, he said that something interesting happened while they were in the dungeon, and Oven asked if Ken knew Vincent's bodyguard. Jean led the team into a 4-level dungeon, but no one survived. It's not unusual for a player to die in a dungeon, so it didn't look like anything special had happened. However, Oven checked some information, and it seemed that Jin's team had a spy from the Skull Guild, and he had obtained information about the players who were sponsored by the Japanese faction. As everyone could have guessed, the Skull Guild made the right conclusions. Ken warily asked why Oven was telling him about this, and he said that it was useless to hide something like this from him, because he was well aware of his relationship with Vincent and the Skull Guild. The wiretapping began to affect Vincent, but Oven, as Ken thought, is not so simple. The car suddenly stopped and Ken told Locke to get out of here quickly. The naive Locke came out and asked Ken if Oven really decided to feed them for working so hard. Although even if this was not the case, Locke still wanted to be creepy as it was. Ken told him that they would switch to his car. Dissatisfied Locke, who did not fit into the car, began to swear at Oven because he promised him an expensive car, but in the end, he was deceived again. Locke continued to complain, saying that he was forced to drive a crap junk car, that the car looked worse than the junkyard car, and that it was too dirty, and then Ken interrupted him, saying that it was his car. Locke's tone immediately changed, and made excuses about how compact cars were the best in the country because they needed very little fuel, and he sucked up to Ken in every possible way. Ken remembered that there was a food allowance in the glove compartment, and Ken suddenly became better. He said that he could take it if he was hungry. Locke did not waste time and opened the glove compartment. Locke's eyes lit up and he couldn't believe it. He was glad that Oven finally took pity on him and gave him money for food. But then reality hit Locke hard when he opened the envelope and a couple of coins fell out. Tired to death, hungry Locke looked as if he had lost all hope. His gaze into the void was so sad, but the situation itself was very funny. For some reason, Alex put a collar on himself, and in an interview he said that our guys attacked him. He wrote anything on the internet, but mostly the comments were angry. Secretary Lee said that the mood of the people in the press was changing from curiosity to hatred. Especially this interview worsened the public's attitude. The girl asked if she should begin to carry out the order that Oven gave now, and Oven gave permission. They released their article in which Ken went undercover and said that he had always admired Lei as their guild messiah, and that he was his role model. And then the internet changed its opinion. Some wrote that perhaps this guy is not bad, since he takes an example from Lei. Others supported him. Everyone went over to his side when he mentioned Lei. Ken thought that Oven was able to impress him, because this move not only changed the course of events, now that this statement has been made, the Messiah's guild will not be able to stand aside. They could try to recruit Ken, or at least win his favor. Ken never thought that he would use public opinion to lure the Messiah guild. Ken could not wait for their answer, and decided that he needed to carefully prepare before the Messiah contacted him, and several swords lay in front of Ken. But suddenly, Ken received a notification. Urgent news: Vincent had cleared a 6-level dungeon. This urgent news made him happy. Apparently, he was waiting for Vincent. Vincent was enjoying the attention of the press when his secretary Kim ran up to him. He whispered that she needed to tell him something. Vincent said that if it was not urgent, she could tell everything later. But she said that it was urgent. She said that Jean's team that went to the dungeon was completely destroyed. He didn't like this news very much, and Vincent called 2 employees over to him. The man hurriedly announced that the press conference was over,
as Mr. Vincent needed to visit the hospital for a medical examination. While the staff was talking to the press about the press release, Vincent and Secretary Kim were already leaving, and Vincent demanded details. In the car, she said that a few days ago, an anonymous informant sent them an account statement to their office, and Vincent asked if they could trust a source that was unknown to them. She said she didn't know why they sent us this information, but it seemed to be partly true. According to the investigation team's report, most of the team members died from stab wounds, so it is possible that they were not killed by monsters. Jin's team was the only one that went into the dungeon. Therefore, other guilds cannot be involved in this. Vincent was completely overcome with anger, and he said that she wanted to say that there was a rat among his royal guards. Out of great anger, Vincent broke his tablet in half. He realized that the Skull Guild had deceived them. At the same time, in the Messiah Guild building, where the players sat as if at a Sabbath, they decided what they would do with Vincent in the future. Paula said that she was going to leave him to the mercy of public opinion, and she noticed that they all remembered it a little late. Master Swordsman said that he is currently working with the Skull Guild. He is trying to get rid of this mess. But Paula didn't like it. She hit the table and said that now was not the time for rash actions, and asked what happened to the last dungeon of the Lizard Warrior. She said that if he was going to do something, then he should do it properly, and also reminded them about Cole, who was missing, and probably already dead, because he got into his mess. The girl said, "That is he really going to show the whole world their relationship with the Skull Guild? It is not my place to interfere with how he does his job, but this cannot be ignored," Paula said. While one of the members thought that Cole didn't even have any special skills but had already been mentioned several times, Paula suddenly stated that they couldn't work with the Skull Guild anymore. She said that she was stopping any business related to her, but the Master Swordsman said that he would not accept this because the head of the guild did not even exist, and he was not going to obey her decision. But Paula looked at him with a creepy look and confidently said that he did not understand her, because this was the head's decision. The heads of the Skull Guild looked at her displeasedly, but did not say anything. They stood up and walked out of the building and towards the car, and one of the participants asked his partner what he thought about it. With a fierce look, they looked back, and one of them said that they could no longer tolerate this, and the second replied that it was time for them to part with the Messiah's guild. At Vincent's house, Ken stood next to him. He blatantly lied to Vincent, asked in surprise whether Jin's team was not a highly qualified team, and that he would never have thought that such a thing could happen. Still angry, Vincent honestly admitted to Ken that he wanted to create a business with these skull bastards in order to get benefits, but everything has changed. Now it will be better to destroy them. Silence reigned in Vincent's office, a little awkward. Ken thought that Vincent was more ambitious than anyone else. After a few years, he would sell all sorts of items to Japan and go into exile. People who didn't know the truth called Vincent a traitor. But the real reason he moved to Japan was because Vincent was afraid that the Messiah Guild would take away everything he had created. He would turn his back on his own country in an attempt to protect his life and wealth, of course. So he would not leave this situation, and Ken said that he would become his bodyguard. Ken said that it looks like he wants to use him to deal with them, but he doesn't want to be abandoned after he no longer needs him. Vincent was surprised by this. Vincent thought how this loser could become his bodyguard. He didn't think that Ken would have such an idea. He planned to win him over to his side, even if he had to threaten. Although his intentions do not interest Vincent as long as he is able to get rid of the Skull Guild, and he said that he is interested. Vincent said that Ken says that he can destroy the Skull Guild for him in exchange for his protection. Ken said that he must protect him well if they need him, and that he himself has something to pay back to the Skull Guild. This answer made Vincent very happy, since this was the answer he expected. Ken left the house and turned around to look at Vincent's house, and thought that now all responsibility for his actions would lie with Vincent. Ken himself and the company employees sat in the office where Ken signed the contract. The man said that the terms of the contract would be changed to the highest level. Ken stood up and said that he would be under their supervision. How did this Kina become Vincent's royal guard? The employee asked his boss. After all, he joined the guild less than 6 months ago. While working here, he had built up a pretty good reputation, but he didn't think it was enough to get into the royal guards. The man replied that he wasn't sure, but realized that it was due to something they didn't know about. While Ken was in the elevator, he listened to everything the employees were saying. One of them said whether the others had heard that the traitor was among Vincent's royal guards. Another was surprised how he got there and said that he was probably lucky to get a rare item. The man said that he was even a little jealous of him, although he obviously shouldn't, because he was probably sucking up to get to the top. And the man those men were talking about stood behind them, and Ken thought that there was no denying that he was lucky. Ken called Oven, who happily answered his call. He decided that Ken must have something urgent for him since he found time in his busy schedule. What Oven heard greatly surprised him. judging by his facial expression. A tired Locke, who was sitting in his office, asked what this idiot had come up with this time. But Owen continued to talk to Ken. Owen said that it was somewhat difficult for him to manipulate the people who run the guild and are in charge of the dungeon, but he still agreed. He turned off the phone and told Locke that Ken wanted to use fake documents to enter the dungeon, and he assumed that they would soon find out. Locke, yawning, asked why he was helping him, even without knowing all the details, and did he really begin to completely trust this Ken? Owen said that he does not believe in people, and is just trying to understand in which direction he is holding the sword in order to determine whether he is with them or not. All the I's will be dotted when they find out his final goal. Two men were sitting in a car, and one asked the second that Ken was going to destroy the Skull Guild, and he agreed. It seems that Vincent is determined to declare a full-scale war on the Skull Guild. Most of the members of the Skull Guild are entering the dungeon today, so this is a great opportunity for Vincent and Ken, the man continued. However, they cannot rule out the possibility that Ken created his own team or is using fake documents. But the man with the scar said that he didn't care about that, as long as Ken went into the dungeon. Ken approached the tent where the two reporters were, introducing himself as Lewis. The man asked Ken if he came here alone and asked him to sign the documents and said that they were not doing dungeon training, he could read this instead. Ken thought that although this is a D-level dungeon, it can accommodate 60 players, and it seems that the dungeon management is not very responsible, so it is the best place to deceive people. No, he already said this, but this dungeon is an obvious trap for Ken. In front of Ken's car, the headlights of two cars that were parked opposite came on and several people got out of the cars. When they got together, Ken was surprised when he saw these guys because he was expecting experienced people. But this guy... Owen was surprised when he saw Ian's name on the list. Secretary Lee said that she also checked the list, and she thinks that he joined the dungeon under an alias. This attracted Locke's attention, and Owen displeasedly said that this was the same dungeon that Ken went to. Unsuspecting Locke asked who Ian was. Troublesome rookie guy below level 50. He's one of the Knights of the Round Table. Owen said they screwed up. Ian is a member of the Messiah Guild, the one who looks like a big gorilla. Ken didn't think that the Messiah Guild would send Yang out so soon. Come to think of it, this guy is one of them, a Knight of the Round Table. A group of players who own legendary items related to the Arthurian legend, as well as those under their command. The Knights of the Round Table took up arms on behalf of the fallen government to protect the suffering, just like the Messiah Guild. Over time, the weakened Knights of the Round Table became guards, and took root in the Messiah Guild. Much later, he learned that all this was planned. The Knights of the Round Table were weakened by none other than the King of Deadly Poisoning. Many knights became his victims. Gawain's necklace, which Ian now possesses, may have been taken from one of them. If they were knights, it would not be difficult for them to do something similar if there were anyone left. However, it is still a dangerous item. No matter who wields it, there is no need to conserve your strength. Ken got out of the car to enter the dungeon. Immediately, a notification appeared to get rid of 3,000 monsters in order to move to the next level. Everyone immediately became sad and began to whine that it would be better if they killed one or two monsters stronger than this. The man said that 3,000 monsters is not particularly dangerous, but it may take some time. Ian said that wasn't a bad thing. In the middle of this chaos, it would be easier to stab Ken in the back and pretend it was an accident. He ordered him not to waste any more time and to find him, as one player drew attention to some guys. The Skull Guild just entered the dungeon dressed like this. Don't they understand the situation they are in? Yang thought. Unable to deal with the situation on their own, but continuing to ruin everything around them, Ian decided that they were incompetent bastards. Yang is sure they were warned not to get involved in this personally, and how dare they disobey the head. He decided to kill them after he left the dungeon. He ordered not to pay attention to the guys from the Skull Guild, because they are here to do their job. Regardless of what happens, they must deal with Ken themselves. Creepy Yang told them to report to him as soon as they find him. The target's skill is blood poisoning, so act carefully. And also, they can kill anyone who interferes with them. Yang will take responsibility. One player was running through the forest and he thought he didn't know that they were going to attack the Skull Guild on the first level. He hid behind a tree when he saw Vincent's royal guards. He did not know that they also entered here. In front of him, people from the Skull Guild were fighting with skeleton warriors. He decided that someone had brought a necromancer with them. He continued to wonder why he still hadn't seen Ken when something flashed past him. It was Ken who suddenly appeared behind the player. He looks quite menacing. Ken immediately struck him with the first blow, and he fell and began to make excuses that he had nothing to do with the Skull Guild. But Ken said that the guy above said that he was just from the Skull Guild, and pointed up. The man looked up and saw a body hanging on a tree. He thought that the guy couldn't have said that. He remembered his previous conversation with this guy. The guy said that Mike failed, so even if they are in danger, he should not interfere. No matter what, he must survive,
and report everything that happened in the dungeon to the head. But of course he lied to Ken, saying that he was seeing this guy for the first time in his life. Ken hit the man again and he fell to the ground, but the player continued to repeat that he knew nothing. Ken's eyes glowed blue as he activated his skill, and he said that these guys can only be trusted when they are dead. We are taken back to Oven, who frowned at Locke and told him that he knew that Ken was a much stronger player than him. Locke angrily threw the piece of pizza back onto the packaging and regretted asking because he even lost his appetite. But Oven sarcastically said that this was the guy who ate 5 boxes of pizza talking and knocked on the boxes. Locke only got angrier and shouted that he really couldn't eat the pizza he bought himself. He even shared a huge piece with him. But Oven tiredly asked what he was saying about what kind of player Ken was. "He is the most cunning," Locke said calmly. Locke said a little wearily that Ken would never enter into an unequal battle. With a stern look, Locke said that if Ken doesn't have a chance to win, then he won't fight. It's called using his brain. In the dungeon, skeleton warriors surrounded the players. One of them realized that it was Ken who had summoned all his skeletons. The gorilla player sat behind the fire and confidently said that at least they know what to do if they find this coward who is hiding in horror. He was more concerned about the whereabouts of the guys from the Skull Guild. They know what lies ahead, so it would be nice to meet them as soon as possible. The next day, as they ran through the forest, one of them wondered why they still hadn't seen this bastard, even though he had also moved to the 2nd level. The man assumed that Ken was going to hide until the dungeon was cleared, when suddenly he noticed something. The arrow flew past him and he realized that Ken had decided to appear. One player said that after stalling for time, he finally showed up. Another said that it looked like there was a necromancer among his companions when he saw so many skeletons. The gorilla asked with a cheeky grin that Ken was going to use skeleton warriors to fight the players. But then suddenly Ken appeared out of nowhere with a huge sword and his little skeleton warrior. This made Ian happy. He said that if he had continued to hide, he would not have gotten it and thanked him. He decided to test all of Ken's skills in battle. The little skeleton warrior rushed forward. Yang confidently swung his sword to attack the skeletons, but they cleverly avoided his attack. The agility of the skeleton warriors did not make the gorilla player very happy. He was surprised that they were able to just avoid his attack. It was the first time he had seen skeleton warriors move like that. And Ken, at that moment, when the gorilla player was distracted, ran up to him. Ken's fierce gaze suddenly stood in front of us. He was holding his sword in his hands. But before Ken could raise his sword, the gorilla player stopped him with his sword, in front of this monster. Ken looked so small without saying anything about the difference in their swords. Ken understood that Yang was strong, but it turned out that he was not only stronger, but also faster than he thought. Lowering his sword, Ken was able to turn away from the gorilla's attack. But this act did not amuse Ian much. He menacingly asked Ken that he had made him wait so long just to show him this. Ken jumped back and realized that he is a strong opponent. Fighting him is not at all easy. Unlike his previous enemies, it is not easy for Ken to fight with him at the same time. Conserve strength and at the same time remain cool. A notice arrived from an immortal fighter who was interested in this battle, and the gorilla asked jokingly if Ken had seen the notice from his patron. There was also a notification from the underworld envoy who was also interested in this battle. Yang said that he only receives such notifications when he fights against worthy opponents. Yang realized that Ken had also received the attention of his patron, and decided that he could get a good reward if he killed him. Ken remained silent and glared at him. Ken thought that it would be difficult if things continued like this, and then Oven said that he asked him to eat properly. But it was worth stopping here. But Locke replied that it was not such a problem. Oven didn't understand what Locke meant by saying it wasn't a big deal. Locke said Oven was worried about what kind of player Ken was. We were taken back to the dungeon where Ken stood next to his skeleton warriors. A dark aura enveloped him and Ken's eyes lit up as they usually do during his battles. This unpleasantly surprised Ian, who thought that these skeletons were called by his partner, and after counting the skeletons of the soldiers, he asked Ken that he was saving his strength just to fight him. Ken, of course, didn't say anything. He's not the type to talk during a battle. But Ian even liked it, and Ken began his attack. While Ken stopped Yang with his sword, 2 skeleton soldiers also followed him into the attack. This only amused Ian. He began shouting for them all to come up because he could handle them all at once. But when the skeletons ran up to him, they abruptly walked around him and continued to run. Then it dawned on him that Ken didn't need him at all. The skeletons began to fight his team. One player from his team called him over and shouted that there were too many skeleton warriors for them to cope with. Ian was angry that his team was so useless and asked Ken what kind of cowardly methods he was using. Ken just laughed at him and mockingly asked if the dog had really barked. He continued to tease him, saying that it is more like a puppy since he is not even able to understand the situation in which he is. Our Ken is playing a dangerous game. As expected, the gorilla player got angry and warned Ken that he had messed with the wrong person. Yang activated the effect of Gawain's Blessing of the Sun necklace.
one of the valuable items of the Knights of the Round Table. This did not surprise Ken, he most likely expected this earlier. Suddenly, skeleton soldiers appeared behind Ian. I think he now decided to attack him from behind. But the power of the necklace worked, and he quickly turned around and attacked our skeletons. One sharp swing of the sword, and our cute skeleton soldiers are no more, the bones scattered to the sides. It's a pity for the skeleton soldiers. Ken realized that Gawain's necklace, which belonged to the Knights of the Round Table, was not a joke. He knew about the effect. As expected, the gorilla's strength increased. Ken thought that now that he had decided to use it, it was time to begin the next stage and summoned his skeletons. When Ian heard that he would howl his skeletons, he was very surprised. In an instant, when the skeleton warriors heard the order, they immediately ran away in different directions, just like Ken. Yang thought Ken wanted to hide again because he didn't think he could win in an open fight, but Yang needed to get rid of him before the rest of the guilds cleared the dungeon. So Yang turned to his team and said that he would follow him forward and let them deal with the skeletons. Something tells me that this will be a big mistake. While Ken was running away, he thought that Ian had not changed at all. He still does not care about his subordinates. This is probably because of his self-confidence. Ken thought that, of course, Gawain's necklace would not help him in any way now. This item significantly increases all the characteristics of the owner, but this gorilla has no idea how to properly use this magnificent item. In his hands, it's the same as glasses in the hands of a monkey, but it only works for Ken. While Ken was running away, Ian was catching up with him. There were pillars of dust around him. We have to admit that he is fast. Ken himself also thought that it was impossible not to notice the difference in characteristics. Yang himself thought only that no matter how far Ken ran, he would catch him and kill him. He thought that Ken would not be able to escape from him now that he had taken advantage of the sun's blessing. But while he concentrated on the fleeing Ken, a bunch of orcs lay under his feet. Activating the effect of the messenger of the earthly world exploding corpses, Ken used this trick again. The explosion was so big that it was noticed by the players from Yang's team who were in another part of the forest. One of the players became visibly agitated and asked what the explosion was, but another player immediately told them not to panic because their commander could not be defeated by a simple explosion, and that they need to quickly get rid of the remaining skeletons of the warriors and join. Before he could finish his sentence, something flew at him. The arrow. It was an arrow. The player was exposed to poisoned blood. He cut off the arrow and told his partners that these pawns should not be underestimated. They were stalling for time, and ordered everyone to gather. Yang survived after this explosion and began to scream disgustingly for this coward to stop running away, and went out to fight him. Ken stood behind a tree and took out his mask. Ken, with an interesting expression on his face, came out and said, "So what if it's cowardly? Because it's obvious that he will lose to him in an open fight," and teasingly said that if he wants to catch him, then let him run faster. This trick worked, and Ian thought that when he caught it, he would tear it apart with his bare hands. And the Tom and Jerry scene continued. Ken ran away again, and Ian tried to catch up with him. However, Yang had now activated the effect of the immortal fighter, haste. He ran to Ken and pulled out his sword, ready to cut Ken, even though he had just said that he would kill him with his bare hands. Before he struck, he said, I quote, "to let the filthy rat die." But before he could hit him, he fell into the ground. One could understand that the whole path was filled with such tricks. While he served, our Jerry continued to run away. In the hole that Ken dug lay the corpses of orcs. And again there was an explosion. Ian fell into the same trap twice. In vain she called him a gorilla. They are smarter. He got angry but still survived, and told Ken to stop playing these games. But Ken, who was standing over the pit, said that he was not playing, and again began to tease Ian, asking him if he still doesn't understand what strategy is. "Do you think I'm playing tag with you because I'm bored?" Ken said. Ken decided to give a lecture, saying that developing a strategy based on your opponent's weaknesses, topography, and taking into account all possible scenarios are all the basics of battle. People like Yang are violent and useless leaders who rely only on their own strength and bring nothing but harm to their comrades. Then the memories came to him of how everyone said that he was a famous killer from the Messiah's Guild, and once again he was returning alone. Yang shouted who had just told him this and ordered that if they had something to say, let them come out and say it to his face. A man in the crowd said that judging by the way he spoke, he did not regret the death of his subordinates at all. Although this is not surprising because instead of brains he has muscles that are not capable of emotions. So now everyone called Ian stupid. The man continued that Ian probably chose a place to camp that was unsafe. Enraged, Ian looked just like a gorilla. He shouted how dare he teach him. But the attempt to grab him, of course, failed. There is no fear in an enemy who cannot put two and two together. He tripped him and he fell to the ground like a huge cabinet. And yet he stood up and said that the members of his group died because they were weak, and it was not his fault. But he was immediately told that this was not so. he killed his comrades. The man came close to him and said that he was just a useless leader who brings nothing but harm to his comrades. The same words that Ken said, the gorilla realized that Ken's tactics were similar to those of Simon. That man. He promised himself that he would kill both Ken and Simon with his own hands as he stood up. Ken said that the time had come. Ken said that he didn't need to give commands to his skeleton warriors out loud, which meant he didn't need to shout retreat, but he did it anyway, and Ken asked if Ian had any idea why he did it. Ian had just realized that Ken had lured him here on purpose. Better late than never. Ken said that it seemed like it had finally dawned on him, and said that if he wasn't mistaken, the sun's blessing was almost over. The necklace had 30 seconds of action left. The sun's blessings lasted for a while, and he used it for tag. Yang wondered how this idiot knew the duration of his skill, then yelled at Ken, saying what he was. Ken was amused that Ian was slowing down and said that he would tell him who he was. Here the effect of the necklace ended, and the effect of the blessing of the sun disappeared. Ken said that he was glad that Ian fell for his trick like a fool until the very end, when the necklace stopped working. Ken noticed that they had finished their work when the skeletons approached them. He was surrounded by skeletons who quickly returned to their master. Yang could not have foreseen this when he left his comrades alone. Ken continued that Ian was so focused on catching him that he didn't even notice where he ended up. He said that it's actually pretty close to where he first encountered him, because they were just running in circles. Thanks to this, the skeleton warriors were able to finish off his allies. I feel sorry for them. They chose a stupid leader who cannot think straight. And that's why the skeleton warriors were able to get to Ken so quickly. Yang was surprised that his subordinates died. I don't understand why he is surprised. He became angry, not because of the death of his comrades, but because Ken looked down on him. Yang activated the Immortal Fighter's speed skill and literally flew up to Ken. But the skeleton warrior ran up faster and repelled his attack. These cute skeletons are surprisingly very useful. Ken, with a confident face, told Ian not to get so excited because they were just getting started. Meanwhile, Locke was in his car complaining about being overloaded with work. It turns out that he was given the task of checking this Ian from the Messiah's Guild. Owen said that he wanted Locke to go to the dungeon of the two-headed dogs. He thought about it and decided that it would be calmer if they took him through. But Locke said that they didn't need to check anything because he was sure that Ken would come out alive and well, and asked if he was really worried about Ken losing after meeting Ian. Owen said that it's actually the other way around. If Ian loses like he says, then they need to make sure of something to come up with the next plan. Surely Ken thinks so too, Owen said, because he is not a stupid guy and therefore he will want to know their goals. Like the reason they created a fake name for Ken, or the relationship between Vincent's faction and the Skull Guild. For what reason do they continue to help him, knowing that the Messiah Guild is behind all this? That this is only part of a larger plan to eliminate the Messiah Guild. It is joyful to see a thinking person. After that gorilla. Owen said that even if Ken killed Ian, it would be difficult to understand his true intentions, but they still needed to at least get confirmation of whether he would continue to cooperate with them after or not. And in the dungeon we see the lying remains of the skeletons of soldiers. We feel sorry for them. But Yang could barely stand holding his sword, and thought that his body was becoming slower due to the effect of the poisoned blood. Ian was badly injured, and was already having difficulty breathing when he noticed how many skeletons were in front of him. The skeleton hit Ian with such force that he broke the ground beneath him. While he was trying to hold the huge skeleton, another smaller one ran up to him and struck several blows at once. The poisoned blood has spread throughout his body, and it seems that now difficult times have come for Ian. Ian wanted to hit them again, but they were already giving up. Ken, who as usual is watching the battle in the distance, thought that Yang stood well against 12 skeleton warriors. Now there are only 2 left. Everything would have been much worse if he had not increased the number of skeleton warriors with the help of the Mastery Stone. Now that he was completely under the influence of the poisoned blood, Ken decided that he wouldn't have to entertain him anymore. Ian kept yelling at Ken to fight him instead of standing by. Even when he was already lying on the ground unable to stand, he continued to order Ken to fight him. With a shaking hand, he said that he still had the strength to fight him. But a second later, his hand falls and Ian dies, and so the end has come for one of the Knights of the Round Table. The Underworld Envoy smiles at Ken's easy victory, the Underworld Envoy sharing some of his influence with him. Now Gawain's necklace belongs to Ken, an item that belonged to Gawain. One of the Knights of the Round Table contains the Blessing of the Sun. Ken said that this was his first item that belonged to the Knight of the Round Table. If it's someone like Ian, he'll definitely show himself, Ken said, activating the Eye of Anubis. Ian and Simon appear in front of us, who says that he bets it wasn't easy to get here with his brains. He said that of course he meant his subordinates, not him. Ian said that if Simon is a bloodhound, then he should just bark. Yang said that since he was heading towards the Master, he would let him go this time, but when he saw him next time, he would break his jaws.
Simon just laughed and said he was looking forward to it. Yang entered the office and bowed, introduced himself, and said that it was an honor for him to meet the great hero. So we saw the face of Lei, who sat and looked at him with an arrogant look. When Ken saw Lei, he became very angry. He thought that the Messiah Guild would not just leave it like that after learning that Yang had died like this. Anyone who supported Lei's ambitions rather than justice, Ken decided that he would make them pay for it. And at this time, the players were engaged in the dungeon. One of the players said that the two-headed dog cannot be caught by acting rashly. They decided to attack him together when he was eating because then they could catch him without losses. But at that moment, everyone received messages that the two-headed dog had been defeated. The dungeon was cleared. You don't have to guess who killed the dog. Ken calmly walked out of the dungeon gate. When he approached his car, Locke was already standing there, who greeted him as soon as he saw Ken. Ken asked what Locke was doing here, and Locke said that he was running errands and came here because he heard something interesting. Locke picked up the envelope and said that he needed to give him something and decided to talk on the way. In the car, Locke handed an envelope to Ken and said that Owen wanted them to enter another dungeon together. Locke asked Ken how things went with Ian. Ken had somewhat expected this, that they had already found out by the time he opened the envelope. Judging by Ian's memories, he entered the dungeon under a fake name, meaning Owen knew why he asked for a fake identity and agreed anyway. Locke asked that he fought him in the dungeon, didn't he? And what he was like? Without thinking twice, Ken said that Yang was much stronger than Locke. Locke is easy to get angry. And this time he was also angry and said that Ken, instead of working, measures the strength level of other players, and asked how he should know about his real skills. And maybe he should show him his real strength. Ken said that Yang encountered 12 skeletons and killed 10 of them on his own. And what if Locke wants to show his true abilities? Then he can just ask him, and he will arrange everything. Locke immediately deflated and said that a real man should not boast about his strength, and decided to move on to the really important things. Horned Fox Dungeon, 12 failed attempts were made, Ken said. Locke decided to skip the explanation since Ken already knew everything. It should be obvious, but he still said that Ken would go there in his mask, and it's clear why. Ken thought that he would be sent to the Horned Fox Dungeon right after he defeated Ian. He began to wonder what this could mean, but he still agreed to this proposal. Locke got out of the car, and Ken drove away. He immediately called Owen and said that he had just broken up with him, and didn't he tell him not to worry about anything, because he never chooses a losing option. Owen asked what he said about their proposal, and Locke said that Ken agreed instantly, and he himself already knew about the characteristics of the dungeon. This news made Owen happy, and he told Locke to make the final choice for himself. Since Ken accepted their proposals, there would be no turning back. Owen still didn't fully trust Ken, but he understood that if they wanted to move against the Messiah Guild, they needed to act now, because they had little time left, unless a group appeared in the meantime that could hold back the Messiah Guild. Then they will not be ashamed to bare their fangs, and Ken has already reached the abandoned building where he usually hangs out. Ken thought about his past, now he will take it off, that this happened after he cleared the Horned Fox's dungeon. A moment from the past, the girl approached Ken and said that she had been watching him in the dungeon. And since his skills are excellent, why don't he join the Messiah's Guild? But Ken said that if they wanted to recruit him, they should tell their master to do it personally, and at that moment, a man got out of the car. He said that he liked Ken's brashness and that they needed him to help them clean up the world. First meeting with Lei, when he asked to become his ally. Ken received a message that he had been accepted into the dungeon, and wrote to him not to forget to show off his skills. Just as Ken had thought before, he was sure that the guys from the Messiah Guild would be there too. Ken decided to show off his skills in a way that would make their hair stand on end. He will be very busy. In order to finish the preparations on time, he took out the skin of a needle snake from his inventory. But since he had already cleared this dungeon, it would be the perfect platform to show off. At the sports stadium, the players gathered together. Ken and Locke were also there in their masks. It was announced that the entrance to the dungeon would soon be opened, and Ken asked Locke if he was ready, to which Locke confidently replied, always ready. Locke said that he was the same guy who conquered the Needle Snake dungeon, while everyone thought it was impossible. He confidently said that the dungeon was like pieces of cake for him. Already in the dungeon, the hero Locke said that most likely he would not be able to eat this piece because he was frozen. Players were told to change their clothes to winter ones, and to be more active, especially mages with low health. While the girl was talking about how important it is to take care of yourself so as not to disturb others, Locke trembled like a leaf in the wind. Ken thought that this girl knew what she was talking about because sometimes natural conditions are worse than monsters, and poor Locke thought how such a tank could be so cold. Ken turned to Locke and told him to follow him. They ran away and Locke asked if it would be better for them to move with the Messiah's Guild, now acting independently in such weather conditions could be dangerous. And Ken laughed at him and asked if he was one of those who couldn't use his strength in the cold. Hearing this, He immediately became angry. How easy it is to piss off Locke. He straightened up and said that his nickname was the Siberian Brown Bear, and this temperature was like a light breeze. Ken said great, because he should know. This dungeon will be more difficult than the Needle Snake dungeon. Ken knows what to put pressure on to make him act. Confidence disappeared, and in a trembling voice, Locke asked how difficult it would be. Ken is wearing Gawain's necklace. He feels warmth in the cold. He also put on the Grim Reaper mask, and he can connect with the summoned monsters. Ken told Locke that they should move on. Locke asked Ken what his plan was for this dungeon, since it was a survival dungeon, if he was going to build a fortress like last time. But Ken said that this was not necessary, and Locke was glad that this time there would be no manual labor. Ken summoned his skeleton soldiers, and instead of the cute skeletons, a huge creepy skeleton appeared. Locke asked why all the skeletons were so dressed up. He said that since he spent money on armor, he might as well try. But then Locke noticed that it was the skin of a needle snake. Locke began to shout that, despite the fact that they both worked hard, he took all the skin of the needle snake for himself. He thought that making armor alone costs a fortune, and he has all the skeletons in these. Ken said that his share was supposed to be delivered to the office. I don't know whether to believe him, but okay. Locke began to scold Owen again, and his ears itched again. The girl turned out to be attentive, and noticed that 2 players were missing. And she asked the players if they saw where the 2 Americans were going while they were building something. The player apologized and said that they were busy building a camp, but she interrupted him, saying that an apology would not help here, and reminded him of the order from his superiors. She thought that clearing the dungeon was of course important, but what was even more important was to understand whether it was worth creating an alliance with these Americans. The girl ordered the camp to be completed and guarded until she returned. The guy advised her to send scouts and not to go there herself. But she said that everything was fine, and that they should whistle to her if something happened. She wanted to see for herself their professionalism, so she went in search of them. Meanwhile, Ken's skeleton soldiers fought the wolves while Locke and Ken stood in the middle of the battle. The skeleton soldiers only began to fight more aggressively as their rank increased. Seeing this picture, the girl couldn't believe that skeletons fought like that. She thought that his skill of summoning skeleton warriors was radically different from others. I don't understand why everyone is so surprised that skeletons fight well. The guy who stood nearby asked if they needed help, but the girl said that these guys were showing off to show their strength. She told him that they would only hinder them if they interfered. The girl realized that their level was higher than his. As expected of the player who ravaged the Needle Snake's dungeon, he decided that she needed to report it. They should recruit him and bring him to their side. There was a whistle. The only long whistle was the SOS signal. Something must have happened in the camp. Ken immediately drew attention to this. It was up to him to decide whether he would help the guys from the Messiah's Guild. A pack of wolves broke through the defense line. There were so many of them that it was difficult to hold out. The girl appeared on time. She yelled at them that all these monsters were only first level. She ordered the camp to be protected, slowly moving back. But if they were wounded, then let them retreat. Suddenly a wolf stood on a rock and began to howl. They don't look like monsters, more like ordinary wolves. The player, who was standing on a tree, noticed a large wave of wolves that were approaching their side. I take my words back. The whole flock really does look like monsters. The captain, hearing about the wave of monsters, was scared because their defense had already been interrupted. And this turned out to be just a prelude. Ken and Locke stood on a cliff and watched the wave of monsters, and Locke said that if they did not help them, they would definitely be destroyed. But Locke immediately asked, he wasn't going straight there when he took something out of his pocket. We are shown how Ken communicates with Owen, that Ken asked him for a skill page, taking him by surprise, but fortunately one was on sale at a discount. Aura Field Skill. The effect releases the aura with a buff effect. The radius of the aura increases with the rank of the skill. Ken said that finally he will no longer have to cast it on Locke. A pack of wolves surrounded and drove the players into a dead end. The girl, in a difficult situation, and she realized that 12 teams lost for a reason. She thought that she had behaved too carelessly since they were in the first level. Suddenly there was an explosion inside the pack of monster wolves. The player decided that these were reinforcements, but the girl told him to stop talking nonsense, because there was no one else here except them. But then she remembered about the 2 foreign players and began to look around the area. Ken stood on top of the cliff and then he threw the body of one wolf down. The Underworld Envoy's corpse explosion skill was activated, and an explosion sounded again in the wolf pack. Locke appeared from the smoke with skeleton warriors and they began to attack the wolves. Apparently Ken decided to help the players after all. While the skeleton warriors and Locke were fighting below, Ken activated the necklace, Blessings of the Sun. Afterwards, he joined one of the skeletons, used the aura fields, and by joining the skeleton, his mana consumption increased significantly. The skeleton that Ken joined had the same necklace on his neck, and light began to fly around other skeletons. The aura of the skeleton warriors increased significantly, and Locke felt it. The This is the first time Locke has seen skeleton warriors behave this way. Literally every skeleton acted as if it had been dosed with steroids and gone crazy. One of the skeletons hit the ground with force with his sword. Locke thought that they were acting like berserkers. Ken used some incredible magic to achieve this. It's not even overwhelming. Try to imagine that you are hunting a large number of monsters, and instead of using the buff, Sun's Blessing alone, you activate an aura field that allows others to also benefit from its effects. Of course, this is much more effective than using the necklace alone. Ken watched his skeleton soldiers fight and then threw another wolf down, activating an explosion of corpses. The girl watched what was happening in shock. She thought that they had formed a barrier and were now blocking the wave of monsters in the very middle. She realized how strong the player was who was able to defeat the needle snake. She turned to her companions and said that since the wave of monsters had stopped, their chance had come. At this time, in Oven's office, he was asked if they would really help the Messiah's Guild avoid arrest. Oven replied that this is so. They are praised as heroes, and they will not be able to openly oppose their rescuers. In addition, under public pressure, the Messiah will be forced to reward their saviors. In other words, this way they can kill two birds with one stone, with just one blow. But Secretary Lee said pessimistically that the Messiah Guild has many players in this level range, all with excellent skills. And for the plan to work, it needs a player whose skills are greatly superior. She asked him if it was true that Ken is so strong. Oven answered definitely. Based on the speed with which he has developed his abilities recently, Oven is even ready to lend him money. I think this is the highest form of trust for Oven, and it seems Lee was also surprised when she heard about the money. He said that they must make every effort to ensure that their identities are not revealed, so that they can benefit from hiding behind the mask for as long as possible. And in the dungeon, the players finally dealt with a pack of wolves. The player said that they definitely wouldn't have managed it if these two weren't here. I can say for sure that he's right. A girl approached Ken and Locke and thanked them, because thanks to them, no one from the guild was killed. She extended her hand, but Ken just looked at her. She remembered that they were foreigners, although they were not, and tried to translate when she was told in broken Korean that their work was finished. After these words, they left. Ken looked confident as always, and Locke, of course, did not understand anything. Moving a little further, Locke asked him if he remembered their plan and why Dean was leaving. But Ken calmly replied that they had killed a bunch of monsters, and it was no longer dangerous here. And that by staying with him, they would only increase the chances that they would be discovered, and now that they had demonstrated their skills, they would not dare claim that they had carried out the cleanup on their own. This dungeon had just become an excellent place for leveling up. These words made Locke feel uneasy, and he asked if they would really do everything that happened in the last dungeon again. And unfortunately for Locke, he was right this time. Locke was kicking himself for teaming up with this crazy guy. But his level increased, and nearby lay the corpses of wolf monsters. Ken said that he had reached level 35. There was no point in thinking about more, unless he destroyed the main target. The envoy of the underworld used his power to transfer great power to him. The rank of the poison blood skill increased by 1. Poisoned X-blood and dark blood will allow Ken to quickly realize his plans. Locke tensed when he saw the expression on Ken's face and immediately asked what was wrong this time. But Ken said that everything is fine. But before they go to the second level, there is one more thing that they must do together. Locke was not happy with this news. However, Ken said that they needed to have a snack because on the second level, they would need more energy. Locke finally heard these long-awaited words. Happy Locke had already begun to devour food into himself, and happily said that now he really felt that they were a team, however. How cute he was. Ken said that he wanted to ask him something before they went to catch the horned fox. Even with an immortal body, he still feels pain, and Ken asked if he was going to pass out in the middle of a battle. And a happy Locke began to brag that the courageous Locke did not pass out during battles. And Ken asked in a serious voice, if the fox pierced him with its horn, how long would he be able to withstand? Poor Locke, out of fear, even dropped his piece of meat. Poor Locke, frightened, asked if he had done something wrong and whether he should beg for forgiveness right now. The second day arrived, and all the players came to the second level. The situation was not very good. One held his bow in his hands, but they said that the target was too fast, and they could not catch it. Before the poor player could turn around, the monster's mouth suddenly opened right in front of him. The girl watching the battle realized that at this rate everyone would die. She began to worry more and more. A way to slow down the horned fox's movement speed, she continued to think about ways. But at that moment, Locke appeared in front of her and said that he himself would kill this horned fox. She could no longer stand on her feet, but she continued to think about what he was up to. The girl shouted that you shouldn't rush forward like that without a plan. The horned fox appeared before Locke. It looks incredible, but it is not yet clear why it is called horned. In a second, the horned fox flew up to Locke and opened its mouth. Fortunately, Locke was wearing armor. He clearly did not expect the fox to be so fast.
He thought Ken was right again when he said the damage wouldn't be much, but she was still fast.
Now Locke can only block her attacks. It will be too difficult to hit back. Plus this slippery snow.
Before he could finish his thought, a huge horned fox appeared in front of Locke. Of course, she was able to grab poor Locke. The horned fox's attacks aren't too dangerous. The real problem is her speed.
A skeleton warrior would immediately break, so this option is not suitable, Ken said.
The wooden fence trap would take too long, and Locke asked that in the end, he wanted him to stop her movements. Now he understood why Ken had asked for a snack so suddenly. Ken again began to click on the required points, and asked if he really couldn't cope with this task. Locke held the fox back with his arms to the limit of his strength as she bit him. Activating the skill blessing of the river Styx, Locke was in incredible pain, but he was still able to hold it back.
The girl looked at him and could not believe that he was able to stop the horned fox by grabbing her head.
She began to worry, because he would not be able to stand like this forever. Everything would be in vain if he did not defeat the fox. Then Ken arrived in time and shot from his bow straight at the horned fox. And after his shot, skeleton warriors appeared and ran towards the fox. It looks like a scene from a cool blockbuster. The girl was stunned at Ken, thinking how their levels could be below 40. She realized that compared to them, these two were just monsters. Not surprisingly, Ken and Locke quickly defeated the horned fox and cleared the dungeon. And at the entrance at the gate, there was already a bunch of journalists who immediately began asking them questions. While reporters asked for answers to their questions, the diplomat's car drove up to the building. Ken got into the car and had the horns of the same fox in his hand. He called Oven and asked him to publish a statement. Oven said that they returned earlier than he expected, and asked why Ken needed to make a statement. Ken replied that he wanted to let them know that if the Messiah Guild wanted him, they were willing to sacrifice the horned foxhorn, which Locke didn't like since they had worked so hard to get him. Oven realized that Ken had a rather serious plan, and Locke continued to shout that if he didn't need it, then let him give it to him. Ken, of course, did not pay attention to Locke, and asked Oven to emphasize if the Messiah was out to get him. Ares agreed, and immediately published an article. The girl who was with them admitted that without the Americans, the purge would have been impossible.
Ken looked at the article and thought that in this matter you can always rely on them.
They did as he asked, and quite quickly. At that moment, Vincent called Ken. I had already forgotten about him. Ken arrived at Vincent's house, who was watching the news about unknown Americans who had cleared the dungeon. Vincent was dissatisfied that lately everyone had only been talking about the Americans. But looking at Ken, he told him that he was handling things better than he expected. Those bastards of their Skull Guild, apparently they had completely shut down all their operations in Korea and returned to Japan. Vincent said he still wanted to destroy them. But he was still happy with how things turned out. He made a sign to his secretary and said that he was able to fulfill part of the deal, and the reward should correspond to this. The girl put the envelope on the table and handed it to Ken, while Vincent told him not to be arrogant and to continue working hard. Envelope with the bloody mist skill. The effect creates a mist from your own blood, which suits him because his blood is poisoned. Vincent began to lure Ken, saying that he could become even better if he joined his elite squad. Then the news said that the Messiah Guild had issued an official statement that they would be grateful to the Americans, but were only willing to accept his words. Instead, they would send him a modest gift as gratitude for saving the lives of the guild members. Vincent began to swear that these damn idiots would lose so easily defending their pride. Ken thought that if he remained silent, they would try to steal the horn through influencing a heightened opinion. But this only works against those people whom the Messiah's Guild considers enemies. In addition to saving the guild members, he declares that he will give this item, after which even they will not call him an enemy. If they want to save the face of the merciful heroes and get the horn of the horned fox, they will have to pay a huge price. But back to Vincent's office, Ken was given a page for a level 40 skill, so he hinted to him to focus on leveling up. Ken asked if he could provide him with some dungeons in which he could level up, and Vincent easily agreed. He ordered him to buy some with the help of a broker and send him an invoice, and he would take care of the rest. Ken thanked him, but with such a smile that if I were Vincent, I would have been nervous. Locke was eating and watching the news that the Messiah Guild was planning to send them a gift, and Locke realized that Ken had staged this performance with a donation for this. He admitted that Ken knew what he was doing and asked what they would send, and Oven replied with the skill of summoning golems. Locke asked in surprise how he knew this, and Oven calmly replied that they had decided all this before the public statement was made. No matter what the gift is, it's always better to give it before the press finds out about it. They suggested the summoning skill, and we immediately agreed. Then it dawned on Locke that the gifts had been given to Ken, and he said in a rage that he had also worked hard, and that he also deserved a gift. And suddenly Oven put several boxes on the table and said that it was his. Locke simply froze in place. Oven said that since Locke loved food, he saved it for him, and Locke continued to remain silent.
And he finally vomited and began screaming that these gifts were sent to them by fans, and Oven behaves as if he bought it. Having cooled down a little, Locke began to eat his delicacies again when Owen received a request to purchase a dungeon from Vincent. Locke asked if Owen had not stopped working with him and reminded him that he had cursed him, calling him a bastard who only thinks about lining his pockets. Owen responded mockingly that Owen had decided to purchase several dungeons for his new elite soldier. Locke asked who this elite player was, and Owen said that he knew this player very well. He immediately realized that it was Ken and calling Owen and Ken swindlers. Asked if they were blackmailing him. Owen just laughed and said that this is called business. Owen invited Locke to learn business from Ken and then handed him a piece of paper. Locke picked up the piece of paper and gloomily said that this is a survival quest, dungeons, from which it is immediately clear that they are quite rare. So Owen can make money. Surviving for 7 days in a rank B dungeon seems like an ideal place to level up at the risk of your life. Locke handed back the piece of paper, and Owen asked in surprise why he was doing this. Owen ordered Locke to go and take this task to him. He also added that Locke should also improve his level. Fear enveloped Locke. Locke immediately regretted that he had approved this dungeon and began shouting that this was not the best decision after all. And here's another dungeon with Ken. You can see how happy Locke is about this. But Ken is only amused by this, and he asks Locke if he is ready for their easy walk. We are shown assignments, the #1 financial company in South Korea. They became the most powerful company in the world by sponsoring the Messiah Guild. Someone asked about Ian's death. Another person said that he entered the dungeon with words about capturing Ken, but never returned. The girl did not understand why he needed to do something that no one asked him to do. She also found out that Gawain's necklace had been stolen, and she ordered it to be returned, no matter the cost. All this time Paula, whom we know very well, spoke. I thought that replacing Ian would not be such a problem for the guild, but they don't have an item that can replace Gawain's necklaces. At first, the frequent failures of the Skull Guild did not seem like something serious to her, but that little spark turned into a flame, creating tension between us and the Master Swordsman and the Master Archer. The union, which was considered ideal, began to burst at the seams. She decided that the source of their problems was the bastard Vincent, which is partly true. Paula bit her lip nervously and thought that if she had known how everything would turn out, she had dealt with him earlier. Now that his powers had increased so much, she would have to act gradually. She asked her subordinate what happened to the new elite squad of Vincent. He said his name. The guy, stuttering and nervous, said that they were doing everything possible to get rid of Ken. But Vincent was protecting him with all his might, so they couldn't even get close to him. He continued to say that in addition to protection, he gives Ken as many items and pages of skills as possible to increase his level. But then Paula stopped him. She did not need his excuses. She said she wanted to know every detail about his plans to eliminate Ken. The guy said that they had already created a team to catch him. The leader of this team was Simon. Simon, who has the Lancelot ring in his hands. Paula decided that she could trust him. She asked where they are now. At the moment, they are in full readiness. In this dungeon, Ken reached level 40. The envoy of the underworld was impressed by his growth and sent him 8 additional slots in his inventory. Ken was glad that now he could take advantage of the gifts he received, while Locke could barely stand on his feet. Tired Locke looked at the joyful Ken and thought that the more he learned about him, the more amazed he was. He thought that probably only he could level up his level so quickly, and with such ease setting traps after exploring the territory is more important than it seems at first glance. He knows not only the type of monsters and their number depending on the dungeon, he knows exactly their location. In addition, he has information about the most effective ways to defeat them. He knows everything, as if it had already happened to him. Interestingly, Locke began to think about it. While Locke was thinking about Ken's past, he himself was glad that now he could even get out of the tiger's lair unharmed. Ken received the skill of summoning golems and learned the bloody fog skill Locke asked, since they were able to achieve their goal. Now they can calmly and slowly clear this dungeon. But Ken has his own plans, as always. He has received new abilities, and it's time to put them into practice, so they can understand how much offensive power they actually have. Finally, they got out of the dungeon, but while Ken calmly walked out of the gate, Locke was only able to extend his hand. Poor Locke can't even stand after joint tasks with Ken. When they came out, Secretary Lee ran up to them. The first thing she asked was what happened to Locke and if he was okay. How sweet it was that she was worried about him. The girl decided that he was wounded and began to hold him. It must be interesting to watch such a sweet moment, being a cold-blooded Ken. But when asked if Locke was wounded, he only answered that he was hungry, as always. The cute moment was gone. She stood up when Ken asked to talk to Owen, and Locke fell right on his face. They don't really appreciate him. She handed over her phone instead of her old phone, and Ken immediately called Owen. Owen responded by asking Secretary Lee what was wrong, and Ken said that he was talking to him and that he had somewhere to go. After the conversation, Owen wondered why, out of all the possible options, it had to be Kaesong. I think this made him worry. With the gates in place, isolated North Korea opened a small door to allow the rest of the world to help. It became the special city of Kaesong, free entry for everyone, and if you destroy the dungeon, you receive absolute permissiveness. As a result, Kaesong became a haven for gamblers who committed crimes and over time became completely consumed by the greed of profit. A guy was sitting on the bus and a man approached him and said that he was seeing him for the first time and asked if he was a porter. But the guy didn't understand anything. He told him that people like him were hired so that they could take as many items as possible from the dungeon. But the guy began to deny and said that he was not here for that. The man immediately said that it was clear from him that he was here for the first time, and he did not look like someone who was on the list of people wanted for a serious crime, and asked whether he had deceived someone or not. But then he said that maybe he's not with them, because most of these guys are rapists and murderers, and they don't touch them because they're players. The idiot liked it, and he said that they could return at any time if they found a way to get money, and asked what he was doing here. He replied that he had been betrayed by someone he trusted. The man was not impressed at all, and the man said that he had no idea who this damn traitor was, and tried to cheer him up by saying that if he tried, he would make him pay. With these words, he stood up and told him to call him if anything happened and left. Naturally, the guy was none other than Ken. Of course, he couldn't go there without cover. Ken thought that the man was right. For betraying the whole world, he would make Lei pay. The man walked away and began to write to someone that the situation was normal, nothing suspicious. They were suitable as consumables and there shouldn't be any problems. This man didn't know who was sitting on his bus. Finally, the bus stopped and the man ordered everyone to get off as quickly as possible. At this time, in Owen's office, Locke said that Ken had gone crazy because the most inveterate bastards gather there, and asked what he was looking for that needed to go into this underworld. But Owen did not listen to him at all, but in fear read the bill that he received from Locke. Then he finally got carried away, and he began to shout at Locke that there was only one fool here, and it was he who had come here in the evening to suck the juices out of him. And the check was not small, but Locke did not work much either. But Locke was not taken aback and reminded that Ken had spoken about the skin of a needle snake, and Aries immediately became quiet and replied that he had no idea why Ken went to Kaesong. Locke, of course, caught him saying that he was simply changing the topic of conversation because he had something to hide. But avoiding Locke's gaze, he said that Ken was there at the wrong time, because this guy was also in Kaesong. This interested Locke, and he asked who he was talking about. Owen said that there was a monster there now, stronger than Ken. He said hesitantly that this guy seemed to be level 50. At this rank, no one could compare with him now. Yet she hoped that the two would not collide with each other. But Locke said without a doubt that this could not be, and that if there was such a person who was stronger than Ken, he would know his name. Owen said that he had probably heard this name more than once. Simon, the hunting dog of the Messiah's Guild. Simon himself appears before us. He speaks on the phone and reports that he will begin preparations. After finishing the conversation, he informed his subordinates that the Queen wanted them to maintain the same speed of leveling up due to the next goal. As the guys from the bus began to get off, Simon said that their next target was Ken. While Simon's subordinates were saying that this was the first time they had heard his name, their target stepped off the bus. Simon said that since the Queen wanted them to be on guard, then this is not an ordinary guy. They continued to discuss Ken while he stood and listened to everything. He continued that since the new victim was known, it was necessary to quickly clear this dungeon and begin an investigation. He then asked what was wrong with the porters. One of his guys replied that they had received a message from the guy they left in charge. He said that everything was fine, and the guys decided that they could continue to follow the plan, to which Simon agreed. And Ken, who had been watching them all this time, thought that just a few days ago he had avoided him like no one else, and now they met like this. Simon is a hunting dog who would tear anyone to pieces for the sake of the Messiah's Guild, so the teacher and student met, but somehow joylessly. Having barely reached the 100th level, he was limited in his actions because this level was too high. For this reason, the Messiah had to raise a new dog to work in the shadows. Ken found out about all this later. But if things weren't like this, that bastard Lei wouldn't have looked for him personally, and yet don't underestimate Simon. Among other things, he probably already received Lancelot's ring from Paula. If he doesn't deal with it now, it will be impossible to stop this monster. Ken decided to destroy it in the bud. They finally entered the dungeon, and everyone received a notification that they must defeat the Red Orc in order to move to the next level. But as soon as they entered the dungeon, one of the porters killed one of the people and ran away. Simon walked over to examine the dead man's body, and his subordinate asked if they needed to run after him. The porter killed him without hesitation, delivering a single accurate blow to vital places, Simon thought. He realized that this guy had killed before. I think I can guess who the killer is. Simon stood up and told his subordinates that their plans were changing and ordered him to take care of the remaining porters. As soon as Simon left, all of his subordinates took out their weapons and surrounded the porters. The man immediately became nervous and began to tell them that they were just porters and they didn't even have weapons. Before he could finish saying that he had a separate contract, one of the players attacked him. Seeing this horror, the rest of the porters began to run away in fear, but there was no success. Having finished with the order, the player returned and reported this. He asked Simon if they needed to split up and find him. Simon said that he escaped by killing one guy because he was stalling for time. He on his own most likely plans to eliminate everyone one by one when they split up. Then he asked if they should follow his plans. While Simon was ordering his team to find all the information about the murdered man, suddenly a tree fell not far from them. A huge golem came out of the forest. I remind you that Ken recently received the skill of summoning golems. Seeing the golem, Simon realized that his patrons were a messenger from the underworld. Simon thought that since he could not use the rest of his summoning skills without making a sacrifice, the golem was obviously just a distraction to buy time. Simon was a dangerous opponent because he knew how to think sensibly. He ordered his men to start chasing him, and to quickly deal with the golem, one of the players used the skill of the Keeper of the Fountain of Knowledge conclusion. Roots appeared from underground and captured the golem. Golems have a high resistance to cutting weapons, so all participants use impact weapons. One ran up to him and hit him on the leg, saying that they were not so dangerous if you first deprived them of their legs. Ken watched the battle and was impressed that the players were able to change weapons without orders and worked well as a team, and also knew where to aim first. Having deprived the golem of its legs, the player jumped up to finish off the golem. Having finished with the golem, a cloud of dust surrounded the entire area and the healer heard a sound. And at that very second, an arrow appeared in front of him, but he could not move. But Simon, being a good leader, immediately reacted and saved his subordinate. The doctor tremblingly began to apologize to her captain. Simon said displeasedly that he should not be underestimated just because he was alone. He himself thought that the guy was aiming directly at the healer while the rest were busy with the golem. Not only does he know what a healer looks like, he must have incredibly good skills, be capable of long-range attacks, and summon monsters. While Simon was thinking about Ken's abilities, his player shouted that another attack was coming towards them. They decided that these were players, so they began to wonder where they came from here, because they were the only ones in the dungeon. The man said that he would buy them some time so that they could prepare and took out his bow. The silent hunter's multiple shot skill was used, but when the arrows reached their targets, they simply flew on. The man was surprised that they received shots, but they went right through. He still thought that they were just players. But instead of the players, skeleton soldiers, not people, ran out of their cloaks towards the players. The player quickly reacted and jumped away when the skeleton warrior swung his sword at him. He was lucky and only received a scratch, but he was surprised that the skeleton warriors were so agile. A new battle of players with skeleton warriors began. The player was angry that the skeleton warriors were hitting at point-blank range, because they did not need to worry about being wounded. He had never heard of skeleton warriors who fought using their minds. The executioner's holy light cutting skill was used. Simon was quickly able to defeat the skeleton warrior. Cool to say the least. He realized that the skeleton warriors copy the movements of their master. It is strange that no one else understood this. By observing the abilities of the skeleton warriors, Simon has an idea of the abilities of their summoner. Simon thought that nothing good would come of this as he watched the battle. He again helped one of his subordinates by cutting the skeleton warrior in half. Simon shouted to his men that they should not relax, thinking that they were just skeleton warriors, and ordered them to treat them like players and use their power. And he aims at places unprotected by armor. The player listened to his captain and accepted all the comments. Then he ran into the battle and shouted to the other players to focus on the weak points in the armor. Having reached one of the warrior's skeletons, he cut off its leg. The players began to cut down the skeleton warriors one after another at their weak points. While his subordinates were fighting, Simon ran inside the battle because he felt that Ken was hiding somewhere here. He wanted to deal with the owner and then the fighting would immediately stop. As soon as he thought about this, a figure of a man appeared in front of him, and he decided that he had found him. Turning around, he flew up to the figure with incredible speed. He cut the figure in half and turned around to check everything, but Ken appeared in front of him wearing his alien mask and his skull mask. Simon thought he had seen him before and remembered that he was the player who killed the needle snake. Just when the player thought there were only 2 skeleton warriors left, he noticed his captain next to another man. The player is blonde with a skull mask on his face. He also recognized him as the needle snake hunter. He was in doubt as he thought that this player was on friendly terms with their Messiah guild. Ken turned around and decided it was time to put the second part of the plan into action, and with his remaining skeleton warriors he fled into the forest. Simon thought that he wanted to wear them out, and remembered that he was a necromancer, and if they gave him time, he would lose his advantage. The players shouted that they had lost 4. They had to catch him. But Simon said that they would not do this until they knew his intentions, and ordered everyone to wait. But that player did not listen to him and ran, calling Ken weak.
And Simon thought that if they acted according to the rules, then when he lost his puppets, they should have chased him. But he thought, what if suddenly he had more than just summoning skills when his subordinate entered the forest? He shouted after that player that it was a trap and ordered him to return. And then there was an explosion from the forest. The skill of the envoy of the underworld to explode corpses was used. And after the explosion, the entire area was enveloped in ominous smoke. Simon ordered his players to be ready, because they don't know what will happen next. How much trouble he has because of Ken. Out of the smoke appeared the guy who ran headlong after Ken, still alive, although wounded. Before he could finish saying that he was sorry when he disobeyed his leader, he began coughing up blood. Simon noticed that the guy's blood was black. I think he realized he was poisoned. A doctor ran up to him from the smoke and shouted that he should not move and that he would cure him. But Simon stopped him as soon as he came running and said that it was too late, because the color of his blood had completely changed. The guy fell to his knees and in a panic began to say that he was fine, because it was just poison, and asked for help. The picture was really terrible. In hysterics, the guy got up and ran towards the doctor, shouting that he didn't want to die here. But when he just reached him, Simon took out his sword and cut him cruelly, although he would have died in pain if he had poison. Simon thought that it was not said that this guy was using poison, but he still used it, and it was so deadly that the player died immediately. He wondered why he didn't use this deadly poison from the very beginning. And then it dawned on him and he turned around, seeing that all the players were already wounded. One player said that due to the explosion, he did not notice that the fog was dark red and did not disappear. And Simon activated his Lancelot ring. Lancelot's ring activates high resistance to blood poisoning. Then he shouted for everyone to move away from the fog because it is poisoned. The player said that he felt no poison, but without finishing, he was poisoned. Their health would gradually decrease due to the effect of the poison. Then all the players began to cough and fell to their knees. Simon realized that everyone was poisoned, and that this was exactly what he wanted. He wanted the poisonous fog to deprive Simon and his subordinates of protection. While he was thinking about this, a huge skeleton warrior appeared from behind. Simon quickly jumped away, but the skeleton ran past him to his players. He also realized that he was not his target, but his subordinates. While Simon was distracted by this skeleton warrior, Ken quietly ran up to him. Of course, Simon was able to repel his attack and they jumped to the side together. He received a notification from his patron. The executioner of the Holy Light became interested in this battle. And Ken noticed that Simon managed to strike him in that moment, of course. The messenger of the underworld also became interested in this battle. Ken, as he expected, realized that his level was very different from Young's. He wanted to distract him and defeat him with one blow. He thought that if he was not careful, he himself might die, and activated Gawain's necklaces, the blessing of the sun. This time it would be difficult for him to win. Meanwhile, in Oven's office, Secretary Lee reported that she managed to track down Ken's location, as they predicted. He went to that dungeon, and Oven realized that he went there to get rid of Simon. If this meant he was targeting the Messiah's guild, Oven decided that Ken would make a good ally. Of course, if he returns from there alive, and told the secretary to start preparing. What the secretary worked on for many months was the power of the pharaoh. All of Simon's subordinates were dead and lying on the ground. And Ken fell to the ground while Simon destroyed another skeleton warrior. I think we should start worrying. After killing the last skeleton, Simon said that now they were the only ones left, and asked if he was done with his tricks. Ken looked terribly tired. Even though he had applied all the effects of the sun's blessing on himself, there was still a huge difference between him and Simon. Simon was stronger than Ken remembered. The situation was dire. Ken was already at his limit while Simon was still standing. He realized that he was overconfident when he decided that he was ready to face Simon. Ken had already been hurt many times. Simon admitted that he was the first one he had to deal with, and said that he himself had to realize that he had lost too much blood and had little left. He was poisoned again, but thanks to the ring, he was able to resist the poison. Simon himself knew that if it weren't for the ring, he would have been dead long ago, like his subordinates. Simon continued to confidently approach Ken, who understood that if he lost any more blood, he would die. Approaching Ken and raising his sword, he said goodbye to him. For the first time, Ken was in such a difficult situation. Ken watched Simon raise his sword, not knowing what to do. Luckily, Ken remembered what Vincent had told him. Since the blood running through his veins was poisonous, they would not be able to give him proper surgery or transfusion if he was mortally wounded. Secretary Kim brought the envelope and said that the boss had prepared this especially for him. Vincent said that it might be useless when he becomes stronger, but until then, she must save his life at least once. Ken remembered the envelope he gave him. I have never been so happy about Vincent. Then Ken jumped on Simon. Apparently, he had come up with something. Simon thought that this bastard was fighting to the last. Of course, everyone wants to live. Ken reached down to Simon's stomach, and the Underworld Envoy's blood absorption skill was used. After that, Simon flew in the opposite direction, but like Ken, they both fell to the ground. Simon was bleeding profusely and all of his stats were drastically reduced. Ken sat on the ground and he regained 5% of his health, better than nothing, and his bleeding stopped. He then stood up and walked towards Simon and asked that someone like him should know Lei's true nature. So why is he still obeying this bastard? Simon laughed and asked if that was his reason for attacking, and said that while everyone says the world has gone crazy, it's far from true. For those with power, the players, to rule the world, that's justice. Ending the game stupidly, that's the law of nature, Simon said. Ken took out Lancelot's ring, and the ring's effect disappeared. Simon was poisoned, and his resistance was sharply reduced due to heavy bleeding. Justice, the laws of nature, Ken began. I am stronger than you, and therefore you should easily accept death at my hands, Ken said when Simon died. When Ken cleared the dungeon and came out, 2 cars and 1 man stood in front of him. The man handed him a walkie-talkie with the words that they were waiting for him, and the voice of Owen was heard in the walkie-talkie, who could not believe that he had defeated Simon. Owen said that Ken wasn't going to talk nonsense about not knowing who he killed, and Ken asked if there was any problem because he killed the Messiah Guild's watchdog. To this, Owen said that he personally didn't have any problems with this, but he didn't think that Ken would cause so much trouble, because at first he decided that Ken was just an eccentric buyer. He continued by saying that they were interested in what he was going to do next, so he suggested that they meet when he arrived from Kaesong to discuss matters. This is an important issue that should be discussed live. This is a serious step. Owen decided to meet with Ken, which means he began to trust him. Ken replied that he was happy with everything, and he saw no reason to refuse this offer, and that if he wants to talk to him about the destruction of the Messiah, then he is with them. I personally like this alliance. Let's see what happens next. Early in the morning, Lei came to the storage lockers, looking very sad. Opening the box, she saw a photograph that was kept there. In the photograph, she was with some person. But unable to bear the pain, she closed the locker and began to leave. We were shown a small part of Lei's past. There was a battle in the dungeon, and when the players heard the signal to retreat, they began to run away. While all the players were running away, the guy walked straight ahead. Of course that person was Locke. Locke wore a foreigner's mask and thanked the other players. The Lancelot ring that Ken took from Simon was shining on Locke's finger. Locke asked that Ken wanted him to grab that burning thing. Ken began to tease him again, asking if he was so unsure of himself that he was afraid of getting a small burn, having such a body, and Locke, of course, began to say that he was not afraid, but was simply worried whether they would be able to carry out the plan in principle. Then Ken told him that he had to wait 5 seconds so that she would remain immobilized. He would take care of the rest. After these words, he threw the rings at him and told him to put it on just in case. Locke thanked him doubtfully and said that he respected his preferences. It seems this fool thought that Ken had proposed to him. Ken told him to stop being a fool, and that it was Lancelot's ring. It protects the wearer from almost everything except burns, and Locke asked what use it would be if it couldn't protect against simple burns. He replied that if the Firefox's flames had negative effects on him, the ring would save his life, and that in A-rank dungeons, such risks were inevitable. Locke was thinking about how he promised to buy him as much food as he wanted, if he could hold off the Firefox for 5 seconds. His life was in question, and he was thinking about food. With these heroic thoughts, he ran straight towards the fiery fox. He grabbed the fox by the neck and held her. A couple of moments later, the fire broke out. A terrible picture. And he still needs to stand like that for 5 seconds. The flames of the Firefox endows you with the curse of darkness, and Locke is blinded. Lancelot's ring activates powerful resistance to the curse of darkness. Locke thought that he would succeed no matter what, and he would eat until his wallet was empty. Ken came forward with a blood weapon. With it, he can create a weapon using his blood. Owen was reading his newspaper in his office. The rank A+ Firefox dungeon went to the Messiah Guild. He thought that if the Messiah Guild acquired the treasure of Japan, then they have something to blackmail other countries with. Since Ken's appearance in the American Mask, the Mission Guild's actions have become more aggressive. It is likely that they hold in their hands not only Japan. While he was thinking about this, Lei came into the office. Owen noticed that her shoes were covered with mud. She sat down at her desk and said that she was now presenting the report that Owen asked her about, and Owen went to the calendar. Owen said that working hours have not yet started, so she can take her time. Today is her birthday on the 8th. He understood where she went today. How nice it was that he highlighted her birthday on his calendar. He joyfully thought that he needed to buy her something and offered steak for lunch today. She immediately asked if he received some kind of free coupon or something else. Lei knows him well, but he wasn't particularly happy about her remark. Korea Airport Locke and Ken walked out of the building, and Locke thought that if Ken hadn't lent him the ring, he would already be dead. Locke had no idea that the flames of a Firefox would cause such damage, but Ken had calculated everything and came prepared. He already thought that he had begun to catch up with him, but in reality he had a long way to go. Ken pulled him away, saying that they would split up here, but Locke stopped him with a serious look and said that he had to keep his promise before he left. Locke said that if he held the fox for 5 seconds, he would buy him as much food as he wanted. Ken said he could only last 4.9 seconds to be exact. What a cheater. This angered Locke, and he began to shout that Ken could not play so dirty with the sacred stake of food. He ran after him, calling him a crook, and that he lasted longer than Ken thought, but Ken kept repeating about 4.9 seconds. The very next day, Vincent was sitting and reading about the Americans who defeated the Firefox. And he said that at first he thought he was just an idiot hanging around, but now he was impressed. Putting down the newspaper, Vincent asked Ken what he thought about him, and he simply agreed. Suddenly, Secretary Kim came into the office and said that she needed to tell him something. But when she saw Ken, she said that since he had a visitor, she could tell him about it later. Vincent said that she could tell him everything now and asked what happened. She revealed that John George, whom they were trying to recruit, had joined the Messiah's Guild. It seemed that the Messiah had passed them by due to John's growing influence in Europe. And Ken at this time thought that he remembered that they had started working together much later. Whether Simon's murder could have moved the chain of events forward, he decided that he needed to understand the situation and adjust the plan. Vincent said that he wanted to use John George to keep the Messiah in check, but now he has become a threat to them. Overshadowed by the news, he decided to come up with a plan B. And then Ken quietly asked what he had just said about those Americans. Vincent said that it would be great to recruit them, but they don't have any information about him. Secretary Kim said that there are rumors that recently they have been appearing quite often on the black market to acquire the skeleton knight skill. Vincent said that this is a rather rare skill, which means he is trying to find the skeleton, the knight repeated Vincent. And then he decided that it looked like everything might turn out to be much more forgiving than he thought. At the Messiah building, Paula approached Lei and told him that Simon was dead. She's clearly nervous about telling him that not only is Simon dead, but so are his subordinates. Lei asked about the base, and she replied that the base was destroyed in Kaesong without a trace. He turned and asked who was this daredevil who decided to provoke them in this way. Paula literally shakes with fear as she reveals that they have information that one of Vincent's men was spotted in Kaesong under an assumed name. It may be hard to believe, but she believes that it was Vincent's forces who made the first move. She looks like an excellent student who got a D for the first time when Lei asked her how she reacted. Paula said that if he meant Vincent, then she had already done something. Soon, his reckless attempt to keep the Messiah's Guild under control will lead to his death. Paula said that she recruited this man to keep an eye on the Americans, a player who shows ambition by spreading his forces throughout Europe. His patron is the messenger of the underworld, and his main skill is a skeleton warrior. Apparently, it is capable of producing countless skeleton warriors, enough to create an army. And no matter how strong the enemy is, presumably no one will be able to withstand such an army. Players who have witnessed his superior power call him the King of the Immortals. John George appeared, the same hero that Ken spoke about earlier. He looks younger than I expected and somewhat resembles Ken. They decided that instead of the mysterious American, it would be easier to deal with John George, since he does not hide his intentions. Although this player told the reporter that he was friendly towards their guild, because of this person they suffered 2 serious losses. When she said that they would use John George to keep an eye on them, just in case, Lei put his hand on her shoulder and she looked like he had killed her. Lei said she was right. The bigger their wish, the easier it is to deal with them. He looks creepy. Lei said he likes the name King of the Immortals, but doesn't seem to be happy with it. He then turned and headed for the exit, telling her that he was giving her one last chance. She seems to be more afraid of him than anyone else. It will be interesting to watch these two in the future. Vincent got into the car after negotiating with the foreign guild, but he looked thoughtful, and Kim asked if the negotiations had failed, but he said that the negotiations were fine. These guys from abroad had been wanting to enter the Korean market for a long time, but being rivals to the Messiah, their pride would not allow them to bow to it for this, so a deal was the best option for them. Kim said that partnering with one of the 5 largest guilds in the world seemed like a great opportunity to keep the Messiah's guild in check. She asked if something was bothering him. Vincent agreed. He was worried that free cheese only comes in a mousetrap. He thought that people who treat you favorably are probably plotting behind your back. He would also think about Ken. He decided that if the Frontier Guild was going to cheat him, then he would use their fame against them. Vincent told her to call Ken to the guild headquarters tomorrow morning. And tomorrow morning, Ken was already sitting at the headquarters of the Phoenix Guild. Ken asked that he would now have to work with the Frontier. Vincent said that he would not work with them, but that he would simply need to receive their protection and calmly increase his level. He continued and said that they were preparing to enter the dungeon in 2 days, and Ken needed to be ready by then. Ken left the office and took off his cute suit. He thought that in order to continue to control the Messiah, he had to involve third parties, but these actions seem a little obvious. This Fox Paula probably already foresaw all of Vincent's plans. It's a milestone now to cooperate with another American mega guild. Judging by the situation, it is very likely that the Frontier and the Messiah are working together behind the scenes, but relying on guesses is a bad idea. And then Ken received a call from Oven. The day of entering the dungeon came. The other members of Vincent's elite team said how they couldn't wait to meet the Frontier Guild, while Ken sat silently with a gloomy look. One player spoke of how the Frontier Guild called its best players, and he naively assumed that clearing the dungeon under the supervision of these guys was great luck personally. He was glad that he joined Vincent's squad. At that moment, a man came into the office, apologized for the delay, and introduced himself as James. He is part of the team of lawyers of the Frontier Guild, asked everyone to sit down so that he could begin to bring them up to date. James ended by saying that the Frontier Guild was doing everything they could to keep them safe, and how funny it was that no one was sitting next to Ken. He added that from now on they are prohibited from entering any dungeon without an escort. Bad news for our Ken. And in the dungeon they are generally forbidden to do anything. They are definitely at one with the Messiah's guild. The man, who rejoiced at this union, began to get nervous and asked what it meant they couldn't do anything. James picked up the contract and, pointing to it, said that it looks like they were mistaken. This contract states that they must ensure their safety only during the level up. This was not a proposal. It was an order. He said that there was not a single word in the contract about respecting their rights and freedoms. James said that if they didn't abide by the terms of the contract, both parties would suffer. And he literally sat him down and said that he would make sure that they understood everything. The sick bastard began to threaten that they should not even think about taking any action in the dungeon, and his guild would spoon-feed them like little children. James said that if they had any complaints, he would personally convey to Vincent the news that the contract was being cancelled due to their lack of cooperation. The abnormal one, leaving the office, said that silence would be considered consent, and reminded that they were going to the dungeon in 30. Ken thought that they were going to control Vincent's people under the guise of fulfilling the terms of the contract. Suddenly, he received a call, and Ken asked how he could help. The voice said that they needed to radically change plans. Oven said that probably entering this dungeon is not the best idea. After some searching, he thinks that the Messiah and the Boundary are in cahoots, as expected. The Messiah's recent actions seemed strange, and now they had joined forces with a large guild. And Oven said that he needed to study this issue further to find out for sure whether they were working with the entire guild or just part of it. And he suggested to Ken that he should leave this dungeon. He could find him a safer one, but Ken said that he underestimated him. To catch a tiger, you need to go into its lair. Oven began to shout that going there, knowing that they were plotting, was reckless. Ken said that if he weren't reckless, they wouldn't be talking to him now. And he thinks now that they know they're working together isn't the best time to talk. Oven agreed and said that they needed to come up with a new plan as soon as possible. Ken said he wanted to ask for two things. First, to keep him updated on all the new information about these guys at their turn. And second, he needed him to deal with the consequences. Oven, after a short silence, agreed and said that he could go on a rampage to his heart's content, since he had already made up his mind. He will deal with the consequences. The whole team entered the dungeon. But Team Phoenix just sat next to each other and did absolutely nothing. The level increased. One of them asked how many times they had already increased the level. The other answered that it was the second time. This is already the third dungeon, but he still couldn't get used to the fact that they were just sitting and doing nothing. One said that it's not so bad. They earn money without working, and the clearing ends quite quickly. At this rate, very soon they can clear the dungeon together with Vincent. He heard that Vincent was preparing for a raid on the 6th level. He had already begun recruiting players for the elite squad. Ken thought that it looked like the guild was speeding up their purges in order to weaken Vincent, because it would be much easier to carry out their plan when Vincent entered the dungeon. The dungeon was successfully cleared and the guys were already relaxed. Some weirdo came out of the forest and said that he didn't give him permission to move. So why did he get up? Ken turned around to look at this weirdo. The man said that a notification had popped up about clearing the dungeon. The guy told them not to forget. They were not here to make friends. He said that they were not allowed to do anything unless there was an order. Ken looked at the strange guy silently, with a menacing gaze. Oven mockingly said that it was probably unpleasant for him because they did not allow him to do anything, but Vincent was an amazing person. He was vigilant enough so that they would not engage in shady business behind his back. Although it might end soon, he threw a newspaper on the table. It said that Vincent was going to a 6th-level dungeon. He must be losing patience, because he published a press release earlier than expected. Ken said it was extremely important to him to break ground as quickly as possible, so he didn't have much of a choice. The moment Vincent entered the dungeon, those bastards from the frontier would show their true colors. Ken asked what about the information he requested. Oven told him not to worry. She should be with him tomorrow.
A dissatisfied Ken said that he thought that Oven himself would come here. But Secretary Lee came and said that quite a long time had passed. Oven said that he must meet Ken in person at least once. But he noticed that Secretary Lee wanted to say something, and she said that the meeting was scheduled for tomorrow and she could go in his place. He asked if she really wanted this, and she said that it was important to her too. She was interested in how Lee would develop. In the cafe, she apologized to Ken, saying that the boss had important things to do at the last minute. She took out documents from her briefcase and said that the plan would be implemented without any problems. Ken was surprised when he looked at the documents. There was not only information about the main members of the Messiah, but also the guilds with which she has close relations. She said that according to the information found, the Messiah Guild infiltrated not only the frontier, but also the 5 leading guilds in the world. Lee looks quite mysterious. Lee said that first they need to destroy the hands that help the Messiah. Ken asked if she was suggesting he start trimming the branches, and Lee replied that that's exactly what she said. After all, only then will they be able to see a glimmer of hope. Then she handed over an envelope, saying that there would be more than enough to pay for this. The information contained in this document is invaluable and provides a list of items used by the Messiah's guild, as well as the supposed Messiah rats in the top 5 guilds. She is uniquely good at her job. Ken, pleased, said that she was right, and this payment was more than enough. He flipped through the document and found that guy from the dungeon, Sam Oliver. The guy who was following him. He heard his name, but that he owned Percival's spear. Ken put the document on the table and asked him to convey the message to the busy Mr. Oven. He poked at the document with Sam and told him to get him the same thing as last time. Lee didn't understand and asked what he meant by the same thing. In the evening, in the office where the guys met with James, someone called Sam. The huge man said that he asked him a question how many there would be today, then asked why he was switching off. The weirdo replied that he was just thinking, and said that today there will be only one. It doesn't matter whether to kill or spare the other 4. The main thing is to eliminate only that guy. His partner replied that he thought there would be a lot of them, that's why he was so disconnected. He said that he began to work with him in a team because his name is Lucky Sam and he really turned out to be lucky. The weirdo continued that he heard how other teams had to deal with 4 and 7 people. He also thought that he was lucky until they called him. Chief Naomi told him that Vincent was in the dungeon, so they needed to take action today, and Sam said that he was probably the only one called for a reason. She asked if he was taking good care of Percival's spear, and said that Ken, whom he was following, had survived several assassination attempts by other guilds and was at the top of the list for destruction. The girl reminded him that they did not lend him the spear for his beautiful eyes. The guy was nervous, thinking that he should succeed no matter what after everything he went through. He couldn't allow this spear to be taken away from him. So they entered the dungeon. Now it is clear why he was so nervous, and it is no longer surprising that they still want to kill Ken. A notification arrived for a quest. To get to the 2nd level, you need to live here for 4 days. And Sam thought that because of this stupid survival quest, he might feel something was wrong and start running away. Then they would have to chase him for all 4 days. And if he suddenly survives and moves on to the 2nd level, Sam thought and turned to look at Ken. He thought that everything would be more complicated if he survived. And it seems Ken felt the gaze of the weirdo. Ken realized that they were going to make their move on the 1st level. But this only amused him, and he decided that the time had come for him to make his move. Sam was asked in a whisper when they planned to start acting. Sam also replied in a whisper that they didn't need to carry him around all the time, and that it was better to finish with him quickly. He said that they just need to take him aside and then make it look like an accident. And suddenly someone started shouting, "Where are you going?" The sly man turned and smiled at Sam, giving a hint that he was ready to accept their challenge. After that, he ran into the forest, and Sam began shouting to his people to stop standing and catch up with him. And the other Phoenix players continued to stand, not understanding what was happening. One of them even thought that Ken might have eaten something wrong. They continued to joke, not knowing what awaited them now. Having reached the forest, they never found Ken, and one said that they had lost him. Because of these trees, the area was not visible. The other asked if they should split up in order to find him faster. But he said that this is a quest for survival, which means everything here is infested with monsters. If they separate, they will put themselves in even greater danger. And he said that they had better go back and discuss this with Sam. While they laughed and discussed Sam, Ken watched them in a flock of trees very close by. When they left, Ken came down and said that due to increased security, he never had a chance to try his actions, but now such an opportunity presented itself. He took out a ring from his inventory. In the dungeon of a rank, a plus Firefox, a military trophy was obtained. An Ultra Plus ring. Ken put on the ring. This ring helps you go beyond your limits. Its value is immeasurable. The ranks of all skills have been increased by 1. The rank of the Skeleton Warrior skill has become outstanding. Now he can summon skeleton warriors using the corpses of any monsters. Ken was happy that he could finally summon a new skeleton warrior, when suddenly guests arrived. Unexpected guests turned out to be wolf monsters. Ken decided that it was worth increasing his strength a little. The players returned to Sam and told him that he managed to escape. He was angry that everything was not going according to plan. The man asked Sam if it could be that someone leaked information or maybe there was a traitor among them. But Sam replied that if someone had leaked information, he would have brought help rather than run away. No, he wouldn't have come here at all. The naive one doesn't know how crazy Ken is. Another player asked what he was going to do since they couldn't just wait for him to show up. Sam told them to calm down and that they would have to use all the possibilities of this quest. He decided that they would not kill the monsters and would focus on finding him quietly. But the player asked why he killed these guys, to which Sam began to complain that he had no other choice, and he got rid of them before everything got out of control, then ordered everyone to leave until the monsters were drawn to the smell of blood. All the guys ran away, and Sam thought that so far everything was going according to the information from Chief Naomi. He's not easy to deal with, but no matter how hard he tries, he can't understand what's happening, Sam thought. While running away, he noticed the corpse of a monster lying on the ground. He thought that Ken was hunting when he ran away. Suddenly there was an explosion in the forest. It seems Ken began to act. Sam himself realized that now they themselves had become a target, and began to look around. He shouted that it looked like it was a trap, and that they needed to prepare for the impending attack. The man shouted that he had been wounded in the arm and asked to be treated quickly. But a skeleton warrior appeared from the smoke and quickly attacked this player. The other one also shouted for Sam to do something. He wanted to say that because of this dust, he couldn't see anything. But he didn't finish. Out of nowhere, an arrow flew at him and hit him, killing another player. Sam panicked, thinking that at this rate he would get rid of them faster than they could strike back. The Silent Hunter Windy Wall skill was used. Sam slammed his spear into the ground. The dust cleared and the skeleton warrior began to appear. Sam could have done this right away, so he could help his partners. A huge skeleton warrior appeared behind Sam, who was already swinging at him. He was able to jump away, but his spear was damaged. Sam, dissatisfied, said that he would never have thought that he would use it here. The guy took out his Percival spear. This spear belongs to the Knight of the Round, Percival. The wound inflicted by this spear will not heal so easily. Percival's spear is the third legendary item from the Knights of the Round Table item set. Ken has already encountered a player wielding this spear. Since it has the effect of enhanced penetration, its strike cannot be blocked by unique rank armor. Moreover, wounds inflicted by this spear cannot be healed for a certain time. The skeleton warriors quickly retreated, and Sam wondered in surprise why they were retreating so quickly. When all the skeleton warriors ran away, a huge skeleton of some beast emerged from the depths of the forest. Sam noticed that this skeleton was moving too fast, and so the skeleton began to run at incredible speed. Sam thought that he had decent speed. He stood there, unable to do anything, and decided that he could only wait until he struck again. Then at least he would be able to get it. Sam relied on his spear to strike once, and when the skeleton began to approach, he prepared himself. The Silent Hunter's skill, the last blow, was applied. The skeleton and Sam began to fight. But when Sam struck with his spear, the skeleton managed to turn away from the blow. Sam, of course, is shocked. He couldn't understand how he was able to dodge the spear. The skeleton turned around and grabbed Sam by the arm, and he continued to wonder how some skeleton could jump away at the right moment. And Ken, who was standing behind the tree, took off his mask and his connection was severed. Despite the sharp teeth and claws, the skeleton warrior in the form of a beast is no different in strength from the skeleton in the form of a man. Human-type skeleton warriors who walk on two legs can freely use various types of weapons, such as swords, bows, and axes, while beast-like skeletons are unable to do so. However, on the other hand, due to the human body structure, skeleton warriors in the form of people do not move as fast as skeleton warriors in the form of beasts, who do so on four limbs. The skeleton warrior squeezed Sam tightly in its mouth, and Sam thought that he could not die here. Even without a hand, while he was able to lift Percival's spear, he reached for the spear that was very close. But then Ken appeared and said that no matter how good this spear was, until he could strike, it was useless. Ken said he didn't know why they were targeting him, but since things had gotten this way, any further talk would be pointless. Sam started screaming in a panic that he was just following orders, and that he had no choice, and that if he spared him, he would cooperate with him. And if he kills him, then the entire guild will become the enemy of the border, and he asked arrogantly if he thought he could cope with everyone. In the real-world building, James entered the office and shouted that they had a serious problem. The girl at the desk calmly asked what he was talking about, and James said that she had to check something urgently. He reported that all their agents protecting the entrance were destroyed. But the identity of the person who killed all the agents, she inserted the flash drive into her laptop. In the video, someone shouted, "Stop, you bastard!" And then there were screams. The girl looked at it all in horror. And we are shown a video in which Sam Oliver himself killed 2 soldiers who stood at the entrance. She asked in horror what the hell was going on here. Now she was worried that she had been too cruel to him. She wondered why he would do this. After Sam killed everyone, he told Ken that it was all over, and so that he would not forget about their agreement. James said that he did not expect Sam to betray them. The girl was shaking. She thought that this was an emergency. If Sam Oliver betrayed them, knowing who was behind him, then she would be finished. She decided to personally get rid of them before they found out about it. They show us someone's car parked on the street. In the car, Locke said that he had nothing to worry about. The cleanup was successful. Sam said that he was glad to hear that, and since the current task was over, it was time to move on to the next step. Locke asked if he was going to do anything else, and if he was going to cause so much noise in the Frontier Guild, then it would be better for him to hide for a while. And Ken, who was wearing Sam's mask all this time, said that he himself knew everything. There was no better place to hide in the dungeon. We are shown a past conversation between Ken and Lee, where he asked for one thing that he talked about earlier. This thing turned out to be a mask with Sam Oliver's face. It's a little creepy to make such a mask, but okay. Ken in the car said that the right stage for the release from the second-level dungeon appeared just in time. He took out his phone and told Locke to get ready. Locke angrily asked why he needed this. Locke began to shout that he didn't even need to hide. Why should he go with him to this dungeon? But Ken was already on the phone and asked how things were going with the border. Oven replied that so far no movements have been noticed. It seems that Chief Naomi is trying to finish this matter on her own, without reporting to her superiors. Ken replied that if so, then it can be said that not the entire Guild of the Boundary is involved. Oven agreed, but said that while they could not be sure of this, she could be an informant for the Messiah Guild, which they are hunting for. The Frontier Guild is one of the 5 largest guilds in the world. It seems that the Messiah's dirty paws have not yet reached the foundations of the frontier. Even in Sam's memories, there is no information about the leaders, except Naomi. Oven said that in any case, the wait has already gone wrong because Sam Oliver betrayed them. Chief Naomi will try to resolve this incident on her own before Vincent appears. If Vincent finds out the truth, it will be more than just a headache. So he asked him to hide in some dungeon. Meanwhile, Oven will scare Naomi with the ghost of Sam Oliver, and Ken said that he himself was just about to do this, and Oven asked if he had already chosen which dungeon he would go to. Of course, an A+ ranked dungeon in Taiwan. Hearing this, Oven did not seem happy with his choice of dungeon, and asked why he chose this one out of all of them. Oven said that there were 23 unsuccessful attempts to clear this dungeon. Poor Locke had already begun to shake with fear, thinking that he was crazy. But Ken calmly listened to him. He continued that the Messiah tried to clear it 4 times, and none of the attempts were successful, and that the other guilds also temporarily stopped their attempts to clear it. He asked if Ken, who already knew everything, was aware. Ken remembered that even before his trip to the past, it had not been completely cleared. The last number of failed attempts that he remembered was 43. Endless failures in the end. Most of Taiwan was filled with monsters because no one was able to close the dungeon gate. There is a level limit to enter this dungeon, so even Lei, the Messiah, could not do anything. Ken decided that he couldn't clear it either if his level was over 60. It was crazy that Ken wanted to go in there. Thus, if there is anything in this dungeon that can help in the fight against the Messiah, it will pass by him unnoticed. The information he possesses is not enough to deal with them. Oven said that knowing him, there was no point in stopping him, because he would still find a way. Locke continued to keep his fingers crossed so that Oven could dissuade Ken from this idea. But then Oven just said that they would do something crazy again, and Locke lost all hope, poor guy. Oven asked what he thought his chances were, and Ken so calmly said, less than 10%, even with accurate calculations. Not enough. Oven decided that he probably meant the chance of failure, and he laughed and said that this would be enough. And Locke fell in fear, thinking that it was all over. A 10% chance of returning alive, and did not listen to anything else. Ken said that as long as he wields Percival's spear, he has no equal at the second level. But Locke's spirit had already left him, and he did not hear anything. Oven said that he would prepare everything, and it would be easier if he used the American's mask. Oven asked if anything else was needed, and Ken asked how about asking for substantive support for the Messiah through public pressure. The Messiah couldn't handle that, so why should they waste money? There are already a lot of articles in the newspapers about Americans who intend to go through the dungeon of Taiwan, the frosty forest of harshness. On the internet, everyone is also talking only about this. The most interesting thing is that they openly ask for the help of the Messiah, and the comments were different. Some people from different countries, having learned about this, decided that they could not miss this opportunity. As expected from the hypocrites, who now themselves suffer from their fame, they said that they would help with the equipment. But Locke said that they couldn't handle this dungeon with only one unique item, and that they should at least give them a legendary one, because they were going to clear the dungeon that they couldn't handle. Oven reassured him, saying that if things continued to develop like this, the Messiah would have to fork out for more expensive items if they wanted to save face. But more importantly, due to this incident, the cost has definitely decreased. Locke didn't understand anything, and when Lee came into the office, she said that the cost of clearing a 2-level dungeon of rank A+, which the Messiah could not cope with, had changed to an item of a unique class. And now if someone else clears a dungeon of an even higher rank for the Messiah, they won't be able to get away with only unique items. Lee approached the guys with a suitcase behind her back. Then it finally dawned on Locke what they meant, and he happily said that now they would be able to get legendary items for clearing dungeons of 3 levels or higher that the Messiah could not cope with. Oven thanked Lee for the explanation. Lee handed over a folder containing the details they had requested, details of Sam Oliver's setup, and a final expense report. And they leaked some clues to the line to find its false route, which should save them a decent amount of time. Oven thanked for the excellent work, and suggested that they should already be moving out. Locke asked Lee if she was working in the field today. She pushed her suitcase forward and Locke looked at it in surprise. Oven asked if he was joking. Why Secretary Lee should go there? Because he was the one who should go to the dungeon in Taiwan. Already that same evening, Locke and Ken went to Taiwan. They were checked into a decent hotel, and Locke said that they were very respected people here, and that he knew that after the mission failed, there were no players yet willing to challenge and clear this dungeon. But they got together so quickly, Locke said joyfully. He turned to Ken and said that the support was encouraging, and asked what he thought about it. Ken replied that most of the players were in the guild that failed to carry out the purge. From the outside, it might seem that they had gathered here to avenge their fallen comrades. But not everyone has good intentions when 23 attempts to clear a dungeon with a maximum of 80 players fail. This means that the items of about 2,000 players are buried there, and among them there must be at least one legendary item. Ken is sure that there are people who care about their own benefit more than clearing the dungeon. A man came into the office and asked them to get ready before entering the dungeon with 1 hour left. Ken raised his hand for some reason, and the man ran up to him. Locke was visibly nervous and wondering what he was trying to do. Ken says something to the man, and then we are shown him walking onto the stage. At this time, at the office of Chief Naomi, she shouted that this could not happen, that the traces would simply disappear. James said that all things considered, it was clear to them that someone was helping Sam, given that their intelligence couldn't pinpoint his location. Naomi screamed at them to do everything they could to keep Sam and Ken in one place. If that didn't work, then it was better to get rid of them so they couldn't meet with Vincent. And in Oven's office, Secretary Lee came up to him and told him to look at something and handed him a tablet. This was a video of Ken's statement to the world. He said the following: "He is grateful to everyone who took part in the cleanup. He is honored to be here with them. But I have only one goal, to save the world by finishing the game, and I will do everything possible to achieve this goal. So don't stand in my way. The video has already spread around the world." Secretary Lee was nervous and asked what they should do. This was not in the plan. "It will no longer be possible to block the video." Oven said that he is not going to mess with those who interfere with him. This is an open statement about war. The guys entered the dungeon and other players looked at them from afar. One of them asked what else it meant not to get in his way. Did he mean that they were bothering him? And the guy said that there was nothing surprising in that, because he was on a different level than they were. The player said that he saw in the dungeon of the Fiery Fox how strong he is. Words cannot describe it. The player's looks are becoming more menacing and angrier. The guys said that they would see for themselves that they were real monsters. Locke asked in a whisper why Ken did this. Now, because of this unnecessary provocation, everyone is staring at them. Ken said that some people are difficult to convince in a good way, especially if they are bloodhounds who have come to take the items of dead players. There is only one way to convince such people: by showing superior strength. And having suppressed their will, Ken summoned his skeleton warriors, and they surrounded him and Locke. So he will get rid of the slightest resistance. Calling his warriors, he showed them who is boss. The guy saw the skeletons and thought that these were the same sensational skeletons that everyone was talking about. He thought that he needed to find this item before him. He turned to his partners and said that they were moving out, suggesting that they search on the other side before dark. Evening came and each group gathered with its own. They sat in front of the fire. Someone said that Ken is an absolute monster and he can't believe it, even though he saw it with his own eyes. He said he was furious when he was told not to touch him, but now he seemed to understand why. Another said that was what he was saying. Trying to help is the same as hindering him. The man asked his leader what happened today. Although they searched all day, they only found the bodies of 2 players. He replied that at first he suspected that other guilds might have stolen the item, but after a whole day of searching, he came to a different conclusion. The formidable guy said that there were a lot of monsters on the first level, but he didn't notice a single strong one. In other words, he doubted that a player of level 50 or higher could die here. The thing they are looking for must be on the second level, then Van Gogh's bracelet must be there. Seriously, they are looking for Van Gogh's bracelet. The guy heard something and jumped onto a tree. On one of the branches of this tree, there was a skeleton lying. He was unhappy because he heard that the sounds came from here, but he couldn't imagine it. Angry, he hit the skeleton. Apparently, he was not surprised that the skeleton was there. Their leader asked him what was the matter when the guy returned to Earth. He apologized to him and said that he must have made the sound swaying in the wind pointing to the skeleton. He then tossed the skeleton aside and sat down behind the fire. They continued to say that they must find this item for the Kunlun Guild, even if they had to go up against this monster. Of course, this skeleton was Ken. He left it there just in case. But thanks to him, he got useful information. Van Gogh's bracelet. He had never heard of such an item before. But if the Chinese guild is one of the 5, the strongest guilds, they sent their bloodhound here. Ken broke the connection with the skeleton. He realized that Van Gogh's bracelet was not a simple object. Now Ken has definitely decided that he must find Van Gogh's bracelet. Locke said displeasedly that it took them longer than they expected, and asked if they were the only ones fighting. Ken said that his guess was correct, since more than half of them are hyenas who only want the treasure of the dead. Locke was angry, and said that he was glad that many players had gathered, but apparently they would have to clear the dungeon again. Ken made Locke happy that as soon as they moved to the second level, they would have some time to rest. Locke was happily surprised by this, and he asked what came over him. As soon as they entered the second level of the all-players dungeon, a strong wind hit. One player was angry that it was much colder here than he thought. Others were also angry at the cold. The guy said that his body was turning to stone from this frost, and wondered how they would fight in this state. The Chinese are also frozen. The temperature is low, but the goosebumps are clearly not only because of it, and also because of the trail of fear left by monsters. Poor Locke's teeth were chattering from the cold, and he said that there were no monsters nearby. It couldn't be that a monster using that much fear was on the second level. It's bad. Even Ken said it might be more difficult than he thought. The body of a living creature freezes when exposed to the fear of monsters. It doesn't last forever, but in a life or death fight, a second's delay means death. It's not a dragon since they're in a 2-level dungeon. But if they're excluded, then there aren't many monsters left that use fear as strong as it would have to be for the emanation to be felt from that distance. The man shouted that his guild would inspect the surrounding areas. Others also started shouting that they were going to explore the area. How greedy people can be. Locke got angry and said that this is what they call a treasure hunt, asking, "I'm sure Ken, if he wants to intervene, because then the fighting force will not be dispersed." Ken said that anyway, such people are of no use in fighting. It would be better to come up with a plan without taking into account their existence. Locke agreed with him, and Ken said that they should move forward too. The Chinese team searched every corpse of the players but found nothing. Then their leader said that they should move on. Another player saw them and thought that they were already ahead of them and that they should hurry up. He ordered his men to search each player, and they found the items that those guys had left behind. The man thought why they left these items untouched. Then he realized that they were looking for something else. He ordered his people to leave everything for now. Others may be faster than them, and told them to move on. They could not allow them to take away all the most valuable things. And now we are shown Locke, who looked at Ken with displeasure. Locke thought that just recently he was talking about hyenas, and now he's checking which ones. Anubis's eye closes. Ken thought that he had finally found a member of the Kunlun Guild. His surviving allies died on the western side. Ken called Locke over to him, and they continued to look for the Chinese guild players. He found another one, and Locke wondered what the hell he was doing and what he wanted to achieve. Ken activated his Eye of Anubis again and began to look at his past. Screams were heard. What is this monster doing in a 2-level dungeon? This should not happen. And one of them was grabbed by the monster. The monster squeezed the guy and Van Gogh's bracelet fell onto one of his horns. His last thoughts are that he must preserve the guild's treasure, Van Gogh's bracelet. Anubis's eye closed and Ken found out all the information. That guy's skeleton had no arm. Locke shouted that no matter how cool the subject was, there is no need to treat the dead man so rudely. He tolerated this for some time. But without finishing speaking, Ken called him. Then Locke got angry and started shouting that he had done something wrong and that he would not have done such a thing. Ken smiled and called him a nice guy, unlike Ken he is. Locke did not expect such words, so he simply froze in place. Ken said that before the battle began, he explained their plan while burying that guy. There was still hope for him. He then summoned a sawtooth wolf in the form of a skeletal warrior. Locke was impressed. He came up and nicely asked to ride him, and Ken surprisingly immediately gave the go-ahead. Locke immediately climbed onto the skeleton. Like a child on a toy horse, he was happy and asked when he had time to prepare such a thing. While he was saying that Ken could only summon humanoid skeletons, Ken threw him a spear. Locke said uncertainly if his plan was to put him on this bony wolf and force him to attack the main monster with this spear. Ken just grinned and said that he had learned to understand without his explanation. There was still no hope for this guy. The Chinese guild found the grave of a fallen player. One of them said that it didn't look like someone from the guild did it, and asked if it would be better to dig up just in case. But the guy said there was no point in digging and wasting time on it if it wasn't their brother. After that, they all left at once, not knowing that this was precisely the grave of their brother, who until the last tried to fulfill his duty to the guild. And our guys were already going to meet the monster. Locke asked that it would not be easy. It would not be so easy to pierce his thick skin with a weapon. But Ken said that he was more worried that he had already become a hunter. Locke did not understand, and Ken began to explain to him that if the dungeon is not cleared, the killed monsters are reborn again in the same numbers. But the surviving monsters become smarter and stronger due to the experience of meeting the players, just like Ken himself. Monsters that have gone through battles are not that common, but there are exceptions. While the dungeon remains undefended, the boss monster gains combat experience whenever the player fails to complete the task. At some point, he must have noticed that players often gathered around fallen comrades and apparently began using them as bait, since this monster survived 23 times. Locke asked in surprise that Ken was sure that the boss was here, an ogre who inspired such fear, and how could he be sure of what he had not seen? Ken said that up to this point they had been collecting information. Locke sighed with relief, because he thought that Ken was behaving like those bloodhounds. But then Locke thought that he didn't understand anything, even after he looked at them. We are shown a player who was happy about the pile of corpses lying next to him. They rejoiced like crazy at the corpses of people, and like hyenas they ran up to the corpses. Their leader understood that something was clearly wrong here. Dead bodies rarely lie next to each other. If other bloodhounds had gathered them nearby, they would have taken the objects too. And there was also this trail of blood, of a strange shape. It looked like the bodies had been dragged from somewhere. When it dawned on him, he began shouting to his subordinates that it was a trap. One of them did not understand him, but before he could finish speaking, his body was enveloped in an unknown fear. His body stopped moving and he froze in place. The guy was unlucky. Unfortunately, the monster managed to kill his partners and their bodies fell to the ground. As soon as he turned around, he saw a huge orc already swinging at him. He still had the bracelet. Their leader was able to climb up and, jumping, dealt this ogre one blow with his sword. But when he landed, he saw that his sword simply broke from this blow. He thought about how a unique class blade could break so easily. But now his body was also filled with fear, and he lost the ability to move. Ken and Locke were already running towards this monster, while the screams of that man were still heard in the area. The monster killed this man too. Ken looked at him, and turning to Locke told him to act according to the plan. Not to say that Locke likes Ken's plan, after all, he always uses him as bait. And yet, like a faithful comrade, he ran on his dead horse straight to the monster. The terrible monster saw him and turned on his ability, and the whole place was enveloped in this curse. Locke had no choice but to enter this smoke. His body was enveloped in unknown fear. Lancelot's ring freed him from this fear. Locke was glad that the ring was not useless. The unpleasant trembling simply disappeared. But then he noticed something. His skeletal friend stopped listening to him. And now Locke is extremely close to this monster. At the moment when the monster struck the first blow, the skeleton warrior ran sharply in the other direction. The expression on Locke's face was simply priceless. Ken reassured Locke that everything was going according to plan. Locke was surprised. He began to shout that he had been controlling him all this time. It was risky, but he did not have time to finish. He told Locke to hold on tight and keep running. I think Locke will grow old sooner after such adventures. They jumped on this huge monster and Locke impaled the ogre. Locke was surprised by this, because he thought it was a simple spear, but it was able to pierce his skin right through. The ogre's ability to recover was greatly reduced, and Locke said that while a lot of equipment was good, it would still take a little time. Locke asked when the skeleton warriors would appear, but Ken told him to deliver 10 more piercing blows. He'll take care of the rest himself, Ken said with a grin. Okay, apparently he wasn't joking. Behind Ken, there was a whole army of skeleton warriors armed with weapons. He used the bloody weapon skill, the ability to create weapons using the blood of a caster. At this time, the Chinese guild felt fear, and the leader thought that if such strong fear spread, then the attack on the boss monster had already begun. While he thought that the attack had begun faster than he thought, his comrades ran up to him and reported that they had found something. They found the player's corpse and said that the secret language of their guild was written on the armor. Meet the brothers sleeping in the west and find the Kunlun property. The guy thought that there was nothing in the west. But I remembered that they saw a grave in the west, which they took for someone else's.
The ogre's health was significantly reduced, the ogre's resistance was also significantly reduced, and skeleton warriors surrounded the monster. Another blow was struck, and the blood poisoning began to spread throughout the ogre's body. And Locke thought about how amazing this spear of Percival is. He could not imagine that it could pierce such thick skin like that. Locke told Ken that no dungeon could withstand the combination of Percival's spear and blood reflection. But Ken was not so optimistic, and said that it was possible if it was just a 2-level dungeon. He himself thought that in 3-level dungeons the monsters were much stronger, and this combination alone would not be enough. In addition, to cope with a real monster, he needs to become much stronger. The ogre was defeated. The achievement hunter of the Frosty Forest of Cruelty was received. The messenger of the underworld sent a catalog. Locke was surprised and asked that they again received a gift from the mentor. He was angry that his mentor did not send him anything, because he was the one who did all the dirty work. He shouted that this was discrimination. While Locke was angry and shouted that he wanted to change his mentor, Ken climbed on this ogre. And he took out Van Gogh's bracelet, yet he was the first to receive this treasure. When they emerged from the dungeon, a corresponding crowd of enthusiastic screams awaited them. And only the guys from the Chinese guild were unhappy with this result. The guy asked what they should do because they couldn't take Van Gogh's bracelet from the dungeon, and that if it fell into the wrong hands, then they had problems. The leader of this group said that for now, all they could do was report it and wait. And he himself thought that being in a dungeon in a situation where they were close to losing their legendary items. They are the Kunlun Guild. They leave clues in a secret language for the brothers who come after them. So if you don't know the secret language, it's almost impossible to narrate Van Gogh's bracelet. But if someone was lucky enough to carry him out of the dungeon, he hoped that person was not that American. And at this time, a satisfied Ken thought that such a thing would be hidden. It was worth it to enter such a dungeon for the last time before going to the 3-level one. The maximum number of items a player can use is 5, 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 bracelets. Even if you carry more, item effects are applied within the set limits. However, Van Gogh's bracelet is an item that breaks the existing order. It allows you to use the effects of all the rings worn on 5 fingers. The only negative is that the rings cannot be removed. Initially, rings are items that can be worn alternately. Experienced players often choose to change rings depending on the situation, but now he must carefully choose which ring to wear. Locke, who knew nothing about the bracelet, asked Ken why he had such a serious face. Something was wrong. Ken was about to answer that everything was fine. But suddenly they called him, and he answered, it was Oven. He asked if Ken could return to the base right now. Ken calmly replied that he could return without any problems, but asked what was the matter, and Oven replied that he had returned. Oven said that Taiwan and Korea are causing trouble right now. The headlines switched from Ken to his return. Ken asked Oven that by him he meant Vincent, and so Vincent returned from the 6-story dungeon. His reputation did not lie. As Vincent's reputation grows, so does Ken's defense. He said that this is good news and that it is coming forward. But Locke had other plans. He asked that since they were in Taiwan, they could eat noodle soup, beef, xiaolong bao. He continued to list the dishes, and Ken stopped him by saying that they were flying to Korea right now. Here poor Locke froze in surprise. He couldn't believe it. Then he was carried out, and he began to shout that they had come all this way and could not eat a single Taiwanese dish. Ken was already tired of his huge appetite and said that he could eat on the plane. Ken was sitting in Vincent's office. He looked at Ken menacingly and asked why the Frontier Guild dared to deceive him. Ken turned on the cutie and said that he himself barely survived, but was wounded and could not move. In addition, he did not know who to trust, so he hid and waited for Mr. Vincent to return from the dungeon. These are the materials exposed by the investigation team sent on the day of the incident based on Ken's testimony, although there was little evidence left in the dungeon itself due to the fire. Judging by the statements of the other surviving players who entered the other dungeon, the Frontier Guild was the instigator of this provocation and attacked first, despite the fact that they pretend to be innocent and pretend that it was just an accident. Vincent was visibly angry. He thought that these damned bastards were doing all this while he was away. And then he said that given the circumstances, it was clear that they were trying to find out the size of their forces, and Ken asked what he was going to do next. They will pay for trespassing on me, so there is only one thing I want to do, Vincent said. Suddenly, Secretary Kim put a box on the table. Oven smiled from ear to ear, and Tired Locke asked how much he paid, since he was smiling like that. And Oven said that he lost as much as he could, because it was him. Locke asked if he was Vincent and how Oven was going to get his skill page back, because no matter how much he loved money, he had not forgotten how hard it was to get this Skeleton Knight skill. Oven told Locke that he shouldn't worry about it because the person who would return their items was already in Vincent's office. As always, it dawns on Locke later, and at first he didn't understand what he meant, and then he remembered his beloved partner. Ken left Vincent's office with a suitcase in his hands and called Oven, who immediately asked how it all went. With a smirk on his face, Ken informed him that Vincent had just given him the Skeleton Knight skill page.
Everyone on the internet was already discussing that Vincent had donated a skill page to an American player, with the words that the Phoenix Guild promised to support him. Paula bit her lips and thought that Vincent was flirting with them from afar. If Vincent becomes a favorite of the public, this will be another problem for her, because it may complicate her work in the future. Since this is the case, Paula said, you must take responsibility by turning to Naomi. And at Vincent's house, Kim's secretary said that they would return to this issue after she discussed it with the boss. She was talking on the phone, and Vincent, who was reading the newspaper, asked if she had spoken to Ken. Kim confirmed that it was Ken. He handed over the skill page entrusted to him, and was sewing on what further instructions would be. Vincent said that Ken is not stupid, because now that he is looking for new members, Ken must have felt the instability of his position. He continued that since he worked so hard, then as a gesture of courtesy, he would let him die in a 3-level dungeon. A C rank should be enough. What a freak, although Ken had foreseen this. Vincent said that he would be given normal support. He would calm down and leave, and if not, then he would have to surprise him. In the evening, the players got together and discussed Ken. They considered him a weakling. But one player reminded the others that he has excellent skills, and it seems that he joined the group of Vincent's subordinates, devastating one of the uncleaned dungeons. But the girl named Eugene only laughed that if he were strong, he would go there himself. But this is not the case since they asked to accompany him. Like a child, she began to stomp her feet while her partners calmed her down, saying that this was an order from the guild. But she only complained that since Vincent became the head of the guild, there has been too much politics around, and that she's already thinking about joining the Messiah Guild. Another player said that it seems that his patrons are the messenger of the underworld, and his main ability is the skill of poison blood. However, since this skill can also be dangerous for allies, until now he has traveled alone. The girl thought that since he had poisoned blood, he could not summon skeletons, and she was told that no one had seen him use other skills. They did not know that those who had seen his real power were long dead. And finally, the man who had been talked about so much arrived. She noticed his car and said that his thriftiness deserved respect and that she would cut him a little slack. They entered the dungeon, and Ken thought about Vincent, who sent him 3 escorts even though it was only a 3-story dungeon. While he was thinking about this, that girl came up to him and asked if it was his first time in a 3-story dungeon. She said that he was of little use in this dungeon, so she began to threaten him that she would kill him if he got in the way. Eugene ordered him to try to kill a couple of monsters so that she could see what he was capable of. Ken asked which monsters he should kill and how many. She thought that he was already rebelling against her, but still told him not to show off and kill as many as he could. When he said he needed time to prepare, she turned around and said he was on his own and left. In Oven's office, Locke found out that Ken had entered the dungeon again and asked that maybe he had some kind of unhealthy craving for them. Oven began to scold him that it was he who liked to laze around all day. But Locke just yawned and said that he wanted to relax while he was not here, and complained that working with him was a complete nightmare. Oven began to say that earlier he had complained about the lack of an experienced partner, when all 3 of them received a notification. An emergency occurred. A monster broke out of the dungeon and began to destroy everything in its path. Locke asked which guild was monitoring this dungeon, and how they allowed this to happen. He began to say that the same situation happened several years ago, with a dungeon controlled by the Messiah's guild. But Oven showed him a sign to shut up. Then Locke himself realized what a mistake he had made and covered his mouth. Oven turned to Secretary Lee to see what condition she was in. Apparently they will show us Lee's past. We see an ordinary Korean school. Lee, still a schoolgirl with long hair, frowned at the desk in front of her. Paula's name was written on the desk. Suddenly there was a strong explosion, and all the students ran to the window. One of the high-rise buildings exploded and began to collapse. Lee, seeing how the building was breaking down, began to cry and began to scream in pain. Apparently she immediately understood everything. And now the same situation happened, and it was probably covered by those same emotions. She put her phone down and said she would go away for a minute. On her desk there was a frame of her smiling sweetly next to her father. Locke has already regretted 1,000 times that he let it slip. Oven was also sad and began to scold Locke, who had told him more than once to watch what he was talking about in the presence of Secretary Lee. Locke said that he did not mention this on purpose. Then he said that Oven knew her father, and asked what kind of person he was. Oven began to remember an old friend he talked to him in a restaurant about some matter. Lee's father said that there are risks in this business, but he is always willing to take risks for the sake of his family. He talked about how he wanted to make the world where his daughter goes to school a safe place. And when he died, Oven came to him. It is clear that the death of his friend upset him. Clouded by past memories, he said that her father was an incredible hard worker and an easy target when it came to his daughter. At this time in the dungeon, Eugene killed a bunch of monsters, and thought that since this was a C-rank dungeon, there were no particularly strong monsters here. while she was thinking that at this rate they should move to the second level by tomorrow without any problems. A guy ran up to her and said that she should take a look at Ken. She asked displeasedly if he really couldn't cope with one monster even after asking for additional time to prepare. The guy said he did it, but she should still take a look at it. She didn't like that he made such a noise, and they ordered him to show the way. When she arrived, she was surprised by what she saw. She remembered that he asked for time to prepare. She realized that he had spent all this time setting traps. It was strange that no one else had done so. Eugene thought that although he tried hard, such traps would not cause much damage. At most, they would scratch. They jumped onto the branches of the trees, and from this view we can see all the traps he built. So Ken himself appeared. Monsters were running after him, and when they ran, they touched Ken's traps. Eugene became worried and thought that he would definitely die this way and asked what he was trying to achieve by leading a crowd of monsters into such a simple trap. She took out her bow and was already preparing an arrow, but the guy told her to wait and look at his plan. But she just started saying that this guy clearly doesn't have any plan, and that Vincent will kill them if he dies here. But the guy didn't answer her and only pointed down and asked her to look at him. Ken jumped onto one of the tree trunks and was surrounded by monsters. Eugene saw how he was surrounded by monsters and decided that it was too late to save him. But Ken had other thoughts on this matter. He activated the Bloody Mist Envoy skill of the underworld. The orcs were poisoned by the poisoned blood skill, and one by one they died. Eugene no longer laughed at Ken, and thought that he combined poisoned blood with blood mist. This meant using the poisoned blood skill correctly. The guy said that this was amazing, and that this was the first time he had seen this. Ken had already killed 100 orcs this way. And Eugene's eyes lit up, and she thought that he deserved Vincent's favor, and that she would win him over to her side no matter what. She saw only a part of his abilities, and already elevated him to the throne. And Ken stood in front of a pile of corpses, and the messenger of the underworld admires his ability. The blood mist skill rank increased by 1. Ken approached one orc and touched him. The underworld envoy's blood absorption skill was used. He thought how good it was that he could replenish his blood supply with this skill. Eugene turned to the guy and told him to go and tell him everything. He didn't understand and asked what to tell him, and Eugene, pointing to the battlefield, said that he absolutely passed the test. In the evening, Ken was sitting by the fire when Eugene came up to him and apologized for her behavior. She enthusiastically said that his skills were incredible, and that she never thought that poisoned blood could be so deadly. Did Ken really have a fan? The girl praised Ken's skills and said that she wanted him to join her team, and Ken replied 100,001, the cost of each time he uses poisoned blood. The word cost made such a miser like her very angry. Ken responded that his supply of poisoned blood was limited, so it made sense that the team would pay the player to use the absorb skill during a dungeon foray. Moreover, the side effect of this skill is bleeding. He should receive at least that much. Eugene became increasingly angry, but replied that it was over. She understood everything. They should pay him since he sheds his precious blood. She started haggling and said that she would pay 30,001. Ken said that was too little and made a generous discount of 1,001. Eugene continued to bargain and also became generous for 31,001. Ken answered 98, but Eugene insisted on 32,000. The player began to worry and thought why Ken continued to play along with her in this argument while the two were bargaining. I like the cute couple. The next day, Ken watched the battle and thought that the Phoenix Guild's team cohesion was much better than he thought. Ken decided that even the leadership skills were good. But then the team leader started yelling at her kids and pointing out the price tag of each weapon. Ken was surprised by this, which is quite rare. He hoped that she did not decide to behave so openly because of money. They moved to the second level. This time they need to survive for 6 days. Eugene reminded her team that survival quests usually have a lot of monsters, so they need to hold out. Then she turned to Ken and said displeasedly that since they had unforeseen expenses, and they should be sure that they were not paying in vain. Ken also became nervous. One of the players told Eugene that they would go to explore the area to determine the number of monsters. But they didn't find any monsters in the forest, which is strange. The guy thought that something was wrong here. There aren't enough monsters in the quest, and the dungeon is small. Another guy, suddenly they found huge footprints that were clearly left by no ordinary monster. Then the guy realized that this quest is not about fighting a lot of monsters. Apparently they will have to fight one boss monster for 6 days. The second guy started shouting that this was bad. Such quests have a low survival rate due to the difference in difficulty compared to the initial rank of the quest. At this time, Eugene was discussing about the dungeon with her partners, that the area of the dungeon is smaller than normal dungeons, more like an island. She thought that since they had Ken's poisoned blood, they would be able to defeat even the strongest boss. But in order to increase the survivability of individual team members, it was necessary to avoid debilitating equipment. Eugene is a good leader who cares about his subordinates,
She warned everyone to avoid meeting the main monster until they understand what kind of monster it is. Suddenly, screams were heard from the forest, and a huge white troll came out of the forest. Eugene ordered everyone to disperse, and taking out her bow, she shot at the white troll. The Silent Hunter's multiple shot skill was used, and arrows pierced him. Regardless of his ability to regenerate, Ken's poisoning skill will give them some time. But surprisingly, the arrows simply jumped out of the troll's body. Is there really too little poison? But the poison definitely spread from the point where the arrow hit. Ken watched Eugene as she continued to carry out her duties as a commander and wondered if he should intervene after all. It was time to show Vincent his usefulness. After everyone was able to escape the monster, Eugene gathered all the players in a circle. But she didn't see Ken. She got worried and asked where he was, curious. Ken appeared next to her and she asked if she could increase the amount of blood she bought. He agreed on one condition. He explained his condition and said that he understands that such a decision is not easy to make, since the lives of the entire team are at stake. So even if she refuses the proposed strategy, he will continue to cooperate. But at this rate, the number of victims will be at least more than 4, regardless of will they fight or flee. Ken used the Underworld Envoy blood weapon skill and created a small arrow. This item is made by condensing his blood so that it is more effective than poison blood applied to an arrowhead. She grabbed a bag of arrows and warned him that she would personally finish him off if any of her comrades died because of his strategy, and announced to her friends that they had a new plan. But players began to doubt the plan when they had to remove their armor. They would need to dodge rather than block it, and therefore need to increase their mobility, which is why they need to remove their armor. So the white troll appeared, and the guys activated the provocation skill of the immortal fighter. Then the troll was attacked by the magicians, using the skill of the flame source of Knowledge Master. And when the troll was surrounded by flames, Ken ordered everyone to get ready. We are brought back to the previous conversation. White trolls are immune to fire magic, but Ken knew this. White trolls have some resistance. Ken wants to use the fire not to damage him, but to use that fire to cloud his vision. All the fire has to do is allow players to make a cut on its body. After one of the players struck, Leader Eugene fired straight at the target before the wound could heal. The white troll was amazed by the poisoned blood. Even Ken thought that her skills were not bad. When the arrowhead hit the wound, it began to dissolve and be absorbed into the body. So even if the wound was instantly healed, it would not be able to stop the poison. At this time, all the players with different abilities use their powers to attack this troll. By the time the stupid troll notices that the same attack is repeated over and over again, as Ken expected, the troll did not notice that he was wounded, and the players were able to take advantage of this and defeat the white troll. Eugene couldn't be happier that they were able to defeat this troll without any losses. A screen immediately appeared for all players. It was written on it that the achievement of the white troll hunter had been received. The messenger of the underworld had granted you power. When they came down from the tree, Eugene asked Ken why he was really here, and he said that they could talk about it outside the dungeon. Is our Ken asking her out on dates? Although this is unlikely. But then he ruined everything by reminding her that they had used his poison blood 217 times, and he expected them to pay him back upon leaving their dungeon. A curmudgeon like Eugene clearly didn't like this reminder, as can be seen from her expression. And at this time, a dissatisfied Vincent tapped his fingers on the table and asked that she wanted to compensate for this incident. He said that while nothing could replace the fallen members of the guild, he would listen to Naomi Spell, the chief of the Frontier Guild. After the entire team left the dungeon, they had a conference where they answered questions from journalists. One of the reporters asked if it was true that a white troll literally appeared out of nowhere in the 3-story dungeon C+, and he was wondering how they got out without a single loss. Eugene replied that they achieved this result thanks to the hard work of each team member, and that the cleanup would not have been possible without Mr. Ken's poisoned blood skill. This surprised all the journalists. They could not believe that they were able to defeat the white troll thanks to the poisoned blood skill. At this time, Ken was in his car and talking with Owen about the Dead Forest dungeon. Owen was a little worried that he was going there because it was the Americans' dungeon, and he was going there undercover. Ken said that if he could go there as someone else, they wouldn't have to use Vincent. Owen reminded him that even the Messiah went to the underground of America only a couple of times at the moment. This country does not need anyone's help. Since many experienced players have emigrated to this country, and the fact that they find themselves in this situation means that this dungeon can be quite difficult to navigate. While Ken was talking to Owen, Naomi and James came out of the elevator. She scolded him for something as they got into the car. Since the Frontier Guild screwed up pretty badly in front of Vincent, they will be able to enter the dungeon without serious problems. Vincent was in his office reading a report about the dungeon in which Ken was. He asked the secretary if everything that was written in the report was true.
The secretary said she has contacted all players involved in the cleanup, and this report contains reliable information. The battle with the White Troll, this battle was commanded by Eugene, but it was said that the strategy was suggested by Ken. The secretary continued that Eugene even paid Ken extra expenses for using his poisoned blood. Vincent was glad that he immediately realized that he was an unusual guy, but he did not expect that he would be so good. Vincent's commercialism soared. He began to say that Ken turned out to be an interesting person, and that he should have been accepted earlier. From now on, he should be treated with due respect. There was a meeting about the Dead Forest dungeon, in which the Great Guild and the Frontier are fighting together, and that a foreign player wants to enter this dungeon. Kari Rowana, master of the Great Guild, asked everyone what they thought about the foreign participant. The man began to shout that they could not trust a stranger to clear such a complex dungeon. For him, this was absurd. He was afraid for their honor, no matter what it meant. Another said that he is not sure what the guild's opinion is on this matter. Since they have already given their consent, the government has also begun to ask their opinion, but he believes that it would be better to oppose it. But Kari suddenly laughed and stood up and said that the reason the government forbade them from trying to clear this dungeon again was not because they doubted their ability to do it, but because they were concerned about the potential damage to their own country's guild. It's even better because now they can use this reason to get government approval. Kari wanted to up the ante. Kari decided to announce a reward that would interest anyone King Arthur's ring. In the car, Locke handed Ken a page with the skill. He said that Owen asked to give it to him. He thinks that this skill is suitable for him. Locke told him that he did not need this skill because Ken kept his skeletons in the Book of the Dead, but Owen insisted that he pass it on to Ken. Ken liked this skill. He asked me to tell him that the skill would be useful to him, and that he would definitely use it, just as a limited number of skeletons can be stored in the Book of the Dead. The power of the Pharaoh, one day there may come a time when he meets an enemy who has more warriors, and then his position will become extremely disadvantageous. But with this skill, he can probably cope. Locke interrupted his thoughts, asking if he was really going to clear the Dead Forest, and whether he would succeed, because this is the dungeon that the Border and the Great Guild could not cope with together. Besides, since this is a dead forest, there must be living dead there, which is an unfortunate combination for Ken, since he cannot sacrifice undead skeletons. Ken began to say that at first he was a little worried about this, but then he said that Locke would be fighting the undead in the front row. It seems Locke was not aware of this. Then Locke was taken out and he began to shout at him. But Ken's phone rang, and Owen said that the government had agreed for him to participate in the dungeon, but there was a problem. It seems that anyone can take part in the cleanup, not only him and something else as a bonus. They said that they would reward the guild with a legendary level item. Ken immediately realized that they were confident that their player would receive the prize, and asked what kind of item they were offering. The internet literally exploded with this news. No one could believe that Arthur's ring was being offered as a reward in this dungeon. Finally, the guys flew to San Francisco, and while Locke was eating, he said that it seemed like the Greats really wanted to clean out this dungeon, because otherwise they wouldn't have offered Arthur's ring. Ken replied that this was a provocation. They believed that they would take this prize themselves, and Locke laughed because they did not consider Ken a serious opponent. While Locke ate his burgers, as always in huge quantities, Ken thought that the Great Guild understood that it was impossible to carelessly underestimate its enemies, and they are not so stupid as to just provoke other guilds. There must be another reason for their confidence. Kari was informed that all raid participants, including leader Ellis, had successfully entered the dungeon. The man asked if this bothered her. He did not doubt Ellis's abilities, but he was worried about the reward. He continued that there were rumors, including in the guild itself, about the master's decision, but for some reason Kari smiled terribly. Turning around, she said that she had offered the ring as a reward, but did not say that she would not use it. And we are shown how someone puts on King Arthur's ring. Everyone entered the dungeon and the girl came forward and introduced herself as Ellis Heighton, and she represents the Great Guild. She said that before starting the cleanup, she suggests that all guilds come to an agreement. Locke asked displeasedly what she wanted to negotiate. She was probably not going to agree not to fight each other. Ken said that she wanted to determine the order in which the guilds would try to defeat the boss, and that order would depend on how much the guild contributed to each level of the dungeon. Locke asked what kind of contribution they were talking about. Who would kill the most monsters? Apparently Locke was not going to cooperate with them. While Locke was asking what he would do, according to the original plan, Ken was going to just watch and not interfere. Ken noticed something. Ken saw the skeletons lying next to the tree and said that now this is a competition, so everyone will show their cards. Since everyone will show their abilities, Ken decided not to stand by, and the skill of the envoy of the underworld, the power of the Pharaoh, was used. The monsters killed by others can be used as sacrifices.
The small group began to discuss their actions. Someone said that everyone was in a hurry to begin with, and asked what they would do.
Ellis said that they can't stand still while these brats are running around. It seems Ken was right that everyone will show their true strength. She put Arthur's ring on first and then pulled out Merlin's item from her inventory. Merlin's item increases her power. The hidden condition of King Arthur's legend has been fulfilled. The King Arthur's legend item set has been activated. King Arthur's ring enhances the effects of Knights of the Round Table items. Her magical power literally poured over the edge while Ken watched it through the lizard. Ellis said that she saw no point in dragging everything to the second level. She decided to tell everyone who is in charge here right now.
This is the Great Guild's trump card. No wonder they were so confident.
Ken expected King Arthur's ring to be used in the dungeon, but he didn't know that Ellis also had Merlin's item. Merlin's item is a legendary item, something like the symbol of Paula, who led the Knights of the Round Table. But this does not mean that it belonged to her from the very beginning. The fact that the item passed from Ellis to Paula. So there is a direct connection between the Messiah Guild and the Great Guild. It's even better if Ken takes possession of the item before it passes into Paula's hands. The effect of this will be stronger than any of Ken's attacks against the Messiah. While Locke suggested Ken to analyze the strength of his opponents, but Ken had a different plan. Ken thought that they would not be able to give priority to the Great Guild that owns Merlin's item and King Arthur's ring, and told Locke that they would give it their all from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Ellis, using the skill of listening to all creation, calling on the fiery spirit, burned all the orcs in her path. The player was impressed that, as expected from a great guild, with such a level of firepower, it was impossible to immediately attack the fourth. When suddenly he noticed something. It was Ken who was not inferior in strength to the Great Guild. The path was already blocked. This did not make Ellis very happy, who did not expect Ken to do so well. Ken used the skill of the messenger of the underworld. The power of the pharaoh, the monsters killed by others, were used as sacrifices, and he was able to summon a skeleton warrior. The player didn't like Ken feeding his skeleton the monsters they killed, but Ellis told him to calm down and check the score. With a score of 1,500, the Great Guild takes first place. The Messiah is in second. Ken and Locke are still in last place, and the player just laughed at them. Ellis ordered her subordinates to move into the next zone. Ken thought that at this rate, their firepower would be ahead of them. However, such power does not mean fast hunting because they do not have the weapons that Ken has. Ken had an idea and told Locke that they were the only guild capable of using this strategy. Of course, this was only possible because Locke existed. He tried to put pressure on Locke again, but Locke said that since this strategy was impossible without him, he would not do anything. But then he agreed anyway, and asked this time that he would feed him after the cleansing. And then Ken decided that it was worth speeding up, and a skeleton warrior on a horse appeared. It was a skeleton knight, a skill that Vincent gave. In the real world, people on the internet could not calm down because of the reward that the guild was offering at the threshold of $2 million for the dead forest. Owen was glad that other guilds also began to place bets, because he thought that they would be the ones to win. Owen asked what lead Ken had, and Secretary Lee replied that 3.28. The rest he should see for himself. The Great Guild has revealed the characteristics of Ellis's item, which is also located in the dungeon. Apparently, they gave her Merlin's item and King Arthur's ring, Lee said. Owen was surprised that she used items with which she went through 5 or 6 floor dungeons. And then it dawned on Owen that these 2 items give a strengthening effect, which means they can lose. And the miser Owen immediately began shouting for Secretary Lee to cancel his bets. But Lee said that it was too late. Owen was angry and scolded that the Great Guild was cheap and they should play honestly and fairly and not rely on items. But in the dungeon, when Ellis looked at the score, she saw that Ken was in first place with a score of 5,704 kills. It was amazing how quickly they were able to overtake everyone. Ellis wondered how they could do it, because they couldn't find anything better than Merlin's item or King Arthur's ring. Ellis approached Ken and Locke and said that the rumors were true, and asked what his secret was, and Ken said that he was just lucky. And all thanks to Locke and his immortal body, no matter how strong the firepower is, after defeating all the monsters in one zone, you have no choice but to waste time moving on to the next one. On the other hand, they were able to focus on the battle because they gathered all the monsters in one area. Ken decided to play with their pride a little and asked what exactly the effect of King Arthur's ring gives. It looked like it would be his after the cleanup. So he wanted to know in advance, Ken said, and suggested that she give it to her right now. And then they will do everything possible so as not to harm the Great Guild in this dungeon. Ken continued to press her and said that the chance of winning would increase if the strongest person wielded the item. Ellis, after his words, asked if he really believed that he was stronger than her. Ken continued that, for the sake of clearing, he would gladly give his items to a stronger player than him. She got angry and said that because of a small gap, he was arrogant in the end, "The Great Guild will clear out this dungeon," and left with these words. A player from the Frontier Guild looked at this skirmish and was glad that in this situation, new opportunities would also open up for them, the Frontier Guild. The battle continued, each guild using their abilities to take first place and be the first to defeat the boss. The Great Guild fought fiercely all this time, burning and killing a bunch of corpses, and Ellis asked how the situation was in places. The player checked the score and became nervous when he saw that the results had not changed, but the difference had only increased. Ellis didn't believe it and checked the score herself, and only got angrier. The gap only grew, despite the fact that their dressing power was working non-stop. And suddenly the scout returned to his team. Ellis immediately attacked him with questions about Ken. As soon as he caught his breath, the man said in horror that there were 50 skeleton warriors there. Moreover, the skeleton warriors were stronger than any ordinary player. At this time, Ken was testing whether he could summon another skeleton, but at the moment this was the limit of his magical power. He decided that he needed to save his mana in order to use other skills. He drank a potion that helped him restore his mana. And poor Locke swore at Ken when he ran towards him, and a crowd of monsters ran after him. And Ken just smiled when he thought that Locke had learned perfect timing. Then Ken put on his mask and joined the Skeleton Knight. I think he understands perfectly well that he is cool. A real war between skeleton warriors and monsters began, led by a skeleton knight with Percival's spear. While the skeleton warriors were fighting, Ken at the same time used the skill of the envoy of the underworld to explode corpses several times. They cleared the first level of the dungeon, and Ken's score increased faster and faster. Ellis announced the results and said that judging by them, further rivalry was pointless, and asked if anyone wanted to object to the Mokosh Guild, Ken's guild, trying to fight the boss monster first. All the participants in this competition did not object to this. The rules are the rules, they said. The man did not expect that Ellis would lose, and decided to change his plan because he could not just lose King Arthur's ring. Ellis shook Ken's hand and admitted that she had underestimated him, but reminded him that there was still a second level, and if he lost, they would be next. Moving to the second level, a thick fog awaited the players, and in this fog they must find and defeat an earthen turtle. I don't understand how a turtle can be a monster. Ellis ordered her players to split up and search the area when a player suggested she relax a little because she seemed scared. She of course sent him to hell. That player turned out to be Jay from the Frontier Guild. He proposed to her to join forces. Jay continued that the Great Guild and the Frontier Guild had already worked together, although the idea failed then, but now they can't just go and give their property to some leftist guy. Ellis seemed interested in this proposal and asked how exactly he wanted to combine their powers. He said that accidents often happen in dungeons. For example, a group of monsters can attack from behind when you are fighting a boss monster. Ellis began to object, but Jay said that this was not a situation where there was room for arguing about what was right and what was wrong. If King Arthur's ring floats away from them, then it won't be only her who will be the target of pogroms. There isn't much time left until that level is cleared, Jay assured. Surprisingly, she just laughed and asked if he really thought she would agree. Jay began to get nervous and told her to think about it, because she didn't want to just give the ring to that guy, and asked what she would do if he really managed to clear the dungeon. She got angry and asked him that if fighting the boss monster had been their priority, they would have tried to pull the same trick behind their backs. Jay did not deny, and said that given the current situation, it would be better for them to join forces. Ellis said that if she pretended they wouldn't have heard anything, she warned that from now on, if he interfered with them, she would make him regret it. And during their negotiations, Ken had already destroyed the Earth Turtle and cleared the dungeon. Such speed is difficult to compete with. Next to the dead Earth Turtle, Locke fell to his knees and grabbed his side. Ken asked how he was, to which Locke replied that his ribs were cracked. A skeleton could handle such tasks. It was not necessary to overload Locke. Locke started yelling at Ken, asking if he would be okay if he were in his place. Continuing to scold Ken, pointing out that they were still alive thanks to him, because anyone else would have died long ago. He stole treats from his inventory and ate them. The blessing of the river Styx was applied and his health was fully restored. He noticed that during the time that he was with him, the blessing of the river Styx increased by 3 levels. Afterwards, he stood up and asked where they were in such a hurry, since the first attempt was already theirs. Ken replied that they were in a hurry so that these bastards constantly trying to deceive them would not have a single chance to catch up. So they moved to the next level, and they were surrounded by an ominous aura, like the previous dungeon with Van Gogh's bracelet. The players gathered in a circle and asked each other who dealt with the Earth Turtle. They don't even know who found it. Then they were covered in fog. The player thought that this fog was even worse than on the second level. And this black mist used power and slowly began to absorb their vitality. Fortunately, Apophis's power has been activated, and Locke will no longer be able to be poisoned by this black fog. Lancelot's ring activates powerful resistance to the black fog. Locke looked at Ken in surprise. and thought that he couldn't have thought that it would all happen like this. The players became depressed and began to complain that from the very beginning there was a poisonous fog that was everywhere, and Ellis ordered everyone to calm down and take the antidote. She expected this and prepared in advance, but this does not mean that the antidote will be enough for everyone, for a maximum of half a day if everything goes well. But they may lose their vitality even before the battle. Using the antidote didn't help much. The poisoning status was lifted, but temporarily, and Jay came to them, who also complained about the poison. He again suggested that she consider his proposal again. This may be the only chance before the Mokosh Guild makes a mistake, and she will have to fight the boss to the limit of her strength. While he was convincing her to join his guild, Ken and his skeletons and Locke headed towards the boss. Ellis thought that if he succeeded, she would lose the ring. Even if he lost, they would have a hard time. She decided she had no choice and accepted Jay's proposals. Jay thought that now his chances of getting King Arthur's ring had increased. He picked it. They had enough antidote for more than half a day. It would last for about a whole day. The guys reached the boss of the dungeon, a skeleton warrior on his horse, and with his army. Probably the most terrible boss of all. Locke looked at the huge crowd in horror. He asked if Ken was telling him to just stand. Ken said that the appearance of a saboteur is inevitable. They just need to pretend that they are hunting. If they leave the front line, the rest of the guilds will have a chance, and that is exactly what the group that is haunting them wants. As time passes, they are the ones who have the advantage in the black fog. Ken decided that he will make them beg to clear this dungeon. Jay and Ellis looked at each other, and Jay ran to prepare the attack. Ellis convinced herself that she had no choice. She was tormented by doubts, but she repeated that it was for the sake of protecting the others. They needed to win and leave here alive. In another part of the dungeon, the battle between Ken and the boss monster has already begun. Of course, Ken stood to the side, and Locke made his way forward straight to the skeleton on a horse. While Locke was making his way through the crowd of skeletons, a bunch of monsters ran out of the forest, but Ken was waiting for them. He used the skill of the messenger of the underworld to explode the corpse. Jay clearly did not expect this when he noticed the explosion. Jay said that this couldn't happen. He realized that Ken had managed to prepare for this attack. At this time, the other players were getting worse and worse. One of them supported his comrade, telling him to endure a little longer because you can't die like that. There are more and more people dying, the player said, and that they are at their limit. They have less and less left. He asked her to make a decision. She thought that the supply of the prepared antidote had run out. Now they would have to come to terms with the leaking forces, and she was angry with Jay because he was delaying the attack. And so Ken came back, and Ellis was glad that he had finally given up. Ellis ordered her players to prepare for battle, because now it was the turn of the Great Guild to demonstrate their power. But then Ken suddenly turned around and said that he would leave it to them and return to the battlefield. Ellis did not understand this, and began to shout that the moment he appeared here, the turn passed to them, the Great Guild. She stated that he had wasted half a day, so he should let them deal with it, and she asked if saving the lives of everyone present was not the most important thing. But Ken calmly replied that he was only returning the wounded of the line to safety. She didn't notice at first, but there was a player from the line lying on the ground. It was Jay. He had burns on him. Ellis thought that he had planned all this, but he failed the attack. Ellis shouted that this did not change the rules. He returned, which means it was their turn, because he left the battlefield, which means his attempt failed. As she continued to speak, Ken turned to her and with a malicious smile told them to wait their turn. He said that even now his partner continues to fight bravely. They have no time for useless arguments. He must immediately return to the battlefield to help him. The other participants forgot about his partner. It's a shame that Locke does so much, but they can't even remember him. Ken continued that most of her guild members were poisoned, and if they fought in this state, it would be difficult for them to survive, let alone clean up. Ellis still argued that they still had time. She stated that if they were in the same conditions, then it would be better for their team to enter the battle earlier, because they had the resources to do so. But Ken admitted that the dark fog had no effect on him. Everyone remembered that he defeated the Needle Snake. Ellis remembered that he was the first hunter to defeat the Needle Snake. Ken stated that if all the guilds had cooperated from the very beginning, the current crisis would not have arisen. He said that they still had a chance. They just needed to defeat the Dullahan as quickly as possible by mobilizing all their remaining resources. Ellis wanted to say something else, but her partner said it was time for her to stop. The situation was too serious. All the players turned against the Great Guild because they were the ones who proposed this stupid argument, instead of fighting together from the very beginning. They said that instead of thanking him for saving her own ass, she starts quarreling with him. Ellis began to worry more and more when everyone repeated that she herself spoke about the value of life, and now she was behaving selfishly. Our fox just smiled and said that she would need to be shorn in her next decisions. He said that she probably already knew the answer. Everyone present would witness the noble request of the Great Guild. At this time on the battlefield, the dead continued to appear from the ground, and Locke already thought that his energy would end even before he began to fight the Dullahan. Finally, Ken returned, who praised Locke for being able to hold them off. We see that he has Merlin's staff in his hands. Merlin's items increased his magical power. The hidden condition of the legend of King Arthur was fulfilled. The effect of the set of items of the legend of King Arthur was activated, and the ring of King Arthur strengthens the power of the round table items. Locke was shocked and asked where he got all these items. Ken replied that he received all the prizes in advance. Merlin's item came as a bonus, he said so calmly, as if it was nothing. However, Locke continued to doubt that with only 2 items they would be able to make a difference. And then Ken summoned the golem. Then the skill of the messenger of the underworld, the power of the pharaoh, was used. Monsters not killed by the caster were sacrificed, and skeleton warriors were summoned. Ken used Gawain's necklaces. The hidden condition of the legend of King Arthur was fulfilled. The item set effect of the legend of King Arthur was activated. The king's ring strengthened the power of his round table items. The duration of the necklace skill increased greatly, and Ken used aura fields again. Now Ken has a feasible army of the dead and golems, and also the objects of the round table. The battle to clear the dungeon began. The dead jumped on the golems first. Locke was impressed by the battle, admiring how the golem fought alongside the skeletons. In another part of the forest, where the rest of the dungeon participants were waiting for the cleanup to be completed, the healer helped Jay, but still asked him not to move, because of the fog, it was impossible to completely cure him. The doctor said that he was very lucky because Ken saved him. Jay did not expect such a turn. Ellis and her partner were wandering in the forest, who stated that in their current state, it would be dangerous to meet a monster who decided to leave the battlefield. She herself understood this perfectly well, but Ken had fooled them, so she decided to find out what was happening on the battlefield. Of course she was angry, but she also didn't want to know what the other players would have done if she hadn't given the items to him. Then not only the items, but also the pride of the guild and the lives of its subordinates would be lost. They finally reached the battlefield. The skeletons and the golem held the dead while Ken and Locke were next to the dungeon boss. They are in a circle to isolate the Dullahan and will hit the target. If they pull, they will find themselves surrounded and under threat. But I can't say that it's easy for the guys now. He spits icy air that freezes when touched. The skeleton uses its head as a gun. The energy of the dead will increase with the help of an unknown force. But Lancelot's ring reflects the energy of the dead. The situation turned out to be quite complicated. Even Ken realized that it would not be possible to defeat the Dullahan so easily. Before returning, he heard from comrades who had attempted to pass through this dead forest. Defeating a Dullahan requires raw firepower. At that time, none other than Lay had such power. It would be less than Lay had then. Ken decided to use all his items, using Percival's spear. The Arthurian legend item set effect was activated. The penetration ability of Percival's spear increased significantly. Locke realized that Ken had decided to pull out an ace from his sleeve, but he, too, had not yet done everything he could. He ran to the horse of this dead man and fearlessly began to beat him with all his might. The skeleton got angry at this, and he raised his sword and tried to hit Locke, but he managed to hold back his attack. Ken reached the skeleton in time and plunged his spear into the skeleton's head. The spear was covered with a layer of ice, and Locke began to worry that even Percival's spear was not able to break through this ice. But fortunately, the skull cracked and finally an explosion appeared. The Dullahan was defeated. When the boss monster was defeated, the skeleton warriors began to disappear and the sky opened up. Locke noticed that for some reason, Ken froze when he looked at what he found in the skeleton. A Hercules ring was hidden in the skull. Ken was surprised by this find. The more achievements the ring gains, the greater the influence of the ring on their characteristics. Locke tried to draw attention to himself and shouted what he was going to do with this ring. Ken was very pleased with his new acquisition, and then he was able to summon the Dullahan as a skeleton warrior. In Korea, meanwhile, Owen was beaming with happiness when he read in the newspaper that Ken had hit the jackpot. And Carrie, having read the same news, on the contrary, became incredibly angry. This news made Vincent happy, because the newspapers began to write that it was he who had found a hero who was ready to save the world. His hunger for wealth grew as he thought that investing in this player was a great decision. As he becomes more active, the price of Vincent and the shares of the Phoenix Guild continues to rise, at which point Kim entered. Secretary Kim said he was getting a call from the Mokosh Guild, Ken's fictional guild. Ken arrived in Korea and immediately called Owen. He said that he could move on to the next step. He asked if he had prepared what he asked for. And Owen said that of course he had prepared everything, but told him to use it carefully because the strength was still low. Ken finished talking to Owen about business, and Locke got into the car and said that he would go first, because he was so hungry that he was about to die, since they never have lunch together. This did not bother Ken at all. He thanked him dryly and said goodbye. And Locke deservedly got angry and started shouting that when people are grateful for other people's work, they buy them something. Then Ken seemed to promise him that he would have something to eat soon, and he could choose whatever he wanted from the menu. He would buy everything.
I hope Locke doesn't rely too much on this promise. Locke shouted after him to buy him food now.
At this time, Paula was shouting at someone why they couldn't be present. Didn't they understand the situation they were in now? She said that they could no longer delay the attack on the 7-story dungeon, but the man said that he also had a problem that he could not delay. It was a master from Japan. He said that Ken had killed several of his students, and he would not cooperate with them until they killed him. Due to the fact that the guy from the Mokosh Guild, under the auspices of Vincent, was able to pass through the dead forest, and all the attention of the public was focused on them. And right now they are planning to ruin things for them with such banalities. Sometimes you need to make sacrifices, Paula said. This offended the master, and he said that they thought that he should not take care of that newcomer, who easily completed a 3-story dungeon. He added that they might be keeping an eye on the wrong guy. The second master archer said that he agreed with him, and it was a pity to see that they were worried about such insignificant problems. Paula wanted to continue arguing with them when Lei stopped her and said that if they were really that worried about their students, let them do what they wanted. This did not suit Paula, and she said that they could not delay the attack on the 7-story dungeon. But Lei looked at her menacingly, and she immediately became nervous and apologized to her master. The masters thanked them for the time they had allocated and ended the conversation. Then the guy grinned and asked if the glory of the Messiah was really not as good as before. He continued that maybe the promises were initially exaggerated previously. There were active key participants at each level, but now there are no one. Even the rest of the participants begin to act independently of the will of the guildmaster. It's really a mess. The guy turned out to be John. John said that he was sure that they did not bring him here to show something like that. Paula tried to defend the honor of the guild, as Lei interrupted her again. With a terrible look, he looked at John and asked what he could do about it. Apparently, he began to use his power to intimidate John, which of course he succeeded. Nevertheless, we were returned to Ken, who was sitting in Vincent's office and asked why he called him here. Vincent replied that thanks to Ken's advice to help the Mokosh Guild, his business had improved, and now he had one more request. He added that if Ken manages to do well what he asks, then Vincent will take care of a worthy reward. Vincent stated that one player wants to partner with him on a dungeon raid to see his skills. He had to do everything to make sure he remembered it. He said he just needed Ken to come with him. After a moment of silence, Ken asked who the player was who wanted to take him as a partner. Proud Vincent said that this is the same player from the American Guild. It's funny how Ken plays everyone in his path. In front of the dungeon gate, Vincent was waiting for Ken, who left the building. Vincent asked him how the meeting with the Americans went, and Ken, a swindler, told him that he had described the test to him and showed him a report about the dungeon. Vincent, with a serious look, reminded Ken that this task is incredibly important. He has no idea that Ken is that American from the Mokosh Guild, under the hidden name Isaac. While he was telling him this, a car drove up to the dungeon gate, and Vincent was glad that he had finally shown up. The leader of the guild, Mokosh Isaac, actually got out of the car, although this is probably a double. Ken and the false Isaac shook hands, and out of politeness asked to take care of each other. Afterwards, they entered the dungeon, and Vincent, noticing Isaac's smile, said that he was a little different from how he imagined him. Of course, that's what everyone may say. Ken has a more sinister aura, and the guy imitating Isaac is too friendly. The guy who pretended to be Isaac turned out to be Locke, who began to boast that he played well and was able to deceive Vincent. Locke laughed and said that he was simply an amazing actor and that he should think about an acting career. It is not surprising that Vincent noticed Locke's goodwill, which no mask could hide, and Ken dryly praised him, and finally decided that he would no longer use a stunt double. We are shown Ken and Locke discussing their plan, and apparently Locke was nervous that Vincent would also be at the meeting. Locke asked what they should do if Vincent went into the dungeon with them, but Ken said that he would only be at the entrance to the dungeon, and he would not go inside. Locke had not yet realized that he would be playing Isaac, so Ken had to explain everything. After Locke understood everything, he said that Ken would not get rid of him with pork, and he needed to order beef. Ken agreed that he would buy whatever Locke wanted to eat in order to keep his promise, and the joyful Locke shouted to the chef that he wanted beef. But something tells me that Ken is so generous for a reason. When Locke finally had his fill, happily wondering how much all this beef would cost. Note: beef is very expensive in Korea. Locke sweetly admitted that Ken is a better comrade than others. He wanted to say that if he needed anything, he could entrust it to him, when he noticed the card that Ken was paying for. Locke shouted where he got this card from, and Ken calmly replied that Vincent gave it specifically for the meeting with Isaac. A big question arose in Locke's head. Ken promised to repay him for his hard work with food, but he pays for it with a guild card. Now it's clear where Ken's generosity comes from. Ken reminded Locke of someone, but it is not surprising that such a miser was waiting for the moment when Vincent decided to treat Isaac to treat Locke with food. In the dungeon, the battle with the orcs continued. The skeleton knight with Percival's spear attacked everyone with one blow. The level was raised, and the messenger of the underworld smiled at his overwhelming power and transferred some of his power to him. Locke was surprised and remembered that during the battle with the Dullahan he could not see, but now that he sees everything, it is impressive. Ken, with a sour face, thought that this was the first time he had used it correctly without taking into account other people's individual capabilities. But even he did not expect that these items had such power. The magical power remains even after using all the skills he has. It turns out that he will not be able to get the maximum benefit from the items since it remains. Ken realized that in this dungeon he would not be able to test their full power. But Locke did not care, because the skeletons do everything themselves, and the level continues to grow. Locke said in a relaxed manner that soon even his skeleton warriors would not be able to compare in strength. Ken was annoyed by Locke's constant frivolity and glared at him. Locke got scared and asked if he was going to force him to do it again, and stated that he was Isaac now, and if he behaved like this, he would tell Vincent that he had failed the test. But this did not frighten Ken at all. He looked at Locke with his creepy gaze and admitted to him that he was going to fail this test anyway. After the dungeon, Ken called Owen and he asked how the test was going and if Ken passed the test. Ken said that Owen himself understood this perfectly well, while the evil Locke was sitting in the car and asked if there was any news. Owen replied that the Messiah Guild announced that they were postponing the expedition to the 7-story dungeon. The exact reason why the attack could not continue as planned was not decomposed. Ken thought that since they even decided to move the rel, it means there was some kind of problem. He recalled that besides Lei, only a master archer and a master swordsman could act like this. He told Owen that there seemed to be an internal conflict within the guild. Owen thought the same. Recently, there have been many unpleasant incidents. The most suspicious of them is the master archer, because he has deep ties with the guild. This is just his guess, but before attacking the 7-story dungeon, he first needs to deal with personal problems. Owen asked what he would do, and Ken said that first of all, he must finish what he started, and Locke continued to sit silently in the car with a dissatisfied face. But his face immediately lit up as soon as Ken showed him the map. Ken told Owen that he would think about the rest after eating. Owen was surprised and asked what other business he had. Ken replied that he had to meet with Vincent. At the Phoenix headquarters, Vincent sat with an arrogant look when he learned that Ken had failed the task. He repeated that he told him earlier to pass this task no matter what. Ken apologized and said that Isaac recognized the power of his blood poisoning technique. That's who should become an actor. He continued that Isaac said that he lacked skill, however. He asked if he could help if he suddenly needed help. After these words, doubts befell Vincent, because Isaac asked for his help if necessary, with mixed success. Ken looked like a guilty puppy, a rare sight. He reported that he overheard Isaac talking to a colleague, and it seemed like they were trying to recruit people from another guild. And he hinted that this means that he will soon leave his guild. This interested Vincent, because then Isaac will become a free player. While he decided that he couldn't be sure just yet based on this information alone, it should only be interpreted as information that they were trying to make the same move as before. This means that he was testing Ken for a reason, Vincent thought. Then Vincent asked Ken that if he suddenly had a chance to take his test again, would he cope? Ken raised his gaze and told Vincent to trust him and give him a little more strength, and next time he will definitely cope. We are shown who defeated the huge dragon. It was the dragon hunter, Francois. In the car, the man told the dragon hunter that he had received an urgent request from the Japanese government, and apologized because he had just finished this dungeon. Francois was flipping through the dungeon report while the man said that a rank A+ dungeon had been found. Francois noticed that the boss of this dungeon was a dragon cub. He asked what they wanted from him, to advise players who could complete this dungeon. The man realized that Francois already had such players in mind, and Francois confirmed this. He said that it had been a long time since he crossed the 100th level, but he was tracking active players who were able to complete a 3-story dungeon. A little nervously, the man asked what would happen if he recommended someone to the master, and this player refused. But Francois replied that this would definitely not happen, and that he was sure of it. All the newspapers wrote about was that Isaac was going to join the dragon hunt. Vincent thought that no one wants to join a performance where Isaac plays the main role. The more reckless the challenge, the nobler it is. He was happy that he had time to invest in Isaac. When Secretary Kim reported that Ken wrote in a message that thanks to the skill he gave him, he was able to pass Isaac's test. This news only made his smile bigger, and he remembered that he had given him the skill as an advance payment. Vincent then warned Ken that this would be the last chance. There would be no other. and this time he definitely had to pass the test. If not, then he didn't know what he would do with him. Ken left the office and the secretary came in, and Vincent ordered her to call Isaac and ask him to do the test again. She asked what to do if he refused. Vincent replied that then he needed to offer a bribe, a fire golem skill page, and a wizard skeleton. Secretary Kim said that Isaac would like to go to this baby dragon dungeon with Ken. In terms of rank, this is a 3-story dungeon A+, exactly the same as the dungeon with the Dullahan. But even if they impose him as a cub, he is still a dragon. These creatures are difficult to attack, so no one wants to deal with such things. However, since this is a young, not yet matured dragon, the chances of the attack being successful will increase slightly. And if Vincent's bodyguard Ken joins Isaac, and the attack is successful, this will be a big plus for Vincent. Mr. Vincent's commercialism skyrocketed, and he ordered Kim to gather journalists to write an article. The article immediately came out. They wrote about Isaac's new comrade from the Phoenix Guild, and about the fact that Vincent promised to support Isaac. Owen read this article, and was glad that, as expected, Vincent did not miss this chance, and took advantage of it well. Even if he later finds out that he was taken advantage of, he still won't lose anything. Owen asked Lee if she had conveyed what he asked Ken for, and she answered positively. She said that she even checked the product to make sure there were no problems. Lee said that around this time it should already be inside the dungeon and is probably already using it now. Locke felt Ken's mask, which he put on the skeleton. Locke could not believe that it would work. Owen complained that it cost him dearly. It looked even more real than just putting on the mask. Locke looked at the skeleton so sweetly from all sides, and said that the more he looked, the more surprised he was, and asked if Ken had ever seen his double. A monster with the ability to transform and create a copy of the appearance of other creatures. He is not easy to find because he usually hides in the dungeon in the form of other monsters. The skin tissue of the doppelganger is sold at a very high price on the black market. Using this skin tissue, it is possible to create an object that can perfectly disguise itself as the face or appearance of another person. Ken told Locke to stop playing, because if he breaks it, he will tell everything to Secretary Lee. Locke immediately stopped everything and said that it needs to be put in inventory. Locke asked if he would have to deal with all the monsters again while he held the skin tissue of the double in his hands. But Ken told him that he wanted to leave him on the 3rd floor. Strange. Ken took Merlin's staff out of his inventory and said that he could handle the 1st and 2nd floors himself. And he summoned the skeleton warriors from the Book of the Dead, the fire golem, and summoned the skeleton magician. Ken put on Van Gogh's bracelet, and the bracelet appeared on his body. The number of rings that can be worn increases. King Arthur's ring is sealed and cannot be removed, just like the Hercules ring. He gained strength and improved his attacking skills, and Locke asked what he was going to do. Ken turned around and said that there was no need for them to waste time. They should go straight to the 3rd floor. They were already on the 3rd floor, and Locke remembered how Ken said that he would figure everything out himself, but in the end he destroyed everything to hell. Locke even feels sorry for the monsters in the dungeon. Ken is no longer just a lone player. He has a powerful legion that knows no fatigue and is not afraid of death. Ken already has his own guild, one might say. Locke continued to stare at Ken, and was afraid to stick his head out. Ken noticed this and asked if he had anything to say, because recently he continues to look at him like that. Locke was immediately scared and said he still didn't quite understand the attack strategy he had explained earlier. Ken said that once they start, he needs to leave everything else to him and attack only the flanks. Locke needs to prevent him from rising into the air and escaping. Locke asked what Ken meant by that when he was on the ground. He shouldn't overdo it, but just stay on his back. The flapping of the folded wings will be twice as hard as when they are extended, so the attack will not work at all. To make him spread his wings, you need to hit him so hard that he senses danger. In other words, he must wait on his back until Ken gives him a sign. Suddenly, a large dragon flew in with his prey where Ken and Locke were waiting for him. While the dragon began to eat its prey, he, like an intelligent creature, immediately noticed changes in the nest. A little late, but Ken used the underworld envoy skill to explode the corpses on the mountain, and the stones fell on the dragon. While the guys were running towards the dragon on skeletons, Locke asked what he should do if the dragon managed to fly up. Ken told him that he could cut his wings if they were in an open state. His task was to return him from heaven to earth. Locke started grumbling about what would happen if he fell with him, but Ken simply said that he would trust him with it. Skeleton warriors and golems attacked the dragon at the same time. Locke also climbed onto the dragon and was angry that its scales were so dense. The dragon was also angry and furiously began to attack in response with its flames. Ken used the skill of the messenger of the underworld. The power of the pharaoh, the monsters whose monsters were not killed by the caster, can be used as sacrifices. Sun's blessing activated. Ken also used aura fields. The Dullahan received all this, and overwhelmed with power, he jumped onto the dragon. And the dragon cub, which can hardly be called a cub, was poisoned with poisonous blood.
But then the dragon decided to take off. Locke looked so tiny on the dragon's body.
The force of the dragon's wing flap was so strong that Locke could not resist and fell to the ground. Amazingly, Locke did not give up and again jumped onto the dragon at breakneck speed. Locke managed to climb onto its wing and hold on with the help of a spear. Ken from below continued to shout at him to hurry up before the dragon rose even higher. Locke complained and still continued his work. He descended with a spear straight down the dragon's wing. He managed to cut his wing, and the dragon began to fall sharply, but he did not take into account the fact that he himself would also fall. And Ken was pleased, and thought that if it weren't for Locke, he wouldn't even be able to imagine such a strategy with Locke. Half the battle was already done. Although the baby dragon fell to the ground quite hard, it did not die, but only erupted with fire more violently. Even if they succeeded in the wings plan, do not forget that this is a dragon and is dangerous in itself. You need to be vigilant until Ken subdues him completely. It's good that the skeletons are not afraid of death and directly approach the dragon. The skeleton Dullahan and the other skeleton warrior together plunged their sword into the dragon. Its scales are hard, so it cannot be wounded so easily. The dragon noticed the skeleton warriors on his tail and wanted to spew fire at them, but the golem pounced on him in time and grabbed him by the neck, and the flame that was about to come out returned back to his body. Thus the dragon blew himself up with his flames. The immortal fighter's skill, Blessing of the River Styx, was activated when Ken approached Locke. Fortunately, Locke survived. Thanks to the skill of an immortal fighter, he jumped out of the ground screaming loudly. Ken said that it took longer than expected. Locke didn't get up for a long time, and Ken had already decided that he was dead. All wounded, Locke stated that he couldn't be killed like this. He was just resting because his stomach was empty. Locke asked how the dragon was doing, and Ken proudly stated that while Locke was resting, he was able to defeat it, although he admitted that it was all thanks to Locke. And finally, the moment I had been waiting for came. Ken called Locke his partner and extended his hand. What a touching moment. Locke stood up and told him not to try to pay him off with words as soon as they left here, and ordered him to buy him food. But Ken said that first they need to deal with this. It turned out that the dragon simply fizzled out but did not die. Now we were returned to the real world, where masters from Japan were playing Go. The master swordsman asked how many days had passed since Isaac and his group entered the dungeons. The man said that exactly 10 days had passed, and he said that many, like him, believe that the likelihood of success is extremely low. The master said that he personally hopes that they can handle it, because then they will be able to remove them with their own hands. The baby dragon was defeated. They received the Dragon Slayer achievement. Locke joyfully shouted that he was now a Dragon Slayer. Locke again pestered the little skeleton and praised him for his hard work. He also wanted to praise Ken for his work, but for some reason Ken looked very sad. Locke said that they had just defeated the dragon, so his face was gone. Ken began to say that as soon as they left the dungeon. Ken concluded that he would have to die anyway. He continued that as soon as they left here, they would be sent to attack the 4-story dungeon. Locke didn't understand, and Ken said that starting from rank 4, dungeons are a stage for high-level players above level 100. It can be said that this guild is at the top. It goes without saying that such people enjoy enormous political and economic privileges. But this is not enough for them. They created their own cartel to make big profits. They determined each other's territory so as not to invade, so that those with exorbitant power. One day, uninvited guests will appear in this territory. And if among these named guests, you will see a face that previously showed itself to be a thorn in the side. And then it's not difficult to understand what they will do with this man. Apparently the time has come for Ken to die so that Isaac can continue things. When Ken, that is, Isaac Locke and the fake Ken came out, the journalists gathered around them and asked questions. Everyone noticed Ken and started taking pictures of him as the newest member of Isaac's band. They asked what it was like working with him. Locke was nervous and wanted them to quickly leave here before anyone realized that he was just a double. To support the legend, Locke hugged his double and said that no one could stop them. Suddenly, a man from the crowd ran out with a knife straight at Ken. The man evaded Locke, ran to the false Ken, and plunged a knife into his stomach. Ken started bleeding, and the journalists ran away because Ken's blood is poisonous. After he killed Ken, the man ran towards Isaac to kill him too. But the master swordsman killed the man first. He probably wants to pretend to be a hero. The master swordsman remembered the conversation with the man before the attack. He apologized for entrusting this task to him. The man began to say that it was a great honor for him to become useful. The dedication of the Japanese was felt. He continued to say that, even though his life was insignificant, he would definitely kill him to appease the souls of his comrades who had left earlier. Also, our Ken died and Locke took off his jacket and covered him with it. Mr. Shit told Ken, that is Isaac, that he came here as a representative of the country to congratulate him, but did not expect this. Of course, in front of a bunch of cameras and a staged scene, the master swordsman apologized to him. They didn't delay the news and told about Ken's murders and the master's apology. And in the office, Vincent went on a rampage and broke the computer. The news did not make him happy, apparently. Secretary Kim asked him to calm down, but he shouted how he could calm down in such a situation. Death for Vincent was a simple waste of his money, and nothing more. He got angrier and hit the table, broke it into 2 parts, and ordered to find that terrorist. This guy is not to be joked with. In the restaurant, where all sorts of goodies were on the table, Locke was drooling. The master swordsman called them here and said that he was sorry for their fallen comrade. Ken looked at him with contempt but said that everything was fine because players are always haunted by death. And since Ken pretended to be a foreigner, the girl translated everything to the swordsman. The swordsman was pleased by these words, and he offered them his best drink. While the freak was saying that of course it's a pity for the dead, but we must continue to live, Locke became more angry that even his veins showed. Then he hit the table with his fist and said that he no longer intended to listen to him. It's strange that Locke left without eating. Locke shouted that his comrade, with whom he fought side by side, had died, and asked how they could behave like that. And before leaving, he said that he was disappointed in Isaac. Apparently another scene had just happened. Isaac pushed the glass back and said that they should stop eating, but he would think about the dungeon that the swordsman suggested. The swordsman said that they had never been in a 4-story dungeon and they would not be able to clear it alone. Isaac agreed and asked to prepare one gift that would change his friend's mind. The master swordsman was left alone, thinking about something, and suddenly asked if Sakura was here. The door opened, and the ninja Sakura replied that she was here. The swordsman admitted that he would like to win Isaac over to their side, and asked if there was a way. She said that even though they removed Ken, Isaac's comrade now hates them. In addition, because of the death of Ken, Vincent is furious. If he also misses Isaac, the coronation with him cannot be avoided. In addition, if the Messiah finds out that they want to win Isaac over to their side, Paula will not leave it so easily. In the current situation, Isaac coming to their side would do more harm than good. The master swordsman decided that since he was the one they couldn't get, it would be better to make sure that no one else could. He ordered that the Nemean lion be taken to Isaac. This is payment for sending his comrade on the last journey to the underworld, the Freak. Locke and Ken were sitting in their car, and Locke was saying how angry he was at these hypocrites. Ken decided that he was angry because Locke did not have time to eat, but Locke shouted that he was not so pathetic as to sell himself for food. Locke became angry when he saw the faces of those who brazenly held out their hands after performing such a dirty trick. Ken said that he could understand him to some extent. He didn't think they would contact them right after they did it. But Locke's anger came in very handy. Ken thought he would be obsessed with food. Of course, Ken had several scenarios just in case. It dawned on Locke that he could sit and eat a little longer, and he was very upset. Then an interview with Isaac came out, in which he said that the death of a comrade will not stop the hero. Owen followed the news and told Ken that he was good for preparing in advance. Otherwise, there would have been a big disaster. Ken admitted that he did not expect that they would make their move so quickly. Apparently, Ken really angered the Japanese guild that they got rid of him so mercilessly. Owen warned Ken that they didn't know if there was anything else they could do. Owen asked if it was true that if the attack was successful, they promised him an additional reward in the form of an Aegis shield. Looking through the materials that Lee had prepared, Owen said that the guys were so funny. After looking through the materials, Owen doubled down on Ken, asking how they were going to give you something they didn't have as a reward. Ken stood on the balcony overlooking Mount Fuji. Owen reported that the shield was now inside the dungeon on Mount Fuji. The day came when players entered the dungeon, players from different guilds from all over the world, and there was a live broadcast. One of the first to enter was Isaac from the Mokosh Goddess Guild, the mother of all living things. The journalists continued to discuss Ken's death and the consequences of the murder. The reporter began to say that the Japanese government had already paid reasonable compensation when an explosion occurred behind him. A large explosion occurred at the entrance to the dungeon. Other players began to run away in panic, and the reporters also did not understand anything. The wounded reporters noticed that the entrance to the dungeons was sealed. I don't really understand what's happening now. The news just went crazy. Everyone was writing about the worst disaster. Isaac's group was stuck in a dungeon. They had almost zero chance of success. This crazy bastard was glad that the strategy of isolating them inside the dungeon had worked. But he would like to send 5 people along with them when the girl asked if all this was really necessary. This is the first 4-story dungeon for them, and they are also rank A+. Now they are most likely going through real hell. Even they tried to clear this dungeon several times and failed, and there are only 2 of them. The girl said that she did one prank. She put up an Aegis shield as an additional reward, but it is inside the dungeon. The swordsman stood up and began to say that recently, more and more people have been wondering about the whereabouts of the shield, because it is one of the legendary items with incredible power. He continued that if people realized that even with this item they had failed in clearing, people would become wary about this dungeon. The better their clearing went, the lower their reputation would go,
so they decided to offer the shield as a reward to anyone who completed the dungeons. This false information will serve as both bait and trap, so the dungeon will become a grave for the players to see how terrible a person can be. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Locke was upset that only they were able to enter. Locke asked how Ken could have foreseen this. Was he really a predictor? Ken remembered how in the past, the Messiah dealt with interference right in the dungeon, or she dealt with those who were difficult to compete with face-to-face, isolating them in a dungeon alone. This terrible method using an explosion is one of those that the Master taught him in the past. Locke continued to ask Ken how he could have foreseen this, but Ken said that they had to move forward and there was no time to talk. And in a 5-story dungeon of rank B plus a forest of monsters, another guild passed it. The guild managed to survive for 10 days, and now they are heading to the 5th floor. John George fought in this dungeon. He received the Book of the Dead. In the book, the dead will be able to increase their characteristics. And in the dungeon where our guys fought, Locke was lying on the ground. He said that he should not have underestimated the enemy. The little skeleton crawled out and said that he didn't expect him to fight so hard. Amazing. A player challenging a 4-story dungeon most often dies on the 3rd floor. But Locke didn't want to think about it now and got up to fight the monster. In front of the monster, Locke looked small, but he is still strong and managed to anger the monster. The monster began swinging its fists and was eventually able to hit Locke with one of its arms the size of Locke. From such a blow, Locke flew towards the rock and slammed into the wall. Ken crawled out through the skeleton and said that he had no choice but to tell him everything. Most were trying to save their strength to clear the 4th floor and ended up losing on the 3rd. When attacking dungeons, it is very important to correctly distribute resources and stamina. Trying to save energy when fighting the boss of the 3rd floor, Thunder, is tantamount to suicide. Locke began to complain that Ken knew perfectly well how to defeat the monster, but he just left him here and dumped him. But Ken replied that he knew for sure that Locke alone could cope with the ogre just fine. Plus, he was wearing the skin of a Nemean lion, so there would definitely be no problems. Apparently, Locke did not immediately realize that he had never used the skill blessing the river Styx, although he had already received several strong blows. Ken began to tease him, saying that since it was difficult for him to cope with him, then he was mistaken and would now send him support. Of course it worked, and Locke shouted that he could handle everything just fine on his own. Confidently, Locke told him to leave it to him and go about his business. With these words, he attacked the monster boss and the battle began again. And Ken stood at the entrance to the cave and said that he was finally able to find him. Raising the skull, Ken used Anubis Yala and began to look at the past. The man said that since they have the Aegis shield, then there is no need to worry about anything. But a little later, he thought that he should have done everything possible from the very beginning, and he was stalling for time. His subordinate apologized to him that he was saving his strength, and because of this, the captain suffered. But his captain said that he had nothing to apologize for, because the guy followed his orders, and handed him the shield so that he could kill the Hellhound and return it to the Master Swordsman. This means that the Aegis shield should now be on the 4th floor. They gathered the strongest players and even gave them a shield, but in the end, they failed. Ken began to wonder if there was any other reason in this dungeon that they needed to worry about. After all, this shield is one of the strongest pieces of armor, and it will definitely be able to block the attacks of one Hellhound. But what's more interesting is when he leaves the dungeon with the Aegis shield, Ken was thinking about the expression on the swordsman's face. Paula followed the news that 17 days had already passed since the passage to the dungeon in which Isaac was closed, and everyone began to write that Isaac's successor would be Ioan Georg, who had successfully completed his dungeon. She reported that the Master Swordsman got rid of Ken from the Phoenix Guild, and Isaac's squad was isolated in the dungeon. And Ioan Georg acts according to the plan. Public opinion also changes in their direction. Paula said that everything turned out in their favor, and they didn't even need to interfere because the strategy was correct. But Lei said that he thought the situation was funny, and Paula again began to fear that she had made a mistake. Lei continued that it has been 3 years since the gate appeared in the center of Seoul, and there was one guy who wanted him dead. Then he must have been sure that Lei would not be able to get out of the gate alive. We are shown the guy that Lei is talking about. That guy is Lei's father. Instead of dying that day, his position, on the contrary, strengthened. Lei believes that it was this guy who made him who he is now. Lei thought that he should probably be grateful to him for this. He was amused by the death of a man. He must really be a monster. He looked at the photo of Isaac and thought that he had a feeling that they looked alike. Lei scared Paula by saying that she probably thought the same about Isaac. He decided that if Isaac managed to get out of the dungeon, he would have to meet him in person at least once. And our Locke was able to kill the ogre and increased his level, did a good job. Ken had already approached him at that moment and said that Locke had done it faster than he thought. He brought him 2 skeleton warriors, just in case. But now he doesn't need them. When Locke saw Ken, he got angry and said that he almost died here while Ken was hiding somewhere.
Ken asked if he looked like the kind of person who would hide, and besides, he told Locke if things got tough, to call, and the skeletons would immediately go to his aid. The main thing is that Locke is alive, and they completely figured it out, and can move to the 4th level. The skeletons lifted Locke in their arms and dragged him to the next floor. Owen was in his office, saying that everything was going as he thought. Lee was surprised by this. He explained that everyone thought that Isaac was already dead. Even the newspapers wrote so. Lee asked in surprise, "Is the Hell Dog Dungeon really more dangerous than the dragon?" She seems to be worried. It is rumored that the hellfire that erupts from its mouth is incredibly powerful, and that it will not stop until it burns the player to ashes. Among the legendary items, there are rare armor with the absolute protection effect. In addition, dogs have a higher body regulation ability than trolls. The balance between attack and defense is almost perfect. Lee was really worried about Locke, but Owen reassured him, saying that although Locke looks like the neighbor boy who only thinks about food, at the right moment he shows his real face. Owen said that they need to trust him and that Ken is with him in the dungeon. Ken climbed out of a crack on the ground with an Aegis shield, but he still managed to find it. He was exhausted after such an adventure, and thought that it took time to find the shield because it was in such a problematic place. And if it weren't for the Eye of Anubis, then even if they had gone through the dungeon, the shield would have remained buried here. Locke was fighting the monster at this time and shouted to Ken to help him. He complained that Ken always makes him fight monsters while he walks around somewhere while Locke fights. Locke shouted that he too gets hurt when he is wounded. He criticized Ken that all he does from the 3rd floor is chase treasures. He didn't even notice how the sky turned purple while he was complaining, but Ken quickly reacted and protected them with his shield. The Hellhound has finally shown itself. It's good that the shield cannot be destroyed. Ken confidently told Locke that this was the shield he was looking for and teased him by asking if Locke thought Ken was just wandering around. Locke, of course, began to make excuses and say that he was just sad, which is why he said all sorts of nonsense. Ken again wanted to tell him something when the sky was again painted in bright light. The Hellhound was definitely on the other side. Ken saw it through the Eye of Anubis. This is the reason why others were unable to complete the dungeon, even with an Aegis shield. That's because there's not one but 2 Hellhounds. Bad news. The hellish dog attacked the guys again, and Locke protected them. But there was only 1 shield, and there were 2 of them. Locke asked what they would do. Locke became angry. He shouted that he thought Ken was standing behind him, which is why he blocked the blow so diligently. Ken replied that, as Locke said, nothing would work if they stood nearby. He asked that Locke had a shield and whether he could cope with 1 dog. But then the Hellhound attacked Locke again with its hellfire. Locke survived, but the fire still caught on Locke's sleeve. He was struck by the unquenchable flames of hellfire. Locke began to panic and threw himself on the ground. Ken shouted to him to immediately remove the armor. Locke quickly took off and threw his armor on the ground, but it continued to burn. This is the danger of a Hellhound, that the fire burns until it completely incinerates everything. The other dogs also ran to the guys. Now they have more work to do. If this continues, simply being careful about the fire of hell will not be enough. Ken rushed forward, easily cutting through all the dogs in his path. The Hellhound reminded Ken of the old days, how he used to fight. An 8-story dungeon that he attacked along with other members of the Messiah. The boss monster Cerberus belonged to the Hellhound family. The number of Hellhounds that died at his hands. Confident Ken continued to destroy all the dogs in his path, because even in the past, he killed 23 individuals. At this time, Vincent learned in his office that Ken was still alive. Secretary Kim confirmed this and handed the letter to Vincent. The letter said that since Japanese terrorists continued to threaten his life, he had to fake his death. He would provide more detailed information to the guild after he had the opportunity to get out of here. To cross the border safely, he needs money. Vincent said that even if the guy was thrown out in the middle of the Eastern Ocean, he would return alive. Vincent told her to be careful and not allow information to leak and to immediately send the funds. But Kim was worried and said that he was acting too suspicious, no matter how life-threatening it was. And it was strange that he still kept everything a secret from them. She asked if she really trusted him, but Vincent said that he never trusted him anyway, and he was just a tool that was needed to realize his ambitions. Surprisingly, Vincent was glad that he was still alive, because this way he could return his investment. Vincent wants to make him pay in full for deciding to deceive him, but only when everything is over. It is strange that Ken told him the truth. Locke watched Ken in shock. He thought that he climbed there even without armor that could block the hellish flames. He thought he just decided to give up and went there to die. Ken finally showed his abilities. Ken moved quickly as if he was anticipating all the Hellhound's attacks in advance. However, as far as he knows, this is the first time he has encountered these creatures. Locke looked at the mountain that was hit by the Hellhound's flames. It turns out that despite all the power of the Hellfire, he simply dodges without any problems. Ken calmly turned and said that there was only one left. He was just like a beast. He dealt with the hellhounds so easily. Weapons made from dragon bones melt quickly. He chose dragon bones as a weapon. Ken said that he had prepared enough bones. A pile of bones grew from the ground. Spears made from baby dragon bone. The attack power is low, but it boasts of its durability. Having done everything he was going to do, Ken confidently said that they could now call it a day. But for some reason, Locke ran up to Ken, shouting to him to wait. He said that he couldn't continue to be such a slacker and that he also had pride. Locke looked confidently at Ken and asked him to leave the last creature to him. He handed his shield to Ken, holding up one of the bones, and said that he couldn't stand being a burden to someone. Locke was remembering his past when Lee ran up wounded to Oven's office. Oven immediately ran up to her. Locke thought that he had people he had to protect. Lee fell to her knees in front of Oven and began to cry. The poor girl felt so sorry for her. Locke said that he should become stronger than he is now. Now it is clear why Locke was so furious in Ken's past. Now he is stupid and funny. But in Ken's memories he was fierce because Oven was killed. We are shown several players who were held at gunpoint. Shakira of the guild with the head of a bird handed a suitcase with the words that about paying bills. All the players were killed at once. The man said that this was a reward for killing local players near the entrance to the dungeon. The man said he was grateful because they made their business much easier. But she threw the bill back and shouted that he really thought they were risking their lives for that kind of money. She asked if the director hadn't told him that they only paid in skill pages or items. The man said that he was notified of these terms of the deal with the Thunderbird Guild, but recently he was having problems with the supply of items. Even with the money, he has a hard time on the black market, and the dungeons remaining nearby are only dangerous ones that they cannot touch. But the woman got angry and stood up and said that in this lawless zone of the Amazon, the leader's word is law. She grabbed him by the collar and began to threaten that she would tear out his tongue if he said anything else. But before she could do anything, lightning suddenly struck him and incinerated him. A man came into the office and told her not to waste her time. He brazenly asked why she was torturing herself and trying to negotiate with insects. It's morning, but the hellhound is still alive, with spears from the dragon's skeleton sticking out of it. The blessing of the river Styx was activated, and Locke returned to the world of the living, and immediately began to attack the dog. But he fell to the ground, incredibly tired of this hellish dog. Locke asked what happened to the hellhound while he was lying unconscious. He asked if Ken had dealt with her, but he only pointed at the dog. Ken said that he didn't do anything, and Locke dealt with it himself. Vincent sat in his office and said that this was not the first time he surprised him. He said that he didn't know that he could deceive him, and it was true that Ken was sitting in the office. Vincent said with a terrible look that he really thought that he was dead. Ken apologized and said that people say that if you want to deceive the enemy, deceive your friends first. Vincent warned Ken that from now on he had better not try to fool him because such jokes annoy him, and he doesn't even know how much Ken has been fooling him all this time. He took a newspaper out of his locker and pointed at John and said that this guy was bothering him. The media were deliberately creating rivalry. Vincent said that this was not part of his plans. He needed Isaac to shine alone. He ordered Ken to persuade Isaac to trample John. Ken asked what he should tell Isaac to get him more attention. Vincent stated that he needed to get the most out of his investment in him. Then Ken asked him to give him the formidable one and give him. Sakura bowed before the swordsman when the swordsman learned that Isaac asked for Solomon's ring instead of a shield. The swordsman is clearly not happy, but said that since he wants to get another item in return, this is an inevitable procedure. But suddenly he got angry and asked with a fierce look how Isaac knew that Solomon's ring was in their hands. Sakura began to beg for forgiveness, but the swordsman said that he did not doubt the students, but the information leak was as if there was a rat among them. She started shouting that she would deal with Isaac, but the swordsman refused this idea. The swordsman said that he needed to wait, and now he would have to cut them with his own hands to get satisfaction. Shakira asked if she was now looking at a ghost or a zombie. Ken was sitting in front of her. Ken said that a ghost suits him better, and Shakira asked that he was going to play dead in front of the whole world. She surprisingly knows everything about Ken. She asked if he planned to hide behind Isaac's shadow for the rest of his life, but Ken simply replied that it wasn't that important. Ken stated that he came here to be brought to the head of this guild. She didn't like Ken. She thought that he gave off an unpleasant feeling. Ken asked if Grozny was working through an exchange. Ken asked what he could get if he sold Isaac to the Thunderbird Guild, so I don't understand anything anymore. This angered Shakira, and, standing up, she began to shout that he was simply mocking them. But then that psycho, the leader of this Thunder Guild, appeared behind Ken. He asked if it was worth buying by the kilo then. Come to think of it, it's strange that this man is using the ability, even though they are not in the dungeon. Ken was not particularly impressed by these threats and stated that they were unlikely to need Isaac without one limb. In the dungeon, while Locke and Ken were having dinner by the fire, Locke asked if he was really going to do this. Locke said that they had just come out of a 4-story dungeon. They were even on the verge of death. But Ken only jokingly asked if it was true. Locke said irritably that he agreed to go to the 5-story building, but he thought it was a hasty decision. Ken began to tease Locke again. Apparently this is his favorite pastime, asking if the player is really afraid of the dungeon. Locke finally realized that Ken was simply provoking him this way, and said that he would not be able to do this all the time. But Ken noticed movement in the bushes and told Locke that someone was here. A girl came out of the bushes. She was a little shy. She introduced herself as Michelle from the Messiah Guild. Tomorrow they will participate in clearing the dungeon together. She said that she was his fan, and therefore wanted to greet them. Ken looked surprised. She had been part of his team in the past. He finally met an old friend. In the past, she died in one dungeon. Everyone was saddened by her death. It is clear that unlike other players, they did not care about the treasure, and they protected each other and did their job honestly. Locke was delighted and said with a smile that since she was a fan, he should give her an autograph. But Michelle walked up to Isaac and handed her notebook, which even surprised Ken. It's a funny picture of how Michelle is happy, Ken's melancholic face and Locke's offended face. 3 guilds approached the dungeon. The Messiah was Ken's former team, the Thunderbird Guild and Mokosh. The head of the Thunderbird Guild asked that, contrary to what everyone knows, Isaac is actually controlled by Ken. But Shakira didn't believe it and shouted that he was probably lying. Ken said that he heard that he likes to collect items and skill pages. He said that he could help attack the dungeons they needed. If they used Isaac, there would be no dungeons they couldn't enter. The man said that the way he spoke, it seemed like he wanted something specific from him. But Ken could not convince him, and he stood up and said that he did not deal with obviously unprofitable proposals, and added that if he wanted something, then he should offer something more interesting. Shakira was glad that the deal fell through, and she asked if she could sort it out with the head. But Ken said that a Cyclops dungeon had appeared in the Amazon, and he heard he was forming a team to attack it. Ken said that he would send Isaac there to clean up, but the man replied that this was a funny joke. He said that he was going to send Isaac, who had just graduated from the 4-story, to the 5-story, and besides, it was an A+ dungeon. This truth made him laugh, and he began shouting that he had incredible confidence. After the hysteria, he agreed to listen to Ken if he could clear the dungeon. Ken then asked what they would offer Isaac, but the man said he had no intention of buying him. He said he decided it made more sense to buy Ken rather than Isaac and offered to work under him. He took an envelope out of his jacket and put it on the table, and said that they could start bargaining. Vampire skill, legendary rank, using the skill, you can turn into a vampire, an interesting skill. It was the first day in the dungeon, and while fighting, Locke asked what he would say to Vincent, because it was obvious that they were on the side of Ivan the Terrible. Locke asked if he had a plan, but Ken replied that he had no plan and that he would tell Vincent everything. After Locke easily defeated the monster, he approached the skeleton and told Ken that he was crazy for deciding to admit that he had accepted the Terrible One's offer. Ken said that Vincent himself would understand everything perfectly well, and that the best option was to tell him. Locke began to tease him, saying that he thought Vincent would just say okay and let him go to the Formidable One. But Ken approached him and said that maybe Vincent would consider them traitors, or maybe he would think that they were betraying the Formidable One. Entrance to the Cyclops Dungeon, Day 23, 4th floor of the Minotaur's Labyrinth. The Messiah Guild continued to fight the goblins in the Minotaur's Labyrinth. Thanks to Michelle, they were able to destroy all the blood goblins. The difficulty here is quite high. The player said that most likely monsters will continue to appear in droves until they reach the main hall. While he was talking about the fact that narrow passages are dangerous, one of the goblins was still alive and prepared to attack. The goblin attacked Michelle to kill her, but Isaac reached her in time and killed the goblin first. They wanted to thank him, but he asked why they didn't finish the job to the end. It turned out that many of the goblins were simply pretending to be dead, but when Isaac cut several of them, others ran away in fear. Isaac reported that blood goblins differ from other types of goblins in intelligence. The Messiah Guild volunteered to clear the dungeon together, so he expected more, Isaac said. Isaac called their team worthless, and Jordan, the leader of this team, got angry and wanted to argue with him. But Michelle stopped him and shook her head to stop him from screaming. Isaac continued that the guild leader must be responsible for the safety of his members and be on guard at all times. He said that the leader should have known about the blood goblins in advance and prepared properly. For some reason, Isaac continued to mock Jordan and his team, which of course angered him. Kyle, another player, told Isaac to stop and that they had already figured it out. He came forward and wisely said that there was no need to involve unnecessary emotions. They still united to clear the dungeon. Michelle supported Kyle and added that they were grateful for the help and asked why he was here. She asked that he wasn't here to argue with them instead of being with his team. Isaac replied that they had a problem. His tank lock injured his leg. Kyle and Michelle immediately ran up to him to help. How nice they were, no wonder Ken missed them. Of course, it was just a plan. Locke's leg was fine, he was only worried about his reputation as a real man. Michelle even offered him her potion. These guys sincerely want to save the world. Jordan began to tease him that he himself did not keep track of his team and came to them. He confidently advised him to carry out his duties and not interfere with others. As Jordan continued to make fun of Isaac, it only made him laugh, glad that his old friend hadn't changed at all. Isaac stated that unlike others, he was not careless, and he, that is Locke, injured his leg due to his carelessness. Locke, although he cursed at Ken, still played along with him and said that he did not listen to him and rushed forward, and there was a cliff. Jordan said that in any case, the dungeon would not work without a tank, and that she probably came to them for help. Isaac agreed, but then said that as soon as he saw the state they were in, he doubted it. And he proposed that his team work under him, and if they obey his instructions, they will come out of the dungeon unharmed. Jordan wasn't too thrilled by the proposal, but he said that if he wanted to team up, they would agree. But he doesn't like working under his leadership at all, and he decided to fight with Isaac. But the place of the leader of the group is at stake. In the real world, the Messiah's Guild still decided to go to the 7-story dungeon. Everyone in the boarding school was discussing only this. John, who was sitting in the office, began to laugh when he saw how nervous Paula was. Apparently, she published this article while Lei was away, and one of the players told John to shut up, because while Lei was away, she was the head of the Guild Messiah. We are introduced to the new character Charles, also from the Messiah Guild. Charles warned John that if he crossed the line, he would not stand idly by. But these threats did not frighten John, and he brazenly asked what this pathetic bastard would do to him. Paula silenced them and said that they were doing everything for the sake of the Master. But then the swordsman said that apparently the Master himself was not aware of these matters, and said that they had gathered here to discuss how to kill Isaac. And he asked whether the information that Isaac entered a 5-story dungeon was reliable. Paula confirmed this and said that there were witnesses who saw them go into the dungeon. She said that so far they do not share the same opinion with them, so they were not given the task. The swordsman said that Isaac is not one of those who can be easily and quickly dealt with, speaking from experience. Paula felt confident again and said that because he intervened, he himself became bait for entering the dungeon. The location of this operation was Egypt, in a 6-story dungeon. And in the dungeon, the duel between Ken and Jordan was already over. Of course, Ken won. Locke remembered his duel. He understood how Jordan felt. He was like that himself. It had been a long time since they fought. Jordan was already exhausted. He asked Michelle to use her fire strike abilities. Okay, now you can see why it is so difficult for them to fight. This huge Minotaur looks terribly strong. Kyle also did not stand aside and attacked the huge Minotaur, inflicting several wounds on him at once. At this time, the skeletons continued to cut off his legs, the best way to neutralize the huge monster. Jordan had already regretted 1,000 times that he had been reckless and argued with Isaac. He was distracted, and did not notice how the Minotaur was swinging at him. His leg was stuck in the hole, so he could not move. His comrades were already scared to death when the monster almost killed Jordan. And of course, Isaac saved him. How cute Jordan was embarrassed when he realized that he had been picked up. Isaac, like Jordan, asked to be released to the ground, and his team ran up to him. While they were asking what condition he was in, Isaac was already getting ready to go into battle since the tank was out. But Jordan did not agree and said that he would go into battle even with such a leg. But Isaac said that this would be suicide and who would then be responsible for his team. When leaving, Isaac said that he should not think that it is cool when a leader sacrifices himself, but it would be better if they trained harder to avoid such a mistake. Isaac rushed into battle, telling Jordan to watch because he would show it only once. Meanwhile, in Owen's office, someone came to him. He joked about him, calling him a ragamuffin. The dragon hunter Francois, whom we have already seen earlier, came to Owen. It seems they are not particularly friendly. Owen asked why he showed up here, because he would not have appeared here without a request. Francois replied that of course he had something to do with him, because he flew here from a distant country not to look at his bald head. But before starting, he asked about those words about saving the world still being a priority for Owen. Francois said Owen made this decision when Mr. Lee died. Owen immediately turned to check if the secretary was okay. Then he nervously began to shout that of course he still wanted to save the world, and that if he made up his mind, he would definitely do it. Wolverine didn't understand why he looked at the secretary before saying anything. Then Owen declared that he would calmly repay twice as much for a benefactor, and 4 times as much for an insult. In the Minotaur's dungeon, Jordan watched in amazement as Isaac dodged all attacks without using the physical strengthening skill. Ken himself admired the fact that the enemy seemed to know all his actions in advance. But if you just evade all the time, you can't count on success. Ken stopped and the Minotaur attacked him with a run. Jordan thought that even though he was harmful, he shouldn't die like that. He began to blame himself, repeating that it would be better if he sacrificed himself, then everything would end with his death. What a wonderful person. But the skeleton warriors quickly ran up to the Minotaur, and Jordan wondered how they could still move. Obviously, Ken Isaac is still alive. The Minotaur is simply stuck in the wall with its horns. Ken attacked the Minotaur and pierced his eye with his sword. The owner of the labyrinth was poisoned with blood. Enraged by the pain, the Minotaur climbed out of the wall. Ken hoped that he would be able to gain some time, but it seems he still had some strength left. This monster has intelligence, so it cannot be driven into the wall a second time. The Minotaur went berserk, but now this is only to Ken's advantage, because in this state he will only look at what is ahead. Therefore, Ken decided to change his plan of action and defeat him with one blow. Skeletons were thrown at the Minotaur by bloody goblins, probably to distract him. When the goblins were close to the head of the Minotaur, Ken used the skill of the representative of the dark world, the explosion of a dead man. The skeletons did not wait long and attacked the Minotaur with swords when he fell to the ground. John, who was still sitting on the wheel, asked why he was left here alone. He asked if maybe she wanted to ask him out on a date. Paula ignored this thing and asked what happened to the last order. John said relaxedly that if she was talking about the sword, then it was found by the man who got ahead of him. Paula was surprised, and not to say that it was a pleasant surprise, because someone other than them was hunting for swords. Charles said he couldn't listen to this anymore and took out his knife. He said that if a hole was made in his head, only then such scum would understand what politeness is. John was only amused by this. He said that he was their precious bait, and laughed that Charles decided that without him they could defeat Isaac. This angered Charles and shouted that he would kill him and fly to Egypt, but Paula made him stop. Paula admitted that there was no better bait than John to lure Isaac and stir up public opinion. In the dungeon, the guys managed to get to the 5th floor of the Giants. As Ken stood with the others, another player approached him and said that he had heard about his excellent stats, and that thanks to him, they were able to get to this place safely without much effort, and Isaac simply asked what he wanted. The player whispered to him that he just wanted to check if he remembered his promise. Locke overheard their conversation when the player said that Isaac promised to give them the reward from the dungeon. Jordan was standing in the distance, angry with himself, when Michelle approached him and asked if he was okay. He waved it off and said that he was fine in the end, but Kyle immediately understood this and told him not to think too much about what happened in the last battle. Michelle also decided to cheer Jordan up and said that it wasn't his fault. Isaac was just an incredible, outstanding player, although it only hurt him more. After words of encouragement that made George feel worse, he still thanked his team for their support. Ken remembered his past, where they fought a monster together and their embroidery percentage was about half. But now everything will be different, because Ken has prepared a strategy to minimize the damage. Owen was already tired of Francois and asked him to stop beating around the bush and get down to business. Francois drank his coffee and said that if Owen really decided to save the world, then he has one thing. He took out a huge sword from his inventory, probably the one Paula was talking about. This was the exact sword that the Messiah Guild was secretly searching for, and if his research was correct, it was the only sword capable of killing the Savior. Owen simply beamed at this find and asked that he would give it away for free. Francois flew out of Korea, and Owen asked if there were any problems with his takeoff, and Lee replied that everything went fine. Lee turned to Owen and told him that he need not worry about her opinion. Owen began to worry and began to deny that he didn't know what she was talking about. She said that she had spoken to him herself. She asked what exactly happened on the day her father died. Owen only became more nervous and broke out in a cold sweat and asked if she was okay. Lee looked very fierce and said that she was not okay at all. The team arrived at the cave and Jordan incredulously asked why they came here. Jordan said that they could team up with the Thunderbird Guild to win. Isaac remembered how the player ran up to Isaac and said that the monster was already here. Another suggested killing the monster right away. He said that it would be better for everyone to leave their dungeons as soon as possible. But Isaac was against it, and ordered them to simply hide separately and sit quietly. This monster should not be underestimated. If they want to survive, then they should listen to Isaac. The player got angry and thought that, as he said, they were able to come here without unnecessary losses. But he decided that if they managed to destroy the two-headed Cyclops with their own hands, he should get rid of Shakira and become the leader's right hand. Isaac told Jordan not to think about the Thunderbird Guild. They should figure this out first. Jordan became angry, but Michelle immediately tried to calm him down. Isaac approached Locke and asked what condition he was in. Locke immediately replied that he was in excellent condition. While they were talking, a whole crowd of ant monsters emerged from the cave. Isaac said that everything was going according to plan and ordered Locke to get ready. Locke put on Solomon's ring. When using the unique skill Solomon's Order, the user can control a lower-level monster. Thanks to this ability, Locke took advantage of Solomon's Order and began to control the monsters. But things are not going according to plan. For the Thunderbird Guild, monsters have already surrounded them. He continued to swing his sword to kill the monsters, when suddenly he fell and saw a completely different picture. The player did not understand what was happening because he had just fought with monsters, and then suddenly all the monsters disappeared. He doesn't seem to understand what he just did. He kept wondering why his people were dead. but he was so confused in his thoughts that he did not notice how the Cyclops approached him. Isaac was looking at the Cyclops from the cliff when Jordan approached him and voiced his doubts. He was worried about these ant monsters. I don't understand why, because they are so cute, and Locke finally found some pets. Jordan said that now they have an item that allows them to control the ants. But what if they lose it? Surely the effect has a time limit. If they suddenly sat down during the battle, they would get out of control. But Isaac did not let him finish, and asked that he still doubted him. Jordan immediately dismissed such a statement. Isaac began to say that he was aware that he could not control them forever. But in the time they control them, they can get their work done. Sweetlock raised his hand and gave the order to his ants to advance. Just some Ant-Man, Marvel, resting on the side. The ants immediately moved forward and climbed onto the Cyclops and began to bite him. Jordan watched in surprise as such monsters easily dealt with the boss of the 5th floor of rank A+. But the Cyclops used his ability and now the ants began to fight each other. Locke was angry why they started fighting with each other. And did the ring really stop working so quickly? Isaac said that he has 2 demon eyes with different skills. The left one has the effect of chaos. Due to this, the object loses the ability to distinguish between friends and enemies. This is what happens when you run madly ahead, believing that you are stronger, and Locke asked what they should do now. Locke said that if they ran there, they would face the same fate. But Isaac did not agree, because there is a time to reboot the skill. Jordan was surprised when he heard that Isaac seemed to be seeing the Cyclops for the first time. But he already knew about the demon eye and the reboot time. Then Locke asked that he could immediately go and finish him off. Jordan was surprised at how quickly he believed in Isaac. Isaac refused and said that he would go there alone because he still had his right eye. Jordan began shouting after him that if his right eye was the eye of a demon, then he would die. But Locke said he doesn't worry about it since Isaac is no ordinary guy. Isaac is not one to undertake anything without a specific plan. But Isaac was discovered by the eye of a demon and the petrification skill was applied to him. Isaac's body has already half turned to stone. Isaac only has 1 chance left. Lancelot's ring activates strong resistance to the petrification skill. Cyclops is not aware that the demon's eye has no effect on him, so right now he is vulnerable. The time for overloading the left eye is not over yet. First you need to deal with the right one. As Isaac plunged his sword into the Cyclops' eye, the second head pointed its fist at him. But Isaac pulled out his Aegis shield in time, and therefore the Cyclops' attack did not injure him. Suddenly, an explosion thundered right on the body of the 2-headed Cyclops, while Isaac was preparing to defend himself. It turns out that his former team did it. They decided to help him and ran to him. Locke came up and said that now it was their turn. Isaac said that he would deal with the right one, and the rest with the left one. It is necessary to destroy it before the time to reboot the eye ends. The whole team fought the monster boss. I think Ken felt nostalgic. Together, they were able to destroy the 2-headed Cyclops, and they received the eye of the Cyclops demon. But when they all left the dungeon, they were already waiting for them at the gate. Armed soldiers stood in front of the team and aimed directly at them. Jordan realized that this was the Guild of the Thunderbird, the same legendary Shakira and the head, Terrible. He started yelling at them what they were going to do. But Shakira said that this matter was none of their business, so they should leave quietly. Shakira confidently said that Isaac must have killed the boss monster, and now they are waiting for a reward. Michelle also expressed displeasure that they risked their lives in this dungeon. She naively assumed that everyone wanted to save the world, so she scolded them for behaving so impolitely. This greatly amused the guild leader, who stated that he thought he was being polite simply because he had not turned them into a hive of wasps. He continued that judging by the fact that the dungeon was destroyed and no one was returning from there, it seems that Isaac did not care about the safety of his people. The leader said that they were good-for-nothing bastards anyway, but their contract didn't say anything about them anyway. He just wanted the item. Isaac agreed, which surprised Locke. He whispered to him if he really wanted to give it to him. But Isaac said they had to give if they wanted to get what they wanted. Isaac took out the eye of the demon from his inventory and approached the formidable one. Locke was sorry to give away what they had received with such difficulty. After they received their item, they simply left. Fortunately, the guys all survived. Michelle bowed to Isaac that even though it was short-lived, she was grateful to him for everything. Kyle also did not stand aside, and extended his hand and said that they had learned a lot. Ken probably missed these guys. While Michelle and the others laughed and talked, Jordan stood shyly on the sidelines. Isaac noticed this, and Michelle said that he just has a very strong sense of self-esteem. He is not a bad person. He approached Jordan and said that he was a good leader, and that these guys would continue to follow him. They will fight together because Jordan is their best comrade. With these words, he extended his hand. Jordan was a little embarrassed, but still extended his hand in response, and his team was happy about this. But it seems Locke is jealous. Locke began to complain that he was saying things that didn't fit with his image. and he said that he thought he didn't like the people from the Messiah's Guild, and the team happily left talking nicely to each other.
It's good to see really good players who support each other and really want to save the world.
Everyone wrote on the internet that Isaac had returned from the Amazon, and that the Messiah Guild invited him to participate in a 6-story dungeon.
Master Swordsman, he asked why she called him now, and whether the plan had failed.
But she just smiled and said that everything was going according to plan, and called him in order to completely eliminate the chances of failure.
She took out the armor from her inventory and told him to use it in the dungeon.
Vincent sat contentedly when he read the newspaper that Isaac and John would meet in a 6-story dungeon. After all, for him this only meant profit. Then he returned to reality and asked Ken about the deal with the Formidable One.
Ken replied that everything went smoothly, although there were a few hiccups.
Isaac asked the Formidable One that he had heard that he was not one of those who break promises, and whether he had brought the goods. Grozny said that even in such a situation he thinks about the product. He approved of this. Taking out the envelope, he handed it to Isaac, the skill of summoning a lich. The effect summons an immortal magician after sacrificing 100 monsters. Grozny warned that the level limit was above 180, so it was better for him not to die until then. Vincent decided to find out the reason why Ken tells him everything so openly, because he received a good offer. Ken, pretending to be innocent, said that Vincent had previously told him not to try to hide anything from him. Vincent was satisfied with this, and he said that he now sees that Ken understands him. He called someone and said that Ken had probably guessed what he needed from him. Ken replied that he would need to report all the steps of Ivan the Terrible while Kim entered the office. Secretary Kim put a box on the table, and Vincent told him to give it to Isaac. The gift to Isaac turned out to be the Ring of Osiris. Ken did not seem to expect that Vincent would give it to him. Vincent said that he did not want Isaac and John to fight, and that since such a chance had arisen, he needed to persuade Isaac to finally deal with this guy.
Cairo, Egypt. John and Isaac finally met. The journalists never stopped filming them.
John extended his hand and declared that it was a great honor for him to fight with him. Isaac first pierced him with his gaze, then shook his hand with a feigned smile. John noticed this look, and thought that Isaac was looking at him with contempt. While the guys were fighting the monsters, John approached them and admitted that Isaac was not bad, as they say, and each of his skeletons was quite strong. He also admitted that his skeleton warriors are not so strong, which means there is something to learn. Isaac replied that he is also not bad in his own way. John asked in what moments he was stronger, and Isaac drew attention to his crowd of skeletons. He said it was all thanks to this ring of Hades. By using the skills of this ring, he can make the skeleton warriors that another person summoned into his soldiers. Bad news for Ken, he had no idea that such an item existed. It was probably hidden by the Messiah's Guild. John looked like a madman, although he may be a madman, and said that under no circumstances was he going to touch his skeleton warriors. After all, he only uses those who are recognized by the people standing behind him. Ken realized that it was useless to order his skeletons to attack John. He looked at the crazy guy and thought that sometimes openly displaying one's power is much more effective than hiding it. Everyone ate by the fire together, but John sat at a distance and talked to someone about food. He told those who belonged to the afterlife that they must be sorry that they cannot eat. He continued to mock them that they could neither eat nor talk. John seemed hysterical and said that he could not kill Isaac yet, because only he could kill the boss of this dungeon. While he was going crazy, these ghosts, let's call them that for now, cut up his dinner. It was the 21st day of the dungeon attack, and everyone had reached the 5th floor of the Egyptian dungeon. John said that before this the floors were quite easy, which means the 6th level is simply terrible. Ken thought that John was right after all. This is an A+ rank dungeon, and there is still no victim, which means that the boss monster is quite dangerous. And the whole world already knows about Isaac's fighting ability. It's unlikely that they were the only ones sent to catch him. An invisible enemy. It looks like Paula laid out her treasure. Ken's guess was correct. When everyone entered the 5th floor, John asked if they would first move towards the thicket. But Isaac said that first they should destroy the killers who are pursuing them, and then go to the monster. John pretended not to understand anything, but then 2 of his skeleton warriors rushed towards Isaac. He was protected by his skeleton warriors, and he and Locke fled into the forest. The player decided to catch them, but John ordered to leave them alone and catch the golem and other special creatures. Ken heard this and realized that John Georg was a smart guy. Regular skeleton warriors can be recreated in the dungeon, but with special creatures, the situation is different. The conscription conditions are too strict. If they are destroyed, or John takes them away with the Ring of Hades, it will be bad. And since the loss of strength on his part would be indescribable, Ken called upon the Book of the Dead. Ken used a reverse summon, and all his creatures returned to his book. The player asked if they should catch up with them, but John shouted that he had retained a significant part of his strength, and they definitely would not survive in the forest. John was angry and wondered how Isaac could guess about the killers. Even if they destroy all his skeleton warriors, things will only get confused. Locke said that there seemed to be no pursuit, and Ken said that John was not such a fool as those who had fought them so far. And of course Ken had his own plan, so he put on the Ring of Osiris. The ring has been imprinted and can no longer be removed. Ken already has 3 rings. Locke asked where he got this ring from, and Ken said that he had a sponsor who spared nothing. Ken looked up while Locke cursed him not to speak so cryptically because it scared him. Dragons were flying in the sky, not as large as before, and Ken said that Locke had already fallen. Locke began to worry when he realized what Ken was hinting at and asked why he would have to do this again. And in the distance, a boss monster resembling a sphinx climbed onto a rock in the dungeon. Ken and Locke approached the monster. It turned out that it was not a dragon, but entrusted. Locke wondered if he wanted to summon him as a skeleton warrior, but they would only be bones, and they would not be able to fly. Or maybe Ken has an ability with the ring on his hand. Ken used the skill of the Ring of Osiris to resurrect and was entrusted to return to the world of the living. But they have a ring with which they can control monsters. They could use it. And now that they have a monster to fly on, they fly to the boss monster and attack it. But the monster didn't just sit there. First he stunned them and then attacked them. Ken told Locke that this was just the beginning and ordered him to hold on tight. They flew away with incredible speed, but the boss monster can also fly, and he began to chase them. John heard something and stood up. Maybe Ken wants to throw this boss at them. And as soon as the boss monster opened its mouth, Ken grabbed Locke and they jumped off the monster. While the guys were falling, Ken was falling more elegantly than poor Locke. The monster boss was rapidly falling on the players. The monster landed in front of the players and held the poor monster in its teeth. John thought that fighting a boss monster without any preparation was doomed to failure. As I wrote, Ken landed calmly and beautifully while Locke was already stuck in the hole. He started yelling at Ken as soon as he regained consciousness, yelling at him about how he had prepared a shield for himself. Let's look at this beautiful picture, at Locke dying of fear and at Ken's grin with a shield. While Locke continued to sulk about Ken doing this to him and sat in his pit, Ken buttered him up by saying that he believed in his abilities. Meanwhile, the boss monster had already killed a bunch of skeleton warriors of John, who survived, by the way. He lost his skeleton soldiers and also several people, and when John said that they would immediately go in search of Isaac, the ghostly killers wrote it on the ground what it meant. John replied that they would not be able to clear the dungeon alone and would die here without him. An angry John said that they should kill Isaac first and offered to act as bait. Isaac will be able to act calmly only when he destroys John, and the ghostly killer wrote that he would entrust this to him. John began to say that first it was necessary to put things in order, and said that for more than 20 days, because of the helmet of Hades, he had not slept or eaten. He continued that no matter what super skills he possessed, it was impossible to fully use the power on an empty stomach. The master swordsman took his advice and took off his helmet. He looked terrible. As soon as he took off his helmet, John shouted that Isaac was right behind him. But it was just a deception. John ran up and grabbed the helmet. What a child. While playing with the helmet, he laughed at the master swordsman for playing him so easily. Then all the remaining skeleton warriors surrounded the master swordsman. And in another part of the forest, the Ken left traces on their way. When Locke asked why he was doing this, he replied that they would soon have a guest. But Locke didn't understand him, because there were only monsters around, and then their guest showed up. John George came and threw the helmet of Hades to Isaac and Locke. Isaac named the helmet, and John said that it was now clear how he knew about the killer. He decided that there was an information leak. Locke personally did not know anything about the helmet. Isaac asked why he was giving it to him. John replied that Isaac had won, and this was an offering to the winner. Locke admired the helmet. This item allows you to become part of the underground kingdom, and completely hides your appearance. John raised his hands and said that he was giving up, so he asked for security. John asked not only here, but also outside the dungeon. Ken thought that he seemed to have decided that the Sphinx could not be killed, just like that he was a quick thinker. Locke became angry and incredulously asked what about his subordinates. The sick bastard said that he dealt with them by dragging him to come here. This angered Locke, who hated such people. Isaac stopped him and gave one condition to John. Isaac ordered Hades' ring to be given to him, and John took off his ring. The distraught John, having removed the ring, said that he could not even go against him. In the morning, the swordsman turned out to be alive. He barely fought off John's skeleton warriors. The swordsman was angry and thought that he had not liked this little freak from the very beginning. He ran through the forest, but the monsters had already caught up with him after all. This is a dungeon of rank A+. It is extremely difficult to survive alone. The swordsman definitely won't be able to kill the boss in this state, but he's not going to die like that either. Locke was deep in the forest, and suddenly the master swordsman descended from the tree. Without wasting a second, this freak cut Locke into pieces with his sword. Isaac, who was sitting by the fire hearing the sounds, immediately ran into the forest, which surprised John, who for some reason calls him Mr. He and John ran to Locke, who was killed by the swordsman, who said that he was late. John was angry and wondered how he could survive because a wave of monsters was chasing him. The swordsman said that he understood when John betrayed him,
but he did not think that he would side with Isaac. The tired but furious swordsman declared that he could not leave them alive. He said that without a tank, the two of them would not be able to get out of this dungeon, and that they should prepare for their last battle. Isaac said that he agreed to play with him. John also began to prepare. The battle began, and it was not easy for Isaac, despite the fact that the swordsman was definitely not in the best condition. Even a huge skeleton fought with him, but this did not bother the swordsman much. The swordsman is indeed incredibly strong. With one blow he created a gap in the ground, although he had not eaten or drunk for so many days. While John was thinking about the strength of the swordsman, he appeared right in front of him, but John managed to jump away. The swordsman spat out the core of a turtle man. This item allows you to live for a long time without food and water, but it does not quench thirst and hunger. It turns out that the swordsman is full of strength, but due to hunger and thirst he is ready to climb the wall. The swordsman recalled how John said that they would die in this dungeon, and suggested that they approach him and not hesitate. But John, cowardly, hid behind Isaac. He looked sick. He said that before they died they should swing their swords properly. But Isaac confidently said that this dungeon would be his last. The swordsman said that Isaac should not be so confident because he was alone when suddenly his hands were cut. Thanks to his ability, Locke was able to survive. Plus, he was wearing the Hades helmet. The swordsman could not believe that Locke was still alive, and Locke began to swear that the swordsman did not even know basic rules of decency. The kid immediately felt confident and said that he didn't think he would have the core of a turtle man. John continued that it was an excellent plan by Mr. Isaac, and now we can go after the Sphinx. While John continued to mock the swordsman, he took his sword in his teeth and flew towards them. Even in this state, the master swordsman attacked 3 players at once, but Ken managed to get his shield. However, the boy was still hurt, and he could only say Mr. Isaac. In his last moments, he scolded Isaac for promising him to save him. But Isaac only melancholy said that it was his mistake. Locke began to tell him not to be so offended, because his people, whom he killed, experienced the same thing. The half-dead swordsman, he said, they will also end, so don't be smart. Only Isaac and Locke remained in this dungeon, so the chances are low, the swordsman thought. Isaac approached him and remembered how he tried to save the world with him in the past. His comrades with whom he fought alongside felt the same. Isaac asked the swordsman if he had ever dreamed of saving the world, knowing that this was a stupid idea. The swordsman began to shout like a madman that this was nonsense, and that even if he could clear all the dungeons, this rotten world would abandon him. He laughed and said that after this, the world will only become more terrible. The world is so rotten because of people like the swordsman. The swordsman continued to talk nonsense about money and power for some time when Isaac told him to shut up. Isaac finally told him that if he gets the chance to return, he hopes that he will become a worthy swordsman. Noticing Isaac's gaze, Locke wondered what connected him with the Messiah Guild. Isaac called Locke over and used the skill of a vampire representative of the dark world. Locke was frightened by the sight of Isaac. Understandably, Isaac declared that since there were only 2 of them here, he had no need to be embarrassed and that he could leave here. Miss Lee came into the office. She looked very sad. She remembered her dad, the day when she prepared him a lot of food. Lee talked to her father and said that he would be leaving soon on a business trip and must be very busy. Therefore, he can leave the dishes and she will clean everything up herself after school. This touched her dad, and with tears in his eyes, he hugged her, repeating how proud he was of his daughter. When she got ready to leave, her dad told her not to get sick while he was gone. And then, like a caring dad, he began to list every little thing, about cars, about strangers, and so on. Then he invited her to become friends with Paula, called her the most beautiful daughter in the world, and said goodbye. Everyone in the crowd said that Hanson's stock had recently risen sharply. While she was thinking about the news, Paula called out to her, "It is immediately clear that she was a bully from the very beginning." They continued talking like normal school children, and Lee asked why she was going to school so early today. But she said that she was not going to school, and reminded her that she had recently become a player, and that a gate had appeared in the basement of her father's office. While the news was talking about Hanson's Messiah Group project, Paula said that a break in the dungeon might soon happen, and she was going there. She said that her father should not make an exception because she is also a player. Paula said that she would definitely become stronger than Lei. It was funny that she was so sure of this, and now she is groveling towards him. Then she said stop talking about such things and dragged her into the booth where they took this photo. Paula and Lei hung on her wall where she was apparently investigating Dad's case. On social networks, everyone wrote about Lei and that the Messiah Guild broke into a 7-story dungeon. Paula was noticeably nervous. Apparently now she doesn't want to defeat Lei, who asked about Isaac. In the battle with the Sphinx, Ken jumped on it and used the Bloodsucker skill. The Bloodsucker skill increases health recovery by 100%, plus the Bloodsucker skill has been combined with the Vampire skill. Then he also activated the Blood Mist skill and summoned a Blood Golem. Paula reported that she sent Isaac, John, and the Master Swordsman to a 6-story rank A+ dungeon.
The master archer shouted at Paula, asking who was causing this, and Charles tried to defend her. Paula replied that everything happened because of her, but added that she had a plan for such an eventuality. She said that she gave the master swordsman the helmet of Hades, the boots of Hermes, and the role of bait is played by John, who is a very capable guy. Apparently a huge surprise awaits her. Paula confidently stated that no matter how great Isaac was, the likelihood was that he would survive and get out of this dungeon. Vincent, who had just arrived home, saw Kim running towards him. She said that something unexpected happened. Someone was waiting for him in the house. A really unexpected thing happened in the dungeon. John used the skill of a representative of the dark world to return the dead. Vincent looked menacingly at Grozny, who invited him to clear the 7th floor of the dungeon together. He asked why he should accept this offer. Grozny said that he also didn't want to see headlines about Lei, who single-handedly cleared the 7th floor of the dungeon. He added that he just needed to join him in clearing out the dungeon where Isaac would be sent. This offended Vincent. He said that he had come to his house and was now trying to hurt him. Vincent's aura surrounded everyone with incredible power. Shakira did not expect Vincent to be so strong. Grozny also did not stand aside and turned on his electricity. Mr. Pickapoo and Vincent continued to have a staring contest. Oven happily sat and said that nothing can replace 3-in-1 coffee. For some reason, he continued to praise the cheap coffee. Lee thought that Oven had clearly brought the paper cup and instant coffee from the meeting at the guild by the Phoenix. Secretary Lee reported that she learned urgent news. Grozny and Vincent met, she said. Oven was interested in this news. He said that everything was becoming interesting. Now one could imagine how the situation would unfold in the future. Lee stood up and got ready. This surprised Oven, and he asked where she was, and Lee replied that she was meeting with a friend. In a black market alley in Cairo, Egypt, one man passed something to another. He thanked him and said that this thing was useful to him, and that he no longer hoped that he would keep his promise. It was John who said that he at first thought that Isaac would turn out to be a traitor. Isaac took the helmet and said that a promise is a promise. When John was resurrected in the dungeon, he saw a helmet with an inscription, "Return the helmet after he uses it." John said that it turns out Isaac already knew that he had the skill of summoning the dead. He stated that Isaac could not be surprised by anything, and asked how he knew about this. Ken remembered that because of this ability, he had to kill John twice. But he told him not to think about such a trifle, and the dissatisfied Locke dreamed of leaving him in that dungeon. John began to praise Isaac, calling him super cool, and his type, "My face is like Locke's in the picture." Locke is tired of the abnormal people who surround him. I completely understand him. Isaac pushed the glass forward and told John that he was now considered dead, so he should live quietly. But something was bothering John, and he jumped up and asked Isaac to take him with him. Poor Locke did not expect this. On the internet, everyone was wondering why Isaac could not save John, and Paula was biting her nails more and more when there was a knock on the door. Of course, Lee came to her former friend Paula. Paula said that she disappeared without even telling her and that she was worried. She said she was surprised when she suddenly suggested meeting. Lee said that she wanted to ask something, which surprised Paula. Paula began to say that she probably had a lot of questions. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, but she was a little offended because she didn't ask how she was doing. While she continued to talk, Lee interrupted her by asking if she killed her father. Paula was in shock. It seemed that her life was not at all sweet. Paula was actually sitting in front of Lee's father's corpse when Leigh approached her. She felt shocked, but then simply said that she didn't know what she was talking about. Then she started screaming that she showed up out of nowhere and was asking this. Paula continued to say that her father died due to an accident during a dungeon rupture. Lee clearly upset by Paula's lies. She convinced Lee that something had been reported to her incorrectly. Lee got angry at this obvious lie and told her that she still couldn't lie, then threw the envelope on the table. The envelope was about people affected by the Hansen Group dungeon rupture. Lee said that she knew about her father. Lee said that she knows that neither the monsters nor the explosion killed his father. It seems that the conversation with Francois gave her new information. She stood up and said that she had hoped Paula would tell her the truth, but she was wrong. Paula also stood up and began to shout that she appeared 3 years later and now claims that she killed her father. She screamed that Lee had hurt her head if she believed some pieces of paper more than her friend. Paula burned the envelope and asked if she was really going to take revenge on her, knowing how much power she had. Lee calmly replied that she knew her location very well. She was the director of the Hansen Group company, and also a deputy master in the Messiah Guild. Then she said that she should wait a little and she would see for herself how to take revenge. But back to Vincent's office, Grozny, after a minute's battle, said that it was time to stop wasting time on useless bickering. Grozny said that he just wanted to come to an agreement with him before he became too dull about this matter. He invited Vincent to write a will here and now. Grozny said that this would be a simple testament because even they cannot be sure that they will survive on the 7th floor of the dungeon. The will be for the other guild members to join the other if one of them dies. Kim got angry and started shouting at him. Grozny continued that the Messiah's Guild was the first to clear the 7th floor, so the whole world will now revolve around them. And the problem is that both of them cannot calmly look at this, and going alone is tantamount to suicide. Whether he likes it or not, they should join in, and that there is no need to pretend. Grozny stated that he is an ambitious person, so he has no intention of dividing the reward and glory equally after clearing the dungeon. He said that Vincent is the same as him, and knows that he can stick a knife in his back at any moment as soon as he gets to the 7th floor. That's why a will is needed, and he said that they should write a will and go to the dungeon. While Vincent was thinking about this, Ken suddenly appeared and said that he seemed to have a lot of doubts. This surprised Vincent, who did not even feel his presence and asked when he arrived. Ken said he just arrived. Now he looks even more scary. Vincent asked if he went to Egypt with Isaac, and Ken replied that he had given him a special task. Ken lied that he had a hard time hanging around Isaac and trying to deal with John, and that even in the dungeon he stood his ground. It was not easy to persuade him. Vincent said that of course he was great for coping with John, and he himself thought how Ken not only persuaded Isaac, but also went through a 6-story dungeon with him. He scolded him for causing a fuss, but Isaac does not provide the press with any justification for John's death. Ken said with a grin that he also didn't know what was on Isaac's mind, and that after waking up, he cleared the 6th floor in one leap. And while it is impossible to understand what is in the head of such a genius, Ken behaves quite unusually. Ken probably reminded Vincent that Isaac is not his subordinate and he cannot give orders. Vincent was also pleased that Isaac simply removed John and then told Ken that they should sort out their relationship. Ken thought that Vincent was worried, because very soon he would have to meet the formidable one on the 7th floor. He said that even though Isaac is not Ken's subordinate, he still listens to him. Vincent hinted that if he, the formidable, and Isaac together cleared the 7th floor, his status would increase. Vincent, of course, remembered that Ken only works for rewards and showed him the key. A portal opened behind Vincent and he told him to follow him. He told him to choose a weapon that would suit him and Isaac. Ken smiled maliciously, as someone like Vincent could not see how he was being deceived. And in the office, Owen asked in surprise whether he understood correctly that Lee broke into the Hansen Group company. This is not like her, he thought, then said that he valued her, but this time he could not turn a blind eye to such behavior. He asked what benefit would they have if they angered Paula, but Lee remained silent for now. Then, putting the coffee on the table, she said that it was not yet clear what the consequences would be for angering her. But it seems Paula has no time for her now, because the arrow flew right in front of her head. It was the master archer who fired, clearly furious at the news. Meanwhile, Grozny was heading somewhere. Shakira opened the door for him and bowed. He asked how preparations for the 7th floor were going, and Shakira replied that she had picked up a dungeon with a difficulty level of C+. Located in Pakistan, armed terrorist groups are located around the gate. She was informed that among them there was a player of quite a high level, and therefore even the government was unable to get close to that place. And she was also informed that Ken had come to the headquarters, although he was already sitting in his office. He stood up and shook his hand, and Pikachu used his ability and called him Vincent's dog. Ken asked what he meant by a dog, because if he was, he wouldn't be here. Ken's poor hand, but he endured the pain, and said that he was embarrassed by such a warm greeting. Grozny asked if he fulfilled his request. Ken thought that his calmness was not a bluff, and it was officially known that Vincent and Grozny had both cleared the 6th floor. Ken said that he had done everything, but he himself thought that Vincent was inferior in strength to the formidable one. On the last floor of the dungeon, Isaac will kill Vincent, Ken said. The day came to enter the dungeon, and when the man saw the tanks, he ran to tell his boss about it. But as soon as the man told about the strangers, he was immediately killed. After a few minutes, the second man was also killed. It was Shakira. Ivan the Terrible was pleased and asked the estimated time before the invasion of the vicinity of the gate. She replied that 10 minutes would be enough. Isaac and the others had already gathered at the entrance. Lei wrote that the first attempt at a united sweep of the 7th floor following the Messiah Guild. What is the position of the Messiah Guild? He asked Paula whether they should make their position known by making a statement. He then walked up to her and said that she had a familiar expression on her face. Lei reminded her that she had the same expression on her face now as when they met. That day they met for the first time, and then he believed that they were very similar. But it seems I was mistaken, Lei said, and put his hand on his shoulder and said that there is no need to talk about the past. He said that this time she was on her own, and he had nothing to do with it. This is the work of terrorists who hate players, Lei said. Owen, as usual, was in the office, reading a newspaper. He got angry and threw the newspaper on the table. Lee became worried and asked what happened again. Owen pouted like a child and said that the Messiah's Guild began to show its teeth. They claimed that their building was attacked by terrorists from other guilds, and the government gave them permission to investigate. He shouted that this was unacceptable. They received the right from the government, which means they can now use force even against ordinary citizens. No one has any idea what a Messiah is really on the minds of these guild freaks. He complained that if things went on like this, all power would be in their hands. Oven began to tease and depict how Lei's fans would beg to protect them. Lee watched this performance with a tired look. Lee thought she had heard this 20 times already. Oven couldn't calm down and was screaming when the phone rang. Francois called him and Oven greeted him playfully. Francois said that the gastric juice of the golden dragon arrived in Pakistan. He asked if he knew how to use it, and Oven replied that he himself did not know anything. He was simply asked to get it, and that's all. And Francois, as expected, began to scold him for ordering such an expensive thing without knowing its use. Oven calmly replied that his customer said that he would kill him. Kill, asked Francois. He asked who he was going to kill, how he got into the coverage area, and the connection was interrupted. And at the entrance to the dungeon, all three guilds gathered, and Ken appeared again. Perhaps this time Ken is played by John, but this is just a guess. In such a place and at such a time, a guy came with a package for Mr. Isaac. Ken told Isaac that he would handle it himself. Apparently it was John pretending to be Isaac. The guy tried to do his job and said that the owner should personally receive the delivery, but Ken with his appearance made it clear to him that it was better to give it to him. Ken took the delivery and began to open it. Locke asked what he ordered. It was the gastric juice of the golden dragon that Francois found. Locke, not knowing his actions, said that he thought it was something bad, so he decided to look and asked why he needed this thing. John said that he had heard somewhere that the gastric juice of a dragon allows you to see the true appearance of a sealed object. But John himself did not see this, so these can only be rumors. John began to tease Locke that he knew nothing about this, and Locke became angry as usual. Now Locke is being teased by two people. Locke began to shout that he knew everything, and John playfully continued to tease him, and Ken was apparently tired of these guys. Then Locke asked to leave this guy here and go to the dungeon without him. He reminded him that this guy killed all his guys and that they couldn't trust him. But John lifted his sleeve and showed the seal and said that now he could be trusted more than anyone else. Locke continued to shout that it could be worse than a person who had already died once and came back to life again. But John only smiled. We are shown the day John asked to be taken with him and how Locke scolds him. John said that he does not know why Isaac hates the Messiah, and that he does not care what happens to this guild. This madman dreamed of seeing Isaac and the Messiah Guild tear each other apart. Of course, Ken asked why he should trust him, and what guarantees that he would not betray him. While Locke, in unpleasant surprise, asked if he was really going to take it with him, John put an envelope on the table. Subjugation of the soul. With the help of this, you can connect yourself with another person. John will depend on Ken, and will not be able to betray him. Locke called him an idiot and asked him what he would do if he asked him to die. But John said that Mr. Isaac had many opportunities to kill him, but he did not. He is not one of those who love to kill in vain and will not harm me, said John. Ken thought that John himself tied the knot around his neck, because this skill is not beneficial to him. How funny Locke quarrels with John. But Ken couldn't understand what was on this strange guy's mind. There was no time to think about it, because it was time to enter the dungeon, and Ken told everyone to follow him. John joyfully followed him and asked what kind of sealed thing he wanted to find. Locke immediately shouted why he needed this information, and John said that since he was on the team, he could ask. On the first night, Locke was already sleeping like the dead while Ken was reading the rules of the dungeon. To get to the second level, you need to kill 111,111 goblins. Ken thought that the conditions were the same as last time. And on the last 7th level, the Goblin King will sit. He then looked at his level 176, reaching 158. The battle continued on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors of the dungeons. And then the time came to go to the 4th floor, and Vincent saw the Mokosh Guild. And on the 4th floor, the leader of the Thunderbird Guild asked Ken if he had talked to Isaac. Ken said that he had handed over everything and asked when exactly they would start work. Grozny replied that when they rise to the 4th floor, they will first act with the Phoenix Guild and Isaac's team. He said that Ken would use the commotion during the battle and, together with Isaac, he would move to the rear of the Phoenix Guild. Grozny said that Ken needed to give him a sign, and then he would deal with this Vincent. While the guild was fighting, one of the players asked if he could ask Vincent a question. He asked if he believed in Ken. The player continued that Ken said that he plays Isaac as he pleases, but he could simply be mistaken. The player was worried and asked what if there was a battle with Grozny. What if Isaac took their side? Vincent said that he never trusts anyone enough to put his life on the line. Vincent said that he trusts himself and the situation. In this dungeon, he decided to kill the formidable one with his own hands, and they would capture the Thunderbird Guild. And Ken at this time finally reached level 180. A representative of the Dark World admires his abilities and sends him the gift of a catalog. Ken gained another skill, and Locke immediately ran to him with questions. How cute, Ken's face is so funny, as is Locke, who was happy about the skill as if it was his skill. Envelope with Banshee skill, Curse Soul Effect, Summon Banshee. Ken said that this is the first time he has seen such a skill, so he himself does not know whether this skill is good or bad. Confused, Locke thought that Ken always talked like he knew everything in the world, so he decided that he knew. John said that Isaac is higher than any player who has the status of a representative of the dark world. Naturally, no one had ever seen the skills that he would receive. Locke was angry that John was being clever again. Then Locke came up with something and said that the kid seemed to know something, but not everything. Locke said that Isaac was not that strong, and for some reason this angered John, and Ken, without paying attention, tore the envelope. Ken gained a new skill, and Locke told John that it was Ken who had the power. And John is Isaac. It seems the kid was not aware. That's right, John thinks that Isaac just wanted to hide his identity, and this is not the real Isaac. And then Ken finally finished off the kid, saying that he was real. And at this time, Grozny and Shakira were together, and Grozny asked what was bothering her so much. He asked if it was because of Ken. Shakira said that she didn't like his look. He was openly spying and working for Vincent and the head at the same time. She said that, to be honest, they couldn't trust his words about cooperation. Grozny said that it was quite possible to deal with Vincent and Ken, and even Isaac, in one fell swoop. He said that they had already analyzed their combat capability. Isaac can summon a maximum of 200 skeleton warriors. But even if Vincent helps him and these scum, they still won't be able to stop him. Grozny stated that if something changes, they will not get anything in any case. He warned his people waiting outside the gate that if he died in this dungeon, they would kill everyone. Ken used his skill, the Banshee lets out long screams, and the frightened goblins begin to lose morale. Locke admired the Banshee. He said that he didn't even need to interfere with this. But Ken said it wasn't enough, and Locke sadly asked that he would still have to intervene. Ken was talking about a skill. He meant that this skill is not entirely effective. It's too much of a waste of magic power for a skill that doesn't directly damage the enemy. John asked if this meant they would not use Banshee in future battles. However, Ken said that no matter how low the effectiveness of a skill, there will always be a way to make up for this deficiency. This was the summoning of a Lich. The required level was above 180. That skill he then exchanged for the demonic eye of the Cyclops. Ken gains the skill of a representative of the dark world to summon a Lich, and he now has a new achievement to summon a Lich. There was an explosion and the sky was covered with a dark fog. Locke asked what was happening and whether Ken knew that this would happen. Ken denied this, and replied that he did not expect this. Some kind of black smoke appeared in front of him. Some huge demon appeared in front of him and demanded a sacrifice. Ken confidently pointed to the monsters and asked if this was not enough. At the time of the thunderstorm, which was caused by Ken, Shakira noticed this and pointed it out to Terrible. Shakira said that Isaac's guild seemed to be located in this place. Grozny suddenly remembered the moment when he entered into a contract with Indra. He began to worry that perhaps Isaac had acquired a power comparable to that of Indra. Grozny realized that this could interfere with their plan, and ordered Shakira to follow him to eliminate this obstacle. Vincent's guild also noticed this thunder, and the player asked if Isaac's zone was there. The player suggested that maybe he had lured a new skill. Vincent said that it is not so rare that it happens that in a dungeon you can raise the level and get a new skill. However, Vincent himself understood perfectly well that this was definitely an unusual skill. Suddenly, lightning flew from the forest directly at Vincent, but the player was able to quickly protect him. Of course, Mr. Pikachu threw the lightning, who decided that Vincent decided to stop him. Vincent also looked furiously at Ivan the Terrible, and reminded him that until he destroyed the monster boss of the 7th floor, he must help him. But Grozny stated that he thought about it, and realized that he did not have to do this. But Shakira noticed something, and all the other players turned around. It was that incredibly creepy demon. The Lich used the power of the summoner. The number of all summoned creatures doubles. Shakira naively assumed that it was Ken, and he kept his promise. But Ivan the Terrible thought that it seemed that the strength that Isaac had shown so far had doubled, in which case there was no point in currying favor with him and Vincent. He didn't understand why he was hiding his power, and wondered that perhaps he was seeking a three-way conflict from the very beginning. But Grozny decided that, be that as it may, Isaac's plan would not work, because he has his own plans, and he's going to fulfill them in any way. He decided to deal with Isaac after he killed Vincent, and activated the Divine Punishment skill. Vincent, of course, was not going to die here so easily and prepared for an attack. But as soon as he got ready, Locke reached him and protected him with the shield of the Aegis. Vincent said that this was Isaac's assistant, but Locke became angry, and even at that moment began to complain that no one knew his name and nicknamed Sheba. Vincent completely ignored this complaint. He did not understand what was happening. But then Gunnar activated the Divine Punishment skill and hit Locke. This, of course, was a blow from Grozny, and only now Vincent realized how strong Grozny was. The skill blessing of the river Styx was activated, and Locke jumped out of the pit, shouting Sheba. Shakira was shocked that he was able to fend off such a blow and survive. She wondered why Isaac's assistant decided to help Vincent. Grozny thought that it looked like he wanted to destroy him by conspiring with him, and wondered where Ken was. While he stood and wondered about Ken, the ghost made its way through all the players. Of course, he used this chance and attacked Ivan the Terrible. It was Ken who put on the helmet and was able to become a ghost. He was unhappy with his attack. Locke was happy to see Ken, but Vincent was completely confused. Grozny was able to survive the attack, although he received fatal damage and had 1 health point left. And then Indra nailed it. The effect of the skill when receiving fatal damage, Indra descends from heaven, inhabits the owner's body, and incinerates everything around. This Indra possessed Grozny, and he has now become much stronger. Not Pikachu, but Thor. The monster was also angry and said that he would destroy all the pathetic people. Everything got out of control. The monster began to destroy everything in its path. Even the experienced Vincent had never encountered anything like this. The monster indiscriminately started shooting lightning at everyone, even at its own players. Fortunately, Ken was able to somehow survive, and with a smirk, he asked why he was so angry. Ken pointed up and said that his real enemy was there on the cliff, and that he was simply following Isaac's orders. John naively continued to look at Ken and wondered why. The master pointed at him. Ken told him to stop killing everyone indiscriminately. This only angered the monster and he attacked Ken. Both Locke and John were very surprised that Ken just stood there when they shot at him. The enraged monster continued to scream for him to die, and after several blows he said that it had finally become quieter. The power of thunder reached its maximum, and suddenly lightning flashed from the smoke. It was Ken who was able to unlock the power of the Thunderer. Ken turned out to be the real Thor. He raised his hammer and held the lightning. Everything goes according to his plan. We were taken back to the past, where Locke was angry, and told Ken that they needed to talk. Locke shouted that how could he tell him anything and start acting. It is unclear why Locke moved away, since he was still screaming. Locke asked what he was going to do with the dragon's gastric juice. Ken reminded Locke about the item from Vincent's arsenal, that strange thing, Locke answered. Then Ken opened the flask with gastric juice and poured it on this strange thing. Ken unlocked the sealed power, and he became the master of Mjolnir. Locke only now realized that Ken had prepared himself, and, anticipating this, bought gastric juice. Grozny did not know what kind of object it was, but he realized that the hammer was absorbing his attacks. So he took out his trident and attacked him. Ken realized that he changed his attacks when he realized that his attacks were not working. As Ken himself said, Grozny is much stronger than the others. He has a completely different level. He perfectly understands that a spear is longer than a hammer and skillfully uses this property. However, Ken fought off his attack and Ken flew towards him and punched him. In the past, Ken was originally in fighter, a style of boxing in which the boxer prefers to fight at close range. Locke was worried because Ken was in the air, because it's difficult to dodge punches in the air. But fortunately, Ken had Hermes boots, which make it possible to walk without touching the ground. Grozny began to say that he doubted it, but now he knows for sure that Ken does not work for Isaac. Vincent is also surprised by Ken's skills. He haunted him after he went to Egypt. He looked at Ken with a furious look and thought that he had raised a tiger cub. Monster Terrible said that he admits that he underestimated him too much. It was his mistake. Then Grozny said that now he would fight at full strength. Terrible shouted to Ken so that when he gets to heaven, he can boast of everything that he fought with someone like him. The monster drove Ken into a corner. Grozny began to mock Ken. Terrible was still able to slightly hurt Ken, and he used the Vampire Dark World skill. And after that, he used another skill of the Dark World, Bloody Fog. But Grozny laughed and said that such cheap tricks did not work on him. He managed to completely evaporate the fog with his single touch. Ken was able to hit him once, but then Terrible responded with a stronger blow, and then he began to mock him, asking if he could see the difference between them. Grozny confidently thanked Ken for such a spectacle, but decided to call it a day. However, Ken stood up and said that he too had not had so much fun for a long time. Fight such a superior opponent and use all your strength. Ken said that it had been a long time since he had fought without someone's help. He couldn't even remember when it was. Skeleton warriors ran towards him, whom Ivan the Terrible destroyed with one blow, and then Isaac appeared. Ken stated that he had already told him that his real enemy was not him. John thought that while the owner was playing for time, he placed people right in front of Ivan the Terrible's nose. These are certainly not skeleton warriors, but with these guys they can finally put an end to this. But Grozny shouted that this would definitely not help him, and struck his first blow. And when Ivan the Terrible struck straight at Ken, Locke ran up and defended his comrade. Locke shouted to Terrible that if he wanted to strike his comrade, he would have to kill the tank. Ken was lucky to have such a comrade. He pulled out Merlin's staff from his inventory, and the Lich's magic pours out in abundance, and the Lich summons additional skeleton warriors. Vincent thought that Ivan the Terrible was almost invincible, and now took a defensive position. He decided that when Ken found himself in a critical situation, Isaac came to his aid. Like his comrade, Vincent realized that this had probably been planned in advance by Ken. Morning had already come, Indra's coming was cancelled, and restoration was impossible, since he did not have enough magical powers. Grozny was completely exhausted and fell onto the skeleton's armor from fatigue. Ken, in contrast, was full of strength and said that there is no infinite power in the world. Terrible said that he was so exhausted that it was even funny, and reminded Ken that even though he talks about magical powers, he himself endlessly called on them. Ken didn't answer anything else and simply walked away, and one of his skeletons with a sword ran up to Ivan the Terrible. Shakira was shocked by the death of the leader and fell to the ground, like the rest of the players. She looked at Ken and thought how this freak could betray them, and decided to deal with him with her own hands. Isaac approached the players of the Thunderbird Guild and said that they needed to choose a successor to replace Terrible. Shakira was surprised by this. She only realized that he had no plans to kill everyone. She then stood up and said that the boss had not said who would take over the guild after him. Therefore, she proposed to choose Isaac. Let him be appointed as the one who will represent the Thunderbird Guild. Shakira herself thought that there were no idiots who did not know that she was his right hand. She decided that first they needed to survive the dungeon and then deal with Ken. But her grandiose thoughts were interrupted by Ken when he said that he would take over the management of the guild. Ken came forward and said that before going to Egypt, he had made some kind of deal with Grozny. For killing one person, he promised to give him a high position in the Thunderbird. He stated that he accepted his offer and fulfilled his part of the agreement, so he has the right to take the place of the boss. Ken said that Shakira was also there when Grozny offered him the deal. But Shakira started screaming that he was talking complete nonsense and that there was no deal. Shakira thought that the boss was dead, even if he lies. No one has proof. If the differences are not resolved, they will most likely have to fight. But still, she is not stupid, and understands that in the event of a fight, Isaac will kill the entire guild, and admitted that there was such an agreement. She was angry, and said that even if Ken had the right, she was the one who was always there for the boss. Shakira shouted that when the boss ran the guild, she was there, and that Isaac should appoint her. And then other guild members will accept it, and it will also be beneficial for clearing the dungeon. Poor John was already beginning to worry, but then Vincent appeared with his guild. Vincent asked who came up with the idea of appointing successors to the leader of the Thunderbird, since Grozny is dead. According to his will, the Thunderbird should go to his guild. He said that Isaac should not interfere, because these points had been agreed upon in advance between him and Ivan the Terrible. Ken approached him, and Vincent swore that it was not enough for him to enter the weapons warehouse. Now he was encroaching on his property. But Ken replied that it seemed that he had misunderstood everything. He himself did not know that this would happen, and most importantly, he destroyed Grozny, as he had indicated to him. Everything went wrong because of Isaac's stubbornness and not because of his will, Ken lied. He tried to stick to the plan even if Ivan the Terrible died naturally. He was also sorry to miss such a chance, so he did not refuse him. In gratitude for the support he has given him so far, he will give one piece of advice. There's no point in continuing to be stubborn, and suggested that he forget about the Thunderbird. And if he doesn't, then Isaac will kill him because he is one of those who goes to the end for his goal. Ken is such a liar, but oh well, they are already on the 7th floor of the dungeon. He no longer hid his strength. Ken now has Thor's hammer and Odin's spear. The mana cost of maintaining the skill has been halved, and the level of the Thunderlord's strength skill has increased by 200%. Ken ordered his skeleton warriors to battle, and the battle between the skeletons and the goblins began. Vincent stood below and was angry with Isaac, because of this guy he had disgraced himself in front of his people. He decided that now he would do as he wanted, but for today's insult, he would ask him tens and hundreds of times more. Plateau area in Pakistan, the dungeon has been cleared, but a surprise awaits the guys at the entrance. Shakira and the Thunderbird Guild were the first to emerge from the dungeon. Shakira approached the soldiers and ordered them to stop any actions. She said that from now on, according to the latest instructions from his boss in the Thunderbird Guild. And from that moment on, a new guild leader is appointed. Ken stood behind her and smiled sarcastically when Shakira talked about the new leader. In the dungeon, Ken feigned an apology to them and stated that Isaac had appointed him as Ivan the Terrible's successor. And he said that since this was the case, before they left the dungeon, he gave one warning. Ken ordered that they not tell anyone that he had been named successor. He said to keep an eye on his people, and Vincent asked if they really looked like idiots who would talk about it everywhere. He then asked why he couldn't talk about it if he were him. He would want to tell everyone that he had become the leader of the guild. Ken said that it was not his idea, but Isaac's, who had his own plan. Therefore, at the entrance to the dungeon, Shakira did not say anything about the new successor and ordered a meeting of the leaders. Isaac gathered reporters to give a statement. He began by thanking the players. He continued that he was very grateful to be able to stand here. As a result of a long discussion, they came to one conclusion. They decided to merge the two guilds into one. Going forward, the new guild will clear dungeons, fight monsters, and save the world. Without claiming any reward, a poster was unfurled behind Isaac. Isaac announced the founding of the Savior Guild. People who heard this statement from Isaac were delighted at the new guild. Owen beamed in his office, thinking that now he could become a worthy rival to the Messiah Guild. He was angry that this step took him so long, His high thoughts were interrupted by the crunch of chips, and he began to shout at Locke to eat in his house. But Locke ignored his advice and said that he was a folk hero who cleared a 7-story dungeon. And he said that if he behaved like this, he would go to another office. This provocation did not scare him at all. Owen himself decided to make fun of him and told Lee that Locke wanted to move to another office and ordered him to help him pack his things. Lee decided to play along with him in this and thanked him for everything. Poor Locke became nervous. Owen, laughing, asked what the national hero would do now. Ken returned to his hideout and opened his box with his items. He managed to collect quite a lot. During the battle with Terrible, the summoned Lich was stronger than Ken thought. However, this is still not enough to defeat Lei. And Vincent in his office did not look as elegant as usual. He said he was some son of a bitch who should only obey his orders. Vincent shouted that he no longer recognized him and asked how he had the conscience to appear in front of him. But Ken approached him and said that he was still a subordinate. The master had just changed. Vincent looked at him silently, and Ken said that there was no need to be so upset. He always wanted to go beyond the guild of the Messiah. He continued to say that now the Thunderbird and Phoenix are under Isaac. Ken was pleased with himself and said with a malicious smile that there was finally a force capable of resisting the Messiah Guild. This enraged Vincent, and he broke a glass of drink, asking Ken what he even knew about him. Without thinking, Ken answered that he knew that he was one of those who went over their heads just to get to the top. But he couldn't get to the top because Lei was stronger. A loser, always second, Ken continued to mock him, calling him a weakling. He said that Vincent pretended to be a strong man, but in reality he was a coward who had a lot to lose. And Ken added that he now has 2 choices left, to be angry until the end of his days, or follow Isaac and become a real hero. Vincent leaned back on his chair, feeling sorry for himself, thinking that he was Vincent, and to lose everything like that in an instant. He wondered what he had done wrong, and where he had made a mistake. Vincent did not understand anything. But the world did not stand still. A huge dragon appeared in the city, repeating the scene from Godzilla. The news reported that yesterday at around 8 o'clock in the evening, a dungeon explosion occurred in the center of Paris, which led to numerous casualties. At the request of the government, a team of dragon hunters arrived at the scene and eliminated the monster. Francois easily dealt with the huge dragon and simply left. On the internet, everyone wrote about dragons. Everyone wrote about a dungeon with dragons. This did not make Francois happy, and at the funeral he said that this news probably put him in an uncomfortable position. Francois replied that this was not just an inconvenient position and looked at the crowd. Everyone demanded that they clear the 7-story dungeon. He replied that he did not want to put the lives of the townspeople at risk. He was trying to soberly assess his strength. The assistant agreed with him and said that they were not ready for a 7-story dungeon. Francois himself understood that if he did nothing, the people would become increasingly dissatisfied. Having reached the building, Francois thanked the assistant when he suddenly noticed Lee near his building. He thought that she was still as diligent. It seemed that he was not too late yet. Lee greeted Francois, and he thanked her for making such a difficult journey from Korea. They went into the restaurant, and it turned out that Francois had rented the whole restaurant for her. So, besides them, there were only employees there. He is not like Owen, who is ready to fight for a penny. He turned around and saw Locke, who devoured all the food in a second. Locke noticed his look and shouted angrily, "Has he never seen a man eat?" Francois stood up and approached Locke, asking him what he was doing in the restaurant he had rented. Francois approached Locke, asking who he was to sit in the restaurant he rented and eat as he pleased. And Locke had already begun to answer. But then Secretary Lee interrupted him and said that it was just her colleague from work, not allowing Locke to boast of his successes, and Francois decided they hired newcomers so that he could gain experience in a foreign country, and at the same time work as a bodyguard. Poor Locke was already upset because he was called a newcomer and also a bodyguard. But then Lee finally finished him off by ordering him to sit silently while they talked. Then Lee put an envelope on the table and said that now she would like to talk about business. She checked his proposal and the materials that he sent. The document summarizes all the conditions of their side, and in short, for clearing a 7-story dungeon in France, they want a page of Death Knight skills. Francois read the document, and Lee added that as he himself knows, the skill page for a Death Knight is not a legendary rank, but a unique one, and if they put in a little effort, they could get it themselves. He began to say that he perfectly understood the rank of this skill, but Lee asked him to listen to her a little longer, because she had not finished. Lee said that the last time he came to Korea, he gave them something, and the director said that he would make a discount. Taking into account the cost of that item, it seems that Francois did not expect this. Francois replied that it turned out that his friend had little conscience left, when suddenly Paula came to them, and noticed that they had all gathered here at such an early time. Paula also sat down at their table and laughingly asked if her Messiah Guild really had to compete with some rabble for the right to clear a dungeon in France. She laughed and said that she no longer had any words left for such absurdity, and asked the dragon hunter if he had decided to make jokes. Paula said that their French government asked for help from her guild, and began shouting at Lee, asking her if she understood who she was going to compete with and what situation she was in now. Here, Locke could not stand it and butted into the conversation, shouting that even such a newcomer as he could not remain silent any longer. And if she doesn't like competing with them, then she can return to Korea and the right to clean up will go to them. Locke said that he knew that the Messiah Guild had never cleared a dungeon higher than B rank, and the dungeon that recently appeared in France is rank A. It turns out they have no experience in clearing such dungeons. And if their new Savior Guild bypasses them and successfully copes with the cleanup, then they will no longer be so self-confident. Lee then stood up and said that she had already told her that she would soon find out everything and left, leaving Paula shaking in fear. In the news the next day, this was all they talked about. Namely, they wrote about the fact that the Messiah's Guild had a branch of the guild in the center of Paris. Now that the Messiah had a competitor, people watched with excitement what was happening. While Paula was in the light of the journalists, Francois watched her in the shadows when Lee and Locke, who were also hiding their faces, approached her. Lee asked if the journalists had noticed him. Judging by the fact that there was no fuss, it could be understood that the journalists had not noticed him. They had not seen each other for a month. Francois asked how she was doing in Paris. Lee thanked her for her concern and replied that everything was fine with them. Francois handed her the package and said that thanks to her, they were able to resolve urgent problems. The condition proposed to her was to clear the 7-story dungeon, but she did not say that the Savior Guild would take part in this. Thanks to her intervention and influence on Paula, the French government managed to conduct a joint operation in a very advantageous place. Moreover, the Messiah's Guild announced to the whole world that it would personally intervene. Now clearing the dungeon is a matter of time, but still it is not over yet. Lee will gratefully accept this gift from the dragon hunter. In the end, the Messiah's Guild lost the right to purge, and Locke was completely out of sorts, because he had been killing monsters for a whole month and was being used to stir up public opinion. Lee checked what was in the package. Of course it was a Death Knight skill, and thanked Francois. Francois was about to leave, but stopped and said what he wanted to say. To be honest, he still doesn't understand anything. It was competition and the struggle for the right to clear that made sense for them. Why did they give up so easily? Asked Francois. Francois asked if Isaac himself was afraid to enter the 7-story dungeon of rank A. Lee calmly said that there would be a press release in a few hours. It seems Locke himself didn't know anything. And Ken was at that time in the North York Moors National Park. The Savior Guild must enter the dungeon as soon as possible, namely the 7-story dungeon A+ rank in Britain. It seems that both Francois and Locke did not know that another 7-story A+ rank dungeon had appeared 3 months ago, inside a 7-story C rank dungeon, after the very battle in which Ken was able to create a new guild. Shakira, Locke, and Georg left after Ken ordered them, and he himself used his Eye of Anubis skill to look into Terrible's past. Ken himself didn't expect that the merger of Terrible was so great. Who knew that he would hide the existence of a rank A+ dungeon in Britain from everyone? Apparently Ken was lucky once again. While he was rejoicing, he got a call. Picking up the phone, the voice immediately asked how the weather was in Britain. Ken. It was Oven. He said that the locals don't even carry an umbrella with them in the rain. Ken replied that he was not a local, but a Korean. But Oven jokingly said that Isaac was not Korean, but American. Ken asked how things were going at the moment. Oven replied that this is not the first day they have been working together. Naturally, everything is going according to plan. Everyone admired the fact that the Savior Guild was founded only a month ago, and they are already going to the 7-story dungeon of A rank. The guys from the Messiah are probably furious, as they expected. Large guilds began to offer their strength. First, they need to approve their applications. The Chinese Kunlun Guild said that they would send 18 high-ranking players. Carrie Rowana and Ellis, whom Ken already knows, will come from the Great Guild. The Border Guild will also send Jay Jackson, and players considered the best in the Royal Palace of Britain will also join from the Victoria Guild. Ken replied that he had assembled a good lineup of players, but Oven added that this was not the end. Despite the fact that they need to clear a dungeon in France, they received a request to join from the Messiah's Guild. It looks like they want to send their people in anyway. Oven said that he probably knows him. Chad is from Paula's inner circle, one of the members of the Round Table, of which there are not so many left. Ken replied that this was even good. Oven began to shout why he said that everything was fine. Ken replied that they would regret dispersing their forces. Great Britain, the day of clearing the 7-story dungeon of rank A, all the participants gathered. Even Vincent left his pride and came. The Great Guild from America, the Chinese Kunlun Guild, and of course the Messiah Guild. Already in the 7-story dungeon of a rank, everyone received a notification they destroyed the owner of the labyrinth, the Minotaur. The Messiah Guild was fighting in the dungeon.
Lei asked what day it was, and Paula replied that it was already the 10th.
Lei apparently wasn't happy with this, because he told her that he would lead the way on the next floor.
Paula was confused and said that then the guild members would suffer, but Lei interrupted her and said that the growth of guild members is important, but it is too slow. Lei said that now the Savior Guild had most likely already entered the rank A dungeon. Lei was scaring Paula. He said that they should finish before them, and when they leave the dungeon, they will immediately begin preparations for the next one, possibly an 8-story dungeon.
Lei hoped to meet his main rival there. Isaac read a message that stated that in order to advance to the next floor, they must hold out for 10 days. Isaac was happy that the quest for survival began from the first floor. When Chad approached him, asking if he was Isaac, he said his name and said that he was from the Messiah's Guild and added that he was glad to meet you, extending his hand. Isaac shook his hand, saying his name. Then Rowana approached them and asked if they wanted to leave without them. Rowana pointed to Ellis and Jay, saying that he already knew them. It was a long time ago, but they met in Durahan's dungeon. Now these guys weren't so arrogant. And Ellis even greeted Isaac. Isaac himself thought that Ellis was calmer than before and said that now he remembered her, which is why they seemed familiar to him. He decided to make fun of them, saying that he was pleased to see them again, of course. Those two were not very happy about this. Suddenly, the guys from the Chinese guild said that he had finally found them. He said that they would have to fight together for some time and would better get to know each other in advance. The player greeted everyone on behalf of the Kunlun Guild, and another player also greeted everyone on behalf of the Victoria Guild. Only Vincent stood aside and was angry that they had arranged some kind of meeting of friends and whined again about why it all happened this way. Isaac said that since representatives from all the guilds were here, he wanted to offer a bet to boost morale. The boss monster on the top floor of the dungeon is a dragon, said Isaac. Therefore, all other monsters can be considered as guardians guarding the dragon's lair. As they all know, unlike ordinary monsters, they will team up with other races and form armies to attack players. Everyone has probably already seen that there is a survival quest on the first floor, which means a large number of guardians will gather there. Chad asked what kind of bet he was offering. Isaac replied that everything was simple. They had already done this before, and since those who participated then were gathering, the explanation would be brief. The guild that destroys the most monsters will give Isaac Merlin's staff. But it will not be free. Those who want to take part in the bet must bet on an item of legendary rank, approximately equal to this staff. The Chinese guild player thought it was Isaac's style, but all 5 guilds, including the Messiah Guild, had made a secret agreement to maintain combat power all the way up to the top floor. He hoped there would be no unexpected obstacles in their plan when he noticed that Rayona had spilled. Rayona told Isaac that he surely knew that the staff he was holding was the property of their great guild. Ellis thought that Rayona looked like a monster, while Rayona told Isaac that this was a clear provocation. Isaac finally sarcastically replied that he would not dare to do such a thing, and Rayona only became angrier. Locke stood further away, so he did not understand anything. But then Rayona decided to calm down, and said that if he wanted to return Merlin's staff to them, then there was no reason to refuse. She decided to accept the bet, but said that in return they also had a condition, and Locke had already come running to Isaac. The condition was that he would have to promise that neither Merlin's staff nor King Arthur's ring would be used during the competition. Isaac asked why. Did they really get so annoyed when he used these items in front of others? Rayona admitted that this is true. However, this is not the whole reason. Isaac's abilities and strength can be compared to Master Lei. And if he wants to make a bet with them, then they must make this concession. Let me remind you that Rayona herself used these items for the same bet, but Isaac agreed to such conditions. Locke thought that without King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff, the effectiveness of the course table items would greatly decrease. He was worried whether Ken could handle it. Then a Chinese player ran up and asked who gave them the right to make this decision alone. But Rayona looked at him with such a look that he immediately fell silent. And Rayona said that he looked too self-confident and asked if she could add one more condition. They will bet on how many guards will be destroyed by the Savior Guild alone, and how many by other guilds. That is, the guild is the savior against all other guilds. Locke began to shout that this was already too much, but someone said that it makes sense. It was Chad. He said that Isaac was the first to suggest a bet, and tried to motivate them to get to the top floor as quickly as possible. While it may sound a little bad for him, Lady Rowana's proposal makes sense for Chad. Locke only became angrier and wondered what they had even done, whether they were taking them for fools. He believed that Isaac would not agree to these conditions. But then Isaac said that then he would like to add something if he wins this bet and gets all the legendary items, which the players have, so that later there won't be a single objection. It seems he really believes in his victory. Meanwhile, Lee was looking at the news, which said that work was being done to restore the Hansen building, which was destroyed as a result of the terrorist attack. When suddenly the light came on and Owen appeared in the room, He apologized and said that he did not want to scare her. Oven approached her and asked why she had not left yet. Lee did not give a clear answer, and Oven thought that something must have happened to her. Then he noticed that she was reading articles about the Hansen Group and the Messiah Guild, apparently all because of her old friend. Therefore, in a hurry, he said that it was already late and suggested going to a corporate party today and asked what she wanted for dinner. Oven patted her chest and said that he would treat her to an expensive dinner of her choice. Lee remained silent and continued to look at Oven, and he was already starting to get nervous. Then Lee still agreed. They went to a tented snack bar, of which there are many throughout Korea. Oven said that it seemed like there was a misunderstanding. She always only saw how he saved on everything, but she didn't have to eat food like that. Lee replied that she knows that he has a lot of money. These are the funds that he won in the bets that he made on clearing the dungeons, because she is the one who monitors the accounts in Isaac's name. He probably behaves this way not because he is obsessed with money, but Lee would like to help him because she knows that he and she have the same goal. Then Oven, after a short silence, asked about her father. This dragon hunter told her everything. 4 years ago in Seoul, Father Lee was in his office when Mr. Chairman called him. The chairman cursed when he saw the price of his shares fall sharply. He shouted that he had told them before not to allow reporters near them. Neil, apparently Paula's father, was the chairman of the Hansen Group. He scolded the director for the fact that the information reached the journalists. Lee's father also read all the articles about their group, while Neil shouted about what the government man who proposed working together knew. Since the morning, there has been chaos. People rioted at the Hansen Group building. They demanded an investigation into whether they were conducting experiments on the players. Neil took all the documents and threw them on the director's face, asking if he thought he had the right to hold his post and stand here. The man continued to apologize and bowed to the chairman. He promised to sort out the situation. Father Lee stood up and asked the chairman to calm down, and said that the director would not do all this to them on purpose, because he had been working here for so many years. And he probably had a hard time himself. Because of all these incidents, the chairman's blow caused the director's nose to bleed. Jin's father Lee approached the director and said that he didn't have to bow so much, and that he was already having a hard time lately. He said that he would talk to the chairman himself and let him get on with his work, and asked the nervous Neil if he could now return. When the director left, Jin began to pick up documents that spread all over the floor while Neil shouted about not being too nice to his subordinates. If they indulge them, they will begin to think that they can make a mistake next time, Neil said. Jin was silent for a while and asked if he could give him advice, out of old friendship. Neil, a little embarrassed, asked if he was going to nag him again. But Jean told him that this is an unpleasant situation. On the contrary, it could turn out to be a good opportunity. Neil asked if he was saying that this crisis was their chance. Jean responded that that wasn't what he was talking about and asked Neil what he thought was the biggest problem with working with the government and Project Messiah. The biggest problem, whatever one may say, is the problem with the players. They simply yawned that one fine day they had an awakening. Neil complained that they pretended to be the best and did not listen to their superiors. The chairman said that if they had been a little less valuable, he would have found them on the hook. Jin replied that he was absolutely right, but at the moment there was a certain Lei among them, which poses the biggest problem. Just at this time, Lei was standing below. Lei said that before monsters began to appear from the gate again, they needed to chant the gate from the inside, so one of the players created his own double. The skill of the silent hunter, the double, and ran inside, and Lei asked if he could see anything. The player said that he was looking for the boss monster. The player just said that he didn't see anything. Someone grabbed him and started dragging him. Then he stopped and said that it seemed like there was some kind of flying monster behind the gate. Moreover, this is the first time he has seen this type of monster. Other players tried to calm him down. The flying monster, seen for the first time. Lei said that he needed to talk to the director and delay the cleanup time. At this time, Jin said that the special security team, including Lei, they all abandoned all their duties. Jin said that they keep delaying the time to clear the gate. Lei stood at the door and listened to Jin say that if the player pushed back the date, the still-held gate in Hansen Group's basement could cause a rupture and spread outward. Jin said they need to make a decision. He's leaving for France tonight. To recruit a player to replace Lei, Nil asked if he had anyone in mind. Apparently, the narcissist Lei did not like it. Jin said that there is one guy who has been getting a lot of attention from all over the world lately. The only survivor of the quest called Dragon. Lei's ego suffered greatly from this. He opened the door to Neil's office and immediately said that he had something to report. Jin said that the chairman was talking now and asked what he was allowing himself to do. Lei replied with a grin that he had urgent business. Jin replied that no matter how urgent it was, he was being too rude. The chairman could not resist and threw a glass at Lei, but he of course dodged it. And he said arrogantly that the chairman shouldn't worry so much. It's bad for health, Neil shouted. How dare he come here as if it were his home? Jin ran over to calm him down as Neil shouted that who was he to decide what was urgent and what wasn't. Neil complained that as soon as you treat the players normally, They no longer understand what's what. Lei only became angrier and attacked the chairman. Then he immediately fell silent. Jin noticed the blood on his face and protected him with his body, saying that Lei had crossed all boundaries. A sullen Lei replied that if he had crossed all boundaries, the chairman would now be lying on the floor, cut in two. Then he said that there is a different generation now, and it is the chairman and director who do not understand the situation here. And yet, all the members of the security team guarding this building are under his command, and he doesn't think that among them there will be an idiot who wants to help them. The bastard said that if they say something stupid again, a light cut won't get by. Jin did not answer. Lei said that since they were very busy people, he would say quickly. Lei sat down at the table and said that there was a problem at the gate on the 4th underground floor. A flying monster appeared that he had never seen before. Until they establish what danger is outside the gate, they will not be able to continue clearing. It is necessary to postpone the time of passage inside. Jin said that just last week he suggested delaying the start of the cleanup until the dungeon was destroyed. Monsters would continue to appear from there. He asked how much more time he needed. Lei brazenly replied that he didn't know because it was unknown. Then Lei said that he told them everything he wanted, so he left. And at that time, Paula was just about to enter the building. When Lei left and Neil continued to shake, he sat down at the table and told Jin to do what he had said earlier. He told Jin to prepare everything right away and fly out. Jin replied that he would do so and that he would return with a contract. Already in the car, Jin was asked if the chairman had given approval. We see a familiar bald head, apparently Oven. Oven said that he would take him to the airport at full speed, and Paula did not have time to open the door when the man pushed her away. Suddenly the others ran one after another, and one of the players said that there was a civilian here. The player said that he had no time to explain everything, and if she wanted to live, she needed to leave here now. He just extended his hand to Paula, but suddenly he was crushed by a huge troll. Lei suddenly came down and asked Paula who she was. Of course, Paula recognized him, but she didn't answer, and Lei went downstairs to her, when suddenly the player crushed by the troll activated the immortal fighter skill. He has spent his magical powers and his health is slowly recovering. Lei approached him and told him not to waste his energy, then said that he would be gone for a while. Trolls were already running everywhere in the building. Lei took out his sword, preparing to attack. But then Paula used the Flame Knowledge Source Master skill and attacked first. Players began to say that she was that rare class of magician. Lei said that he had never seen such a skill. Suddenly, one of the trolls ran straight towards Lei. Of course he killed him with one blow. His sword swing was so strong that it damaged one of the pipes and gas leaked out, creating a huge explosion. Jean sent a message to that same player, namely Francois. He was supposed to meet him. Oven took him to the airport and wished him to get there safely. Then Jean told him to come to his house sometimes and check on his daughter, because for him, she is like a niece. And then the radio said that there was urgent news in the basement floors of the Hansen building. For unknown reasons, a fire broke out. The entrance to the building is blocked, and the question is whether a new gate has appeared there. There are still workers in the building who are unable to get out. Jin got back into the car and told Oven to turn around. Meanwhile, Neil was running in his helicopter when suddenly he received a call and he picked up the phone. It was Lei. He said that he needed to check the photos that he sent to him, and if he flies away now, he will greatly regret it. Neil did so and saw photographs of Paula fighting in the building. Lei said that the face seemed familiar to him, and judging by his reaction, it was definitely his daughter. He said that she grew up capable, unlike her father, who was nothing special. Neil shouted to get her out of there immediately. Lei replied that he would be glad, but it was a little difficult, and it is unknown what could happen if he left this place. This bastard was specially waiting for that same monster to come out of the gate. Neil told the creep to wait for him and ran out of the helicopter to save his daughter. But before that, he took an axe out of the firebox and decided to put an end to this bastard. Jin arrived at the building and got something out and was already heading inside. But Oven stopped him and said that he shouldn't go there. It's crazy. He asked to entrust the situation to Lei, but Jin replied that he could not do that. And it seems that Lei himself had no intention of controlling the gate from the very beginning. And if everything is left like this, the damage will only grow. And most importantly, the school that his daughter attends is located in this city. Jin said that he could not trust others with the future of his loved ones and asked Oven not to worry and leave. But Oven said that he would bring people who could help and asked him to wait until he returned. And Paula at this time was amazed at Lei's abilities. She thought that his abilities were not so ridiculous that her old man would ignore them. She thought that if he trained her, she could quickly become stronger and then become famous. The player approached Lei and asked if it was possible to begin the operation. Lei replied that for now, they would leave everything as it was. Paula said that if he left it like that, then there would be monsters. But Lei interrupted her and agreed that the monsters would come out due to the dungeon breaking. He was wondering how the situation inside the gate would change. Lei brazenly said that it was a pity that the residents were in danger. But to clear the next dungeon,
they must first ensure their safety. You cannot demand an unconditional sacrifice from the players, and the useless lives of those who did not become the chosen ones can be worth something if this sacrifice is divided between them. He asked if she really thought that the lives of those reborn like them and ordinary people had the same price, the words of a true narcissist. At this time, Lee was at home and listened to the news about the explosion in the Hansen group. Lee wrote a message to her father, asking if he was on the plane now, and asked him to write as soon as he read this message. As she watched the explosion, she wondered if Paula was okay, and hoped that she was no longer there. However, both her dad and Paula were in the building. Jin asked what Lei had just said. Lei replied that they would not be able to start clearing up now. Jin said that it was necessary to start a clearing operation to stop the monsters from breaking through. Then Lei said that he had a question whether his words meant that he allowed the death of all members of the Messiah Project, what kind of manipulator he was. Jin said that's not what he meant, but if necessary, he'll do it. If the power was given to him to protect people, then Lei told him to stop hiding behind big words. Lei replied that it didn't matter to him whether they died or not, but for the sake of saving people, he wanted them to go into the dungeon anyway. Jin grabbed Lei and said that Lei himself knew that he meant something else. The Messiah Project was started to protect people, to educate players who have a calling and are ready to sacrifice their lives to save the world. Or he thinks it was started for his own safety and well-being. Jin orders him to go into the dungeon and deal with the situation before even bigger trouble happens. Lei said that he would have to take responsibility for these words. Then Paula stepped forward and Jean asked what she was doing there. Then Lei again began to manipulate Paula, saying that Jean was offering them to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the lower races, who cannot even protect themselves. Jean asked Paula not to fall for his tricks, and said that it was dangerous here and asked her to come to him. When she turned around and left, Jin ran after her, when suddenly the monster destroyed all the floors and burst out. Paula's father continued to run to his daughter, when suddenly the same monster noticed him, and he died on the 44th floor because of a huge monster. Jin, hearing the noise, said that he couldn't hesitate any longer and pulled something out of his pocket, and said that there were a lot of explosives under their feet. And if they don't continue the cleanup now, he'll blow everything to hell and block the breakthrough. Lei said that even if he did this, the gate would not close. Jin replied that he would be able to destroy everything around. This will be enough to buy time, Paula shouted out if he was crazy, because this is how they will all die. Jin apologized and said that he didn't mean to involve her in this, but if he didn't, there would be a big problem. Lei told him to stop and ordered everyone to go down to the basement and begin preparations for the cleanup. And only Paula remained, so until the very end she and Lei were with Lee's father. According to testimony from Messiah Project members, this information is accurate, Lee said. Now Lee understands why he hid the whole truth from her until she met the Dragon Hunter in person. Lee said that she now seems to understand what she will need to do, and she's quite happy with the answer to this question. And at this time in the dungeon, Ellis was already exhausted, when suddenly her strength increased again. The speed of magic recovery rapidly increased. Rayona helped her, and Ellis thought that when there was a master in additional skills, then Isaac would not be a problem for them. Having fully recovered, Ellis again used her fire powers to win the argument. And in another part of the forest, Locke, seeing the fiery clouds, gloomily asked if Isaac was going to play a game with his pet. Isaac asked what he meant. Locke replied that he was leaving the last blows to the skeleton, so the hunt took too long, poor skeleton. Locke opened the information and told him to look at the results. They were the ones lagging behind. In fact, they were in third place. But this did not calm him down, and Locke shouted in hysterics that it was definitely the end for them. And so they would be deprived of legendary items. And he also gives this skeleton all the loot, as if he is trying to raise a pet out of him. While he screamed in hysterics, Isaac tore the envelope, mastered the skill of the representative of the Dark World, the Death Knight, then touched the skeleton. And so he doubled its power and summoned a Death Knight. Instead of the old skeleton, a huge one appeared in armor. Locke immediately said that it seemed his colleague had his own plan from the very beginning. The knight approached Isaac and knelt down. Then Locke asked if they would begin the brutal murder. But Isaac summoned the Book of the Dead and placed this knight there. Locke asked why he returned the new weapon, which he had managed to make with such difficulty. Locke asked if he was planning to use it to deal with the other guilds. Isaac said that he had finished preparing for the attack on the top. Now he needed to focus on the first floor. Victory did not depend on the Death Knight, but on him. And Jackson said that it looked like monsters got scared of them, and so they started running away. Ellis, on the contrary, was in doubt, and asked if he saw anything strange here. But he naively said that they apparently knew that they would not be able to resist him. Unless, of course, there are monsters with a high level of intelligence who will choose to run away to avoid being caught. But now this situation is different from what she has seen before. It turned out that the monsters ran to Locke, who was again turned into bait.
A few months ago, on the 6th floor of the Sphinx dungeon in Egypt, Locke said that they barely managed to destroy the monster, and asked if they had found anything useful. Isaac threw him the Death Echo box, which absorbs the user's life force, spreading the echo of death over a wide area. Locke said that he didn't need such an item, he didn't want to waste his life force and be ready to die first. But as we see, Locke again had no choice, and Vincent approached Isaac and said that he again proposed a useless argument and everything only got confused. No matter how outstanding he was, and the result could not be changed. Vincent said that he did not understand what he was up to. But he quits and doesn't want to involve Vincent's name in his senseless plan. Who knows? Maybe something will go wrong. His reputation will be ruined. Including their union, as if Vincent's reputation was good. Isaac said that he could do as he knew. Vincent shouted for Isaac to stop acting so confidently when he suddenly saw the whole crowd of monsters. Chad's subordinate said that suddenly it became quiet. Chad thought that something was clearly wrong here, as if all the monsters had just disappeared. Suddenly, one of his players noticed a crowd of monsters and pointed at them. Chad wondered where they were going in such a hurry, and he decided to see where all the monsters were running. Having reached the edge of the cliff, he saw a real war. Rayona came up and said that this was the box of the Echo of Death. At one time she was walking around the black market. At that time it seemed to her a meaningless thing. They say that Isaac is such a stubborn and wayward person that there are no people who sincerely would like to obey him. But he turned out to have a person who was ready to sacrifice his life. Have enough determination to use the taunt skill widely while going through a 7-story dungeon. Vincent thought that Isaac was a real psycho. He almost died and decided that he was trying to displace him in this way. And Locke at this time was happy about his awards and said that apparently he had not tried in vain. Isaac opened the table and saw that they were in first place with a score of 179,000 monsters killed, and said that if you compare all their results, the difference is insignificant. Chada thought that the bastard was just mocking them, while Isaac said that he just wanted to encourage them a little, so he proposed a bet. He said that he himself did not believe that he would win. Yet a bet is a bet. He will use these items for a good cause. Suddenly something caught his attention. It was the shield of Galahad. He did not think that he would fall into the hands of something that belonged to the Knight of the Round Table. If you think about its options, it seems more like an offensive weapon than a defensive weapon, and it's not very beneficial for the user. Isaac's thoughts were interrupted by a player from the Chinese guild, who said that this dispute was invalid. Isaac put down the shield and asked if there were any problems, and the player began to make excuses. He said that those monsters with whom they fought suddenly, out of the blue, began to flock to the place where the Savior Guild was located. The player shouted that it was as if he was trying to stop everyone else from hunting monsters, so this dispute could not be regarded as fair. Isaac replied that they were saying that using an item with a taunt effect to send a wave of monsters at the tank is unacceptable. Okay, this item had an effect on the entire map, and it may have interfered with the others. Then Isaac said that he had a question for them, with this full of monsters that was formed after using the item. Is there a guild that could cope with them? Then Isaac apologized and said that he felt like he had gathered them here and was scolding them. There was no need to be so upset. He revealed a message to all players, saying that the remaining 4 of the 10 days of the Burning Quest had been completed, thus opening the gate to the next floor. The survival quest was completed ahead of time. Other players began to rejoice that it was all thanks to Isaac. Isaac approached the Chinese player and said that he would consider the bet to be no longer objectionable. In the real world, the dragon hunter Francois was in the desert, thinking that just a few years ago this place produced the best wine in the world. And now it had become so deserted. His subordinate asked how long he would wait here. Francois replied that he didn't know, and added that the damn idiot left the gate in this place. And all he can do is just stand and watch. The man asked him not to be too upset, because he did everything he could. The fact that the players of the Messiah Guild were able to enter there is also the result of his hard work, and the public will someday recognize his achievements. Francois replied that that was not the point. He no longer knew how he felt. A few years ago, a Korean appeared who wanted to meet with him. If only he had put all matters aside then. And he went to Korea. Now it might not be Lei inside, but him. These were the thoughts in his head. Francois sadly said that in the end he turned out to be the same hypocrite as the rest of them. The man shouted that everything is wrong. He knows that it is not so, because he served him for so many years. No matter what choice he makes, eventually the world will know what kind of person he really is. And in the dungeon, the battle continued. They passed the 2nd floor of the dungeon, the 3rd floor, and also the 4th and 5th floors. This opened the doors to the next floor, and Chad was the one to open the doors. Previously, a Chinese guild player said that tomorrow they would finish clearing the 5th floor. The next floor is the last one, where they have to pretend that they are helping Isaac. He asked, as planned, they will go up to the 7th floor and all together attack Isaac. Traitors. He could have killed them all more than once, but did not, and they continue to build their dirty plans.
Ryona replied that given the combat power of the Savior Guild, at the moment they could not cope with Isaac on their own. Chad also said that this was true. Even if they managed to destroy it, the losses on their part would be too great. In addition, it is unknown what kind of dragon will be on the 7th floor, added Chad. Then he asked, he didn't want them all to sacrifice their lives for the sake of Isaac alone. If they could get rid of Isaac here, that would be the best option, Chad thought. Or you need to find at least his weak spot. The most important thing is to survive and get out of the dungeon. When they first entered, everyone received a notification that they needed to destroy the boss monster in order to go to the next floor. Suddenly, everyone froze in fear when they saw a huge dragon that was on this floor, which is strange. Surely everyone was wondering why the dragon, which should be on the 7th floor, appeared here. The Chinese player thought there was nothing to even plan for Isaac and was angry that the dragon appeared on the 6th floor. While this may be even better, the red dragon is enough for Isaac to spend a significant portion of his strength on it. Isaac noticed his gaze and asked if he wanted to tell him something, but of course the pathetic coward lied that he was thinking about how to attack the dragon. And he added that it was natural for his guild to also join and said that Isaac would be in front and they would be behind. It's too easy to understand what's going on in their heads. Each of them is pursuing their own goal. But if they want to stay alive, they will have to abandon their plans, because on the next floor, a monster much worse than this awaits them. Of course, Isaac and Locke came forward, and Isaac decided to call upon his Book of the Dead. And Locke happily asked if the time had finally come for a new weapon. Isaac replied that he would do so. Isaac resurrected the Death Knight from the Book of the Dead. He resurrected the Skeleton Warriors from the Book of the Dead. That same formidable knight appeared, and he called Isaac commander and asked him to order him. Locke was shocked that this knight can speak, which means he has consciousness. Isaac said that his first task was to fight this lizard and show his strength. Suddenly, another demon said that the summoner should give him some task. Isaac told him to just watch for now, pointed to the knight, and said that he was now playing in a one-man play. The knight said, "How dare this damn magician talk to the king in such a tone?" The magician asked, "Some pathetic knight doesn't dare call him a damn magician. We've never seen such a skirmish before. Cool." Even when there is a lich, the Death Knight does not split into two. This upset Isaac. Surely a skeleton knight, who was originally a Death Knight, will also be added here. Locke shouted that how long would Isaac wait? The other guilds had already begun the battle. Indeed, the magicians had already attacked the dragon with fireballs. Ryona screamed for them to tie him up so that he would not fly up. They continued to strike at the dragon, and the magicians tried to restrain the dragon by freezing the dragon's wings. But its tail was free. The dragon's tail nearly killed Ellis, but Jackson ran up to protect her with his shield. However, it turned out that others were unlucky. The rest of the players were killed by the dragon's tail. Ryona thought it wouldn't be easy to defeat him, but then she activated her recovery skill and saved the players. And then the players immediately began to attack the dragon. Chad was able to make a couple of hits, but of course this was not enough. The dragon began to breathe fire, and the Chinese player suggested that the Messiah Guild retreat for now. Chad shouted what he was talking about, and the player replied that they could not count on winning. First, they needed to reload the equipment. Then, in a short skirmish, they would find out the dragon's weaknesses. Then Chad told him to stop talking nonsense, and to think about attacking while he still had the chance to fight on the ground. Once the dragon spreads its wings, about half of their forces will not be able to do anything and will silently watch. But if someone ends up participating in the battle, he will be the first to pay. Chad said that he doesn't care about Isaac. The main thing for him now is to stay alive. The player got scared and asked him to calm down and put his sword away, while he scolded him in his thoughts. Suddenly, a Death Knight walked past them and used a death chain, taking it out of his armor. The knight swung with all his might and pinned the dragon's neck with such force that it began to bleed. Everyone was so surprised, because the knight was able to hold a huge dragon alone. As the players silently watched the knight hold the dragon, Ryona shouted why they stood rooted to the spot. Rowana ordered the magicians to attack the dragon. Chad also did not stand aside, and his players attacked him. People looked like bugs compared to the dragon. The Chinese player thought it would be crazy if they continued to attack him. And then the Death Knight jumped onto the dragon's head and with one smell of his sword cut his eye. Isaac realized that the knight had wounded his eye to limit his visibility, then moved into the line of sight of the damaged eye, dodging the blows. And now he is aiming for the wings. In this he is similar to Isaac, the same strategic mind and cruelty. Then the magician appeared and asked how long they would just stand and watch. He asked if the army of death was not waiting for a fight. Isaac replied that he just wanted to test their effectiveness. He needed to finish off this lizard. And only in the morning the battle with the dragon finally ended. Locke said that it was a difficult battle, and Isaac approached the corpse of the dragon, thinking that, after all, an adult dragon was very different from a baby. The 5 guilds spared no effort in attacking and did everything possible. But the damage was still considerable.
Then the rest of the players approached Isaac, and Locke became nervous. Chad said that there was only one problem left. A monster stronger than this was waiting for them on the next floor. But they've already taken a lot of damage, Chad said. Apparently they want to use Isaac again. Chad told Isaac to distribute the Savior Guild players among other guilds, because he could summon more skeletons and replenish the fighting forces. Isaac was thinking why he wants to split his army on the 7th floor. Locke also didn't understand what the players from other guilds were up to again. However, Isaac agreed to send his players. Chad replied that this decision was worthy of his reputation, whatever that meant. Isaac added that he had a condition. They would be divided into 2 squads. He and his partner in the Messiah Guild would be on the same team, and the rest will be on another team. This news did not make Vincent and other players very happy. Chad thought that Isaac was choosing to enter the tiger's den, and he would have to change the plan. Isaac extended his hand and asked if he agreed, and added that he thought that would be enough. Vincent stood, and then Shakira said that if he has something to say, let him say it, and he asked what she thought Isaac was up to. Shakira said that this is not important now, and who knows what will appear on the next floor. Then Vincent asked if this meant that she was ready to rush to any life-threatening place if he ordered. Vincent assumed that Isaac divided the camp to get rid of them, the garbage, and saw no other reason. Shakira also thought that Isaac decided to get rid of them, but still they entered the next level, leaving only Isaac and Locke. Locke said that they were the last ones and it was time to go to the next floor, but Isaac replied that they still had business here. Then Isaac approached the dragon, and Locke happily asked if he had decided to do this. He didn't succeed with the needle snake due to his low level. And with the baby dragon, we had to abandon this idea in order to find material for weapons. But now we can do it. Isaac used the skeleton warrior skill and summoned the dragon. While the others were on the land of dragons, on the top floor, everyone was shouting that they needed to prepare for battle. The ground was enveloped in clouds of smoke, but it was slowly dissipating, and Ellis tensed as the monster approached. Suddenly, out of the fog, it was not a dragon at all, but a monster that looked like a man. Ellis thought that she was lucky since it was not a dragon. There was no need to be afraid, and threw a fireball at him. She then told everyone to pull themselves together, but the owner of Excalibur tested their hostility and dispelled the fireball. The owner of Excalibur then began a battle with them, and all of their stats decreased by 20%. The huge monster ran up to Ellis and attacked her, but Isaac ran to her faster and protected her with a shield. Isaac then took out his sword and tried to attack the monster, but he managed to dodge. The owner of Excalibur tested his hostility, and all of Isaac's indicators decreased by 25%. King Arthur's ring begins to resonate with Excalibur, so the decline in stats is reversed. Isaac thought that Excalibur brought back memories from his past life in his head, and judging by his memories, this item should have appeared much later. A dragon hunter who at that time owned a Balmung. Several times he was on the brink of death because of the Dragon Knight and his sword, but then he cleared the dungeon and the sword passed to him. However, for some unknown reason, the hunter was never able to use it. Now Isaac understood what the reason was most likely. King Arthur's ring is the key to identifying the owner of the sword. The Dragon Man attacked Isaac, but the rest of the Messy Guild players also attacked him first. But it's over, they couldn't kill him so easily. And Chad's performance dropped, and his sword was cut into 2 parts by the Dragon Man. And when Chad prepared to die, Isaac ran up to him and protected him with his shield. Isaac said that he would cover him and let him go on the attack with his players. Locke asked what he needed to do, and Isaac replied that for now they were dealing with the Dragon Man. Let him take the others and deal with the situation above, and then everyone raised their heads and saw a cloud of fire. Rayona raised a large barrier to protect the players as the huge black dragon landed. The owner of the dungeon, a black dragon, has appeared. The poisonous fumes of the black dragon gradually penetrate the field. The player's vitality is slowly decreasing. Now everyone understands who the real owner of this dungeon is. Chad realized that there was no point in attacking the Dragon Knight from the very beginning. It turns out that the main blow fell on everyone else. He looked at Isaac, who was protecting him, and thought that no one was covering him from behind. Isaac had just saved him, and he was already thinking about how to kill him. Chad thought that as soon as the conditions of the cleanup were met, he would stick a knife in his back. What a bastard. While Isaac and Chad continued to fight the Dragon Knight, the dungeon boss, a huge dragon, hit the people with its flames. Isaac's skeletons and the rest of the players who led Locke fought the dragon to the last, and they managed to kill him. Rayona shouted to everyone that before leaving the dungeon, they must first take care of the wounded. Vincent said that first you need to rest, and then decide how to divide the reward. For him, money comes first. He thought that it would be more profitable for there to be as few survivors as possible after the cleansing. Items from just one dragon corpse will cost an astronomical amount. It is clear that the distribution of rewards will begin with Isaac, who finally managed to cope with the Dragon Knight. Isaac approached the knight, and Arthur's ring resonated with Excalibur, and so he became the new owner of this sword.
It is this sword that is suitable to put an end to the last days of the false messiah. As soon as Isaac was able to increase his level, Chad sneakily attacked him from behind. Chad started screaming that Isaac didn't even know that the most dangerous enemy was always behind him. When suddenly he himself received a wound and fell to the ground, he did not understand what was happening, because there was no one here except them. But then Georg appeared when he took off his helmet and said that this stupid guy thought he could kill Isaac. Chad looked at the lying body and saw that it was a skeleton. Isaac used the skill of deception, with the help of which you can create a double and change places with him at any time. Then he began to shout, "How dare they deceive the guild of the Messiah," and asked where Isaac was. Chad turned and saw Isaac, who said that they were still like him, always remaining predictable. And now he had a reason. Georg came up and with a crazy look said that now he could deal with him. Suddenly, the gates of hell appeared from underground. This is George's skill, and the doors of the gates opened. Chains flew out of the gate, binding the enemy and causing additional damage. Isaac thought there was no point in him looking at Chad's memories. He already knew what his relationship was with Paula and Lei. Finally, the time had come for an all-out war with the Guild of the Messiah. Owen sat in his office and read about Isaac's success. They had finally reached the 8th floor, and if they could clear it, only the 9th floor would remain. There is only one dungeon in the world with 9 floors, and once it is cleared, then this game will be over. Suddenly, there was a knock on Owen's door, and Lee went into the office to tell him that she was going to go. Owen noticed that she had a guitar case with her, and getting nervous, said that when this matter is over, this time they will organize a big corporate party. On the 8th floor of the dungeon, a notification came that they had destroyed 222,222 monsters. Then Isaac called his skeleton soldiers. All the skeletons lit up with light. Locke thought that the skeleton warriors had destroyed 220,000 monsters, and that one death knight would require approximately 40,000 heads as sacrifices. As Locke continued to count, the death knights had already appeared in front of Isaac. "Not bad," Isaac said, and Locke thought in amazement that this guy could dominate the whole world single-handedly. Isaac said that this was still not enough, and took out a hammer from the weapon, and threw it on the ground, telling him to take the weapon and let him stand in line behind. And now, Isaac is ready for war. He has been collecting so many weapons and monsters all this time, just for this moment. Lei was in his office, looking at his empty, round desk, calling everyone worthless bastards. He thought that their peace and salvation still depended on him alone, when suddenly he saw a glow. Lei probably thought so, but he saw Jin rise to his feet and only glow more intensely. Then instead of Lei's father, the full-length figure of Isaac appeared. Then Lei sat down at his table, and Paula came to him, saying that all preparations were completed, and Lei thanked the master archer for coming. However, the master said that he did not want to cooperate anymore, but the matter must be completed. Paula said that the master swordsman student Sakura also agreed to help them. The news showed that the Savior Guild and the Messiahs had entered into a cooperation pact. Also, the Dragon Hunter agreed to participate with them, and today all the heroes came together to save the world, or so people think. Reporters said that behind the security line, city residents gathered to wish a speedy return to the heroes. The players continued to arrive one after another, and Isaac appeared with his subordinates. Dragon Hunter Francois, Vincent, and Shakira were already waiting for the guys at the very entrance. And finally, the Messiah's Guild arrived with the Master Archer, and Lei approached Isaac, and so the two strongest players met. Already in the dungeon, Jordan thought that he was finally in an 8-story dungeon. He needed to clear it, and only the 9-story one remained to go through. And he was lucky to be here with the Masters. He thought it was such an honor for him that he could not hold back his tears. At least someone in the Messiah Guild was sincerely trying to save the world. Locke was worried that everything would be all right, when Francois came up to him and said that he was worried too much and suggested making his face simpler. "Otherwise it looks like he is going to die." Locke pretended not to know him, but Francois knew that Locke was wearing a mask and told him so. And Shakira told Vincent that wasn't he the one who said that Isaac would use them and leave them. She said that he probably thought it was some kind of strategy, and she added that no matter what, Isaac trusted them. He even sent them to a meeting with the Messiah Guild, and also brought them here to this important place. Vincent thought that even if he didn't trust them completely, he seemed sorry for losing people. Lei told Isaac that as they had agreed, the first floor would be cleaned by the Messiah's Guild. The two then turned and were about to leave when Lei said he was thinking, and it seemed like they were missing one detail. Lei said that there was no need for each guild to take over a floor, and as soon as Isaac turned to him, Lei thrust a spear into him. This freak did not hesitate with his plan, and pierced Isaac with the spear of Longinus. Lei said that from today and forever, the guild savior will leave this world. He took out his sword and swung his sword at Isaac, but one of Isaac's skeletons ran up earlier and protected him. Locke also ran to Isaac and tried to hit Lei, but he was able to jump away. He immediately asked if Isaac was okay.
And as soon as he tried to approach Isaac, Paula activated the barrier above Isaac. Now there is no way to approach Isaac while Paula holds this barrier. Paula then ordered her magicians to attack Isaac to finish him off. However, all their blows were repelled. Weapons were sticking out on the ground, and everyone who was nearby fell to the ground. The dragon hunter repelled the blows. He came up and said that of course he foresaw that this would happen. But they really crossed all boundaries. Paula thought that the dragon hunter had sided with Isaac. She ordered her subordinates to attack Francois and told him to prepare, because the Messiah Guild had become his enemy. Paula thought that he wouldn't be able to do anything surprising anyway, so she froze his legs so he couldn't move. However, Francois used the skill of the harsh fighter for life, dragon scales. And only Jordan and his friends did not understand anything, because they believed that they had come here to save the world. But then, one of the players of the Messiah's Guild shouted that they should not stand rooted to the spot and start fighting. From now on, players who go against the Messiah's Guild will face death. But Isaac's former friends did not understand what to do. However, the others also did not understand why they would just attack the other players, but still decided to obey the order. Vincent fought with Shakira. He shouted what was going on here, and Shakira replied that we saw that they were all going to kill them. The player asked if they thought they wouldn't be betrayed and said that scum like him do it all the time. Vincent and Shakira were finished off and lost consciousness. The player thought that they were holding out for a long time, fighting with so many enemies. And when he was about to kill them with his sword, Locke ran up and hit him, saying that he did not dare to swing at his people. Locke began shouting that even though they were weak and stupid, Locke did not know how to lift the spirits of his players. He said that despite their shortcomings, they were a guild first and foremost, and Messiah players began to attack him. Of course, Locke easily dealt with them, and said that they were nothing, and quickly defeated them. But there was little time left. Isaac was still surrounded by a barrier, and the spear was in it. And when Locke was distracted by Isaac, a bunch of players started running towards him and appeared out of nowhere. He thought that it was the end of the strong player. They were attacking in a crowd, and he easily began to deal with them, when suddenly something was stabbed into him. And Locke fell to the ground. The master archer came up to him and told him that he knew that he would not die from this. Locke stood up and tried to hit him, but the archer jumped to the side and shot 2 arrows at him. He then activated the silent hunter's skill, cunning, and the arrows began to glow. Those arrows exploded right on his back, but the archer did not even think about stopping and fired again. But this time, Locke turned away from the attack. The archer said that, to be honest, he didn't think he would be able to evade at that distance. Although if he died from something like that, that guy would still be alive. The archer then ordered the Messiah player to kill him, and everyone attacked Locke at once. There really were a lot of them, but with Ken, he didn't find himself in such situations. One of the players approached Clay and said that most likely everything would end soon. The deputy head was now fighting with the dragon hunter, he added. And the master archer with Isaac's assistant, but most importantly, the master destroyed all the skeleton warriors. And now all that remains is to wait for the barrier to be unlocked and check if Isaac is alive. And then it will all end. Even if this brat is still alive, he still won't be able to do anything. Lay said that all this was not interesting. Then he ordered him to go back and help the deputy and the archer. And the darkened Lay thought that he was so terribly disappointed in him. Turning to Isaac, he thought that he would be stronger. At this time, Locke already had a bunch of arrows, and blood continued to flow from his wounds and from his mouth. But Locke pulled them all out and said that with such toothpicks he would not kill such a strong guy. The archer said that even after such an attack he was still standing. The archer thought that it meant he had not dealt him a fatal blow, and decided to act harder. Suddenly he noticed that he was taking something out of the armory and thought that he was going to use a weapon. But Locke took out his bar, thinking that he had lost too much blood. And soon his limit may come, but the pine tree is not yet hopeless. I fully understand the archer's bewilderment. The archer said that he had apparently underestimated him and decided to shoot him again. The moment when the shooter finds himself unprotected is right now, when he has no arrows in his hands. The archer was surprised that he was running straight ahead and not even dodging, but Locke did not stop. Locke got the arrow again, and the archer used the skill and blasted Locke one more time. However, this did not stop Locke. He continued to run, and when he hit the archer, he broke the shield that Sakura was holding. Apparently, she had been hiding next to the archer all this time. So she used her Shadow Strike skill, which allowed her to hide all the time. Sakura asked if the teacher was okay and asked to be allowed to give him the final blow. The archer didn't think that he had endured all this time to strike. The extraordinary force was just from the blow. His arm was broken. But when Sakura came to kill him, she noticed that he was smiling, and when she turned around, she saw that the archer had been humiliated with a sword. And Locke told her that everything was going according to his plan, a phrase Locke had been wanting to say for a long time. George took off the helmet of Hades and threw it on the ground. Then everyone could see him. The archer lay on the ground and thought that apparently he had already grown old, since he could not foresee this. Sakura immediately dropped her katana and hugged her teacher. She began to cry loudly. Locke also felt sorry for her, but a bastard like Georg didn't care about their feelings, and he killed Sakura. Then Locke began to shout at him what he was doing, and Georg calmly replied that he should pull himself together, and said that they would not thank him if he pitied them. On the contrary, this girl was just waiting for the chance to finish them off and let her shove her pity far away, said Georg.
Then Locke thought, what was he thinking about? Because war remains war.
This is a war that encourages murder over some item or skill to finish the damn game. At this time, the Dragon Hunter's strength was already running out, and Paula's abilities corresponded to her rank. However, protecting others is another matter. How stupid it is that all this is because of Isaac, who has nothing to do with it at all, Paula thought. Paula decided that he had long since overstepped his boundaries, and now she would put an end to him. Francois remembered the day when he saw Lee and talked about the new 7-story dungeon. He said that he was even embarrassed that even he, who is called a hero of France, put off clearing the 7th floor in order to save his life. Then Locke shouted that Isaac's goal coincides with his, so he must choose a side. And he added that if he continues to run away despite the fact that it is shameful, or he will become a real hero. Locke confidently stated that this is natural. A real man will die and still become a hero. Remembering Locke's words, Francois perked up and activated the tenacious fighter skill Battle Cry. Then with his weapon, he threw a huge blow towards Paula, and the players were able to dodge it. And having reached him, the player and his partner plunged their swords into Francois. They were already rejoicing at their victory, but he said to turn around and they saw Paula fall. Paula thought she was going crazy because she put a barrier in front of his blow. And when she fell unconscious, the freezing magic spell was cancelled. The player shouted at Francois how dare he attack Paula, and swung his sword at him. But before he had time to do this, he and the other players were chained and dragged to the gate. During this time, Jordan and his team continued to help others instead of attacking. However, as Michelle tried to heal the injured player, another player ran up to her, and Jordan hit him to save Michelle. Jordan asked if she was okay and reminded her that he told her to be careful. The wounded man prayed to be saved because he did not want to die. But before Michelle had time to do anything, the player died. Michelle asked why they had to point their swords at each other. They couldn't even unite. She didn't understand why they would kill each other. Jordan didn't realize it himself, and when he turned around, he saw Paula falling, and that Isaac was still alive. Locke remembered how, before entering the dungeon, Isaac said that the Spear of Longinus. This spear alone is much more dangerous than Lei's strongest skill. And it would be real suicide to fight him, said Isaac. And Georg said that then they should think about everything. Georg suggested using Hades' helmet and cutting off the bastard's head. And if there are problems, you can use their skill of deception and run away. Locke thought that in this case, perhaps they will win. However, Isaac said that Lei is not affected by their skill. He has a clairvoyance skill like the Eye of Anubis. The Eye of Isis. The Eye of Isis. The metro of all living things, which governs the entire world, can reveal any deception. So there's only one way left. Isaac decided that he would be bait. Isaac recalled that Lei was a terrible perfectionist. As soon as he showed weakness, he would probably immediately pull out the Spear of Longinus. Once convinced of his defenselessness, Paula would immediately imprison him inside a magical barrier, Isaac said. And then they will want to deal with the members of the Savior Guild, who were left without their leader and the Dragon Hunter. Before entering the dungeon, Isaac told Locke that he trusted him with his life. Locke could already imagine Isaac thanking him for being such an amazing comrade who he could trust with his life. Isaac apologized to Locke, and he immediately blushed and said that they were comrades, and there was no need to apologize. However, Isaac was not apologizing because of this. He sank his fangs into Locke using his bloodsucker skill, and thus restored his health to the maximum level. And Locke, who fell to the ground like a piece of paper, immediately activated the skill of a stern fighter for life. And he began to swear at Isaac in full, but Isaac said that he told him that he trusted him with his life. Then he approached Francois and thanked him for his help. And then he got ready for the real game. Lei, of course, was already waiting for him and said that everything should be exactly like this. He thought that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, his only rival, and was already waiting for Isaac to show him. Isaac summoned the Book of the Dead and thought that he no longer had any reason to hide his powers. For the first and last time since he went back in time, he is going to give it everything he has. All his strong monsters came from the Book of the Dead. The dragon, of course, was the most spectacular. Even the Dragon Hunter was surprised by so many skeleton soldiers, skeleton knights, a dragon, and a black magician. Messiah players thought that they already had a difference in ground troops, and now a dragon had appeared. Isaac gathered all his assistants, whom he had been collecting for a whole year, and even the very first skeleton of the soldiers was next to him. And so the battle began. The players thought that they had nothing to win, and one of them asked Lei to give them an order, but instead, Lei himself swung his sword. With one blow, Lei destroyed the fiery golem, and then the players thought that the guild would never lose with him.
Lei then said that let everyone fight as hard as they can, that's his order.
Then he immediately went to Isaac. Then the Death Knight blocked his way, and the Death Knight told Lei that he forbade him to approach the Master. Then Lei began to fight with the Death Knight, and not to say that Lei had a hard time. Then another skeleton soldier with Thor's hammer jumped in and began to fight him. Isaac thought that it might be possible to unite to fight Lei. A good way, but not particularly effective. Also, without the Death Knight's power, the other guys wouldn't last long, so he decided to change his plan. Isaac said that it was necessary to put an end to it, and then he activated the effect of the Knights of the Round Table item set. Now Isaac had used all of his items, and he really stopped holding back now. He then ordered the Death Knight and the Soldier Knight to return to him. Lei already easily dealt with the Death Knights. Then he stuck his sword into the ground and waited for a new attack. The Death Knight approached Isaac and, kneeling down, asked his master to order him. Isaac ordered to split up and help his allies, and the knight immediately began to carry out his order. Lei asked if he was going to fight him personally. Lei said it was funny. Even if he had legendary level items, his pride would eventually kill him. The Guardian of Light shows interest in this battle, and a representative of the Dark World also showed interest. Excalibur challenges a hostile wall opponent, and all of the hostile wall opponent's stats are halved. Lei has lured the Guardian of Light skill, and the stat reduction effect does not affect him. The resistance power has increased by 100%, and the defense power has also increased by 100%. Lei used the Lightkeeper skill, and the damage caused during the skill increased by 1000%, but Isaac managed to get his shield in time and protect himself. But Lei struck him again, and then Isaac used his vampire skill and turned into a flock of bats, which were not so easy for Lei to deal with, and at the moment when he was distracted, Isaac bit his hand. Locke was worried that something would happen to his friend, yet Isaac said that he could handle it alone, but Lei turned out to be too strong. Lei looked at his bite and said, "It's time to stop, it's just getting disgusting." Isaac feigned an apology for being disgusted, but he would have to use everything he had to fight him. He poisoned Lei with poisonous blood, but Lei had resistance enhanced by the blessing, and it suppressed the poisonous blood in his body. Lei laughed and asked if he had really used all his techniques. Isaac replied that he had not yet used all of them. Isaac used the skill of the representative of the dark force of Bloody Fog, and it surrounded Lei. Lei was poisoned by blood poison, but he immediately suppressed the blood poisoning, and Lei said that he continued to use useless skills on him. Then Isaac used the Ring of Solomon, and then the ants appeared from underground and began to attack Lei. Lei just got angry, telling him to stop making jokes, and with just one blow he destroyed all the monsters. Then Lei said that if he had nothing more to show, then let him die. Isaac used the Dark World skill, and the corpses of all the ants instantly caught fire and exploded. But Lei easily repelled all the blows and responded with his own blow, taking Isaac by the head and throwing him to the ground. Isaac thought that it seemed that the difference in performance with the warrior could not be avoided. Isaac flew a long distance, and Lei said that he acted so confident that he was even a little disappointed. Georg tried to help Isaac and opened the gate to hell, but Lei cut off all the chains and cut Georg's arm and legs, and when Lei approached Isaac, he was wearing a mask. Lei said that he expected more from him, but when he turned around, he saw a skeleton with a spear who rushed at him. He began to fight him, thinking that his attempts to use skeletons on him were stupid, but then Isaac himself rose up and cut him with his sword. The skeleton pierced him with the spear of Longinus, and Lei thought that he needed to get him out as quickly as possible. He thought that there was nothing in this world that could kill him. But then all his indicators dropped sharply. His defense still cannot be penetrated by any weapon in the world. Lei said that it was a good blow, but his strength was still not enough to knock his head off his shoulders. Isaac replied that he knew that, so he prepared something else. He took something out of the armory. Lei tried to repel his blow, but Isaac dealt a fatal blow because his trump card was the Curse of Balmung, and the enemy's resistance force was reduced by 90%. Lei could only whisper, Balmunji. The representative of the Dark World is pleased with the results of the battle. Everyone froze when they realized that Lei had fallen dead. He would never rise again. This was his end. Isaac managed to kill Lei. Then he told everyone to lower their weapons. All players, including the Guild of the Savior and the Guild of the Messiah, will no longer be at enmity from now on. There have been too many victims. The direction in which they must move forward has been determined. It is necessary to heal the wounded and arm all soldiers as quickly as possible. And then go up to the 8th floor. Everyone listened carefully to Isaac. The only enemy against whom they should think their swords are the monsters that are at the top. Of course, Jordan was one of the first to throw down his axe and said that he too would no longer fight, because they didn't go into the dungeon to die. Michelle also said that there was no point in them fighting each other, and then all the players threw down their weapons. On the 8th floor, Locke asked if they could trust the guys from the Messy Guild, since Paula was still alive. Especially these security guys who are very loyal to Lei, Locke said.
Isaac replied that if they really were that loyal, they would have continued to fight now. But they themselves laid down their arms. Their devotion was not so strong. Locke agreed, but still added that the problem was whether they could be trusted to fight together. Isaac replied that it was not so important because they had comrades and allies who would never betray them. After about 2 months, the dungeon was finally cleared, and reporters were already waiting at the entrance and were already on standby. Everyone immediately noticed that Lei was no longer with them, and Isaac, going up to the stage, said that the great hero Lei met his end inside the dungeon. And when he died, he left his will. He very much regrets that he could not reach the end of the game. Isaac decided to preserve the good name of Lei for the sake of the people. Isaac said that the dying Lei said the following words: "The day will come, he, the guild's savior and messiah, someday they will get to the boss of the 9th floor, and they will put an end to this game." Owen looked at the news in his office and thought that this day had finally come. Isaac continued to say that Lei had a great will and they would always remember him. Apparently, Isaac decided to leave Lei in the memory of the people as a hero who was going to save this world. Then he came down from the stage and Paula followed him, but suddenly Lee called her. Lee asked if she could now tell her the whole truth about how her father died, and after this, perhaps then they will be able to trust each other. After everything, Ken took Locke to a diner, and Locke complained that after that battle, he could have taken him to eat beef. Ken told him to start ordering food already, and Locke asked if he was sure he was going to pay for it. Then Locke thought that he wanted to get rid of him, but he just wouldn't leave him alone, and he began to order everything on the menu. Then Owen joined them. This is the first time Ken sees him. Owen asked Ken if he had thought about what he would do after the end of the game. Then the first order was brought. Then another one. And Owen continued to try to agree on plans for the future, when all the players lose their abilities. Ken replied that he had heard that Owen founded Pandora and was preparing for the chaos that would begin after the game ended. Owen replied that it was true, because all players would be unemployed after the game ended. And so that they do not go down the bad path, he will provide them with new jobs. This is how they will be able to maintain peace throughout the world. Locke, who was already eating his fill, said that he thought Owen wanted to set up a fund and pocket all the money for himself. And he got hit on the head for his words. Owen said that now he can calmly clear the 9th floor and return from there alive. Ken said that he finally sees the end of this game. Owen replied that he had also been thinking about it lately. All this happened thanks to a creature they didn't even know about. It is still in heaven and watching them from there. And judging by the behavior of people, it seems to it that it will not achieve the ending at this rate. Especially a character like Ken usually doesn't listen to what he's told and doesn't strive for closure. Owen asked what choice he would make. Ken replied that he would exit the game, enter again, delete the characters, and start again. Owen laughed and said that was exactly what he thought, but Locke could not understand anything. Then Owen pretended that someone had called him urgently and quickly left the establishment. And Ken also lied that he needed to go to the restroom. It seems Locke can't think of anything at all while he eats, and only when they both had already left did it dawn on him that they had left him alone. Blues, dungeons, and monsters appeared at the same time, giving people abilities, and then the players appeared. In the minds of people, there were 2 concepts about Radiance. They took it for an omnipotent deity, capable of resisting monsters. But it was also for them a catastrophe that would destroy the world. One part of the people who carefully studied this strange phenomenon. She assumed that this could be simple entertainment for society or special people among the 6 lights. The most famous were the following: the one who made contacts with various aces, who could grant the power to control destructive magic with the help of spells, the fighter for life, endowed with extraordinary strength, the silent hunter, and so on, were also representatives of the dark world, giving power over curses and dark magic. In order to catch Lei, Ken chose a representative of the dark world, following his path to the end of a long path. Ken managed to take revenge and had only one goal left: to put an end to this game. The news said that the director of Hansen Group had left her post. Owen watched the news. Owen thought that Secretary Lee should be fine and decided that Lee could handle it. Paula came with Lee to say goodbye to her father. Apparently Lee decided to give her a chance. Let's go back a little, where Paula, with tears in her eyes, said that Lee was right, and all this happened because of her. Paula begged on her knees for Lee to forgive her. On the one hand, she sincerely apologizes, but on the other hand, she caused a lot of pain to Lee and the others. Back in the present, Lee said that she thought a lot after that day whether she could forgive her, and it seems that she won't be able to. Lee said that she couldn't seem to do it now, right now. Paula was surprised that Lee was trying to forgive her despite everything she had done. Paula looked up and saw Lee holding a business card. Lee said that if she truly repented of her actions, let her prove it with her actions. Lee invited Paula to come to them in Pandora. This is a company that was created by the will of her father.
in order to prepare for the riots that will begin after the end of the game. Lee said that if she still has those who are dear to her, then they can take care of their future together. And maybe someday their relationship will be the same. Lee told her to think about it, and then call her. On the news, Oven and in general everyone listened, as if they were finally clearing the last dungeon. All the players gathered in front of the goal to put an end to this game. This time for real. In the car, Georg mocked Locke when he noticed that he was worried. Locke, of course, succumbed to Georg's provocations and began shouting that he had never worried in his life. Isaac thought that apparently he was overexcited, although anyone would have behaved like that. After all, this is the last floor of the last dungeon. Even Isaac, who is Ken, who almost died there, is a little worried. And yet he was wondering what was behind the door in front of which he was killed last time. The beginning. All the players entered the dungeon after Isaac, and Locke looked at Isaac in surprise, thinking that he was telling the truth then. Shortly before, on the 8th floor of the dungeon, Locke was complaining about his back after battles, and Isaac praised him for his work. Locke said that the 8th floor was so hard and he could imagine what it would be like on the 9th and asked if he knew anything about the next dungeon. Isaac replied that he didn't really know what was there, and Locke scratched his head irritably, saying that he thought Isaac should definitely know something. From the 1st to the 8th floor, there is a continuous cave, and also a huge door, but Isaac himself does not know what is behind it. Locke asked what cave, what door he was talking about, but Isaac lied and said he thought it would be like that. And then he just left, and Locke ran after him and shouted how he knew all this. While everything was matching up, Isaac stood up and said that they would begin a briefing on their plan of action. But before Isaac could say anything, a system error message arrived. Then the same messages rained down one after another, saying that all levels had already been completed. Of course, no one understood anything, and Locke tried to ask Ken what was going on here. But of course, he himself didn't know. While everyone was in bewilderment, the door suddenly opened for the end of the game. Isaac had never heard of a system error before, and he was really worried this time. But Locke shook him on the shoulder and said that Mr. Isaac seemed worried, and added that he should not be a coward, because he was next to him, and that he would protect him, although his legs were shaking badly. Of course Isaac noticed this, and only smiled from his support after all. Only Locke is the sweetest here. Still, it helped Isaac, and he said that this time he would put an end to everything. And so the final battle began. But when they entered, they saw nothing. But suddenly the candles lit up, and everyone saw the corpses of monsters lying on the ground. And at the end of the cave, a man was sitting on a throne. The corpses of monsters were laid out near the throne, and a man sat on them, who told them that they had come too late. Some left-wing character appeared. Everyone was terrified because they did not understand anything. But before they had time to take out their weapons, they were attacked. With just one blow, everyone except Isaac and a few guys died, and the man said that he thought one blow would be enough to deal with everyone. Isaac became very angry and immediately called his subordinates and went to him, asking who he was. But the man just said that it was funny, and with a snap of his finger, a huge wave of energy appeared. Isaac managed to raise his shield to protect himself, but everyone else disappeared, or rather died in an instant. The man turned to Isaac and said that he was such a pathetic little insect. But he was pretending to be God knows what, and asked how he dared to interfere with his fun. "You can't finish so quickly," he told the men, and asked if he should call him Isaac, or his real name Ken. Ken asked where this idiot would notice him from, and the strange man replied that he had no answer to such a pathetic creature. And he told Ken to separate him next time, and raising his finger, Ken hit the ground with all his might. So Ken died again, and the game began again. Ken was brought back to life once again. The man asked how he could come to life again, since he was already familiar with this feeling. He asked he had experienced this before, hadn't he? Apparently he turned back time. It seems Ken has now begun to understand who he is, an unprecedented force because of which the entire squad died. The error of the system, which he saw for the first time, and also the hostility and anger directed at Ken. It's probably him. Ken said he doesn't look anything like the Shine. He got into trouble because Ken killed Lei. Ken realized that this was the Keeper of the Light who had helped Lei along the entire journey. He got angry and asked if he thought that some little man would confuse him. The Guardian of Light said that Ken is too arrogant, although this may spoil the mood a little. He said that his mood was really ruined now. He raised Ken, the Keeper of the Light, decided to take out his anger on Ken. After Ken, it started tossing from side to side, and the Keeper of the Light said that little people enjoy squashing insects. And for people like him, people are toys. Ken has already died 15 times in all this time. He clearly didn't expect the Radiance to intervene in person, but even so, perhaps his representative would appear. Angry Radiance said that Ken seemed to have a lot of thoughts in his head, and asked if he really thought that these garbage that fall apart as soon as you touch them. He wondered if they could help him. Then he said that there was only one way for Ken to get out of here. He let Ken kneel down, then laid his head on the ground, saying that Ken must kneel down and bow his head. The Keeper of the Light stated that Ken is obliged to beg him for mercy, barely noticeably. Part of his body was missing. Ken realized that the figure became somehow cloudy for a moment. Apparently, this is his fake body. First, it's worth provoking him a little more. Radiant saw that Ken was smiling and said that apparently he was completely crazy. Ken replied that it was simply funny to him that he had such power, but could not force a person to dance to his tune. Ken said that he was puffing and getting angry, just like a person. Then the Radiance got angrier and said that the bug still wouldn't shut up. He stood up and said that Ken could start begging him, but that would no longer help him, and now he would die again and again. The glow literally erased Ken, and when Ken opened his eyes, he was in some strange space and he saw the light. A representative of the dark world descended from the heavens and appeared right in front of Ken. Ken said that he was a little late, and the representative of the dark world asked if Ken knew that he was coming. Shining said he looked pretty relaxed. Ken replied that this crazy guy is so crazy outside, and he knew that the Radiance would not sit still. The Radiance replied that he knew that it was not in vain that he chose Ken. Ken asked what he could offer him right now. The Radiance pointed to his heart and it began to glow. The Radiance said that for now he could only give this. Ken replied that this would be enough. The Radiance said that he should have many questions, but first he needed to solve urgent problems, then they would talk. The Guardian of Light was angry that this bastard was trying to provoke him, and when he tried to call him again, nothing worked. Apparently he was running out of strength. Then Ken came to life again, only now everything was different. The Keeper of the Light realized that another Radiance had also intervened. The Keeper of Light took over and asked if he was proud that his representative helped him, and he added that this would not change anything anyway. Ken did not agree, and took out his sword, and the war began. Ken managed not only to repel his attack, but also to respond to him. Now they can fight on equal terms. It didn't seem to him that the cycle was getting shorter and shorter, and his appearance was also being lost, but the Guardian of Light said that this was not the end. But he himself understood perfectly well that he was running out of strength, and Ken said that his assumptions turned out to be correct. And when the Keeper of the Light turned around, Ken struck him with the first blow, in the shoulder. The power that comes out of his wound, and also this strange reaction, and several times his body became somehow cloudy. It turns out that his body is limited in the use of force. It gradually becomes unusable. Even for Radiance, controlling space and time is not so easy if its powers are limited. Ken summoned the Art of Hell and the chains bulged out of her and tied the Keeper of the Light. He must hold out until his strength runs out, Ken thought, as the chains caught fire and he broke free. The Guardian of Light said that he recognized his insight, and he had long wanted to meet him in order to kill him, because he interfered with his fun. All he could do was be reborn in a spiritual body. He wanted to play with him a little and then finish him off. But now he has changed his mind. He is going to kill Ken before he loses his powers. Ken noticed that his fortitude was different from what it was before, and the Guardian took out his spear and pierced Ken with it, and said that he was just about to lower his heart. Suddenly, a stern fighter for life met Ken, and for life, he transferred part of his power to him. Then Ken picked up the spear and calmly took it out, and said that it seemed like he had allies. Ken pulled him towards him and hit him with all his might, saying that it looked like he was only doing what he wanted. Then the Silent Hunter looked with an indifferent gaze at the Keeper of the Sacred Light, and betrayed his powers to Ken. Ken said that otherwise the other Radiances wouldn't have hated him so much and struck again. Hearing the sound of all things, he looks sideways at the Keeper of the Light, and transfers part of his power to Ken, and huge thorny plants appeared from the ground and tied him up. The Guardian of the Holy Light got really angry and said how dare they treat him like that. The Lord of the Source of Wisdom transferred part of his power to Ken, and a pentagram appeared under the Keeper of the Light. A second later, a huge explosion thundered. The Keeper of the Light could no longer stand. Ken approached him and told him to pull himself together. And he added that this would not work. He took his sword and pierced the Keeper of the Light. Ken said that he was making so much effort that he had no words. Then he asked the Radiance how he could face death and said that this was the first time he had felt this way. Then the Keeper of the Light said that this was the complete end and begged him to show mercy just once. Let me remind you earlier, he said that Ken would only leave here if he begged for mercy from him. But Ken could not do anything, and the Keeper began to beg him and promised that he would never appear here again. Then Ken could not stand it and asked the other lights what they would do now. After that, a black hole appeared, and in it were all the lights that helped Ken. One of them told Ken to leave the punishment to them. They would do it themselves. Ken asked if he happened to be the tough fighter for life, and the Radiance replied that he recognized him immediately. He said that in his previous life he had failed, but in this life he had succeeded, and added that if Ken didn't mind, they would deal with this brat themselves. After all, no one has any complaints against him. He did the incredible, and therefore the punishment will be merciless. Ken said that he could do what he wanted, and the tough fighter said that she would tell the details. The representative of the Dark World said that she would finally be able to tell him everything. It turned out it was a girl, not a guy. She said that he probably had a lot of questions and asked where best to start. Radiance said that we should start from the moment when Lei killed Ken. She said that he is already aware that the world is in the hands of Lei, in addition to monopolizing power, abandoned dungeons, and appropriating items. There were no exceptions even for ordinary people if they did not obey him. He behaves as if he considers himself a king, no, even a deity. The Radiance was also not happy with this behavior. Besides the Keeper of the Light, of course, after much discussion they made two decisions. Play the game from the very beginning, and choose a player who is able to resist Lei and reach the end. Ken asked why they chose him. Radiance replied that the players had a great desire to take revenge on Lei, and had enough skills. It was very difficult then, because even for them, it was not easy to preserve the memories of one person, to turn back time and space. Ken asked how that crazy glow was able to continue this, and he could only control this dungeon. His actions did not affect the outside world in any way, but this time it was an exceptional case. Not only did the Radiance personally descend and contact the player, he also intervened in the flow of time. But thanks to this, a small gap was created, and they were able to help Ken at least a little, although they would still have found a way to help him deal with it. Perhaps he had anticipated their interference to some extent. Ken replied that it was just a hypothesis, and luck was on his side. Then Ken asked what would happen to the Keeper of the Light now. The Radiance replied that he had lost the remnants of his power, and then they would put him in this deep hole. Ken asked what they would do with this world where the game ended. Radiance replied that she had not thought about it. Maybe everything would go as usual. Just like before they started interfering in the affairs of the world, and she asked if that wasn't enough. Ken said that they only caused damage. Radiance laughed and said that they have always been like this. They don't even think about cleaning up after themselves. But he has nothing to worry about. People will find the answer themselves, as they always have. Radiance said that she asks Ken, just in case, if he feels sorry for his abilities, which he will soon lose. Ken said that he had already achieved his goal, especially since in this life he had loyal comrades. He had nothing to regret. Siania said that she understood and she had to go, and asked if he had anything final to say to her. Ken surprised her by thanking her for everything she had done for him, and that if it weren't for her protection, he would not have been able to take revenge. And he added that he had nothing more to add so she could get lost, and before she left, the Radiance said that she would give him one last gift. When she disappeared, light appeared everywhere and everyone slowly began to rise. Locke ran up to Ken and asked if he was okay and where the guy had gone. Then, everyone received a notification that the game was over. Vincent looked at Isaac in shock and thought how he was able to destroy that monster. The effect of the items disappeared and they were removed from the users, and then Ken's mask disappeared. And now Vincent realized that Isaac all this time was Ken, his former subordinate. Locke's mask also disappeared, and in a panic he began to shout what was happening here. Ken no longer listened to him, and went to the Dragon Hunter and said that he had one request. Now they finally left their dungeons, and in front of the press, Francois said after many sacrifices and efforts, they managed to reach the 9th floor and kill the boss. They finished the game, but their savior Isaac, the ambulance leading them, and his colleague died while clearing the dungeon. Right before his death, he told him his last words: "When this game ends, the world will certainly be in chaos, for which it is necessary to prepare." And for this, he had a capable person on his primate. Then Oven came up and said that he was the director of the Pandora Company, in order to be prepared for the disasters that will come after the end of the game. Spaniel Isaac, Hansen Group Director Gene, who died in the fire, and Chairman Neil contributed to the creation of his company. Oven said that he promises to do everything to maintain world peace. 6 months later, the girl said they checked his application to the Players' Employment Fund. Today, during the day, financial support will be transferred to their account. The man tearfully thanked them for their help, since he couldn't find a job when the dungeons disappeared. The girl replied that the Pandora Company makes a lot of effort for people like him. Suddenly, in the next window, a man hit the table. He shouted why they didn't put him in such a difficult position, and they told him that they give benefits to unemployed people like him. And if you sell existing items, they will also pay for them. The employee began to explain that he had criminal records on his file, so the process takes longer. But the man did not stop and shouted for them to give him money. Then Locke appeared behind him. The man tried to hit him, but Locke calmly took him by the shoulder and threw him to the floor. Locke happily said that he should have obeyed when he suggested talking. Later he came to see Lee and saw a pile of documents on her desk and told her to remember to rest. Lee said it looked like it was his shift time and asked customer service if there was any problem. Locke proudly answered that there was one idiot, but he quickly dealt with him because he is the defender of the world. He began waving his arms, showing how huge the man was, and said that the abilities were gone, but the reflexes remained. Locke joked that he even missed those times, and Lee decided to make fun of her and suggested that he could join the task. Of course, Locke said that wasn't what he meant and asked where Ken was now. Lee continued to scoff and said that at least she was wasting her energy where it was much harder than here. Now they show us where Ken is, and Georg said that here they figured everything out. These guys turned out to have quite a lot of items that they had been hiding all this time. There are no abilities, and these idiots continue to buy items. It's almost finished here, and you can leave. They returned to the city and gathered in Oven's office. He praised everyone for their work. Oven took out photographs and said that this man still had a bunch of objects. Locke asked if there were still rumors that there were still objects that had retained their properties. Lee said they say some organizations collect items from everywhere to eventually sell them on Pandora. Oven sadly said that they would have to take care of this, and the costs were growing and growing. Ken asked how much he needed. Oven was a little confused and replied that the more the better, as always. Then Ken replied that he would sort it out, and we see Vincent, who is still working. When Ken walked in on him, he was immediately scared and asked what he was doing here. Kim apologized that they couldn't stop them, but Vincent said that everything was fine and she could go. Ken said that he probably knew that he had come for money. Vincent began to shout that he thought it was possible to break into him like this and ask for money. Then Ken replied that many organizations were not long in coming and began to generously support such a hero. And it would be a shame. If the hero turns out to be he appropriates all the funds for himself, falsifies reports, and generally indulges his selfish interests in every possible way. Vincent began to shout that he was talking nonsense, and that he also had no evidence. Ken asked what if he had them. Vincent thought why the hell he suddenly showed up and started threatening him. But he did not believe that he knew about the existence of his secret safe. He said that Ken was bluffing, and now he had no abilities. Vincent called his guards and shouted that he thought that if he brought 2 scum, he would immediately tuck his tail between his legs. 2 scum, apparently Locke and Georg, who are stronger than him. Of course, the guys easily dealt with the guards. Locke and Georg pushed the table aside and found several accounting reports. Ken praised him and told them to take everything in the safe and take pictures of all the documents. Now they have Vincent on the hook. And then Vincent very happily donated a lot of money to Pandora. Georg said that they were told the location of the next mission. The estimated departure time is midnight, but this could still change. Ken replied that it sounded like he would have to work, and got up and said that he still had some work to do, so they would see each other on the spot. Locke finished his speech and came out to Ken, asking what happened to him. Ken suggested that he go get something to eat, but Locke incredulously asked if he was going to leave him alone like last time. Ken said that if he doesn't trust him, then he should leave this idea. How nice. While Locke was saying that he would go with him, Ken noticed his old friends in the hall, who looked happy and smiled. They came to the restaurant, and Locke asked if it was too much, and Ken replied that he should order whatever he wants, regardless of the price. Locke looked at him incredulously at first, but then he still ordered food. Ken stood up and said that he needed to go away for a while. He left, and Locke continued to eat happily, and then it dawned on him, and standing up, he shouted that this bastard had abandoned him again. He approached the employee and asked if he had seen such a daring guy. The employee replied that he had just left. Locke had already begun to swear at Ken with all kinds of words when the employee handed him a note from Ken. In the note, Ken wrote that he had urgent business, but he had already paid for the food, so he could take the rest with him. Locke even burst into tears because of this. In the evening, Paula came to Lee and greeted her, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and apologized for disturbing her at work. Paula thanked her for her offer, but said that she was not sure that people would so easily forget all that she had done. Lee said that admitting your mistakes and taking the path of correction is not an easy task for anyone. And now she is taking her first steps in this direction. Lee told her not to be afraid, because she will help her along this path, and if she begins to unselfishly help people and opens up to them, someday people will definitely believe in her sincerity, just as she believed in it. Already in the morning, Lee came into Oven's office and said that she wanted to introduce someone to him. Paula came into the office and introduced herself and said that she was glad to meet you. Oven was surprised, so he responded a little belatedly, reciprocating. Lee put the documents on the table, and Oven whispered if this meant that she had succeeded. Lee ignored him and told him to quickly look at everything and make a judgment after lunch. Oven sighed and said that she continued to act indifferent towards him, as always. Having seen the report, he asked to call Locke to him, and when the poor guy just walked in, documents arrived. Oven shouted that he was aware that people were trying to make money here, and he was spending everything on food. They spent $2,000 on food alone this month. Locke sweetly replied that people should eat. And if you work hard, such a big appetite wakes up. But Oven continued to shout at him for his appetite. Locke said that he would try to eat half as much, but Oven shouted that he would eat a quarter of the previous amount, and poor Locke sadly left the office. Then Oven's phone rang. He picked it up and asked how his friend was doing. Francois replied that thanks to the people sent from Pandora, France became calmer, plus the information that Ken sent was very helpful. Thanks to Ken, they managed to cover up all the illegal trade in items. He will soon send everything to them, and asked if there was any more information.
Oven replied that Ken helps them very well, but added that what worries him is that sometimes Ken even knows too well about everything. Francois asked what he meant, and Oven said that Ken's information was too accurate, as if he had seen everything himself. But Oven added that Ken is a good guy, so he's not too worried, but he still feels like he's hiding something from him. Francois just laughed and said that Ken should do what he wants, and suggested that they go out to eat together. Oven asked if he was providing treats, and Francois shouted that he always pays and asked to say hi to Ken. Let's return to Ken. The Duke asked what these guys had done that they turned to them for help. Ken replied, illegal sales of items, kidnapping, torture, dubious experiments, and so on. In general, nothing good, and it's time to end it. They went down, and Ken ordered Georg to cover him, and this crazy guy started shooting straight at people with a machine gun. Ken, of course, easily dealt with everyone, and when they entered the barn, they saw that emaciated people were sitting in cages. Then he got really angry, and took out his knife and instantly dealt with these freaks. Georg took out his radio and said that the situation was under their control, and they were requesting reinforcements. He also ordered to send an ambulance as soon as possible, because people were on the verge of death. Then Ken said that they had more work to do. He discovered the location of their base, and he asked if everything was ready. Having received a positive answer, he ordered to leave immediately. When he turned around, his eyes glowed with the same blue color that he had before when he used the Eye of Anubis. It turns out that the Radiance made more than one gift to Ken, resurrected all the players, and left Ken's abilities to him, so he continued to use them to save people. You watched this video to the end, dear YouTube viewer. It means you are so strong that you would knock down Ken in 2 seconds. You are the best. Keep a bonus from me plus 100 for good luck for the whole week. Don't forget to leave a comment, like, and subscribe.